Chapter 1. The 10,000-Year Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Soul Power, Soul Rings, Soul Skills, Soul Masters, Supreme and Unparalleled. Yet it is a soul beast. In the Starry Forest, a colossal black tiger, entirely enveloped in pure darkness, lies beside the Lake of Life, shrouded in a transparent halo. The king character on its forehead, resembling mist, gradually fades away, as if on the verge of vanishing entirely. Its tail, seemingly composed of countless joints, dissipates like a breath. Clearly, this is a dark demon evil god tiger. Nearly extinct, exceedingly rare, yet it stands as a pinnacle soul beast of the Starry Forest, an embodiment of utter malevolence and profound darkness. Predominantly residing in the Starry Forest, it possesses attributes of evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space, and exhibits remarkable intelligence. The cultivation of a dark demon evil god tiger is exceptionally arduous, yet can ascend by devouring the soul power of other soul beasts or soul masters. Consequently, the presence of a dark demon evil god tiger often incites a frenzy of attacks from other soul beasts. However, this one is an exception. It resides beside the Lake of Life, not hidden nor competing, but because it inherently belongs here. It is the king of this Starry Forest. As a dark demon evil god tiger, its ascendance to kingship in the Starry Forest is attributable to various factors, the most significant being that it is not engaged in widespread slaughter of soul beasts, and, additionally, it has re-established a new order within the Starry Forest. Soul beasts are sentient, the capable, take precedence. Compared to the chaotic and savage Starry Forest of centuries past, the current state has formed a considerable order. As for those who disrupt this order, they have now become sustenance for the dark demon evil god tiger. And now, this king is about to transform into a human. Why must the king transform into a human? A 9-heart sea tang flower, swaying nearby, inquired with confusion. Though merely a tenth sandier soul beast, it appeared here due to the impending transformation of the ruler of the Starry Forest. A green jade bird circled overhead, responding telepathically to the 9-heart sea tang's question. The king seeks a way to attain divinity. It is widely believed that the dark demon evil god tiger is the embodiment of an evil deity, yet, despite having reached a cultivation of 10,000 years, it has yet to take that crucial step. The king harbors grand aspirations. Upon hearing this, the green jade bird couldn't help but express admiration, while ordinary soul beasts would disdain reincarnation. They held the dark demon evil god tiger in high esteem. The green jade bird boasted a cultivation of 60,000 years, tasked with guarding the dark demon evil god tiger. No grand aspirations. A voice resonated cool and chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. Upon hearing it, the green jade bird joyfully chirped, soaring in circles above. That voice, it was unmistakably, simply unwilling to accept fate. As the light cocoon dissipated above the Lake of Life, enormous black wings retracted like bones into the form of a youthful child. With short, jet-black hair and blood-red eyes, the child appeared strikingly unique. Behind him extended a slender scorpion tail, shimmering with a dark luminescence, and in the next moment, he plunged into the Lake of Life. The green jade bird gasped, preparing to dive down. Regardless of the dark demon, evil god tiger's formidable strength as a soul beast, in this transformed state, he was merely a 6-year-old child. It would be disastrous should he drown in the lake. However, just as the green jade bird prepared to rescue him, a beam of bright yellow light cascaded from the lake's surface, and in an instant, the evil god hook reappeared, propelling the dark demon evil god tiger to the shore. He retrieved a storage ring from nearby, donned a garment, and looked up at the green jade bird. "I'm fine, King Yu." In the distance, the green jade bird shrank dramatically, finally perching on the dark demon evil god tiger's arm. Is this what it means to transform into a human? Typically fiery in temperament, the green jade bird now appeared remarkably docile in the presence of the dark demon evil god tiger. The soul ring that had appeared beside the dark demon evil god tiger belonged unmistakably to humanity. A tenth sandier soul beast, upon transforming, possesses innate full soul power, with its martial soul being its very essence, capable of condensing its own soul ring once sufficient cultivation is achieved. The dark demon evil god tiger's first soul skill would undoubtedly be the evil god hook, which he previously wielded as a soul beast. Indeed, the dark demon evil god tiger nodded slightly. It was never a difficult task. As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings. No other soul beast's presence was felt near the Lake of Life, ensuring relative safety for the moment. While there were still soul beasts in the Starry Forest with 10,000 years of cultivation, They had all been assigned to other locations by the dark demon, evil god tiger. Finally, his gaze settled on the nine-heart sea Tang. Though the Starry Forest is vast, treasures like you, which have attained sentience and lived for 10,000 years, are exceedingly rare and most have been devoured by soul beasts. Upon hearing this, the nine-heart sea Tang trembled, its pinkish-white petals quivering, sensing a chill of dread. Surely, this king does not intend to consume it? Although the current dark demon, evil god tiger, might not be able to overpower it, the green jade bird perched on his arm remained a watchful presence. The dark demon, evil god tiger, seemed to notice the nine-heart sea Tang's unease and chuckled lightly. Then said, "Before I attain the rank of soul sage, my identity is easily discernible by titled Douluo's. Having a 10th Ascendant or nine-heart sea Tang by my side should help conceal my aura." Having transformed into a human, the dark demon, evil god tiger, had no intention of remaining in the Starry Forest indefinitely. Of course, you may encounter some danger you must learn to hide. Taking a 10th Ascendant or nine-heart sea Tang into the human world is nearly equivalent to placing it among a pack of soul beasts. The nine-heart sea Tang sighed in relief, swaying its branches, conveying a sense of goodwill. Soul beasts are naturally curious about the human world, and for a creature like the immobile nine-heart sea Tang, this curiosity is even more pronounced. Upon seeing the nine-heart sea Tang's consent, the green jade bird deftly plucked it, preserving its roots, and transformed it into a belt that encircled the dark demon, evil god tiger's waist. I have placed a restriction upon you to prevent easy detection, but you still must exercise caution. This not only pertains to you, but also concerns the safety of the king, the green jade bird conveyed solemnly through its mental energy. At this moment, the dark demon, evil god tiger donned a dark cloak, partially concealing the nine-heart sea Tang. Before I ascend to the rank of soul sage, I will return. Moreover, I may spend more time within the Luo Empire. With 3/5 of the Starry Forest territory situated within the Luo Empire, it would be simpler for the dark demon, evil god tiger, to blend in. Additionally, the slightly cruel and bloodthirsty atmosphere of the Luo Empire was evidently more suited to him. The green jade bird nodded in agreement. This matter had already been discussed, so there were no surprises. Chapter 2. The Luo Royal Academy. In the year 1523 of the Douluo calendar, the Luo Empire thrived under the vigorous leadership of Emperor Dai Minghong, expanding its territory and now basked in the glory of its achievements. At this time, in a small town adjacent to the Starry Forest, a branch of the Spirit Hall was conducting Soul Master evaluations. The elderly Soul Master gazed at the youthful boy before him, momentarily bewildered, yet still cautioned, "Child, if you seek to awaken your martial soul, you have come to the wrong place. This is for Soul Master assessments." The boy, with black hair and red eyes, nodded earnestly, a youthful smile illuminating his face as he proudly declared, "Grandfather, rest assured, I possess innate full soul power and have already acquired my soul ring. I've come for the Soul Master evaluation." This young boy, full of innocent bravado, was none other than the dark demon, evil god tiger, who had stepped out of the Starry Forest. The nine-heart sea Tang at his waist swayed gently, seemingly unable to contain its mirth. To match the youthful appearance he now projected, the dark demon, evil god tiger, was striving to act childishly, so as not to reveal any clues. Upon witnessing this, the elderly Soul Master couldn't help but smile affectionately. "Good child, release your martial soul." The dark demon, evil god tiger stepped forward, and a long scorpion tail emerged behind him, not as a physical entity, but as an ethereal manifestation, captivating in its allure. Martial soul, long-tail scorpion. Setting aside other characteristics, the long-tail scorpion bore a 90% resemblance to his original evil god Hook, making a clever guise that would be difficult to detect. Ordinary individuals could never possess the martial soul of a dark demon, evil god tiger, or rather, outside of his unique case of transforming from a soul beast into a human, no one else could claim such a martial soul. Should he reveal it directly, suspicion would undoubtedly arise. The old Soul Master, trusting and unaware of the boy's concealed motives, remained oblivious to the reasons behind the youth's masking of his martial soul. Determining one's martial soul largely relies on the manifestation of the Soul Master. Without the aid of the crystal ball to unveil his martial soul, few would be able to uncover his secret. The elderly Soul Master retrieved the yellow crystal ball and handed it to the dark demon, evil god tiger, saying, "Allow me to observe your soul power." A radiant glow erupted. Unlike the ordinary yellow luminescence, the moment the crystal ball was in the hands of the dark demon, evil god tiger, it was instantly tainted by an intense, obsidian aura, exuding a dim black light. "What is this?" The old Soul Master felt a peculiar unease in his heart. He squinted, straining to discern the light within. Level 12. As he assessed, doubts began to creep in. Level 13? Compared to the hazy yellow brilliance, the dark hue was indeed difficult to distinguish. Your martial soul's personal hue is rather pronounced, the old soul master complained. Martial souls possess different attributes and characteristics, however. Encountering one like the dark demon evil god tiger that directly stains the crystal ball was a first for him. It should be level 12. Finally, the old soul master seemed to arrive at a conclusion, grabbing a nearby piece of paper to jot down his findings. Name? Tong. The dark demon evil god tiger was quite pleased with the name he had chosen for himself. Previously, he had known named soul beasts, when compared to humans, lacked many things. His lineage as a dark demon evil god tiger had always been solitary. In his youth, he was called Little Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, and after his father's demise, he simply became known as Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. The hereditary title deprived Tong of much joy. Years later, when others spoke of the greatness of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, no one would know which specific one they referred to, as the names were all identical. The old soul master continued to scribble on the paper, then presented Tong with a badge specially crafted by the Martial Soul Hall. With a covering of soul power, Tong's name was soon engraved on the circular badge, while the front bore 2 intertwined thorny vines. Congratulations, Tong. From this day forth, you are a distinguished soul master. With this badge, you may receive subsidies from the Martial Soul Hall, 1 gold soul coin each month. Tong accepted it, extending his small hand once more. 1 gold soul coin. Tong was genuinely impoverished had it not been for this. He would not have come to the Martial Soul Hall to register. Beyond acquiring a legitimate identity, securing the subsidy was his sole purpose for this journey. The old soul master chuckled, yet he understood the boy likely hailed from family of hardship. Hence he inquired, "Are you willing to join the Martial Soul Hall?" Joining the Martial Soul Hall and becoming an exclusive soul master offers rather good benefits. Young prodigies like Tong, without any background, were precisely the talents the Martial Soul Hall sought to recruit. The old soul master thought Tong would surely agree. It not only provided a place to belong, but also offered subsidies, leaving Tong with little reason to refuse. However, Tong simply shook his head. He was merely awaiting his gold soul coin. The old soul master remained puzzled, while Jiuxin Haidang inwardly scoffed. What was this old man thinking? To have the king of the Starry Great Forest serve as a henchman for the Martial Soul Hall? Why not send your pope to the Starry Great Forest to be a soul beast for a decade? As the old soul master handed the gold soul coin to Tong, his eyes were filled with profound regret. If this individual did not choose to go to the Martial Soul Hall, it seemed he would be headed for the Douluo Royal Academy. With this thought, the old soul master prepared to report the matter. In truth, it was indeed the case. Upon leaving the Martial Soul Hall, Tong inquired for directions to the Douluo Royal Academy. As he walked, Tong pondered whether the background he had fabricated had any flaws. Hailing from a poor family, with parents afflicted by terminal illness, a talented child from a humble background, battling a severely wounded century-old soul beast, gaining this advantage to ascend as a soul master. The old soul master would certainly report his information, thus securing a legitimate identity was not a bad outcome. After all, with his background being entirely blank, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. It was better to throw the old soul master a stone, allowing him to spread the word. Over time, he would become a talented child from a humble background rather than an unidentified genius soul master. Tong wore a cheerful expression as he made his way to the center of Douluo City, where the Douluo Royal Academy was located. The Tindo Royal Academy was situated on the outskirts, surrounded by picturesque scenery, designed to create a perfect atmosphere for the students' cultivation. In contrast, the Douluo Royal Academy was imbued with a spirit of rigorous training, nestled in the city center, making it an aspiration for all citizens of Douluo City. Here, martial prowess was revered, and victory was paramount. Strength commanded respect, regardless of noble lineage. Chapter 3. Innate Full Soul Power. The Douluo Royal Academy was neither overly large nor small. It was indeed larger than an ordinary academy, but to liken it to a town would be an exaggeration. However, within the academy, the number of buildings was few, primarily serving as classrooms, while the rest were all arenas. A plethora of various arenas. Tong stood outside the gates, gazing into the throngs of people densely packed before him. He had chosen the timing well. Today marked the final day of enrollment for the Douluo Royal Academy, and even at this late hour, numerous applicants continued to arrive. Before Tong stood a young girl, seemingly at her wit's end, who inquired, "Did you come here alone?" She waved her father's large hand, her expression tinged with curiosity. This was the enrollment scene for elementary students, with most participants appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old. Tong was no exception. Though he looked somewhat more appealing, his eyes particularly striking beyond that, he was not much different. Yet, apart from Tong, nearly all the other candidates were accompanied by their parents. "My father is dead," Tong replied with an air of indifference. At his words, the bright-eyed girl's gaze instantly became moist, and she began to wail uncontrollably. "You are so strong. At such a young age, you have to fend for yourself without crying or making a fuss. You are amazing." The girl resembled a kitten. Her eyes, round and glistening like grapes, her sudden tears made her seem pitiable and endearing. Her father gently patted her shoulder, crouching down to embrace her, and glanced at Tong with tears in his own eyes. "You are so strong. Such a good child. You have truly suffered." The long-deceased father of the dark demon, evil god, tiger, felt utterly speechless, forced to feign a semblance of sorrow, and gave a slight nod. "It's all right, everything has passed." Having spoken, he raised his head and bestowed a radiant smile upon the tearful father and daughter. Tong pondered, surely they would no longer weep. However, to his surprise, the father and daughter embraced once more, their cries growing even louder. How inspiring he was. Akim was at a loss for words, wanting to offer some comfort yet feeling awkward. Amidst the wails of the father and daughter, she sensed the surrounding gazes intensifying, as if scrutinizing the three peculiar figures standing in line. With her crimson eyes cast downward, a shiver ran through her scalp. Fortunately, the father and daughter duo ceased their weeping just before their impending assessment. Observing that only 5 individuals remained, the girl hastily patted her own cheeks, her eyes still tinged with red, and encouraged the crimson-eyed girl, saying, "You are remarkable, and you shall succeed." Tong nodded. "If by any chance you cannot enter, I shall assist you." A sense of responsibility naturally welled up within the girl. Crimson Eyes suddenly felt a spark of curiosity. "How can I assist?" The girl's voice was hushed as she subtly gestured towards Crimson Eyes, proclaiming, "I am of noble descent." With that, she lifted her chin, displaying an air of pride, while her father, too, tilted his head, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the sky, deliberately adopting an enigmatic demeanor. The crimson-eyed girl offered a few compliments before inquiring, "Isn't it impossible for nobility here?" "No," she replied, her expression one of innocent naivety as she waved her finger. "I am no ordinary noble." The crimson-eyed one listened attentively. "The royal family? You know of them?" Upon hearing this, Tong exhibited a hint of surprise. "Are you of royal descent?" "If you are indeed a member of the royal family, then gaining access through back channels would not pose much difficulty." The girl offered no response to him, but continued her inquiry. "You are aware of the Zhu family, known for their long-standing marital alliances with the royal family, are you not?" Crimson Eyes was becoming somewhat impatient, yet still nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 4. He is truly inspirational. Whether it was to seek favor or out of pity for Crimson Eyes, Bilingualing enthusiastically assisted her in retrieving her luggage and even accompanied her father to escort her to the dormitory building. He is indeed inspirational. Bilingualing watched the silhouette of Crimson Eyes, seeking validation from her father, right? Yes, truly inspirational. Bai's father felt a sense of rationality, accompanying a daughter who seemed to lack a thread of common sense. Meanwhile, Crimson Eyes had already entered the dormitory building, revealing her golden entry ticket. The dormitory supervisor, somewhat surprised, handed her a set of keys. A double room, located on the 6th floor. In comparison to the large communal sleeping arrangements on the 1st to 5th floors, the double rooms on the 6th floor were quite the coveted prize. Upon reaching the threshold of his dormitory, Hong pushed the door open, only to discover that another roommate had already arrived. On a slightly lower bed, a boy of similar age was meditating, his demeanor appearing more mature than that of his contemporaries. He sported a clean and tidy short hairstyle, much like Hong's own. Seemingly sensing Hong's presence, the young man, with a serious expression, inquired, "Innate full soul power?" Tong nodded, a judgment forming in his heart as he had just heard the murmurs of the crowd. This individual was undoubtedly a soul master with a full innate soul power. The 2 members of the royal family certainly would not reside here. It must be the soul master with the Rui Pan martial spirit. Tong, the martial spirit being the long-tailed scorpion. Hong introduced himself and subsequently placed his luggage on his bed. Tomorrow, the martial spirit would be the Rui Pan. As he spoke, an air of silence enveloped the two, one engrossed in deep contemplation while the other tidied up his bedding. It was not that Hong was difficult to approach, rather, he found himself at a loss for words in such a situation. Most soul beasts were solitary creatures, lacking in social finesse. Encountering a being as vivacious as Bilingualing would have been a different matter. Her warmth would have invited conversation. Nonetheless, Hong found himself increasingly observant of his companion. There was an air of unusual maturity about him. Typically, individuals of such age, even if feigning sophistication, would exhibit some degree of awkwardness. Yet, in Mingtianglang, Qiang discerned none of these signs. Having completed his simple tidying, Qiang commenced his cultivation. In contrast to the unified meditation techniques practiced by humans, nearly every soul beast clan possessed its own unique methods of training. The meditation of the dark demon evil god tiger was almost inscribed in their very blood, albeit with a notably slow cultivation speed, a limitation imposed by the heavens. Nonetheless, their clan cultivated remarkably quickly, relying primarily on the act of devouring. However, the foundational meditation method remained indispensable, as a soul beast, aside from the dark demon evil god tiger's meditation, he could not cultivate. Now, having been reborn as a human, Qiang had the opportunity to explore alternative cultivation techniques. He retrieved a book, which contained the meditation method practiced by the masses, a gift from the management when he had just collected his luggage. This was of considerable significance to Qiang. As he opened the book, he began to cultivate according to the prescribed pathways of the technique. The meditation method in his hands differed greatly from his innate practices, intertwining more meridians and acupoints, thereby generating a greater reservoir of soul power. An indescribable force coursed through Qiang, transmitting a warm current that enveloped his internal organs, rendering them pleasantly warm, almost fervent. After completing a full cycle of the technique, he could distinctly sense that the soul power within him surpassed that of his original meditation method by a considerable margin. Qiang realized that his soul power had become even more stable, exhibiting a remarkable upward trend. The innate talent of the dark demon evil god tiger was exceptional. All it lacked was a suitable meditation technique. Having tasted the fruits of his initial endeavor, Qiang found himself unable to restrain his enthusiasm. When he finally opened his eyes again, it was already deep into the night. Meanwhile, Ming Tianlang had succumbed to slumber, and Qiang was embarking on his inaugural experience of sleep as a human. With crimson eyes, Qi Tong reclined, resting his head upon his arms, his entire form resembling that of a slumbering tiger. This was indeed his most favorite sleeping posture, and now, embodying it in human form was not particularly strange. However, even so, when Ming Tianlang awoke the following morning, he was still startled by Qi Tong. Despite the early hour, the sight of Qi Tong in deep slumber cast an eerie ambience, making Ming Tianlang feel as though he were ensconced in a shadowy jungle. An inexplicable chill creeping down his spine. Hey, Ming Tianlang leaned closer, prodding Qi Tong, seemingly intent on rousing him. Yet, the moment his fingers made contact, Qi Tong's hand shot out, seizing Ming Tianlang's wrist with a grip akin to a vice, and in the next instant, he flung him aside. Bang! Ming Tianlang collided forcefully against the wall, witnessing Qi Tong instinctively summon his first soul ring, the illusory hook of the malevolent deity materializing behind him, aimed directly at Ming Tianlang's chest. Stop! Ming Tianlang shouted urgently, and it was only then that Qi Tong snapped back to reality. As if breaking free from a subconscious instinct for self-preservation, he regarded Ming Tianlang with a hint of contrition, fabricating an excuse. Apologies. I've been wandering, and my vigilance is heightened. With that, Qi Tong retracted his soul ring, watching as Ming Tianlang cautiously took a few steps back. Despite Qi Tong's seemingly amiable demeanor, Ming Tianlang remained apprehensive, rubbing the still throbbing spot at the back of his head. He honestly summoned a layer of healing aura, a yellow soul ring ascending, and under the influence of his martial spirit, a silver disc manifested in his hand, alleviating the pain gradually. He shot Qi Tong a glare, muttering irritably, "You're insane. We have to report today. Don't be late." "Thank you," Qi Tong replied, crimson-eyed. She nodded slightly, already beginning to tidy up. Tomorrow, Lang would not concern himself with her. She would take her leave first. Chapter 5. The Disciplined Instructor. Outside the teaching building of the Royal Academy of Xinglua, with crimson eyes, she gazed upon her class assignment, ultimately stepping into the first grade. The Douluo Royal Academy does not adhere to a specific classification system. Rather, students are grouped solely by age, resulting in an exceptionally high attrition rate. Not only do the teaching staff possess the authority to expel students deemed unfit at any moment, but the transitions to the 3rd and 6th grades represent significant hurdles as well. Should one fail to reach the 15th level of soul power before the 3rd grade or the 20th level before the 6th, expulsion is inevitable. The seeds of a selective system, typically found in intermediate or advanced academies, are already apparent within the primary division of the Douluo Royal Academy. As Qiang entered the 1st grade floor, chaos reigned supreme. Parents accompanying their children were engaged in animated discussions, Chong did not notice where Lang had gone. However, bailing. Upon spotting Chiang at a glance, quickly excused herself from her companions and approached her. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Crimson Eye surveyed her surroundings. Somewhat perplexed. What happened? Surely, I can't be late. Bilingualing, at a loss for words, soon dismissed the matter from her mind, becoming quite animated as she recounted the latest gossip to Crimson Eye. Did you know? Our first-year teacher is not the usual Soul Scholar of level 40, this time. It's a Soul Emperor of level 60 from the Advanced Academy. Bilingualing gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, repeatedly patting Crimson Eye's shoulder. How could a Soul Emperor come here? Crimson Eye awaited Bilingualing's explanation. According to customary practice, elementary academies assign Soul Scholars for instruction, intermediate academies assign Soul Kings, and only advanced academies appoint Soul Emperors. Even in the event of an anomaly or heightened attention, this group of freshmen should have little connection to a Soul Emperor. You see, this teacher Wang Heng was originally stationed at the Advanced Academy, but after being involved in a brawl, he was demoted to the Intermediate Academy. After much effort to establish himself there, guess what happened next? Bilingualing clapped her hands suddenly. He got into another fight. Ha! Bilingualing laughed heartily, completely oblivious to the curious gazes of those around her. Enough, Crimson Eye said, glancing at a figure not far off, kindly attempting to caution Bilingualing. Just behind her, a burly middle-aged man had come to a halt, his formidable presence exuding an air of intimidation. His face was obscured by a thick beard, making it difficult to discern his otherwise unremarkable features, although his eyes and nose appeared rather diminutive. Observing the curious stares from the crowd, coupled with the noticeably diminished volume of his voice, Crimson Eye had ample reason to suspect that this bearded giant was indeed Wang Heng. Meanwhile, Bilingualing continued to chatter away. Blissac came swiftly stepped forward and inquired, Professor, what are the main tasks for today's orientation? Wang Heng, as if snapping out of a daze, adjusted the compact teaching guidelines tucked under his arm and replied, Today's primary objectives are for students to familiarize themselves with one another, for instructors and students to establish mutual understanding, and to identify exceptional candidates for specialized training while the rest undergo collective instruction. He paused, raising an eyebrow slightly before continuing. However, should any student from the general cohort surpass those in the specialized program, they too shall be granted preferential treatment. In essence, strength reigns supreme, fairness prevails. His previously composed demeanor shifted abruptly as he produced a whistle and blew it sharply. Assemble at once, and those overbearing parents, disperse immediately. His piercing glare radiated irritation. The moment he had entered, the sight of coddling guardians had already vexed him, only to be further interrupted by Bilingualing's idle chatter. The parents on the first floor wore expressions of displeasure. Though Wang Heng's words were cutting, he refrained from outright vulgarity, leaving a shred of dignity intact, yet none found solace in his tone. They're barely 6 years old, mere children. Must you be so harsh? Exactly. Temporary supervision is one thing, but Professor Wang's phrasing is unnecessarily severe. Wang Heng scoffed, tilting his head as if in disbelief. Unpleasant to hear? Then consider them all expelled. He shrugged, indifferent. As homeroom instructor, I hold that authority. Even if I exercise it, the academy will not intervene. His voice hardened. They are children, yet not entirely so. If they wish to remain ordinary, then abandon the path of a soul master, or better yet, never enroll in the Luo Imperial Academy. Do you not comprehend the nature of this institution? The parents' faces darkened. Of course, I offer leniency, Wang Heng added coolly. If any among them have already awakened as soul masters, they, and their guardians, may remain as long as they please. The Luo Imperial Academy values strength above all. Even a fool is welcome, so long as they wield power. If a 6-year-old has attained the rank of soul master, what does it matter if they're coddled? Though resentment lingered, the parents retreated without another word, wary of provoking the formidable instructor further. With their departure, the first floor grew noticeably emptier, leaving only a cluster of young aspirants before Wang Heng. Much better, he remarked with satisfaction. Most students now regarded him with trepidation, except for Akame, whose composure remained unshaken. Having encountered far more intimidating figures, Wang Heng's display barely fazed her. His voice boomed once more. Now, it's time for me to assess you all. Today marks the freshman's orientation. With other grades yet to commence, this building belongs solely to you. 3,000 students stand here. Within 3 hours, a minimum of 480 will be eliminated. The building will soon be sealed. The 6th floor accommodates 20, the 5th 200, the 4th 500, the 3rd 800, and the 2nd 1,000. Those remaining on the 1st floor, expelled. Bai Lingling's eyelids fluttered nervously. The higher you ascend, the greater the privileges. The 20 on the 6th floor will receive elite training. Strength dictates elevation, the lower floors are for the defeated. This is a battle royale. Chapter 6. The Dai brothers and the Zhu sisters. A timid voice rose from the crowd, trembling under Wang Heng's imposing aura. Professor, some among us have already become soul masters. Isn't this unfair? Though the Starluo Imperial Academy attracted the Empire's finest, prodigies awakening at this age remained exceedingly rare. Did I assist them in obtaining their spirit rings? Wang Heng countered sharply. The student shook his head. Then where lies the injustice? Wang Heng's tone brooked no argument. I've orchestrated no deceit. With a final sweeping glance, he strode toward the exit. Boom. The sole doorway on the ground floor slammed shut, sealing them in an oppressive enclosure that sent waves of unease through the group. Time limit, 1 hour. Begin. Wang Heng's voice echoed mysteriously through the building, audible to all. Bai Lingling, now cowering behind Akame, murmured weakly, we're both agility types. We should cooperate. Agreed, Akame replied. Qizhong responded with a sound, her gaze fixed on a few individuals in the distance, silently contemplating within her heart. In front of the first window of the teaching building stood a boy with golden hair, his countenance stern. Despite his tender age, he exhibited a profound intellect, further accentuated by his peculiar eyes. Beside him stood his roommate, Ming Tianlang, suggesting that they had already formed a small team. Accompanying them was a girl with ebony hair, whose features bore a resemblance to Bai Lingling, yet her brows arched more prominently, exuding a certain pride. Opposite them, there existed a similar pairing, the two princes of the Xingluo royal family, accompanied by the Zhu sisters, their betrothed. Observing their direction, Bai Lingling felt an unexpected surge of confidence. Those are my cousins. Let us join them. No. Crimson Eyes hastily grasped her arm. Do not forget that your two sisters actually belong to the opposing faction. Bai Lingling, perplexed by his words, replied, but I am not adversarial towards them. Then whom will you assist? Or do you believe you can reconcile them? Bai Lingling pouted and retreated slightly, inquiring, what does it mean to reconcile? It signifies making peace. Crimson Eye's expression shifted, and he added, before my father passed, he often shared stories related to this. He realized he was becoming somewhat complacent, occasionally revealing his vulnerabilities. What 6-year-old child would know the phrase to reconcile? Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Meanwhile, while Bai Lingling and Crimson Eyes were engaged in conversation, someone had already taken action. This individual appeared to be a soul master of the agility type. With a flicker of his martial spirit, he leaped up the stairs. His movement seemed to serve as a signal, prompting the crowd to surge forward, climbing the stairs in succession. Hurry. Blend in. As the crimson-eyed figure spoke, the malevolent deity manifested, propelling him forward with a gentle flick towards the ground. Could the scorpion tail be utilized in such a manner? Bai Lingling was taken aback. While she mused aloud, she swiftly summoned her white cat martial spirit. A slender, white cat tail materialized, and atop her head sprouted a pair of fluffy ears, delicately tinged with pink. As Tong surged ahead, she too hastened her pace, quickly catching up to him. At that moment, her mindset softened. With innate soul power at level 8, she ought not to be eliminated, allowing her the leisure to tease Tong. As a swift attacker, your speed leaves much to be desired. Observe how fast I am. Bai Lingling's somewhat proud tone elicited a chuckle from Tong. Alas, the dark demon evil god tiger, as a martial spirit, was likely of the powerful attack type, while the long-tailed scorpion belonged to the agile attack category. Thus, Bai Lingling's words did not sting him in the slightest. Just as they ascended to the second floor, Bai Lingling's cousin, Zhu Wanru, greeted her from behind. Wanru, what is it? Zhu Wanru replied with a gentle smile, embodying her name's essence, and softly inquired, would you like to join us? She winked at a blonde-haired young man behind her. We will protect you. Normally, Bai Lingling would have dashed off with Zhu Wanru, but after Tong's earlier insights, she felt it would be inconsiderate towards her other cousin. No, cousin, I shall accompany my friend, she indicated towards Tong, who nodded in agreement. Though they were in motion, engaging in simple conversation was not a challenge. In her heart, Tong pondered the peculiar education these individuals must have received within the royal family, as they were already forming factions at such a tender age. Indeed, sister. Tong is the roommate of my younger brother Tianlang. Let us accompany them. Cousin Wanhua, Bai Lingling greeted, appearing rather ambivalent. It was evident that taking sides was a precarious endeavor. Tianlang's roommate, the blonde man behind them, spoke, casting a meaningful glance at Tong. Given that she was Tianlang's roommate, It could be inferred that this Tong was also endowed with innate full soul power. This year, there seemed to be an abundance of individuals with innate full soul power. By Ro, cousin's fiancé, Dai Mingyi, by Ling Ling introduced. Her gaze shifting once more to the blonde man standing behind Zhu Wanhua, who then spoke. Cousin Wanhua's fiancé, Dai Ming Fa. Qiang nodded slightly, greeting. Greetings to you all. It was indeed an inappropriate moment for formalities, and she felt somewhat brazen, having only recently taken on human form. She was uncertain about the etiquette required in the presence of royal members, merely wishing to navigate through it unscathed. No matter, de Mingfa remarked with a cheerful demeanor, appearing quite amiable. As Tomorrow's roommate, Qiang was thus regarded as one of their companions. It seemed de Mingfa aimed to draw Qihong into their fold. Meanwhile, Ming Tianlang wore a somewhat awkward expression, addressing Qihong with, right. It's nothing. Qihong appeared oblivious to the underlying implications of their words, thinking that overcoming these challenges alongside by Ling Ling should not pose too great a difficulty. With that thought, she quickened her pace, leaving behind the remark, you all are formidable. If by Ling Ling and I wish to secure victory, we must seize the initiative. I shot when Qihong and the others arrived on the 6th floor. It was still relatively early. However, by the time Daimenji and his group showed up, the 6th floor was already populated by no less than 30 individuals, an increase of 10. Additionally, the other floors boasted an excess of 100 or 200 people. Tong and Bai Ling Ling stood silently in the corner, suddenly frozen in place. An unknown voice broke the stillness, declaring that those with soul power below level 8 should withdraw. However, after the declaration, no one stirred. Observing this, Bai Ling Ling's complexion turned ashen. Did it not imply that the next selection would target those with level 9 soul power? Fear not, Tong reassured her. For there are numerous level 9 soul masters, constituting the majority. This alone would not lead to your elimination. It appears that action is imminent. In her heart, Tong contemplated when suddenly she felt a surge of energy rushing towards her. Turning her head, she beheld an individual summoning their martial soul, enveloped in a warm, earthy glow. Their hair shot upwards dramatically, while sharp spines protruded from their small hands, and formidable fangs extended from their mouth. It was the martial soul of the lone wolf. With a swift motion, Qiang evaded the attack, causing the assailant's claw to miss its mark, only for them to lunge once more towards Qihong. The crimson-eyed demon's sinister hook swayed ominously behind him, while a golden soul ring shimmered into existence at his back, instantly petrifying the lone wolf soul master. Having just overheard by Ling Ling and Crimson Eyes discussing their shared agility-based combat style, the brute force attacker had arrogantly assumed eliminating a same-level agility opponent would be child's play. Little did he anticipate crashing headfirst into an immovable wall, encountering a juvenile soul master of extraordinary caliber. Alas, realization dawned too late. First soul ring ability of the dark demon evil god tiger. Charge. Malevolent energy erupted in full fury, generating double the impact force. With a sudden lunge, the crimson-eyed figure collided with the individual, enveloped in a shroud of black light. At the moment of impact with the lone wolf soul master, he was forcefully sent flying, the dark luminescence wrapping around him as if forming a prison of shadows. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye. Onlookers barely registered the moment the assailant struck until the soul master was propelled away. A 13th level agility-based battle spirit master, wielding the soul of the long-tailed scorpion. With a poised demeanor, Tong stood firm. A long-tailed scorpion. Was that the long-tailed scorpion martial soul just now? The long-tailed scorpion martial soul is rather rare. And while the assault soul skill is somewhat common, what was that ominous black light? The onlookers observed the scene with clarity, leaving them even more perplexed. Does the long-tailed scorpion possess such a skill? Crimson Eyes smiled softly, yet remained silent. Wasn't the focus on the 13th level? A voice floated through the air, but no one dared to glance in the direction of Crimson Eyes any longer. Initially, many had been fixated on her, for she appeared rather unremarkable, especially when contrasted with the ethereal presence of the nearby Bai Ling. A few had surmised that like attracts like, deeming both individuals rather unreliable. They thought it prudent to eliminate them together. However, now, such thoughts were banished from their minds. Foolishness would only lead to their own downfall. The crowd fell silent, their hearts racing as they gazed at the lone wolf warrior enveloped in dark light, their fear intensifying. It was not poison, nor would it claim lives. It merely induced a temporary state of unconsciousness, and after the burning of a stick of incense, they would awaken. Akame pondered for a moment before offering a reminder, lest Professor Wang Hung, who might be eavesdropping somewhere, become enraged and have her arrested on the spot. Someone finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Wang Heng, who had been poised to intervene from the rooftop, halted his steps and exhaled shakily. Close call. Though he stopped, suspicion crept into Wang Heng's mind. Like the other instructors, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was no ordinary scorpion tail martial soul. Could it be a mutation? His gaze swept over the scene inside the lecture hall. Akame had now fully displayed her prowess, and naturally, no one dared challenge her. Several students worked together to escort the lone wolf soul master down to the 5th floor, where chaos ensued. After eliminating 10 competitors, those 10 then descended further, battling their way down floor by floor. The displaced could only fight relentlessly, pushed ever downward. Many, exhausted from the constant skirmishes, collapsed. After all, they were still children, inexperienced in many ways. Had they hidden on the 2nd or 3rd floor early on, they might have slipped through unnoticed. When time was up, Wang Heng's voice boomed. Time's up. All students remaining on the 1st floor, eliminated. A chorus of groans erupted. Though many had already resigned themselves to this fate in the latter half, some still clung to the hope that Wang Heng might show mercy. Now, all illusions were shattered. Trash instructor. This academy isn't worth it. Curses flew freely. Those who had once feared offending Wang Heng now threw caution to the wind. They had nothing left to lose. The gates swung open, and hundreds filed out, grumbling and cursing. Compared to them, those who remained inside, whether securing special privileges or not, breathed easier. On the rooftop, an elderly man had appeared beside Wang Heng unnoticed. His face bore deep wrinkles like the gnarled bark of an ancient tree, yet his eyes gleamed sharply. At the moment, however, he looked ready to explode. Like the departing students, he muttered curses, except he did so to Wang Heng's face. Wang Heng, if this happens again, you're done here. You lunatic. Must you enforce the Empire's principles so rigidly? Stubborn fossil. Next time, just report to the military barracks. Go drill those green recruits to your heart's content. Cough, cough, cough. The old man choked mid-rant, his face flushing crimson as if drunk. Though his glare remained fixed on Wang Heng. Behave. If you keep this up, even I won't be able to shield you. His tone was grave. Wang Heng knew this was no idle threat. The man was Guan Hong, headmaster of the Douluo Royal Academy, and an 87th ranked battle soul Douluo. His words carried weight. Yet Wang Heng remained unfazed. Life is meant to be lived freely. You may not agree, headmaster, but this is my creed. He rose from the rooftop. Losing this job? Hardly life or death. Clapping his hands, his voice reverberated through the hall. Those above the 6th floor qualify for specialized training. The rest have passed the trial. Your names are registered. Report and disperse. Still unseen, his gaze lingered on Akame with peculiar intensity. Headmaster. Wang Heng pointed at her as she exited. Are we certain that Child's martial soul is a scorpion tail? Based on its manifestation, yes. Guan Hong patted his shoulder sagely. Not everything warrants suspicion. Perhaps it's just a mutation, inheriting certain traits. Though his reasoning held merit. Wang Heng's stubborn nature wouldn't rest until he had answers. Outside, Bai Lingling grumbled. That instructor is so odd. Shouldn't he give a closing speech? She scratched her head. Even without her martial soul active, I came half expected to see phantom cat ears twitch. Oh, a hauntingly familiar voice, like catnip to the ears. Made by Lingling shiver. Instructor. Yes, your valiant instructor. Wang Heng's voice dripped with gritted teeth behind her. This girl had a knack for loose lips twice in one day? Her mouth clearly never rested. Chi-Dome, believing herself to be unrelated to the matter at hand, stood quietly to the side and softly greeted, Hello, teacher. You. Come here. Bai Lingling instinctively stepped forward at the sound, only to realize, albeit a moment too late, that Wang Heng was not beckoning her, but rather Chi-Dome. Chiang felt a tinge of confusion, yet she chose to follow Wang Heng to another location. Bai Lingling stood there in a daze, unable to comprehend the situation for a while, until Dai Minji called out to her, prompting her to regain her senses. What happened? She inquired. The teacher has summoned Chi-Hong. Summoned her? He didn't dwell on it for long, merely conjecturing that perhaps the teacher had recognized her innate talent. The black light accompanying the Crimson Eye martial soul is indeed rather extraordinary. Are you certain that your martial soul is the long-tailed scorpion? Here, Wang Heng also speaks candidly. Chi-Tong nodded. What is that black light? My father's martial soul is a long-tailed scorpion, while my mother's martial soul is a dark crow. The person responsible for my martial soul awakening mentioned that I possess a mutated martial soul, but beyond that, I am unaware of the details. Chi-Tong once again spoke a falsehood, showing no fear in the presence of Wang Heng. Her crimson pupils gleamed brightly, even revealing a hint of innocence. Indeed. One who has awakened their martial soul believes wholeheartedly in whatever they are told. The words spoken by Tong indeed resonate with logic, and Wang Heng harbored no doubts. Merely feeling a hint of surprise, a dark attribute long-tailed scorpion? In comparison to the elemental attributes of martial souls, dark attributes are indeed rare. When it comes to innate talent, a dark attribute long-tailed scorpion stands on par with the esteemed white tiger martial soul of the Xingluo royal lineage. Previously, Guanhong had dismissed a mutated long-tailed scorpion, but now he would undoubtedly be taken aback. The distinction between a mutated long-tailed scorpion and one that has transformed into a dark attribute is a matter of entirely different realms. Please unleash your martial soul once more for me to behold. With a sense of helplessness, Tong unleashed her malevolent divine hook. Wang Heng observed Tong's sinister artifact with a hint of excitement, seemingly intrigued. When a soul master becomes infused with a beast martial soul, they often exhibit certain traits characteristic of the soul beasts. However, the divine hook emanating from Tong was unlike the cattails displayed by Lingling or the Zhu sisters when their martial souls manifested. It possessed a pronounced offensive capability akin to that of a white tiger martial soul. Yet Wang Heng always felt that the scorpion tail was not merely a product of martial soul manifestation, but rather a living entity imbued with flesh and spirit. Crimson-eyed. He was beset by a throbbing headache, feeling an overwhelming urge to flee. Despite his best efforts to conceal his turmoil, the scrutiny of others inevitably revealed subtle cracks in his facade. Wang Heng, however, remained blissfully unaware of this, as he was unable to suppress his intrigue. Even when faced with the sorrowful gaze of the crimson-eyed individual, suddenly Wang Heng raised his hand and jabbed at the scorpion tail of the crimson-eyed being. With no defense in place, his finger was swiftly pricked, a crimson droplet of blood cascading down. Yet, Wang Heng's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. While the crimson-eyed one felt an urge to curse, devour, Wang Heng distinctly sensed his soul energy being siphoned away by that scorpion tail, ultimately witnessing it dissipate within the crimson-eyed figure. The tail served as a filter, seamlessly transforming his mismatched soul energy into one that harmonized exquisitely with the crimson-eyed being. Merging into one entity. This was undeniably an act of consumption. You, with your elongated scorpion tail, have become remarkably perverse. Wang Heng exclaimed in admiration, continuing to inquire. To what extent can you achieve such absorption? If you do not resist, I could drain you completely. In her heart, Tong silently cursed. Yet her expression remained exceptionally gentle. Devouring also consumes soul power, but if one has a means of replenishment, the duration will naturally extend. Gaining a slight advantage would likely require expending about 30% of soul power to absorb just a tad more than that. Qizhong has imposed numerous restrictions on his malevolent deity hook, striving to minimize its peculiarities. However, Wang Heng's thoughts began to wander. As the sole emperor, it is already astonishing that you can absorb powers beyond your level. If faced with opponents of your own rank, they would likely possess little capacity for resistance. In such a scenario, it becomes a formidable trump card. What an extraordinary skill. Wang Heng suddenly slapped Qizhong on the shoulder, his face flushed with excitement. As Tong observed Wang Heng's misguided thoughts, she felt a sense of relief. However, Wang Heng suddenly shifted his tone, directing his criticism at Tong. As a soul master, how could you match the speed of a soul practitioner? He furrowed his brow, as if just recalling this matter. As Tong's lips twitched, he finally recalled the process of ascending the stairs with Lingling to the outside world. It was indeed a significant issue that a soul master could not rival a mere soul scholar. Wang Heng's earlier expressions of excitement and curiosity were now entirely subdued. His thick brows knitted together. In the next moment, he unhesitatingly admonished Tong. You cannot take advantage of your martial soul and innate talent to act recklessly. You must also diligently cultivate in your daily life. While possessing innate, full soul power is undoubtedly a testament to one's talent, it is important to recognize that there are myriad forms of talent in this world. A person's combat prowess does not solely depend on the strength of their martial soul or the height of their soul power, for there are always avenues for defeat. Is it through kindness and compassion? Tong attempted to discern Wang Heng's preferences. Get lost. Wang Heng retorted without hesitation. What I mean is that the talents for combat are diverse. For instance, if a soul master is inherently agile, their agility multiplies when their martial soul is activated. Similarly, if a strong attack-type soul master possesses a robust physique, this strength is also amplified upon activation of their martial soul. Just look at yourself, Wang Heng remarked, extending 2 fingers to pinch Tong's slender arm, scoffing. That chatterbox girl appears to be sturdier than you. Akim lowered her head. He's just been born. Doesn't your father feed you properly? My father is dead, Akame murmured, her voice barely audible. Wang Heng was instantly at a loss for words. His grip on Akame's arm involuntarily loosened, and his previously fierce expression stiffened, leaving him momentarily unsure how to react. Ah, this. Wang Heng released Akame's arm, crouching down to her level. His broad palm patted her shoulder hesitantly. Train hard from now on, he finally managed after a long pause. Before hastily retreating, behind him, Akame let out a soft chuckle and stretched lazily. Father, you weren't wrong. Even from the heavens, you continue to watch over me. Chapter 9. The impossible martial soul. After visiting the dining hall, Tong returned to the dormitory, where Ming Tianlang was also present. As an auxiliary soul master, he had always been by Dai Mingfa's side and ultimately succeeded in remaining on the 6th floor. Compared to the earlier period of estrangement, Ming Tianlang surprisingly engaged in more conversation with Tong. For commoner soul masters like us, finding a strong ally is indeed prudent. It seemed he was alluding to Tong's experiences during the report today. I will consider it, Tong replied nonchalantly. It is true that commoner soul masters could benefit from a reliable backing, yet most situations harbor both advantages and disadvantages. If one were to ally with the wrong individual, facing elimination would be a foreseeable outcome. Ming Tianlang intentionally refrained from mentioning this point. Perhaps he simply had not considered it, however. The underlying purpose of his comments was merely to advocate for Dai Mingfa, which held little substantial value. Akame responded half-heartedly, sitting cross-legged on the bed as she resumed her meditation. Compared to the sluggish primordial cultivation method from before, the current meditation technique surpassed all her expectations. The transformation into human form seemed to have mended her only weakness. Noticing Akame's dismissive attitude, Ming Tianlang's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with displeasure. His lips parted slightly as if on the verge of an outburst, yet he restrained himself, exhaling only a faint sigh before beginning his own cultivation. Distracted by Ming Tianlang's movements, Akame discreetly observed him. That suppressed sigh only deepened her suspicions about his true identity. Had Ming Tianlang's martial soul not been an artifact type, she might have suspected him of being another 100,000-year soul beast who had taken human form, perhaps one of the less intellectually gifted ones. Outwardly composed, he displayed a maturity incongruent with his apparent age. Had he waited longer before revealing this demeanor, it might not have aroused such suspicion. Could he have been possessed? Akame pondered the possibilities, though not for long, as whether the other party had been possessed or not bore little relevance to him. Tonight, Akame continued his cultivation deep into the night. Only this time, the spiritual energy within him felt far more abundant. Though Wang Heng had discerned some characteristics of his martial soul, he had also inadvertently provided Akame with a surge of pure spiritual power. For a level 60 soul emperor like Wang Heng, leaving himself unguarded and allowing Akame to absorb a portion of his energy was but a drop in the ocean, yet for Akame in his current state, it was akin to a potent tonic. His cultivation method inherently revolved around devouring, and this unexpected boon aligned perfectly with his needs. The following morning, Akame awoke earlier than usual, though Ming Tianlang had already departed by then. Descending the dormitory stairs, he spotted someone who shouldn't have been there. Teacher Wang Heng? Akame ventured cautiously, a trace of vanity coloring his thoughts. He couldn't help but wonder if Wang Heng had come specifically for him. Arrived downstairs earlier in the future, or you'll risk tardiness, Wang Heng chided sternly as always. Yet Akame sensed an underlying awkwardness, as if the man's severity masked something far more uncertain. Tong nodded repeatedly, gazing at the lunchbox in Wang Heng's hand, momentarily lost in thought. Today, he was determined to indulge in his own self-admiration, convinced that the lunchbox was meant for him. As expected, he took it. Tong received the lunchbox from Wang Heng with a slight delay, fully comprehending his intent. His actions were imbued with a sense of pity, intertwined with a touch of guilt, portraying him as a somewhat awkward yet intricately thoughtful teacher. Thank you, teacher. Heng smiled sweetly, unable to resist adding, however, I could have gone to the cafeteria by myself. There was no need to trouble you. Do you have money? Wang Heng retorted. Tong extended a finger, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The Spirit Hall distributes a gold soul coin each month. A single gold soul coin is sufficient for meals, even leaving a considerable surplus. If there are any difficulties, one should speak to the teacher. Wang Heng scratched his neck, feigning nonchalance as he departed, leaving Tong alone at the dormitory building, holding a lunchbox. Inside the lunchbox were 2 buns and an egg, a simple yet nutritionally balanced meal. Oh, the benevolence of the teacher. Tong sighed softly, nibbling on a bun as she made her way to the teaching building. This day marked the true commencement of the school year. Apart from the newly enrolled first-year students, the remaining students had also returned to the academy. The once somewhat desolate campus soon buzzed with activity, and Qiong could distinctly sense the vibrant transformation as she walked along the path. With class time yet to arrive, everyone had chosen a seat to settle down. Upon entering, Qiong immediately spotted Bailingling beckoning her. Taking a seat beside Bailingling, Qiong cast her gaze around at her fellow classmates. The morning was reserved for theoretical lessons, the afternoon for practical training, and the evening for specialized exercises. Qiong had initially believed that the so-called special training and unique classes would offer unparalleled privileges. However, it turned out to be merely an increase in coursework. The first lesson was not conducted by Wang Hong, but rather by a dedicated female professor who specialized in theoretical knowledge. The martial spirits are categorized into weapon spirits, beast spirits, and some exceptional spirits. Ultimately, martial spirits are merely extensions of all that we can perceive or conceive. Some individuals possess martial spirits as simple farming tools. Such talent, while it may allow them to become soul masters, does not warrant the need for cultivation within a soul master academy. Our aim is to nurture more formidable soul masters, with strength manifesting in various forms. For instance, support-type soul masters may, in a combat scenario, even be outmatched by the aforementioned farming tool soul master. Yet, their ability to enhance the power of other soul masters is a formidable skill in its own right. However, there are certain soul beasts so powerful that humans find it exceedingly difficult to possess the corresponding martial spirits. The dark demon evil god tiger serves as a prime example. If it were to be a human martial spirit, it would be equivalent to the divine gift of the six-winged angel. Nonetheless, ordinary humans are incapable of withstanding its overwhelmingly malevolent attributes. When Qiong heard his name being called, he instinctively shuddered. The female instructor then half-jokingly remarked that if any of the students encountered a soul master with the dark demon evil god tiger spirit, they would be fortunate, as there was an 80% chance it would be a 100,000-year-old transformed dark demon evil god tiger. The benefits derived from revealing such intel or having an elder annihilate it would far exceed your imagination. Upon her statement, the class responded with great enthusiasm. Clearly intrigued by the lively atmosphere, laughter echoed through the classroom, with students exclaiming, "Isn't that a blatant giveaway? Doesn't that mean I could obtain a 100,000-year soul ring?" One student, bewildered, retorted, "Are you foolish? Even if you obtained it, you couldn't absorb it. You'd be obliterated." Amidst the cacophony, Qiong maintained a stoic expression, though a forced smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, his heart feeling unsettled. He had an inkling that he was being subtly mocked. Chapter 10. Under great pressure before the conclusion of the morning theoretical session, the female instructor took the time to inquire about the students' information. Each student was required to submit a paper detailing their martial spirit, soul power, and future developmental directions. While the morning class was a general education session, the afternoon training would be tailored according to each individual's developmental trajectory. Tong swiftly completed the registration process. But Bai Ling beside her appeared somewhat despondent. As she filled out her information for the agility attack category, she lamented, "I wish to join the control category. There are far too many in the agility attack category in our class and indeed, in our academy. It surely won't suffice when the time comes." Upon entering a mid-tier academy, the teams would begin to be subdivided. Each team, in pursuit of balanced growth, must incorporate a diverse array of soul masters. If every member were an agility attack soul master, it would not constitute a team, but rather resemble a military formation. Each has their own strengths. Tong, however, seemed indifferent as long as she was placed in the support category. The notion of being reliant on others from the outset was profoundly unsettling to her. If she were to become a support soul master, she feared she would never experience a sense of security in her life. After submitting her application, the morning's theoretical classes came to a close, relatively relaxed. However, such thoughts were quickly dispelled during the afternoon's physical training session. When Qiong gathered on the playground, it was already teeming with people. Not only were there first graders, but it seemed that the entire elementary academy had converged here. However, in comparison to the first graders, the presence of students from other grades was considerably diminished. Even the second grade, which had the largest number, boasted no more than 500 individuals. Under the blazing sun, the playground buzzed with noise, and the already crowded space heightened the agitation among the students. Bai Ling, murmuring to herself and about to speak up, caught sight of Qiong signaling her to be quiet. "Don't say anything, otherwise, Teacher Wang Hong will come over again." Bai Ling felt a wave of frustration but had nothing to retort. Indeed, she was rather unfortunate. Every time she uttered a word, she would inevitably attract Teacher Wang's attention, leaving her with a lingering sense of dread. The position of Tong was somewhat distant, rendering him unable to discern the events unfolding before him. Yet the cacophony of excitement suggested the arrival of someone of great significance. After a while, Wang Heng made his entrance, his resonant voice effortlessly overpowering the surrounding clamor. Today, Assistant Instructor D. Tianjiao will commence our first physical training class of the semester. Assistant Instructor D is a level 50 Soul King, possessing the martial spirit of a gravity bear, capable of manipulating gravity to assess your endurance and enhance your physical capabilities. Cherish this opportunity. Wang Heng's declaration was not solely directed at the first-year students, but addressed the entire primary academy cohort. As a teacher demoted from the higher academy, Wang Heng commanded absolute authority among the primary academy instructors, especially since the Soul King was summoned by him. Having completed his announcement, Wang Heng turned to the first-year students, inquiring, "Curious, are we? Curious as to why so few from the academy are present?" No one responded, and he required no answers, continuing his monologue. Do not be astonished at the elimination of hundreds at the outset of the semester. This is a standard procedure for the entire academy. Resources are finite, and they shall not be squandered on the inept. Even though you have officially enrolled, opportunities for your expulsion will remain abundant. And those special students should not presume themselves superior. You are merely reserves, subject to elimination at any moment. It is only upon entering the intermediate academy that you may retain your current distinguished status, at which point you would be considered true core disciples. Do not be so foolish as to receive better treatment than others only to be eliminated. That would be utterly disgraceful. Wang Heng's words were as unrelenting as ever. Yet even Bai Lingling felt little emotional upheaval at this juncture. Having grown accustomed to harsh rhetoric, she remained tense but unafraid. Enough of this chatter. Let us commence. A thunderous roar erupted from an unknown source, silencing all other sounds and exuding a temperament that seemed even more tempestuous than Wang Heng's. On the playground, numerous students stood, with a robust man at their center, his physique rivaling Wang Heng's, even though Wang Heng's cultivation surpassed his by a rank. Soul rings appeared, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. A colossal bear silhouette loomed behind him, casting an intimidating shadow over his form. The 5th soul ring glimmered, and a black barrier expanded from his vicinity, enveloping the entire playground in a matter of moments. In an instant, Tong felt an almost tangible pressure descend upon him, halting his steps as the ground beneath him sank, as if it threatened to force him to kneel. This was within the context of the entire playground. Had the pressure been directed solely at Tong, he likely would have been rendered utterly defenseless. Beside him, Bai Lingling fared even worse, her body bending as if she might sink into the earth itself. As a powerful attack-type soul master, Tong was more resilient, while Bai Lingling, a sensitive attack-type soul master, had never experienced such oppressive weight, nearly succumbing to it. However, Tong was evidently too preoccupied to attend to Bai Lingling, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he labored to breathe, striving to find a rhythm amidst this gravitational turmoil. It was not exclusively their plight. All students present were struggling, including those in their 6th year, poised to ascend to the intermediate academy, yet they managed somewhat better than the first years. Breaths grew increasingly labored, and vision began to blur. A significant number of first-year students had already collapsed, not from a lack of will but from sheer inability to withstand the pressure, many fainting outright. Those who remained upright were few. Bai Lingling was nearly level with the ground, creating a rather comical image. Her 2 cousins, while disheveled, did not appear as ridiculous as she did. Wang Heng furrowed his brow, surveying the desolate scene on the playground, which resembled a dying forest, all its flora seemingly wilting, enveloped in an eerie silence. Shifting his gaze to his class, he maintained a stern expression but felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, most were merely soul practitioners, and their performance thus far was commendable, particularly given that several standout students continued to endure. Chapter 11. Simulated Training. The second-year female instructor observed Wang Heng's class and offered a compliment. Your class has quite a few promising talents this year. In her first year, only Sun Sahan managed to endure to this point. As she spoke, she glanced at the young girl at the forefront of her lineup, who wore her hair in twisted pigtails, her lips pressed together in a display of tenacity. Indeed, Wang Heng replied, we are fortunate to have royal lineage on our side. He gestured toward the Dai brothers in his class, expressing a hint of exasperation. At this moment, only 6 students remained standing, the Dai brothers, the Zhu sisters, Ming Tianlang, and Tong. To put it plainly, 2/3 of them belonged to the royal family, which offered little cause for pride. Bilingualing had long since melded with the ground. Utilizing royal resources and inheriting exceptional royal qualities, she found herself placed among the royal students merely to adapt to the trends of the broader populace. Among the commoners, only Tong and Ming Tianlang remained, while Sun Sahan, previously mentioned, was also of common origin. Not long after Wang Heng finished speaking, the Zhu sisters collapsed in succession, prompting a change in Wang Heng's expression. His concern was not for their safety, as they would awaken after a brief rest, but rather that Ming Tianlang had not yet succumbed. As a support-type soul master, his physical constitution was inferior to that of the assault-type soul masters. And despite his innate full soul power enhancing his physique, he should have been comparable to the Zhu sisters at best. Wang Heng, a soul emperor, found Di Tianjiao's soul abilities minimally effective against him, especially since no specific pressure had been directed at Ming Tianlang. The latter's endurance exceeded Wang Heng's expectations. In this scenario, the persistence of the Dai brothers and Tong became less surprising, as bare martial spirit users inherently possessed a significant advantage before reaching level 30. Fall, fall, fall. Wang Heng muttered, narrowing his eyes at Ming Tianlang, prompting the female instructor to shake her head repeatedly. It was that Wang Heng begrudged Ming Tianlang's resilience. He simply could not comprehend the current phenomenon and could only hope it was an anomaly. Thud. Tomorrow, Lang fell into a stupor, and Wang Heng couldn't help but exhale with relief. The female teacher suddenly inquired with a hint of concern, "Are you certain this is normal?" "It's manageable," he replied. "Within the bounds of reason, with some discrepancies still considered acceptable." "Are you quite sure?" The teacher extended her finger, pointing towards the exceptional Tong. She was somewhat familiar with the child, having noted his innate full soul power upon enrollment. Several teachers had heard of him. His martial soul, the long-tailed scorpion, was indeed rare, and even though he had persevered until now, she was not overly surprised. Yet, at this moment, it was evident that Tong had transcended the realm of normalcy. Perhaps Wang Heng had been so astonished by Lang that he had overlooked the even more extraordinary Tong. At this juncture, all the teachers, including the summoned assistant Di Tianjiao, had begun to take notice of that singular presence among the first-year students. At this moment, Tong had his eyes closed, and although he retained a semblance of consciousness, he appeared to be in a state of drowsiness. This was not particularly strange, given that most of the students on the playground were in a similar condition. What was peculiar, however, was that a swirling mass of black smoke enveloped him. This ethereal and insubstantial smoke was, at that moment, supporting Tong, preventing him from collapsing. The black smoke was not merely a formless shadow. Amidst its depths, a flicker of white light shone, emanating a faint, delicate fragrance. It was the nine-heart begonia. This begonia, though merely a millennia-old blossom with limited intelligence, was aware that the king of the Starry Forest was currently fatigued, and it aspired to be a useful flower. At this juncture, Tong had entered a peculiar state. As he approached the brink of exhaustion, his body instinctively engaged in the meditative practices of the dark demon, evil god, with her crimson eyes still closed. She subtly pinched the branches and leaves of the nine-heart begonia. The plant recoiled in pain, and the radiant white light vanished. The crimson-eyed girl appeared utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, her demeanor swaying slightly. Wang Heng, observing her, was momentarily taken aback. His martial soul possessed a dark attribute. Yet this phenomenon eluded his understanding. It seemed to be intricately linked to the dark attribute within the girl's martial soul, though Wang Heng could not elucidate the specific cause of this bizarre occurrence. Metamorphic cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, Dean Guanhong had silently arrived behind him. Noticing the glances of several teachers directed his way, Guanhong began to elucidate. The Tiando Empire has a penchant for such peculiarities, creating environments conducive to soul master cultivation, thereby enhancing their training speed. "You mentioned that this child's martial soul possesses a dark attribute?" Guanhong inquired, his gaze fixed on Wang Heng. Although he had been present the previous day, he had merely speculated that the crimson-eyed girl possessed a mutated martial soul without conducting a thorough investigation. "Indeed," Wang Heng affirmed with a nod. He stated that his father's martial soul is a long-tailed scorpion, while his mother's is a dark raven. It appears that his martial soul has mutated, granting the long-tailed scorpion a dark attribute. That would indeed explain it. There are few martial souls capable of adapting to a gravitational environment, and a long-tailed scorpion with a dark attribute is certainly a possibility. The crimson-eyed individual was blissfully unaware of the situation. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly applaud the director's remarkable ability to rationalize. Initially, He intended to explain that this was merely the additional effect of his first spirit ring. As a beast, martial soul can indeed enhance one's physical attributes while utilizing spirit skills, albeit temporarily. Nevertheless, to endure this brief physical training session, the efficacy of employing his first spirit skill was quite advantageous. His primary skill was a charge, and as long as he refrained from attacking, maintaining the augmented state of his body was not overly challenging. Chapter 12, Contest. However, the female instructor pondered why their academy did not establish a simulated environment if it proved to be effective. She had heard of the Tian-Do Royal Academy, reputed for its wealth and opulent facilities, in stark contrast to the numerous arenas of their Luo Royal Academy. What purpose would such an establishment serve? The director, somewhat indignant, puffed out his mustache, disdain evident on his face when mentioning the Tian-Do Royal Academy. A simulated environment? Can artificial conditions ever surpass the natural? If one truly desired such an experience, they could all embark on an excursion to the Starry Forest. If fear of danger arose, there was a suitably sized forest just outside Luo City. Why waste money on such frivolities? Only the corrupt and indulgent denizens of Tian-Do City would engage in such superfluous endeavors. It was commonplace for the people of the Luo Empire to look down upon those from the Tian-Do Empire, perceiving them as weak. They further believed that the emperor of the Luo Empire was incapable of governing the nation properly, leading to fragmentation and the decentralization of power, which was a far cry from their ideal of a centralized system. Observing the old man's bluster, the female instructor felt increasingly helpless. Indeed, a natural simulated environment would be more conducive to training. However, they were not spirit beasts who would venture into the vast forest for simulated training. After scolding, Fei Hong's gaze shifted back to the students on the training grounds, who were still persevering. The Dai brothers had reached the final stages and were on the verge of collapse, yet both were resolute, keenly observing one another, unwilling to be the first to fall. Crimson Eye appears to be in increasingly better condition, seemingly capable of enduring for a longer duration. However, the Dai brothers seem rather indifferent to Crimson Eye's achievements, as they hold little relevance to their own aspirations. Their respective baselines cannot be compared to one another. This is not merely a matter of competitiveness, but rather a struggle for the right to exist. Struggle. The entire Luo Empire is embroiled in conflict, for even the royal family is in contention. At times, members of the Luo royal family even envy the princes of the Heaven-Do royal family, although the princes of Heaven-Do vie for the title of crown prince. Those who fail are not necessarily doomed to perish. They can even fabricate a semblance of familial affection. In stark contrast, the Luo royal family has grown weary of pretense. The entire royal court has transformed into the greatest arena of combat within the Luo Empire, where only the victors ascend to the throne, while the vanquished are relegated to mere sustenance, forever deprived of redemption. Akame's vision was beginning to blur. In his current state, he might just outlast even the fifth-year students. If Daming and Damingfa didn't collapse first, he wasn't sure when he should pretend to faint. He had his pride. Other grades were beyond his concern, but among the first-year students, he was determined to be the best. Daming was drenched in sweat. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on Damingfa, though his eyes had grown dull. Not just his eyes, his mind had ceased to function, sustained only by sheer willpower. And Damingfa was no different. As time stretched on, even Sun Sahan, a second-year student, couldn't help but glance their way. Daming was clearly on the verge of collapse. But seeing Damingfa persist, he refused to show weakness. Enough. Wang Heng frowned. They had already pushed beyond their physical limits. Prolonging this would only inflict hidden injuries on their bodies. At such a young age, damaging their foundation like this could hinder their potential. With that thought, he stepped forward to pull them out. No need for that. Di Tianjiao suddenly stopped him, raising a finger. The gravity surrounding Daming and Damingfa instantly dissipated, lifted by Di Tianjiao's power. With the sudden release of pressure, the Dai brothers, who had been straining to hold themselves up, lost control of their bodies. Staggering, they collapsed to the ground with two heavy thuds, like red-hot iron ingots being dropped. Sun Sahan exhaled in relief. Most of the second years had already fallen, leaving only 4 or 5 standing. If a first year had matched her endurance, she would have been mortified. But just as she was about to look away, her breath caught again. That freak is still standing, unlike the exhaustion weighing on everyone else. Akame's face was flushed with vitality, as if he had just returned from a relaxing soak in a hot spring. Now the sole first year remaining, Akame naturally drew even more attention. His martial soul is decent, but he looks malnourished, Guan Hong observed after a long pause. At this age, Children grew rapidly. Yet the Dai brothers stood half a head taller than Akame, making him appear somewhat frail. Normally, the difference shouldn't have been so stark. Perhaps because he's an agility type? The female teacher speculated. Wang Heng, however, waved his hand dismissively. No, he's just underfed. Don't let his martial soul's adaptability fool you. His physique is weak. He'll collapse any moment now. As if to confirm his words, the moment Wang Heng finished speaking, Akame crumpled to the ground with a resounding thud. The impact no less dramatic than the Dai brothers' fall. With her crimson eyes firmly shut, it appeared as if she had truly succumbed to unconsciousness. How precise. Wang Heng scratched his head, beginning to doubt his own abilities. Did he possess such formidable judgment? He hesitated, while several male instructors nearby exhibited palpable excitement. Wang Heng, let us venture to the Soul Duel Arena next time. Given your accuracy, we are bound to reap substantial rewards. Yet, despite the fall of the crimson-eyed girl, many others in the elementary academy remained steadfast, merely garnering additional attention due to their status as newcomers. The gravitational environment established by Tianjiu persisted. And even as she lay prostrate, she continued to absorb the gravitational forces that honed her physique. Blending into the crowd, she remained inconspicuous. Following a brief expansion, her body reverted to its original form, as the external gravity acted like sand, meticulously refining her flesh. She could sense her strength genuinely augmenting, with each transformation traceable and evident. Foremost among these changes was her physical resilience, for a soul master possessing a beast martial spirit. Honing one's body would undoubtedly yield disproportionately advantageous results. Crimson Eyes was wholly immersed in the joy of her newfound strength. Yet her body and spirit were utterly fatigued from the relentless pressure she had endured. The fact that she had not succumbed to unconsciousness did not imply that she was fully aware. Stronger than when I first arrived, murmured Sun Sahan as she observed the fallen Crimson Eyes. Chapter 13, The Challenge, all right. With a commanding voice, Di Tianjiao announced. And the few remaining individuals on the training ground sank heavily to the ground, utterly exhausted yet immensely relieved. Although Di Tianjiao's soul technique had expanded to such a degree that its power was undoubtedly diminished, their ability to endure until the end warranted a measure of favor from the academy. No one informed them of the benefits of prolonged perseverance or the penalties for lagging behind, as these notions were implicitly understood. Those who could not keep pace with the larger group at Xingluo Royal Academy were destined to be forsaken. Despite the ample time remaining in the physical training session, the visible fatigue among the participants made it evident that further training was untenable. To insist upon additional practice would yield little benefit and could easily jeopardize their foundational strength. Rest, disperse. With this declaration from the dean, he strode purposefully toward Dai Minji and Dai Mingfa, presenting each with a pill. The pills, an exquisite jade hue, were adorned with a serpentine crimson line that coiled around them, resembling a venomous serpent. They appeared translucent, yet one could sense the pulsating energy contained within. The crimson-eyed girl lightly wrinkled her nose, the fragrance reminiscent of the nine-heart begonia entwined around her waist, suggesting a familial connection. With the combination of snake gall and celestial herbs, this elixir was undoubtedly a potent tonic. At this moment, its minor efficacy in alleviating fatigue seemed trivial. Consuming a single jade pill could potentially elevate their foundational strength to new heights. The sight of these two jade serpent pills sparked envy in many onlookers. Yet Guanhong felt a pang of regret. Even within his own reserves, such jade serpent pills were rare treasures, and he had intended to save them for his future grandchildren. However, given his advanced age, he would have long consumed them if not for the prospect of heirs. Yet, fate had placed the Dai brothers before him, and for the sake of the current and future emperors of Xingluo, he could not turn a blind eye. One could only wonder if the royal family would reimburse him. As Dai Minji and Dai Mingfa gradually regained their strength, their spirits began to clear, a warm current surging from their dantian to nourish their bodies. Upon opening their eyes, both were struck by the sight of Guanhong standing beside them. There was no denying it. Guanhong, who usually hunched over, was now straightening his arms and waving them before them, an empty medicine bottle clutched in his hand, almost thrusting it into their faces. Director Guan, we will reimburse you, Dai Mingfa said through gritted teeth. Dai Minji couldn't help but raise a hand to his forehead in embarrassment. Nevertheless, Guanhong remained utterly nonchalant. With age came the understanding that such matters of pride were mere externalities, often reserved for those who wished to await appreciation. Of course, he recognized that these young ones were still naive, and he bore no ill will toward them. Then I shall express my gratitude to the third prince. In this generation of the Xingluo royal family, there were 3 princes. Daimingji and Daimingfa were of similar age, while above them was the eldest prince, who had been frail since childhood, rendering his ascension unlikely. Guanhong departed cheerfully, and Qi Tong rose to her feet, gazing thoughtfully in the direction of his retreating figure. At her age, one could speculate that with the right opportunity, she might ascend to the rank of title Douluo. In Qi Tong's eyes, a person's character often surpassed all else. Guanhong's audacity could, in some respects, be regarded as a defining trait. After all, she herself could not achieve such boldness. Moreover, Guanhong had already attained the status of Soul Douluo. If his breakthroughs were not significantly hindered, it was merely a matter of time. Qi Tong yearned to continue her respite, yet the individuals on the playground gradually departed. Those trailing behind wore expressions of feigned indifference, their faces stiff. Yet they could hardly conceal the exuberance in their steps. Qi Hong gazed in bewilderment as Bilingualing, who had appeared quite frail moments before, suddenly seemed to experience a flash of brilliance. Her eyes sparkled with vitality as she mustered the strength to rise and stride towards the exit, subtly prodding Qi Hong's arm as she departed. Something felt amiss. Observing the enigmatic ritual unfold and noticing Bilingualing, who was not particularly astute, adopting a serious demeanor alongside the others, Qi Hong finally sensed the disquieting anomaly. That direction led to the cafeteria. The crimson-eyed individual's expression underwent a dramatic transformation, even exhibiting signs of distortion. Today, the cafeteria is serving roasted beef. It must not be allowed to be snatched away. With crimson eyes surveying the surroundings, she noticed that many had yet to realize the situation. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she feigned nonchalance and made her way outside. In that moment, it seemed that nearly everyone exiting had reached a silent understanding. However, not long after she departed from the playground, a fifth-grade student, seemingly a beat behind, erupted in anger. "Damn it! They've gone to steal food." With that, he took off running, even invoking his martial spirit. His furious exclamation acted as a signal, prompting the remaining students, who were still processing the situation, to laboriously dash towards the cafeteria. Upon hearing the roar, Qi Tong hesitated momentarily before hastening forward. Old senior. What a lack of chivalry. After some time, Qi Tong meandered through the cafeteria with half a plate of greens and a portion of braised beef jerky, seeking a place to sit. Soon, he spotted Bilingualing waving at him, yet as he approached, he found himself utterly taken aback. By the time he arrived, only half a portion of the beef jerky remained for him, and he felt fortunate, believing he had gained an advantage. However, before Bilingualing laid 2 generous portions of beef jerky. "How did you manage to buy so much?" Qiang believed that Bilingualing could not finish the meal alone. To assist her 2 cousins, Bilingualing pushed half of her portion toward Qi Hong, saying that she had also prepared a half portion for her, so that everyone would have a share. However, she realized that Qi Hong already had a full portion. As she spoke, she slightly lifted her head, only to abruptly cease her words. Crimson Eye followed her gaze and beheld a little girl with horned braids, who appeared charming yet possessed a somewhat fierce demeanor. A second grader? He had previously noticed Sun Sehan, for her gaze often lingered on the first graders, and Crimson Eye was not blind to that. "Is there something you need? What is your soul power?" she inquired directly. 13. 13. Sun Sehan silently calculated. She was a year behind Crimson Eye, and when she had just entered the first grade, she had only reached level 10 without acquiring a soul ring. It seemed that Crimson Eye had persevered longer than she had, which was not particularly difficult to accept. However, the fact that the other was stronger at the same period was evidently a mark of failure. Sun Sehan furrowed her still developing brows, resolutely declaring, "I will challenge you." Chapter 14. The Crowded Arena. A challenge? Qi Tong took a bite of her meal before slowly articulating, "I am in the first grade, and you are in the second. This seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" "What is inappropriate about it?" Sun Sehan boldly sat beside Qi Tong. "I am merely at level 15, which is quite rapid for a single year, especially considering the advantages conferred by absorbing spirit rings. You are at level 13, thus, the disparity between us is not as vast as one might presume." Though she was not endowed with innate spirit power, she, like Bilingualing, began with an 8-level spirit power. However, she diligently practiced and surpassed Bilingualing, achieving level 10 spirit power earlier and acquiring a century-old spirit ring under her teacher's guidance. We are only 2 levels apart. The difference is negligible. Even if my spirit power is slightly more robust, you need not fret. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to ascertain the extent of your abilities. Sun Sehan spoke softly, leaving no room for refusal. With her words spoken, Qi Tong found herself at a crossroads. contemplating whether to nod or shake her head. This girl, seemingly gentle yet inherently assertive, refused to concede defeat, though she had not suffered any significant loss. She was insistent on engaging in a duel. After a moment's reflection, Tong nodded in agreement. To be honest, it was nothing serious, merely a sparring session. Within the academy, Tong felt no apprehension about what Sun Sahan might do to her. Furthermore, she regarded Sun Sahan as just a child. If she could assimilate the experience, it might indeed lead to her advancement. Seeing Tong's acquiescence, Sun Sahan nodded in satisfaction. After finishing their meal, the trio proceeded to the arena. Bai Lingling had been silent since Sun Sahan's arrival, but now she followed along without uttering a word. Let us go to Arena 15. It is less crowded, Sun Sahan stated as she moved towards a secluded corner. Less crowded? Tong was taken aback by Sun Sahan's peculiar description. Could it be that Sun Sahan preferred tranquil places? The Xingluo Royal Academy's arena was plentiful, systematically numbered for management and convenience. Upon reaching Arena 15, Tong understood what less crowded truly meant. As they walked, the arenas were bustling with activity, seemingly filled with all those who had just dined in the cafeteria. Whether engaged in combat or merely spectating, Tong felt a wave of disorientation. It was as if she had stepped into an arena outside the academy. The scale was comparable. In contrast to the arenas overflowing with spectators, Arena 15, while still relatively populated, was not yet at the point of overwhelming congestion. Sun Sahan approached the administrative desk, rising on her toes, addressing the supervising assistant. Teacher, I wish to battle in the arena. The assistant glanced down, subtly averting his gaze. Appearing indifferent. The quota is full. Is it truly so difficult to be full? Students from the Intermediate Academy are also here. They have their own arenas in their campus. Why come to ours? Students from the Advanced Academy are using the Intermediate Arena. Why would Advanced Academy students abandon their own facilities to encroach upon another's? Repairs. The assistant replied, somewhat exasperated. One of their students damaged the platform during a battle. Tong listened intently to the dialogue brimming with information and suddenly grasped why Sun Sahan was so insistent on challenging him. It turns out this is a tradition at the Xingluo Royal Academy. Everyone is fiercely competitive. Much like the cafeteria, if you arrive late, there will be no space left. This indeed aligns perfectly with his tastes. Suddenly, Tong felt a surge of excitement, contemplating the prospect of engaging in a spontaneous battle. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, a splash of cold reality dampened his enthusiasm. He observed the assistant instructor casting a warning glance in their direction, reminding them that dueling was strictly prohibited within the academy and that one must make a reservation. Then let us make a reservation, he suggested. Sun Sahan appeared reluctant. Very well, 3 weeks from now will have to suffice. That is the earliest available slot. If you wish to postpone, do not. She hurriedly added, all right. The assistant instructor replied, a hint of disappointment in his tone. If you do not arrive for the second duel in 3 weeks, your reservation will be cancelled, and you will be placed on a blacklist, rendering you unable to book again for a year. The assistant's words flowed in a formulaic manner, and Sun Sahan could only nod in acquiescence. 3 weeks hence? Sun Sahan turned to Tong, attempting to muster a silver lining. Well, by then you should have reached level 14, making our battle a touch more equitable. It could even be deemed entirely fair, though there remained a slight imbalance, particularly from Sun Sahan's perspective. In truth, his earlier assertion regarding the disparity in their soul power was merely a pretext, as the dark demon evil god tiger. He possessed unparalleled insight into transcending battles, rendering a 2-level gap in soul power virtually insignificant. However, if there is a target, perhaps the pace of cultivation will accelerate. He mused, contemplating the possibility that his opponent might possess a hidden ace or peculiar martial spirit, which could lead to significant progress during this period, thereby instilling a sense of urgency for his own improvement. Sahan, are you going to challenge as well? While the two were deep in discussion, it seemed someone in the arena had spotted Sun Sahan and was beckoning her. Following the sound, Sun Sahan's eyes instantly brightened, her brows lifting in delight as she waved her small arms vigorously. Brother, you're here too, she exclaimed, rushing over to embrace the young man's leg, displaying a hint of affection. Judging by his appearance, he appeared to be in the 6th grade, approximately 12 or 13 years of age, on the cusp of entering secondary school. Observing this youth, Tong felt a twinge of anticipation for the future. He was still too small, and the world had only unveiled a fragment of its grandeur to him, which felt somewhat unsatisfactory. With age, one could behold a more complete world. Or so the ancient dark demon evil god tiger mused. Sun Sikai, upon seeing his sister's embrace, beamed with joy. However, before long, he was met with her complaints. I wished to enter the arena, but I couldn't secure a spot in the queue. So I must settle for a reservation 3 weeks from now. You didn't get a reservation? Sun Sikai waved his ticket enthusiastically, as if to boast. I made it. I'll be competing shortly. Want to come watch? Sun Sahan's eyes sparkled with interest as she nodded eagerly. Sun Sikai grinned and turned to Chi Tome at the registration desk, extending an invitation. Come along, let us watch my match together. Chi Tong contemplated for a moment. There remained ample time before the evening's training, and he nodded in agreement. He beckoned to Bilinguling, and the three of them proceeded into the arena. Chapter 15. Seeking guidance in cultivation, even the desolate Arena 15 was now teeming with people. However, Chi Tong and his companions followed Sun Sikai directly to his designated resting area for competitors. The space was modest, lacking even chairs. It had boasted an exceptional vantage point, allowing a comprehensive view of the entire arena stage. This area was intended for strategizing battle tactics and coordinating personnel during team combat. Nevertheless, such collective skirmishes were rare in the preliminary academy. Most teams were formed only upon reaching the intermediate institution. Sun Sikai elaborated, perhaps infused with a sense of longing, as he himself was on the cusp of advancing to the intermediate academy. Chi Tong listened with a touch of disinterest. For the ancient dark demon god had once remarked that the pinnacle is termed so because it can accommodate but one. Nonetheless, he held no intention of dismissing the collective. The difference between having or not having was negligible. You are indeed fortunate. Sun Sahan suddenly interjected, her words mismatched with the conversation, clearly not having absorbed Sun Sikai's comments. My brother ranks among the top 3 in the 6th grade. Witnessing his battle would undoubtedly be of great assistance to you. Sun Sahan boasted, her tone brimming with pride. Sun Sikai, observing her, felt somewhat helpless. He gently patted Sun Sahan's head and addressed Chi Tong, saying, in truth, he is not as formidable as Sahan suggests. However, you may consider him as a reference. It is far more advantageous to adapt combat techniques to suit oneself. Rigidly imitating another can only lead to diminished effectiveness at best. And at worst, the consequences are beyond imagination. Akatsuki understood that blindly applying others' tactics could lead to one's demise. Sun Sikai's gaze shifted to Bilinguling, and noticing her prolonged silence, he grew concerned about her well-being. Why are you so quiet? He inquired, striving to soften his tone. Chi Tong was somewhat perplexed, as Bilinguling's unusual quietness was quite out of character. Suddenly, Bilinguling pointed at Sun Sahan. I have something I'd like to ask her. She had harbored a question for Sun Sahan for quite some time, but had never found the right moment to interject, which was why she had remained silent. Merely following Sun Sahan. What question? Sun Sahan inquired, her curiosity piqued. She had initially thought Bilinguling was merely accompanying Chi Tong, but it turned out she had come to seek her out. I want to know how you managed to level up so swiftly. Bilinguling clenched her tiny fists in front of her lips, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Our innate spiritual power is the same. Yet while I was still at level 9, you had already reached level 10. Please, share some insights. Bilinguling then clasped her hands together and bowed to Sun Sahan. Her 2 cousins were on the verge of breaking through, leaving her as the only level 9 spirit master. She was truly eager to acquire a spirit ring. At this point, the conversation ventured into Sun Sahan's area of expertise. She waved her hand, beckoning Bilinguling closer, and prepared to speak while tugging at her ear. However, upon glancing at Chi Tong, she added, I harbor no prejudice against you, but considering that you and I are to duel in 3 weeks, I shall refrain from sharing my secrets with you. Upon hearing this, Chi Tong graciously turned her head and covered her ears, signaling that she would not hear any words that were not meant for her. Sun Sahan then spoke softly, my martial spirit is the dragon pattern staff, which is a weapon-type martial spirit. During my regular training, I always summon my martial spirit beforehand. This not only yields greater results with less effort, but I have also discovered that it enhances my affinity with the martial spirit itself. Greater affinity? Indeed. My brother says that martial spirits are innate, inherently one with the individual. However, I find it to be otherwise. Perhaps it is because I possess a weapon-type martial spirit. I often feel as though I cannot fully control it, and at times, I even experience the illusion of it separating from me. Yet, ever since I adopted this training method, I have not felt that way again. Now, when I wield my martial spirit, it feels as if it is an extension of my own arm. The more I train, the more I sense that my thoughts alone can bring about its transformation. Bilinguling listened intently, her interest piqued, but a tinge of worry surfaced. As a beast martial spirit, will this be as effective for me? Uncertain. Sun Sehan honestly shook her head. However, sometimes it is unnecessary to distinguish so finely between beast and weapon martial spirits. They are all martial spirits, and their essence is fundamentally the same. All right, I shall give it a try. Bilingualing nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Subtly looking forward to tonight's training. Seeing the two in such a demeanor, Sun Sikai couldn't help but chuckle. He approached and turned Tong around, preparing to head to the waiting area. You two stay here. I will go ahead. Okay. Sun Sehan waved her hand enthusiastically. Brother, do your best. She appeared both competitive and endearing in the presence of her brother. However, once Sun Sikai entered the waiting area, Sun Sehan reverted to her true nature. Boasting to Tong, what a pity that you were unaware of such an excellent method. Are you certain? Crimson Eyes cast a glance at White Lingling, the meaning unmistakable. Sun Sehan seemed to have just grasped the risk of betrayal she currently faced, hastily pointing at White Lingling with a warning. You must not tell him. Rest assured, master. White Lingling made a gesture of oath, and only then did Sun Sehan feel at ease to continue her display of grandeur. However, her attention soon diverted. For Sun Sikai had already taken the stage. The 15th arena officially commenced the 6th match on September 1st. In the red corner, the 25th level weapon soul master Zhao Shuwen, wielding the Heavenly King Tower. In the blue corner, the 26th level beast soul master Sun Sikai, with the great rock as his soul. I inherited my father's soul, while my brother inherited our mother's, Sun Sehan explained from the sidelines. So, what is your soul? Sun Sehan disclosed her soul to White Lingling, but refrained from revealing it to Crimson Eyes. If you know not mine, and I know not yours, then it is only fair, she asserted. Sun Sehan had no intention of divulging, preferring to let their true abilities unfold in the arena. Thus avoiding any tactical maneuvers against her, they would engage purely in combat, straightforward and unembellished. With a flick of her hand, she rendered Crimson Eyes unable to retort. On the arena, Sun Sikai's soul manifested as white feathers erupted from his back. Unlike the sacred appearance of the six-winged angel, his wings bore a sense of desolation. As if weathered by storms and countless voyages, the wings were significantly larger than those of the six-winged angel, making it hard to believe they belonged to a bird-type soul beast. Opposite him, Zhao Shuwen cradled a delicate pagoda, composed of 9 layers, emanating a mechanical aura. The 9 tiers spun continuously, adorned with 2 miniature yellow soul rings, exuding an air of profound mystery. Both were Grand Soul Masters, equipped with optimal soul ring configurations. And White Lingling, observing, found herself uncertain as to who possessed the greater chance of victory. Chapter 16. The uniqueness of the Heavenly King Tower. Crimson Eyes observed the duel between Sun Sikai and Zhao Shuwen on the arena, feeling a profound curiosity. Strictly speaking, this was his first encounter with a battle between human soul masters. The skirmishes he had previously witnessed on the 6th floor could hardly be classified as true combat. At best, they were merely children devoid of soul rings engaging in brawls, exploiting the characteristics of their martial spirits and soul power to collide with one another. Apart from him, those students who had already acquired soul rings were not truly involved in the fray. Now, witnessing the clash of 2 powerful soul masters, Crimson Eyes was thoroughly intrigued. Particularly captivated by Zhao Shuwen's martial spirit, he pondered. I have only heard of the 7 treasure glazed tile, a premier auxiliary martial spirit. What, then, is this Heavenly King Tower? Its appearance bears a striking resemblance. Who are you asking? Sun Sehan furrowed her brow, wondering how she could possibly know such matters. It was a matter of observation. Whether one could discern the truth depended primarily on one's own capabilities. Akame paid no heed to the tone in Sun Sehan's voice, her gaze still fixed upon the dueling platform. Upon the stage, Sun Sikai had already leapt into the air, soaring aloft to claim the positional advantage. His first soul ring flashed brilliantly in that very instant, and almost simultaneously, Sun Sikai swooped down in a fierce dive. His first soul skill, a charging attack, was one commonly favored by many beast soul masters. Now, with the added advantage of elevation, he amplified the force of his assault by harnessing gravity itself, doubling the impact of his strike. Yet Akame discerned the truth. His first soul skill, the charge, only enhanced his power by 150, falling short of her own 200 amplification, and carried no additional effects. Though the difference in soul power between Sun Sikai and Zhao Shuwen was negligible, when amplified by 150, the gap became far from insignificant. Unfazed, Zhao Shuwen calmly activated his own first soul ring. The treasured pagoda remained cradled in his palm, yet from his back unfurled wings akin to Sun Sikai's, though smaller, resembling those of a bird. Her crimson pupils contracted sharply as she witnessed a soul master sprouting wings that should only belong to a beast spirit. Her lips parted slightly in astonishment. Could this be an external soul bone? Akame pondered, yet failed to comprehend the peculiar glow of Zhao Shuwen's first soul ring. Sun Sikai, however, remained unfazed, having engaged in countless duels with Zhao and thus being intimately familiar with his opponent's soul skills. As the first soul ring shimmered, Zhao Shuwen gained the ability of flight. With a swift flap of his wings, he effortlessly evaded Sun Sikai's charge. Sun, undeterred by the misstrike, landed gracefully upon the arena floor. Suspended midair, Zhao Shuwen now resembled a beast soul master, his speed surpassing even Sun Sikai's earlier display. Akame soon recognized the manifestation, a swift-tailed swallow, one of the fastest avian soul beasts. The acquisition of soul skills from absorbed rings was inherently unpredictable, dictated by the enigmatic interplay between the slain beast and the martial soul. In this regard, the seven-treasure glazed pagoda held an advantage, serving as a conduit that allowed its wielder to secure desired enhancements by targeting specific soul beasts. Yet the Heavenly King Tower before them defied all norms, unbound by the seven-ring limit or the constraints of support types. Merely by slaying a soul beast, its wielder would invariably inherit the creature's most formidable skill, regardless of nature, though the tool-type martial soul appeared devoid of attributes. This very absence rendered it the most formidable of all. The Heavenly King Tower, encompassing all. A sudden doubt gnawed at Akame. Initially, she had favored Sun Sikai's odds, given the inherent dominance of beast soul masters below the 30th rank. Can your brother win? Bai Lingling's blunt inquiry cut through Akame's contemplation. Unlikely, Sun Sahan admitted candidly. He's lost 9 out of 10 times before. Even with a slight edge in soul power, Sun Sikai often found himself bested. That's precisely why I wish to fight you. She turned abruptly toward Akame, her eyes alight with fervor. I overheard the instructors discussing you. Though the details were unclear, your martial soul must be extraordinary, no? Akame nodded reluctantly. Sun Sahan immediately brightened up. When your soul power is insufficient, naturally you shouldn't challenge stronger opponents. When your soul power is low, you should seek out those with unique martial souls. They may not kill you, but they can certainly give you a taste of defeat. That's what my brother says. Your brother is truly remarkable, Akame praised. Such inexplicably logical yet ambiguous wisdom wasn't something just anyone could articulate. That's why he'll win. Sun Sahan remained steadfast in her belief in Sun Sikai's abilities. A man of his intellect wouldn't seek trouble or deliberately court defeat. He must have found a way. Her confidence was contagious. Watching Sun Sikai's composed demeanor on the stage, Akame began to see the possibility in her words. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuwen's second soul ring had already ignited, maintaining 2 soul skills simultaneously. Second soul skill of the Heavenly King Tower, Blazing Flame. From the second layer of Zhao Shuwen's Heavenly King Tower emerged a fiery cloud leopard, its scorching breath and flames erupting towards Sun Sikai, raising the temperature around the arena. Amid the heat-distorted air, Sun Sikai's second soul ring also flared to life. Second soul skill of the Great Rock, Rock's protective mantra. A flash of earth and yellow light enveloped Sun Sikai as his body swelled slightly, his bronze skin shimmering with a tightly woven barrier. His attack and defense surged to new heights, just as Zhao Shuwen expected him to endure the assault. Sun Sikai abruptly dodged, ascending once more into the air as if to engage in aerial combat. Yet Zhao Shuwen remained stationary, seemingly focused on amplifying his martial soul's influence. Frowning, Zhao Shuwen lunged forward, an uneasy premonition gnawing at him. The closer he drew, the more his heart pounded, his wings trembled mid-flight, and his flames veered off target. Suddenly, Sun Sikai began a countdown. 3. Zhao Shuwen was baffled. 2. Sun Sikai, what are you counting? 1. With the retraction of his outstretched finger, time seemed to freeze. At that moment, Zhao Shuwen's wings vanished. Deprived of flight, he plummeted from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Sikai flashed before him and delivered a reinforced kick, sending Zhao Shuwen hurtling out of the arena. The flames he had unleashed flickered weakly before dissipating. Blue side, victory. Chapter 17. Martial Soul Fusion. Zhao Shuwen crashed heavily outside the arena, momentarily stunned by the referee's verdict before slowly rising to his feet, piecing together the strategy. Returning to the stage, he listened as the referee announced, "This match concludes. Do either party contest the verdict?" At Luo Royal Academy, disputes could be appealed. Confirmed cheating would nullify results and blacklist offenders. Frivolous appeals, however, met the same fate. No objections, Zhao Shuwen declared. Sun Sikai exposed a flaw in my soul skill. I concede defeat wholeheartedly. If there are no disputes, please swear. In unison, Zhao Shuwen and Sun Sikai recited, "We accept the verdict without grievance. Regardless of outcome, we shall not provoke, insult, or spread rumors against one another over this duel." Dismissed. Next match, Arena 15, 7th duel of September 1st. Prepare to commence. As the next battle loomed, Zhao Shuwen descended the stage with a grin, clapping Sun Sikai on the shoulder. "Impressive. How did you think to suppress my first soul skill with your martial soul?" Sun Sikai had clearly exploited his martial soul's superiority to overwhelm Zhao Shuwen's fragile swallowtail swift, a creature ill-suited for combat, excelling only in speed and reconnaissance. Being overpowered by the legendary Great Rock was no surprise. But Sun Sikai's martial soul wasn't the swallowtail swift. Martial soul suppression followed its own rules. It couldn't override soul skills, though the two were deeply intertwined. Moreover, Sun Sikai had never displayed this ability before. Otherwise, Zhao Shuwen wouldn't have won 9 out of 10 prior matches. He must have devised something unprecedented. Exactly, Sun Sikai laughed heartily, exhilarated after years of setbacks. "So I used a soul skill to suppress yours. My rock's protective mantra wasn't for defense, it was to stifle your martial soul, stripping you of your first soul skill's effect. I kept channeling my second skill. And once you lost flight unexpectedly, panic would be my opening. Even if it only works once, one victory is worth it." This tactic wasn't flawless. Limited methods made it viable now. With more experience, Zhao Shuwen wouldn't have fallen so swiftly. Even without new techniques, greater vigilance would have minimized Sun Sikai's chances. At the rest area, Sun Sahan beamed at her brother. "Brother, you were amazing." "Little brat," Zhao Shuwen grumbled playfully. "I won so many matches before, never heard you praise me." But Sun Sahan drew clear lines. "You fought my brother and expect praise? Can't you just admire my skill objectively?" "No." Their banter suggested either fond teasing or deep camaraderie. Upon noticing the inability to interject, Qidong turned to Sun Sikai and said, "Senior, we must take our leave. We have classes this evening." "Very well, goodbye," Sun Sikai replied, and as soon as his words fell, Qidong and Bailingling hurriedly fled, displaying evident panic. Sun Sikai chuckled softly. Yet the slight curve of his lips quickly stiffened. "Are we not also meant to attend class?" Since Sun Sahan had already issued a challenge to Qitong, it was only natural that Qitong was among those selected for the special training. Sun Sikai realized they were heading for that training session. However, the critical point was that it was not solely the first-year students who were required to participate in this special training. Damn. Zhao Shuwen could not suppress a low curse and immediately took off running. Once Sun Sihan and Sun Sikai grasped the situation, they too sprinted towards their designated assembly point. With Sun Sikai even utilizing his martial spirit, Zhao Shuwen followed suit, summoning his swift-tailed swallow, leaving an ethereal trail in the air. When Qidong and Bailingling arrived at the gathering place, most of the participants had already assembled. They hurriedly took their positions at the playground, discreetly hiding behind the crowd to avoid drawing too much attention to themselves. Wang Heng arrived a little later, but by then, everyone was already present. What is special training? Wang Heng pondered aloud, subsequently answering his own question. Special training is precisely that, extraordinary training. It does not involve teaching you physical endurance, nor imparting knowledge, but rather guiding you into an entirely new realm, enabling you to comprehend different forms of combat and excel in various fields. His expression was stoic, fixed firmly ahead, though slightly stiff, as if trying to convey his exasperation while managing to suppress it. However, this subtle demeanor went unnoticed by the others. The group remained solemn, maintaining a commendable attitude of inquiry. In the first session, we shall begin with the fusion of martial souls. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively turned their gazes towards the Dai brothers and the Zhu sisters. The topic of martial soul fusion techniques inevitably brought to mind the spectral white tiger, though Wang Heng's focus on this seemed somewhat deliberate. While martial soul fusion techniques are undoubtedly beneficial, they are contingent upon specific conditions and possess considerable limitations. Among the 20 participants, only 4 would likely meet the criteria, namely, the Dai brothers and the Zhu sisters. What was touted as special training appeared more like an ancillary arrangement for them. Was Wang Heng also seeking to curry favor with the royal family? It must be noted that this situation was not of Wang Heng's choosing. It was, in fact, pressure from above, urging the 4 esteemed ancestors to acclimate to martial soul fusion techniques sooner rather than later. Even if they were unable to achieve it presently, they had to begin adjusting to each other's presence. Daiminji wore an uncomfortable expression. Such preferential treatment left him feeling uneasy, yet he refrained from voicing his discontent, recognizing that it was ultimately for his own benefit. Although others harbored their own thoughts, no one spoke out in this context. At most, they felt it was merely a delay of a class. At this moment, they had yet to grasp the notion that time is money, and even if it was wasted, it seemed inconsequential. Now, release your martial souls and attempt to connect with one another, Wang Heng instructed, directing everyone to form a circular formation to better sense each other's auras. However, apart from the Dai brothers and the Zhu sisters, the others did not appear particularly invested in the exercise. Tong even engaged in a light-hearted conversation with Unveiling, saying, "What would happen if the royal family were to have 4 princes while the Zhu family only had 3 daughters?" Akuma was skeptical. How could it be that they always produced a perfect pair? Chapter 18. The Menace of the Dark Demon God Tiger. How is it possible for them to consistently yield pairs? This question had never crossed Unveiling's mind, yet the reality was indeed a remarkable coincidence. Even the legendary, frail crown prince, who had been weak since childhood, had a beloved sister from the Zhu family. One might mistakenly think that the two families had registered their union under the auspices of the god of love. Furthermore, this peculiar pattern had persisted through generations, with the unions often being between close relatives. Chiang spoke once more, leaving Unveiling in a state of shock, as if struck by lightning. No wonder the inheritance of martial souls remained so remarkably stable. Chiang sighed again, rendering Unveiling utterly speechless. Fortunately, Chi-Hong's voice was soft, and the Dai brothers along with the Zhu sisters were fully engrossed in harmonizing their energies, leaving no room for distraction. Otherwise, they might have mistaken Chi-Hong's remarks for a deliberate provocation. Moreover, what else could there be? Chi-Tong wished to continue voicing her inquiries, but was abruptly interrupted by Wang Heng. With a sweeping glance, Wang Heng pointed at Chi-Tong and Unveiling, reprimanding them. "Why do you have so much to say? Is your incessant chatter contagious?" Upon hearing Wang Heng's words, Chi-Tong became alert. Oh no, it seems that incessant chatter truly can be infectious. In his heart, Chi-Tong silently cursed as he lowered his head, attempting to brush the matter aside. Wang Heng, however, was not inclined to pursue the issue any further. Not due to Chi-Tong's desire for resolution, but rather because he had encountered something far more infuriating. "Is this what you call releasing your martial soul?" Wang Heng retorted, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Do you take me for a fool?" One merely unleashed a cat's tail, while the other didn't even reveal a scorpion's tail. Unveiling, upon hearing this, trembled and hurriedly released her martial soul, feigning nonchalance as she attempted to connect with the aura of her fellow students nearby. Among those present, few had considered the possibility of merging martial souls with others, resulting in a generally relaxed atmosphere, save for the unfortunate circumstances that had befallen Chi-Tong and Unveiling. "And you?" Wang Heng turned his gaze towards Chi-Tong. At this moment, Chi-Tong appeared even more flustered, reluctantly revealing his scorpion's tail, yet steadfastly refusing to unveil the complete form of his martial soul. Wang Heng's gaze, however, grew increasingly piercing, showing no mercy as he scrutinized Chi-Tong, inquiring pointedly, "Are you certain that your martial soul is fully released?" Crimson Eyes could not help but experience a throbbing headache, compelling her to unleash the full essence of the dark demon evil god tiger, while retracting all its features except for the scorpion tail. As her martial soul was released, Crimson Eyes appeared enveloped in an aura of darkness, her once delicate visage now exuding an ominous shadow, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who dared to gaze upon her. Although the spectral image of her martial soul did not manifest, it created an illusion that Crimson Eyes had become one with her martial spirit. Unveiling instinctively recoiled, taking several hesitant steps back. Despite her familiarity with Crimson Eyes' face, a sense of fear welled up within her. It was akin to a cat encountering a tiger, or a subject standing before a sovereign, where reverence mingled with trepidation. Those unfamiliar with Crimson Eyes felt their own soul power wane in her presence, perceiving as though even their martial souls were being suppressed. Among the crowd, the Dai brothers were somewhat less affected. However, they still regarded Crimson Eyes with caution. Dai Minji, in particular, harbored not only wariness but also a flicker of curiosity. How could this be? "Teacher, my martial soul seems to autonomously influence those around me." With a faint voice, Chi-Tong first cast aside the pot. It was not due to his unwillingness to unleash his martial soul or a neglect of his studies, but rather to avoid affecting his fellow students. It must be said that Chi-Tong possessed a certain talent for feigning innocence. Very well. Wang Heng surveyed the surroundings, noticing the evident trepidation in the eyes of the other students, and was prepared to have Chi-Tong retract his martial soul, although he himself was not affected. Qidong's display of his martial soul indeed impacted the others. Please retract your martial soul, Teacher Wang, Daminji suddenly spoke up, causing Qidong's heart to sink. As long as he managed the transformations aside from the scorpion tail, it was not particularly difficult to conceal the manifestation of his martial soul. His previous reluctance to reveal it was not born from fear of being discovered, but rather from concern. Concern that he might truly possess a martial soul fusion technique. At that moment, Goxin Haiteng was doing her utmost to help Qidong mask his presence. Even if other soul beasts had transformed into humans, they could still walk safely among others as long as they did not encounter a soul Douluo. However, their king was exceptionally unique. Once his martial soul was discovered, he would be in peril. The martial soul fusion technique arising from the combination of the white tiger and the nether cat was all too familiar to Qidong. The change in fur and tail rendered it nearly indistinguishable from his original form. As anticipated, teacher, my martial soul feels a close affinity with Qidong's martial soul. Affinity? This is problematic. Wang Heng, struck with alarm, first turned his gaze to Zhu Wanru, his thick brows knitting together as he crouched before her, asking with concern. Do your martial souls share a sense of mutual closeness? While the fusion of the nether cat and Whi, as Qi Tong retracted his martial soul, he skillfully evaded the excessively heated gazes cast upon him. In the wake of the formidable aura released by his martial soul, few dared to approach Qi Tong for conversation, and the once piercing stares were now replaced by inquisitive yet fervent glances. Not only were the students bewildered, but even Wang Heng, the instructor, found himself perplexed by the inexplicable connection between the long-tailed scorpion and the white tiger martial souls. Do you feel any affinity or familiarity with Qi Tong's martial soul? Wang Heng could not restrain himself from inquiring of Daimingfa. A shadow crossed Daimingfa's countenance as he shook his head. His initial intention had been to win Qi Tong over. Yet the possibility of Qi Tong merging his martial soul with Daimingji meant that Qi Tong had inevitably positioned himself in opposition to Daimingfa. However, upon witnessing Daimingfa's negative response, Qi Tong began to form his own conclusions. Despite both individuals possessing innate full soul power, it seemed that Daimingji's martial soul was genetically superior. After all, not everyone could boast a certain compatibility with the dark demon evil god tiger. Zhu Wanru's phantom spirit cat martial soul likely did not inherit the same level of excellence as Daimingji's, which explained the failure to merge their respective energies. Wang Heng, observing the situation, was even more confounded, stroking his chin in contemplation and muttering to himself. How could the long-tailed scorpion and the white tiger martial souls manifest a martial soul fusion technique? With a composed demeanor, Qidong provided Wang Heng with insights for solving the problem. Perhaps it is due to the peculiarity of my martial soul, which is of the dark attribute, possibly linked to the term nether and nether spirit cat. Nether? Darkness? As Wang Heng contemplated Qidong's thoughts, he began to perceive the possibility therein. Indeed, many individuals tend to think in this manner. When confronted with an enigma that eludes comprehension, the introduction of a seemingly rational perspective can propel their thoughts in that direction, often leading them to seek evidence that substantiates this newfound conclusion. Consequently, Wang Heng began to persuade himself that the fusion of the nether spirit cat and the white tiger was attributable to their shared lineage as felines, with the nether attribute being secondary. However, darkness is arguably more pristine than nether, yet when compared, the integration of the long-tailed scorpion with the white tiger might not yield a significant degree of fusion. Engaging in this inner dialogue, Wang Heng turned to Daimingji and inquired, "Do you find the compatibility to be profound?" "Profound," came the reply. In his heart, Qidong silently mused that the degree of fusion should, in fact, surpass that of the netherworld white tiger. If the fusion rate of the netherworld white tiger is approximately 80, then the degree of integration between Qidong and Daimingji is nearing 90. However, the sense of dissonance is quite palpable. Suddenly, Daimingji spoke, causing Qidong's pupils to contract, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Could it be that his perception of compatibility differed from Daimingji's? A perfect compatibility of 100 is a rare occurrence, and achieving a near 90 level is indeed exceedingly uncommon. Crimson, I turned to gaze at Daimingji, only to notice his eyes darting away, remaining silent. This clarified everything. Wang Heng clapped his hands, exhaling a sigh of relief. He was not primarily focused on theory. Rather, he had pursued knowledge specifically to teach. Whenever he encountered materials that he could not explain, he became exceedingly flustered. Let Daimingfa and Zhu Wanhua proceed to the next step. If Daimingji wishes to attempt again, he may do so. The rest of you, having detected no matching aura, may commence your running, with weighted sprints, Wang Heng directed. gesturing towards the arena and the sandbags beside it. Traditional physical training is essential. If there is nothing else to do, focus on enhancing your fitness. The agility and support teams will run around the arena at their leisure, as long as they keep moving, also practicing their flexibility. He had come to understand that he needed to assign these individuals some tasks. Otherwise, they would merely chatter and fool around during class, causing him unnecessary frustration. When he was demoted to the Intermediate Academy, he hadn't felt this way, for the 11 and 12-year-olds generally had developmental plans, signifying a level of maturity. It was only the younger students who were a handful. As Wang Heng finished speaking, Crimson Eye hoisted a sandbag onto his shoulder and sprinted towards the arena. He truly wished to escape the scrutiny of others, feeling an uncomfortable prickling at the nape of his neck. Bilingualing, having also lifted a sandbag, intended to follow suit. But she hesitated, her mind swirling with questions. She realized, after shouldering the sandbag, that she could not keep pace with Crimson Eye. It wasn't that his speed had increased. It remained relatively unchanged from what she had observed earlier, as their last encounter was merely moments ago, and his progress was not yet that pronounced. But therein lay the crux of the matter. After shouldering the sandbag, her speed had diminished, yet Crimson Eye's remained unaffected. Was this the advantage of possessing a higher soul power? Bilingualing could not suppress her envy, silently resolving to try Sun Sahan's training methods that very night. As the evening training concluded, Crimson Eye was drenched in sweat but still within a controllable range. After returning the sandbag to its place and listening to Wang Heng declare the session over, Crimson Eye prepared to depart. However, upon reaching the dormitory building, he noticed Dai Minji, who was concealed in a corner, seemingly wishing to remain unnoticed. Here to seek me out? Red Eye approached him and directly inquired. Dai Minji nodded, admitting, I just told a lie, and you must have realized it as well. I hope you will cooperate with me. He had indeed sensed the remarkable synergy with Red Eye's martial soul, yet ultimately, he uttered the falsehood of low compatibility. As soon as Dai Minji's words fell, Red Eye felt an urge to smile. Setting everything else aside, he wholeheartedly agreed with this matter. Dai Minji's deceit only served to enhance the credibility of his own. Red Eye found no room for refusal. All right, Red Eye responded decisively, but if it's not too much trouble, I would like to know the reason. A shadow of gloom crossed Dai Minji's concealed face. The royal family and the Zhu clan differ significantly from ordinary families. If our martial souls were too compatible, both the Zhu clan and the royal family would unhesitatingly abandon Wanru. Only a falsehood regarding low compatibility can instill some confidence in the Zhu family to continue supporting Wanhua. Rather than being cast aside, Tong nodded slightly, then inquired, and what about you? If Zhu Wanhua is unable to complete the fusion of our martial souls in a timely manner, and considering that I, being an anomaly, possess a low compatibility with my own martial soul, how can I contend with Dai Ming Fa for the throne? If the circumstances at the Intermediate Academy become insurmountable, I would choose to withdraw. At that point, a single battle would suffice to demonstrate the strength of both you and me. This indeed reflects a well-thought-out plan. Crimson Eye shrugged with a smile, offering a moment of praise. Yet, in the next instant, her expression shifted dramatically. Her blood-red pupils radiating an icy disdain. But why should I cooperate with you? Chapter 20. The Dragon Pattern Staff. But why should I cooperate with you? What is it that you desire? Dai Minji countered with a question. Regarding the softly smiling Crimson Eye with a hint of perplexity, his brow slightly furrowed. I require notes. Crimson Eye extended her hand. Do you truly believe that the martial soul fusion technique can be mastered in a single attempt? Consistent training is indispensable. I just completed a weighted run and missed the teacher's lecture. Dai Minji paused, momentarily taken aback, before hastily replying, I will organize them and provide them to you tomorrow. He observed Crimson Eye's gaze, which appeared somewhat peculiar. For some reason, he felt as though she had already aligned herself with him. Was she merely jesting with him earlier? Tong cannot be said to have fully aligned himself with Dai Minji. Rather, under the current exceptional circumstances, he finds himself with little choice. By refraining from making a decision, he has inadvertently leaned towards Dai Minji. After all, with the presence of the martial soul fusion technique, he cannot choose Dai Mingfa, nor can he maintain a stance of neutrality. However, he certainly does not intend to serve Dai Minji loyally. He is merely striving to cultivate a favorable relationship to avoid any awkwardness in future collaborations. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chihito discovered that Akira had completely ignored him the following day. Previously, they would exchange pleasantries, but now, with their allegiances more distinctly defined, not a single word was spoken between them. This, however, was entirely to be expected. With a sense of tranquility, Tong immersed herself in her cultivation. In the girls' dormitory, Ling sat upon her bed, also summoning her martial soul to commence her training. The meditation methods employed by everyone were largely similar. Thus, the speed of their cultivation was predominantly determined by the innate talent of the soul master. However, as Ling began her practice following Professor Sun Sahan's guidance, she discovered that despite the similarities in meditation techniques, there were alternative ways to expedite her progress. She now felt that reaching the 10th level of soul power was within her grasp. Life at the academy was rather monotonous and dull, filled with theoretical classes and physical training throughout the day, followed by special training sessions at night. She would meditate until dawn, and on occasions, when fatigue overcame her, she would simply collapse into slumber in the middle of the night. In such circumstances, 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Akame and Sun Sahan finally stood on opposite sides of the arena. There were very few spectators, and even fewer whom Akame and Sun Sahan recognized. As it was currently mealtime, 15th Arena, September 22nd, 5th match officially begins. The referee loudly announced. Red side, level 15 weapon soul master Sun Sahan, martial soul, dragon pattern staff. With a slight arch of her brow, Tong regarded the situation. In the blue faction, she stood as a 14th level beast soul master, her martial spirit being the long-tailed scorpion. Conversely, Sun Sahan's expression twisted into a grimace, her countenance dark as she glared at Tong before her. Initially, she had merely made a casual remark but had not anticipated that Tong would indeed ascend a level within a mere 3 weeks. The disparity between them had now become nearly negligible. However, this outcome was not entirely unexpected. Only Tong was aware of the significant advantages conferred by her innate constitution. The soul beasts condensed their soul rings at the maximum years they could withstand, thus the benefits derived from these soul rings were naturally substantial. Coupled with the lack of significant barriers in her soul power at this moment and her inaugural attempt at a new meditation technique, her rapid ascension to the next level was, in fact, quite foreseeable. With a radiant smile, Tong summoned forth her martial soul, unleashing an aura that enveloped her entirely. A chilling and dark presence emanated from her being. The black light conjured by her martial soul rendering her figure reminiscent of a vengeful spirit clawing its way out of the depths of hell, instilling fear in all who beheld her. Until now, Tong had restrained the essence of her martial soul, but in the heat of battle, she unleashed its full potential. The overwhelming darkness momentarily suppressed Sun Sahan's dragon pattern staff, an entity that ought not to be subdued, causing Sun Sahan to sense an unsettling disquiet within her martial soul. Having frequently summoned her martial soul for training, she felt an intrinsic bond with the dragon pattern staff. Had it not been for this connection, she would not have perceived the staff's turmoil, which now even influenced her own state of mind. With a sharp bite of her tongue, Sun Sahan regained her clarity. Suppressing me? Infuriated, she vowed, I shall strike you down. In an instant, the dragon pattern staff materialized in her grasp, vibrant red light blossoming from her form. Intricate patterns enveloping the staff as if dragons soared in a frenzied dance. As a swift attack-type soul master, Sun Sahan was no stranger to agility. Despite her specialization in brute force, the dragon pattern staff expanded slightly but remained firmly within her grip. Tong, also an agile attack-type soul master, would not allow herself to falter in this regard. She bent low, deftly sliding beneath the dragon pattern staff. Sun Sahan pressed down with fervor, and Tong swiftly coiled around the staff, her evil god hook lunging towards Sun Sahan's waist. In a scenario where their levels were closely matched, yet Tong's soul power quality surpassed Sun Sahan's, she found herself bereft of any defensive capability. A tingling sensation spread through Sun Sahan's waist, her legs growing weak as she felt her soul power dissipate, prompting her to exclaim in frustration, "Isn't it just one soul skill?" Indeed, Tong possessed only a single soul skill at present. However, the evil god hook did not strictly belong to the category of soul skills, as this ability to siphon other soul power, energy, and cultivation was merely one of her original methods of training. In response, Sun Sahan thrust the dragon pattern staff backward, though not directed at Tong but rather at herself. With a swift motion, she fell backward, using the momentum to escape the grasp of Tong's evil god hook. Coughing lightly, Sun Sahan noticed a transformation in the dragon pattern staff. The patterns along its length began to pulse as if infused with genuine life, the red light swirling vibrantly. And in the next moment, the yellow soul ring that had been coiled around her shimmered into brilliance. Her first soul ring derived from a 300-year-old earth dragon beast, a robust creature favored by many attack-type soul masters. Though not a true dragon, the Earth Dragon was sufficiently formidable for Sun Sahan. With the first soul skill of the dragon pattern staff, Soaring Dragon's Regret, she swept the staff forward as if an immense dragon sword skyward, charging directly towards Chidong's chest. The first soul ring on Chidong's body also illuminated simultaneously as a dark aura enveloped him, seemingly forming a thin membrane around his form. When the two forces collided, the evil god's hook behind Chidong quivered slightly, transmitting both the tremor and a tingling sensation through the dragon pattern staff to Sun Sahan's hands. Her hands trembled, yet she clutched the dragon pattern staff tightly. Akame and Sun Sahan were locked in a stalemate, neither willing to concede defeat. Yet Sun Sahan had already begun to regret, not for challenging Akame, but for choosing this moment too soon. She should have waited until the second stage to overpower him. The breath of the crimson-eyed figure coiled upward, entwined with the sinister god's hook, even infiltrating Sun Sahan's martial soul, causing the edges of the dragon pattern staff to transform into a dark golden hue. Moreover, the malevolent hook of the crimson eyes had already pierced subtly into Sun Sahan's martial soul. Chapter 21. The Little Wealthy Woman. The movements of the crimson-eyed figure were exceedingly subtle, and Sun Sahan, fully exerting her spirit, remained oblivious to any unusual actions. She felt an overwhelming fatigue. Yet there were no visible wounds upon her body, and the source of her exhaustion eluded her grasp. She could only watch as her offensive diminished, while her opponents seemed untouched by fatigue, relentlessly maintaining their fierce assault. After a considerable duration, Sun Sahan's spiritual energy was entirely depleted, forcing her to reluctantly retract her spirit. The blue team emerged victorious. The referee, upon witnessing the outcome, announced the result of the battle while observing the two participants complete their post-battle oath. If you can strike, then strike. Depleting my spirit energy is hardly a feat. Sun Sahan's voice was somewhat feeble, yet one could still discern the incredulity laced within her words. Our spirit abilities are rather singular. You and I share this trait. Since spirit abilities cannot instantaneously determine the victor, we must endure. Crimson-Eyed was not acting deliberately. What challenge could a first-ring spirit master present? Even the blooming flower was beyond her reach, and merely spectating proved insufficiently exhilarating. That is not the case. As soon as Chidong's voice fell, Sun Sahan realized that Chidong had misunderstood her intention. Descending from the arena, she remarked, "What I meant to convey is that my soul power exceeds yours. Logically, it should be you who exhaust your soul power first, not me." Sun Sahan pointed at herself, her expression filled with indignation. Soul power cannot merely be assessed by its level. One must also consider the quality of the soul power, and furthermore. The crimson-eyed figure brandished their sinister hook before Sun Sahan, adding with a smirk, "And I possess this as well. It has just siphoned a considerable amount of your soul power." Akame stretched lazily, yawning with an air of nonchalance that instantly ignited Sun Sahan's fury. This person was flaunting. What is this? Sun Sahan narrowed her eyes, glaring at Akame's sinister sickle with increasing displeasure. Martial soul traits are like how you can summon the dragon pattern staff even without soul rings. Lingling also has a tail. As Chidong elucidated, her expression began to shift. Where had Lingling gone? Crimson Eyes surveyed her surroundings, yet she did not catch a glimpse of Lingling's figure. It then dawned on her that since the theoretical class earlier that morning, Lingling had not been seen. Noticing that Crimson Eyes seemed troubled, Sun Sahan inquired, "What is the matter?" Lingling had vanished after the morning lecture, and her whereabouts were unknown. "Perhaps she has gone to cultivate," Sun Sahan casually remarked, not overly concerned. After all, she herself was on the verge of a breakthrough and might wish to seize the moment to surpass this minor hurdle. Generally speaking, overcoming the bottleneck of reaching the 10th level of soul power is not particularly challenging. In Sun Sahan's perspective, Lingling should have surpassed this threshold even more swiftly than Crimson Eyes' ascension to the 14th level. To her surprise, it was Crimson Eyes who had made the leap first. In Sun Sahan's eyes, her method was unique, and its efficacy had been validated through Lingling's progress. Yet, the situation with Crimson Eyes left her genuinely perplexed. On the verge of a breakthrough? Chiang was somewhat surprised, yet not entirely astonished. Naturally, Sun Sahan seemed to have finally discovered a means to boast. All thanks to my effective method. Upon hearing Sun Sahan's words, Chiang felt a surge of curiosity and inquired, "What method? Can you share it now?" Previously, Sun Sahan had always kept it under wraps, which piqued Chi-Hong's investigative spirit. Ahem. Sun Sahan cleared her throat earnestly a couple of times, and then softly reiterated the words she had shared with Lingling. After finishing, she wore an eager expression, anticipating praise. Seeing her in such a state, Chi-Hong felt it would be cruel not to compliment her and immediately gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "What a unique idea. Unfortunately, it holds no relevance for him. The essence of the principle lay in establishing a resonance between oneself and the martial soul, thereby accelerating the cultivation speed. As a 10,000-year soul beast undergoing a transformation, Qihong faced no issues in achieving resonance or better compatibility with the martial soul, for in many respects, his martial soul was synonymous with himself. Sun Sahan, however, failed to detect the insincerity in Qihong's words. Despite having lost a match, her spirits remained relatively high, and she even made a pact with Qihong. Let us have a rematch once I attain my second ring. Sun Sahan appeared as combative as ever. Yet Qihong seemed rather indifferent. Who would reach the Great Soul Master title first remained an enigma. With a gentle smile, Qihong picked up his belongings and strolled towards the arena exit. He intended to check the cafeteria for any remaining food when, halfway there, he spotted the lively Bailingling chattering animatedly with someone. Naturally, Bailingling noticed Qihong as well, her eyes lighting up instantly. She waved to her friends and bounded over to Qihong, her face radiant with joy. I have wonderful news to share with you. Can you guess what it is? With a light laugh, Qihong inquired, have you broken through? He gazed with a calm demeanor, showing little surprise, which left Bailingling feeling disappointed. Who informed you? She asked. I just finished a match with Sun Sahan in the arena, and she mentioned that you were on the verge of a breakthrough. During this period of cultivation, Sun Sahan and Bailingling had grown quite close. I see, Qihong replied. Bailingling had indeed shared much about her cultivation journey with Sun Sahan. By the way, Bailingling suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm, my two cousins have already been at the 10th level for some time. They are preparing to hunt for soul rings. Teacher Wang Heng will lead the team. Will you join us? Are we heading to the Starry Forest? He asked. No, it's just for the first soul ring. We will be going to the soul hunting forest near Douluo Imperial City. Very well, Qihong said. Since it was not the Starry Forest, he felt no reservations and could instead take the opportunity to absorb some soul power. After they hunted the soul beasts, he could secretly absorb the residual soul power from the slain creatures. Though it may not be much, they were at least 100-year soul beasts, and every little bit would accumulate to a significant gain. Even with his newly adopted meditation technique, absorbing other soul power remained the fastest way for him to advance. We're heading out this Saturday. Make sure you're prepared, Bailingling reminded him. Understood. Qihong nodded, then turned to make his way to the dining hall. Are you really going to the dining hall now? Bailingling scratched her head, rushing to stop him. There's hardly anything left, not even your favorite beef jerky. But I can't skip a meal, can I? Qihong lamented as he gazed longingly at the dining hall, fearing that even leftover food would be gone. Seeing the deep sorrow etched on Qihong's face, Bailingling waved her hand dramatically, opening her purse. The sound of jingling coins emerged from her cat-shaped plush wallet, revealing a substantial amount of gold soul coins. Qihong's eyes lit up as he beheld the wealth in Bailingling's hand. I never expected you to be such a little affluent lady at your age. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Chapter 22. The Soul Hunting Forest on Saturday. With thoughts of absorbing soul power, Qihong woke up early. He arrived at the meeting point and spotted Wang Heng, the team leader. Considering they were merely acquiring the first soul ring, having a level 60 soul emperor leading the team was more than sufficient, especially since they were only venturing to the soul hunting forest near the imperial city. Noticing Wang Heng's weary expression as he had been dragged out on his day off, Qihong wondered why they couldn't have come out a day earlier. The soul beasts in the soul hunting forest wouldn't flee. Arriving a day early would spare Wang Heng from sacrificing his rest day. Qihong believed he had made a valid point, yet Wang Heng shot him a fierce glare, relentlessly interrogating him. Are you attempting to skip class? Do you wish for me to abandon my responsibilities? Are you intent on disrupting the education of hundreds of classmates? Each of Wang Heng's probing questions, coupled with the scrutinizing intensity of his gaze, made Qihong feel as though he had been caught in the act of truancy. No. It's a misunderstanding, he replied, silently distancing himself from Wang Heng, averting his eyes as if nothing had transpired. The intimidating presence of a teacher was undeniably overwhelming. Before long, Zhu Wanru and Bailingling arrived, surprising Qihong with the absence of Zhu Wanhua, while Daiminji accompanied Zhu Wanru. As Bailingling drew closer, Qihong discreetly inquired, "Where is your cousin Wanhua?" He was not taken aback by Daiminji's presence, for it seemed he shared a close bond with Zhu Wanru, making his accompaniment unsurprising, especially given Zhu Wanru's vulnerable state due to their incomplete martial soul fusion technique. However, where could Zhu Wanhua be? Upon reaching this point, Bailingling appeared somewhat embarrassed. Sister Wanhua said she would not join us and would prefer to go alone tomorrow. With this revelation, Tom understood. For most individuals, the fewer who were aware of one's soul abilities, the better, lest they expose one's vulnerabilities. Even among those with the same martial soul, competition remained a factor. Hence, Zhu Wanhua's deliberate avoidance of Zhu Wanru was entirely justifiable. The absence of Wang Hong, who had been missing for 2 days, naturally did not bode well for his mood. Once everyone had gathered, Wang Hong led the 4 towards the soul-hunting forest. Though not particularly vast, merely the size of a city, it appeared dense and profound from the outside, its depths shrouded in mystery. Upon reaching the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, Wang Hong wore a stony expression, reluctantly presenting his hand token to the captain of the guarding soldiers. As he handed it over, he continued to grumble. Why must the soul-hunting forest of the Starluo Empire require a hand token for the spirit hall? It's infuriating. Even upon receiving such disrespect, the soldier captain dared not express anger, instead offering an awkward explanation. Sir, the spirit hall oversees all soul masters. As members of the spirit hall, they are not afraid of trouble. However, the people of the Starluo Empire are even less inclined to avoid conflict. Nearly 8 out of 10 who enter the soul-hunting forest feel compelled to berate them. When they first arrived in the Starluo Empire, they were brash and often engaged in disputes over such matters, only to be subdued after receiving a few blows. So you think you can control me? Wang Hong retorted, snatching back the token with a roll of his eyes, disregarding the captain entirely as he led Tom and the others into the soul-hunting forest. Teacher, are those individuals from the spirit hall? Tom inquired, puzzled as to why the spirit hall would govern the soul-hunting forest near the imperial city of Starluo. Tong is neither feigning ignorance nor instigating trouble. Rather, it is entirely normal for a 6-year-old child, given his level of knowledge, to be perplexed. You find this quite absurd as well, do you not? Zhong merely followed protocol, yet Wang Hong appeared to have found a kindred spirit, grumbling incessantly. It was nothing more than an organization managing soul masters, yet it conferred privileges upon them, ultimately using these advantages to oversee the soul-hunting forest. What a fanciful notion. Are soul masters subject to the governance of the nation or the spirit hall? Furthermore, they have established spirit hall branches everywhere, creating an aura of dominion over the world. If this unchecked expansion continues, in a few hundred years, they might even dare to establish a nation. Wang Hong's ire grew, and upon hearing his words, Bilingualing and the others wore expressions of indignation, prompting Zhong to mirror their anger. However, deep within, Zhong felt a sense of dissonance, as his current endeavors in the Starluo Forest seemed reminiscent of the Spirit Hall's operations. Wang Hong and his companions were justifiably furious, as they were the ones whose interests had been infringed upon. As the 5 continued their journey, Wang Hong embraced his role as a mentor, continually introducing the soul beasts inhabiting the soul-hunting forest. Most of these soul beasts were quite common, serving as excellent examples. You too possess feline spirit souls. The most suitable choices would likely be feline or tiger soul beasts. Do you have any preferences? Wandering aimlessly may consume more time than necessary. A 400-year-old bright cat. Zhu Wanru spoke first, her demeanor unperturbed, her gaze appearing vacant, even with Dai Minji's presence seemingly ineffective in alleviating her state. Wang Hong was taken aback at Zhu Wanru's words. For 100 years? That could be perilous. There were indeed cases of individuals perishing from absorbing a first spirit ring of such age, though those with innate talents like Zhu Wanru might face heightened risks. This child seemed somewhat obsessed with the desire to grow stronger, likely due to her inability to perform the spirit fusion technique. Fortunately, a spirit beast of approximately 390 years could still be considered close enough to 400. Very well, Wang Hong replied, then turned to Bilingualing. And what about you? Upon being addressed, Bilingualing retrieved her white cat wallet and produced a poster, evidently torn from an unknown book, abruptly presenting it to Wang Hong. The illustration depicted a jet-black tiger, adorned with a mist-like emblem of a king upon its forehead, enormous wings unfurled behind it, and an exceptionally unique scorpion-like tail. Even with closed eyes, one could perceive an unsettling sensation of being watched. Crimson Eyes hastily retreated a few steps, widening the distance between herself and Bilingualing. This is disastrous. The girl intends for him to make a sacrifice. In contrast to Crimson Eye's astonishment, Wang Hong was more at a loss for words. Do you honestly believe that such an ordinary soul-hunting forest could harbor a dark demon evil god tiger? Even the Starluo Forest does not possess 2 of those. How audacious to present such images to him. Should he descend into hell to capture a dark demon, evil god tiger for her after over 3 centuries? Huh. Bai Lingling appeared quite bewildered, gazing at Wang Heng in frustration, wondering if there was anything wrong. To her, it seemed rather impressive. Chapter 23. Catnip, that is a type of tiger martial soul. Wang Heng disregarded Bai Lingling's remarks, continuing to speak to himself. He was merely a 6-ring soul emperor. He should not be treated as a soul Douluo to be ordered around. Why the sudden interest in tiger-type soul beasts? Crimson Eyes pondered. As tiger-type soul beasts are predominantly suited for offense, why are you trying to join this fray? Look at your cousin Wanru. She has chosen one that is more suited for agility. Although Tong posed a question, he did not expect Bai Lingling to provide a serious answer. This girl often acted on impulse, perhaps merely caught up in the moment. However, this time, Bai Lingling indeed offered Tong a rather intriguing rationale. I see you all have martial soul fusion techniques, and so do you and Minji, yet I seem to be the only one without one. We're all felines. So why is it that I lack this ability? Bai Lingling gestured animatedly, attempting to convey her thoughts, though her words were somewhat disjointed. I then returned home to inquire with my father, who explained, you all are wildlings, while I am domesticated. Thus, I expressed my desire to also be considered a wildling. As Bai Lingling spoke, a note of grievance crept into her tone, yet her antics managed to amuse the others. She did not conceal her voice, which grew increasingly loud. Capturing the attention of everyone present, even Zhu Wanru, who had been in a foul mood lately, could not help but chuckle softly. If you wish to choose a more ferocious soul beast, you might consider the leopard-type soul beasts, as they are more suited for agility-type soul masters compared to tiger-type soul beasts, said Daimiji from the side. In any case, being wild is not an issue. Wang Heng affirmed, standing before a large tree to assess their surroundings. They had ventured far from the periphery, where 10-year soul beasts were rare. They were likely in a region populated by 100-year soul beasts. Then, teacher, shall we seek feline soul beasts? Tong inquired. No need, Wang Heng waved his hand, retrieving a jar from his backpack and beckoning the creatures to come forth. With that, he opened the jar under the watchful eyes of the 4. Inside were some fragrant leaves, and upon catching a whiff, Tong's nerves surged with excitement, suddenly snapping into clarity as he realized the origin of the leaves in Wang Heng's possession. Jingjie, commonly known as catnip, it affects most feline species, including tigers and leopards. What do you think, teacher? Is this a clever approach, enticing them without fear of attracting unsuitable soul beasts by mistake? Wang Heng decided to employ the same tactic when he brought Zhuanhua and Dai Mingfa the following day, as he scattered the catnip across the ground. He sensed something amiss. The other 3 seemed unusually energetic, while Tong merely wore a silly grin, unsure if he was simply amused or otherwise affected. Zhu Wanru and Dai Minji showed some restraint, their noses twitching as they inhaled the scent. Bai Lingling, however, had no such reservations and began to play with the leaves directly. Wang Heng mused, somewhat exasperated. How could he forget that their little group consisted of 60% felines? Tong, why are you grinning like a fool? With the catnip around, why am I the only one acting normally? Because Bai Lingling is just so adorable, Tong uttered a disingenuous remark. Wang Heng's gaze turned peculiar as he glanced at Dai Minji and Zhu Wanru but refrained from speaking. Enough of this. Wang Heng pulled Bai Lingling away, then, after a moment's consideration, covered her mouth and nose, lamenting her lack of self-control. With her mouth and nose sealed, Bai Lingling felt aggrieved. Teacher, I was merely playing. I'm not addicted to it. She believed her curiosity justified her actions, wondering why it indicated a lack of self-discipline. Wang Heng showed no mercy. You know your own situation well enough. The bait had been cast. The soul beast could arrive at any moment. Stay alert. Do not assume that my presence guarantees your safety. Such bravado is foolish. Even a titled Douluo wouldn't dare say that. This forest of soul beasts is treacherous. Wang Heng positioned himself in a defensive stance, alerting his companions. He noticed that the 4 seemed somewhat lax, failing to regard the imminent danger posed by the soul beasts. A perilous oversight in the hunting soul forest. Tong found himself in agreement with Wang Heng's words, yet he thought, after all, this is merely the hunting soul forest. Having a soul Douluo around should suffice for safety. Despite his thoughts, Tong summoned his martial soul, the evil god Hook, which hovered behind him, poised for an attack. After all, their group lacked a soul Douluo. As Bai Lingling, Dai Minji, and Zhu Wanru summoned their martial souls in succession, Wang Heng manifested a long knife. Imbued with an ancient essence yet exceptionally sharp, its fierce aura palpable even 3 meters away. The 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, encircled the blade. signifying that Wang Heng was a formidable soul emperor with an optimal soul ring configuration. The four hid nearby, observing the movements beneath the tree. The rustling sound suggested the enticing scent had spread, stirring commotion from all directions. A mottled cat suddenly leaped into view, rolling about under the tree as if unaware of the lurking danger. It appeared to be a 150-year-old mottled cat. Patience was required. Ideally, they should wait for a suitable opportunity when both Bailing Ling and Zhu Wanru were present before commencing the hunt, as acting prematurely could easily alert the prey. Through the gaps in the foliage, Wang Heng watched the mottled cat, noting its soft mew. Soon, a number of mottled cats emerged from the surrounding underbrush, seemingly sent forth by the first, confirming the absence of danger before indulging in play. 200 years, 260 years, 300 years, 330 years, 390 years, 410 years. Wang Heng's eyes brightened. He had spotted a cat of the very age Zhu Wanru required. Stay here. I will injure that mottled cat and return, Wang Heng instructed. Concerned about the potential threat of any soul beast that might suddenly emerge and endanger the four young soul masters, he was not worried about his ability to defeat any soul beast. Rather, he feared being unable to reach them in time to provide assistance. After all, if disaster struck while he was en route, a single blow could wipe them all out, a burden he could not bear. Of course, at that moment, he would not be acting as a teacher. Watching the group of mottled cats frolicking beneath the tree, Wang Heng quietly rose, channeling a 100-year soul ring technique into his martial soul, the broken army blade. But do not strike too hard, lest I kill it outright. Chapter 24. The first martial soul fusion. With a sudden leap, Wang Heng unleashed a flash of dark light from his broken army blade. An intense aura of lethal intent erupting in an instant yet restrained, not fully unleashing his soul power. He swung the blade toward the 390-year-old mottled cat. The aura of a soul emperor radiated from him, causing most of the mottled cats to flee, vanishing into the thicket, except for the one that Wang Heng had firmly locked onto. Wang Heng's gaze sharpened, the broken army blade pausing slightly. The startled mottled cat darted toward the thicket where Tong and the others were concealed, most of them around 100 years old. Wang Heng felt a jolt of panic, instinctively preparing to turn back for their defense. However, in the next moment, a flash of white light and a dark light appeared simultaneously, each targeting two of the 100-year-old mottled cats. White Tiger's first soul skill, White Tiger's protection barrier. Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's first soul skill, Evil God charge. Two vividly patterned cats let out a cry and darted in different directions, followed swiftly by the others who, upon realizing the path was obstructed, hastily retreated. Wang Heng could not help but exhale in relief as he pivoted the blade towards the patterned cat. After all, it was merely a cat that had lived for less than 400 years. How could it withstand a soul emperor of over 60 levels? With a decisive slash, blood gushed from its abdomen, and it collapsed beneath a tree, teetering on the brink of death, awaiting Zhu Wanru to deliver the final blow. Before Wang Heng could fully savor his relief, he heard the desperate cry of Bailing Ling. Turning his head, he beheld a 500-year-old tiger demon cat leaping towards Tong and the others. This creature was a pure speed-oriented soul beast, moving with astonishing swiftness and brandishing razor-sharp claws, poised to pierce Bailing Ling's body in an instant. Although Wang Heng rushed to her aid, he was a strong attack-type soul emperor, and speed was not his forte. The tiger demon cat had already seized the advantage, and it seemed imminent that it would eviscerate Bailing Ling. Furthermore, Tong and Daiminji were merely first-ring soul masters, and having just frightened away two patterned cats, they lacked the soul power to be of assistance in this dire moment. The Crimson-Eyed observer perceived the situation with greater clarity than Wang Heng. This tiger demon cat likely seized the opportunity amidst the chaos, thus evading the notice of the crowd, leading them to mistakenly believe that the commotion was merely the result of the escape of the patterned cat. The heart of the Crimson-Eyed one grew increasingly frigid, and his demeanor became ever more composed, his heartbeat slowing to a languid rhythm, as the scenes before him seemed to unfold in a timeless manner. Suddenly, he extended his hand towards Daiminji. Come here. Spirit fusion technique. With a commanding shout, he firmly established his position as the leader. Daiminji, not one to be easily deceived, instantly grasped the implication of Qidong's words. With teacher Wang Heng unable to arrive in time, it seemed they would need to take matters into their own hands, though their abilities might not suffice to deter a 500-year-old tiger demon cat. Their only chance lay in the spirit fusion technique. They had the potential to fuse their spirits, they merely needed to stall for a moment, allowing Wang Heng to arrive and resolve the crisis. Yet, they had never truly experimented with this technique. Most of his attempts had been with Zhu Wanru, and he had not previously tried spirit fusion with Tong, who only possessed a rudimentary understanding of the procedure. Could they succeed? Dai Minji harbored doubts, but at that moment, he could only make every effort to try. He let out a low growl, reminiscent of a young tiger, yet his form began to swell. White fur intermingling with black stripes erupting from his body, resembling a true tiger. The crimson-eyed figure revealed but a single malevolent claw of the dark deity, yet was enveloped entirely in an aura of obsidian light. The two, one clad in darkness and the other in light, appeared to intertwine like the dual forces of yin and yang. Their martial souls gradually melded into one as their soul power began to harmonize, creating a profound resonance between them. This extraordinary degree of martial soul fusion allowed them to wield their combined abilities with remarkable efficiency, their energy soaring to new heights. This transformation transpired in an instant as a colossal tiger, adorned in a striking blend of black and white, materialized before the ethereal figure. Its form translucent and distinct from the ghostly white tiger, boasting purple eyes that gleamed with intensity. The fusion of the martial spirits of Tong and Damingi has infused Tong's unique characteristics, transforming into a majestic black-furred figure adorned with white patterns, accompanied by crimson and violet eyes. The wings upon its back remain, while behind it sways the ominous hook of the evil god that belongs to Tong. The black tiger stands 3 meters long and 1 meter tall, and though it has not yet fully matured, it already dwarfs the tiger demon cat significantly. Juwana gazes at the scene in astonishment, her eyes wide with shock. This is the martial spirit fusion technique. The black tiger remains motionless, merely positioning itself before the tiger demon cat, yet it begins to fade, indicating that it has already drained a considerable amount of soul power from both Tong and Damingi, and will soon dissipate entirely. However, this brief moment is sufficient. Wang Heng wields the breaking army blade, his 6th soul ring shining brightly, showing no intent to hold back. He strikes fiercely, unleashing an endless surge of sharp energy that cleaves the head off the 500-year-old tiger demon cat. The martial spirit fusion technique dissipates instantly, and Tong finds her vision darkening, collapsing unconscious, followed closely by Damingi. Their first use of the martial spirit fusion technique has completely exhausted Tong's soul power, leaving her spirit languid and weary. Both of their unconsciousness is a result of the dual depletion of their soul and mental energies. As Wang Heng witnesses the yellow soul ring rising from the tiger demon cat, he cannot help but gasp for breath, not due to the significant loss of soul power, but purely out of fright. Had it not been for the fusion technique employed by Damingi and Tong, the consequences could have been dire. At this moment, Bai Lingling feels as though she has narrowly escaped death, her expression frozen in shock, her eyes reddened, and upon seeing the soul ring rise, she finally breaks down in tears. She vows never to venture into the wild again, declaring it utterly unwise. Meanwhile, Juwana stares blankly at the unconscious forms of Tong and Damingi. When Tong eventually awakens, Damingi remains unconscious. However, Zhu Wanru is tending to him, ensuring he is unharmed. Wang Heng attempts to comfort Bai Lingling, feeling utterly out of his depth. He has never encountered such a scene before, and his attempts to console her fall flat. Please stop crying. It's all right. Everything is over now. The teacher will catch you a domesticated one. Wang Heng's reassurances are rather monotonous, lacking in creativity or warmth. Akame rose to his feet. Though Wang Heng had spotted him, the man was utterly preoccupied with Bai Lingling's antics, leaving him no opportunity to pay attention. Not that Akame required it anyway. Feigning curiosity, he approached the 500-year-old tiger demon cat, its yellow soul ring still hovering above the corpse, positioning himself behind the carcass. He let the massive feline's body obscure him as he stealthily extended his evil god's hook. Good, still in time. Chapter 25. Thank the gods I'm a cousin concealed behind the tiger demon cat. Akame felt immense relief that Wang Heng was too distracted to notice him. His scorpion tail pierced the beast's flesh, siphoning not only its essence but also the energy of the soul ring into his body. The evil god's hook swelled slightly, its dark luster deepening. A 500-year soul beast provided more than enough sustenance for his current state. His depleted soul power and mental energy replenished rapidly. Meanwhile, the soul ring, having lost most of its energy, gradually faded, on the verge of vanishing entirely. Wang Heng, who had been soothing Bai Lingling, jolted in alarm. With no way to track time precisely in the soul-hunting forest, he hurriedly instructed Zhu Wanru upon seeing the dimming ring. Absorb the soul ring now. Let Akame take care of Dai Minji for the moment. Otherwise, the ring will dissipate. This soul ring had been hard won. Even if Wang Heng could effortlessly slay a 1,000-year rainbow cat, witnessing the yellow ring now filled him with exhaustion. The teachers who led first years before truly had it rough. He mused inwardly, silently admiring their predecessors. Not only did they have to hunt soul beasts without outright killing them, but they also had to babysit. In a way, they were practically all-rounders. Previously, the weakest soul hunters he had guided were already approaching their third ring. Never had he encountered a situation where he had to pacify children. Hearing Wang Heng's call, Akame reluctantly stood and took Zhu Wanru's place beside Dai Minji. As soon as Qi Tong departed, the soul rings on the tiger demon cat began to fade away at a slower pace. A fragment remained, which was truly regrettable. Nevertheless, the soul power acquired today was equivalent to the total amount accumulated over a week of cultivation. Zhu Wanru had already begun to manipulate the soul rings, preparing to absorb them. After the demise of the tiger demon cat, Zhu Wanru had delivered the final blow to the vibrant feline, but had delayed her actions while awaiting Dai Minji, which caused some postponement. Now, observing Dai Minji's continued unconsciousness, Zhu Wanru resolved to proceed with the absorption of the soul rings. Crimson Eye struggled to comprehend that Dai Minji was merely exhausted and would naturally recover after some time. Why then was there a need for someone to watch over him? As Zhu Wanru absorbed the soul ring, Crimson Eye turned to Wang Heng and inquired, "Teacher, has the royal family not dispatched anyone for protection?" It was utterly unimaginable that a prince of such a prestigious royal lineage would find himself utterly spent in his resistance against a 100-year-old soul beast. At this point, Wang Heng's expression grew somewhat uncomfortable. The Xingluo royal family is rather unconventional. In their eyes, a genius who fails to thrive is no genius at all. If one perishes, then so be it. A prince incapable of ascending the throne is regarded as worthless. Even if he survives now, he will meet his demise by the age of 25. Despite Wang Heng's strong support for the policies of the Xingluo Empire, he could not help but express his dismay at such harsh realities. Competition is acceptable, but to cast one's own flesh and blood into the arena of beasts is undeniably cruel. Meanwhile, Bai Lingling had ceased her tears and suddenly remarked, "Fortunately, I am a cousin. I can freely partake in food and drink without a care in the world." With this thought, Bai Lingling's spirits lifted considerably. "Teacher," she exclaimed, as if a revelation had struck her, "my first soul ring will be the tiger demon cat. I shall avenge my shame." "Foolish child. The matter of avenging one's shame should be addressed by your own hands," Wang Heng replied, his tone softened yet still lacking in flattery. "Teacher Wang." Crimson Eye suddenly called out, "Does your martial soul possess any ranged attacks?" Wang Heng's eyes flickered, and he nodded in affirmation. "Behind you, approximately at the 10 o'clock position." With a sudden utterance from Qi Tong, Bai Lingling appeared utterly perplexed. Yet, in the next moment, Wang Heng brandished his broken army blade, the third soul ring gleaming, though it restrained the majority of its power. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled it in the direction indicated by Qi Tong. A sharp cry of pain echoed, and Wang Heng swiftly lifted Bai Lingling and rushed forth. In the thicket lay a nearly lifeless tiger demon cat, estimated to be around 360 years old. "Look," Wang Heng said, lifting Bai Lingling to see, while presenting her with a short sword. Without further ado, Bai Lingling, filled with elation, promptly plunged the short sword into the body of the tiger demon cat. As the yellow soul ring ascended, her astonishment knew no bounds, and she turned to Qi Tong, inquiring, "How did you know?" Sensing the commotion, it must have been the same one that had accompanied the earlier creature. With a casual remark, Qiang acknowledged that years of evading danger had honed his skills in exploration and observation. However, he was momentarily deceived by that cunning tiger demon cat, which left him feeling rather disheartened despite what should have been a moment of pride. "Well, let's absorb it quickly," Wang Heng urged, eager to leave the treacherous soul-hunting forest behind. Bai Lingling nodded in agreement and began to absorb the soul ring. As the two women commenced their absorption, Dai Minji gradually stirred awake. "Awake," Qiang announced. "Awake?" Wang Heng furrowed his brow and stepped forward. "You performed admirably today," Wang Heng praised, causing Dai Minji to feel a bit dazed. Although it was true, such words from Wang Heng always seemed somewhat awkward. Predictably, Wang Heng's next remark was a reprimand. "But can you tell me why you concealed the details of your martial soul fusion degree?" After all, Wang Heng was no fool. He could clearly discern whether their martial soul fusion was high or low. So, this was the crux of the matter. With a sigh of relief, Qi Tong felt no guilt in this matter and promptly turned to Damingyi, signaling him to begin his explanation. Damingyi, with a throbbing headache, felt as if he were being interrogated. And to his dismay, his insufferable teammate had already betrayed him without even undergoing any form of punishment. He could only reiterate the words he had previously shared with Tong. Upon finishing, Wang Heng appeared somewhat embarrassed. "You are a good child. The choices you have made are the best you could have at this moment," Wang Heng consoled him. Patting his shoulder, oblivious to the slight tremor of Zhu Wanru, who was absorbing her spirit ring nearby. Their expedition in the soul-hunting forest had been relatively uneventful, with Bailing Ling and Zhu Wanru both acquiring spirit rings suited to their needs. Any other gains seemed trivial in comparison. Life in human society, aside from the occasional thrill, was predominantly stable and monotonous, not unlike their existence as spirit beasts, merely engaged in cultivation. However, Tong understood that there were many differences. Seasons changed, and monotony was merely a characteristic of this phase. It did not signify what was to come. Chapter 26, 5 years later. 5 years later. In the heart of the Starry Forest, Qingyu, I shall ask you once more, where has the dark demon evil god tiger gone? Before the lake of life stood a creature resembling a mountain, its fur pitch black, towering over 10 meters. It appeared to be a hybrid of a gorilla and a monkey, with its muscles bulging like small hills. Its enormous, earthy yellow eyes glowered angrily at the Qingyu bird hovering above the lake of life. Coiling around it was a spirit beast, entirely black and blue, with the head of a bull and the body of a serpent, none other than the Tianqing Niupang. What? After seizing the core area of the Starry Forest, have you begun to act like a coward? The Tianqing Niupang interrogated. Initially, the dark demon evil god tiger had led a rebellion of spirit beasts to seize control of the core area of the Starry Forest, arrogantly declaring itself the king. They had been compelled to retreat, but now the Qingyu bird circled overhead, mocking them. The 200,000-year spirit beasts, once defeated in a 2-on-1 confrontation, had returned. Had they found allies? The Qingyu bird glanced at the 100,000-year Rugu rabbit beside it, pondering if 3 against 1 might not guarantee victory, especially with the dark demon evil god tiger at their side. However, the current circumstances were not as they had been before. Qingyu, mind your manners, a somewhat juvenile, raspy voice emerged from the treetops, still in the throes of adolescence. At that moment, the entire core area of the Starry Forest fell silent. This was the voice of a human. The Tianqing Niupang was certain. This was not the communication of spirit beasts, but rather the voice emanating from human vocal cords. Why would there be humans beside the lake of life? Instantly, 4 pairs of eyes focused on the treetops. On a sturdy branch, a boy with black hair and red eyes lay back, casually dangling a leaf as if leisurely enjoying a vacation, oblivious to the fact that he was in the heart of the Starry Forest. Long time no see, Titan, Tianqing, and this charming rabbit. The dark demon evil god tiger said, tilting its head slightly and breaking into a cheerful smile. The words of the crimson-eyed one were laced with mockery, yet not a single soul beast bore a smile. The Qingyu bird was astonished that the crimson-eyed dared to speak at this moment. All, save for the Qingyu bird, were gripped by terror at the sight of a human appearing beside the lake of life. What brings you here? Questioned the Tianqing bull python, immediately turning to gaze at the Qingyu bird. Is this the Starry Forest under your guardianship? How has a human infiltrated the core area? The Qingyu bird, in its characteristic temper, paid him no mind. At this moment, the mere fact that it had not engaged the Tianqing bull python in combat was a testament to the effectiveness of the crimson-eyed one's earlier remarks. How did you get out? At this point, if the crimson-eyed one were to be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Given his current strength, even the aftermath of a battle might very well prove fatal. Did you not call for me? Naturally, I had to come, the crimson-eyed one replied with remarkable composure. The Tianqing bull python paused, but then swiftly realized. You are the dark demon, evil god tiger? Not quite. Akame leaped down from the tree, the phantom of a black tiger unfurling behind him, its eerie wings like darkness spreading its embrace, while the sinister god's hook swayed gently at his back. Who else in this world could possess the martial soul of the dark demon evil god tiger? As the words left his lips, Akame seemed to only then realize this point, plucking the 9-hearted begonia from his waist and planting it aside. He spread his arms, smiling at the gathered spirit beasts. Now do you see? The Titan giant ape's pupils trembled. You have reforged yourself into a human? Yes. Akame nodded. So there's no need for concern. In my current state, at most, I have 300 years left, merely a drop in the ocean compared to your lifespans. Why trouble yourselves over such a trifle? 300 years. It changes nothing. Seeing Akame lay bare his identity so openly, the once ferocious Titan giant ape and the sky azure bull python found themselves drawn into discussion with him. You must understand, the sky azure bull python began, It is not that we cling to this position, but rather, the one who still slumbers. Before he could finish, Akame interrupted. Has that one not a voice? I have lingered here long enough. That one, and the others, they are neither fools, nor mad, nor deaf. Could it truly be that they have not stirred even slightly? The Sky Azure Bull Python faltered. Indeed, the facts seemed to align with Akame's words. Even as the Starry Great Forest changed hands, those beings had remained utterly silent. Why? Akame tilted his head, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Perhaps, because I have done what they dared not? With a mysterious and inscrutable smile. The crimson-eyed figure spoke. Be a bit more astute, my dear companions. I have not engaged in any actions detrimental to the spirit beasts. Although I possess a natural inclination towards violence, I pride myself on my self-control. Throughout the years, I have seldom initiated attacks against spirit beasts, rather. It has been you who have pursued me, prompting my instinctive defenses. Admittedly, I have transformed many spirit beasts into sustenance. Yet I am acutely aware that the dark demon evil god tiger spirit beast is not to be trifled with. Therefore, I have remained exceptionally forthright. I have not lied about this matter. I harbor my own ambitions. I seek the heart of the Starry Great Forest, a symbol of my aspirations. However, this objective does not conflict with any spirit beast. I merely require a brief moment to attend to my own affairs. Crimson-eyed, she spoke earnestly, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Naturally, if the two of you harbor any doubts, you may choose to remain near the core area or the vicinity of the Lake of Life to monitor me, or be poised to return to the core area at your discretion. After all, I spend the majority of my time in human society. Perhaps my true identity was revealed before I reached level 70. Listening to this, Qingyu wished to persuade but ultimately stifled her voice. Upon hearing these words, the three soul beasts were left in astonishment. They had anticipated at least a confrontation, yet they were taken aback by the transformation of the dark demon evil god tiger, who was no longer shrouded in darkness, but instead radiated an aura of warmth and amiability. It seemed as though he had taken several steps back, leaving even the Titan giant ape hesitant to make demands. What proved even more decisive was that he had said nothing at all. It was as if he had truly reached a consensus with the dark demon evil god tiger. Do you wish to venture into human society? Finally spoke the previously silent soft-boned rabbit, her voice notably gentle. Indeed, replied Crimson-eyed, stroking the swaying form of the nine-heart begonia beside her. With Nineheart present, there was no need to worry about her identity being easily exposed. Nineheart, she had bestowed upon the Nineheart begonia a lovely name. Upon hearing this, Nineheart begonia nuzzled her petals against Crimson-eye's palm, striving to make her voice heard. I will strive to elevate my age even further, ensuring that I remain thoroughly concealed. Chapter 27. The gift the Titan giant ape and the Azure Bull python ultimately chose to temporarily settle outside the core area. Qingyu would occasionally emit a shrill cry, clearly expressing her rejection of the intrusion into her territory. In her eyes, ever since the dark demon evil god tiger claimed this place, it had become their dominion. With crimson eyes, there was a sense of helplessness. Please, quiet down. The azure jade bird, knowing that it would undergo a transformation into jade in 100,000 years, seldom took the initiative to cultivate. Consequently, the majority of its time was spent in a standoff with its counterpart. Dark demon, ever since you transformed into a human, you have lost even the most basic sense of territorial awareness. Even the usually respectful azure jade bird exhibited a rebellious spirit at this moment. It was inherently irritable, and now its anger surged uncontrollably. Qihong, rather than expressing anger, regarded the emerald bird and softly inquired, Qingyu, do you know what my foremost task was upon entering human society? The emerald bird paused, momentarily bewildered by the intent behind Qihong's question. Assuming it was merely a lecture, it responded with irritation, hypocrisy. Partially correct, yet incorrect, Qihong replied with a sudden smile, refining the emerald bird's assertion. To be precise, it is masquerade. There are matters I do not comprehend, yet I can learn. I am aware that the dark demon evil god tiger cannot become a human martial soul. Hence, I falsely claimed my martial soul to be a long-tailed scorpion. I have spun countless lies to support my initial deception, yet ultimately, I raised no suspicions among others. Upon hearing this, the emerald bird furrowed its brow in disbelief. It was inconceivable to it that the dark demon evil god tiger would feign a weak long-tailed scorpion as its martial soul. While a long-tailed scorpion is not without merit as a human martial soul, to the emerald bird, it epitomized weakness. It had never even heard of such a creature. What on earth was it? Qingyu, to a certain extent, masquerade can enhance our existence. Just as a venomous snake feigns death to deliver a fatal blow when least expected, it serves to lower other psychological defenses, allowing us to seize the moment. It is akin to feigning gentleness to diminish conflict. Crimson Eye spoke with great detail. A momentary disguise can lead to ultimate victory. What we seek is merely the symbolic significance of the core area of the Starry Forest, rather than a deep affection for this land of fortune. Crimson Eye's gentle voice consoled the jade bird, reminding it that this place is suffused with the presence of other soul beasts, and it is not our home. We are but sojourners, not masters. Furthermore, Crimson Eye turned her gaze towards the Titan giant ape. Never mind. Mid-sentence, she abruptly halted. Merely smiling at the jade bird, I have never cared for the beings that linger behind me, so you need not speak out on my behalf. The jade bird tilted its head, disregarding Crimson Eye's words. I knew it. Crimson Eye chuckled softly, then retrieved a small jade carving from her storage soul guide. The exquisite piece vividly resembled the jade bird itself. This storage soul guide was a reward she received after excelling among many students at the Elementary Academy, a small yet convenient space comparable to the superior soul guides she previously possessed but feared to reveal. The jade carving was a product of her savings, crafted by an artisan. I know you do not truly like jade carvings. For every 100,000 years, you risk becoming jade yourself, an irreversible fate. Yet, I still wish to present you with one, as I want you to feel that even if the future is predetermined, it is not always so daunting. The jade bird let out a soft call, devoid of emotion. I thought you would inquire about the gifts I brought when I returned from my break, but you asked nothing at all. Jade, I am quite disappointed in you. Although she spoke of disappointment, Crimson Eye reached out to stroke the jade bird's head. What was once a simple gift had now become a means to appease you. In her hands, the jade carving of the jade bird appeared lively, its eyes seemingly radiating joy. Chapter 28. Why upperclassmen team up with us at the Starfall Royal Academy. The intermediate institution was abuzz with excitement, as nearly half of the students had gathered at Arena Number 5. This was the first day of reporting, and it also marked the occasion when several students from the Intermediate Academy prepared to leap into the Higher Academy. In the audience, many were discussing. They were already admitted as exceptions when they entered the intermediate institution, and now they are attempting to advance again. Indeed, the Academy's regulations state that one may enter the Higher Academy upon reaching level 30 before the age of 18, and graduate by reaching level 45 before the age of 25. Most of them had already attained level 30. Many were taken aback, then realized, Bilingling has snuck in again. In the resting area, Bilingling sensed the multitude of gazes directed at her, and instinctively hid behind Crimson Eye. The once naive girl had now blossomed into a graceful young lady. Due to her martial spirit, Bilingling's skin was exceptionally fair, with a hint of pink, and her watery eyes peered through Crimson Eye's shoulder as she gazed at the arena. She was, after all, a subpar talent among the geniuses. In truth, she was not entirely lacking. In other contexts, she was exceptional. If she were in the Intermediate Academy, she would still be considered a remarkable figure. After all, despite being only 12 years old, she had already reached level 25, a commendable achievement. However, the current contenders were far more extraordinary. Crimson Eye had already reached level 30 and had successfully obtained her third spirit ring during the holidays, advancing into the realm of soul sovereigns. With a soul power level of 32, the Dai brothers, the Zhu sisters, Ming Tianlang, and Crimson Eye had all entered the Intermediate Academy early, while Bilingling had merely capitalized on good fortune to join them. Now, as these individuals prepared to leap into the Higher Academy, Bilingling had no choice but to follow suit. The Dai brothers had also reached level 30, but they were evidently not as eye-catching as Crimson Eye, who was slightly younger than them. The Dai brothers had received abundant top-tier resources from the royal family. Though the royal family was indeed ruthless, they did not skimp on material support. Zhu Wanru had reached level 27, while Zhu Wanhua remained at level 26. After realizing that her martial spirit fusion technique was unattainable, Zhu Wanru had devoted herself to training, yet her talent scarcely differed from that of Zhu Wanhua, leaving any gap between them minimal. In such an environment, Ming Tianlang, despite being solely an auxiliary soul master, had also attained level 30, but had not garnered much attention. The Dai brothers and Crimson Eye aspired to advance. The Dai brothers wished to take the Zhu sisters along, while Crimson Eye had no objections to Ming Tianlang. However, the 7-member team was still one person short, so they brought in Bilingling. Naturally, advancing was not a simple endeavor, especially when the team was not yet fully qualified. Thus, they would face an opponent team comprised entirely of soul sovereigns. Bilingling looked at the fierce upperclassmen across from them, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Can we win? Not necessarily. Crimson Eyes did not underestimate his opponents. However, continuing at a medium-level academy was not a significant concern. He reassured Bai Lingling, expressing his desire to forge ahead and seek greater challenges for himself, though it truly held little weight for Bai Lingling. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingling felt considerably more at ease, stating, "I will do my utmost not to hold you back." Soon, the 7 members of Crimson Eyes gathered together to discuss strategies. Exchanging glances in silence, each hesitant to be the first to speak. With a piercing gaze, Tong jabbed at Bai Lingling. It was only then that Bai Lingling seemed to awaken from her reverie and inquired, "Who is in command?" Their team appeared rather disorganized, being hastily assembled. With a predominance of agility-based soul masters, lacking even a single control-type soul master. For a moment, silence enveloped them again, as none stepped forward to answer Bai Lingling's question. Tong pondered for a moment before gesturing towards Ming Tianlang, proclaiming, "I recommend Ming Tianlang. Our strengths lie solely in either agility or brute force, making it quite inconvenient for us to oversee the entirety of the battlefield. However, support-type soul masters possess a distinct advantage in this regard." "Are you suggesting that I command while providing support?" Ming Tianlang inquired, utterly taken aback by Tong's endorsement. Although Dai Mingfa and Dai Minji were eager to compete, they were acutely aware of their lack of proficiency in this area. Should they falter because of it, they would suffer a significant loss for a minor gain. Thus, Dai Mingfa harbored no objections to the choice of Ming Tianlang. "Very well," he nodded. "Lingling will protect Ming Tianlang, while Minji and I will take the lead in offense. Wanru and Wanhua will engage in flanking maneuvers." As for Tong, he glanced towards Tong, uncertain of how to allocate a role, for, in strict terms, she was the only soul master of their team with the rank of sole sovereign. "I shall provide my support for you," Tong offered willingly. Dai Mingfa immediately exhaled a sigh of relief, stating, "If there are no objections, let this be our foundation. We will heed Ming Tianlang's commands once we are in the arena." Agreed. Both Zhu Wanru and Dai Minji concurred, who had remained silent until now. Once the 7 of them had deliberated, they were prepared for battle. On the arena, the referee's voice boomed. The intercollegiate challenge of medium-level academies officially commences. The audience erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers, for the students of Xingluo Royal Academy relished not only their own combat but also the spectacle of others clashing. The red team will bear the blame for their defeat on the control-type Soul Master's inadequate leadership, the referee declared, his lips twitching as he spoke. The audience's cheers abruptly ceased, only to be replaced by a chorus of laughter. Meanwhile, the red team's elite academy waved proudly, unfazed by the taunt. Save for one individual who concealed their face in shame, presumably the control-type Soul Master. Isn't that correct? Indeed. Amidst the laughter, several Soul Masters from the elite academy continued to enthusiastically greet the spectators. Bai Lingling could not contain herself and burst into laughter. Akame was also beaming with joy. But then a thought occurred to him. "You didn't come up with some peculiar name as well, did you?" The group didn't pay much attention to such matters. So it was Bai Akiran who filled out the application forms. As the words of Tong echoed, the crowd ahead could not help but turn their gazes towards Bai Lingling. They were reluctant to lose face, primarily due to their lack of such a thick skin. Bai Lingling waved her hand, chuckling, "They are not as impressive as they think." However, before her words had fully settled, the referee, with a sense of resignation, spoke again. "Blue side, why must the seniors team up with us?" Instantly, the laughter in the arena grew even more exuberant, yet Dai Minji and his companions could not share in the mirth. Chapter 29. The challenge begins. Perusing the materials in hand, the referee could not suppress the tremor in his pupils, his lips twitching as he felt the weight of the times passing him by. The challenge officially begins. With this proclamation, the crowd stifled their laughter. The figures of Dai Minji and Dai Mingfa simultaneously swelled, their presence magnifying as the white tiger martial spirit enveloped them, golden fur cascading outward, with 4 yellow soul rings manifesting around them. Not only they, but the Zhu sisters, Ming Tianlang, and Bai Lingling all bore 2 yellow soul rings suspended around them. Among this predominantly high-ranking soul master team, an anomaly was evident. Amidst the concentric yellow soul rings, a singular purple ring stood out, deep and captivating, with an almost ominous dark hue. In comparison to the flawless soul ring distribution of Tong's team, theirs appeared somewhat lacking. However, there were no white rings present, and only 2 members bore a 3rd soul ring that was merely a century-old yellow. In the stands, Guan Hong and Wang Heng were ever vigilant, observing the dynamics within the arena. Beside them stood the Deputy Dean of the Luo Royal Academy's Advanced Division, Ding Liangru. Since they merely aspired to enter the Advanced Academy without demanding any special privileges, the entry bar was relatively low, resulting in opponents from the lower echelon of the hundreds within the Advanced Academy. Ding Liangru elucidated, yet, even so, this group possesses remarkable quality. At the tender age of 12, being able to challenge these seniors is already commendable. Guan Hong turned his attention to the stage, suddenly inquiring of Wang Hong, that child. Qi Tong was under your guidance previously, correct? Due to Qi Tong's presence in the primary academy, Wang Heng's disciplinary actions were absolved, and he had only recently returned to the intermediate academy. Indeed, a born talent with innate soul power, a dark attribute long-tail scorpion, Wang Heng nodded. He reached level 20 at the age of 8, acquiring his second soul ring during the holidays. By 11, he attained level 30, returning with his third soul ring. Guan Hong, upon hearing this, was puzzled, all obtained during the holidays? If I recall correctly, that child is an orphan, is he not? Without parents. How could he procure soul rings? He is remarkably self-reliant. All his soul rings were acquired through combat with soul beast hunting squads in society. Wang Heng remarked with a touch of admiration. In truth, the academy instructors could assist in obtaining soul rings, albeit for a fee, as it is not a simple task. Both Wang Heng and Sun Sehan's female teacher had previously offered to help Qi Tong acquire his soul rings free of charge, yet he declined all offers. Perhaps he has grown accustomed to independence, Guan Hong mused, reflecting on the matter. On the arena, the moment the referee's voice echoed, Ming Tianlang sprang into action. A flash of light illuminated his palm as a white disc materialized, his martial spirit, the Rui Plate. 2 yellow soul rings flared to life as the Rui Plate began to rotate. Rui Plate, healing light unleashed. Rui Plate, attack or activated. The 2 circles of yellow light blossomed instantaneously, enveloping the group in a veil of yellow-white mist. Opposing them, a slightly petite female soul master shouted, "Potato, potato. Plant the potato. Speedy potato planting." With her exclamations, a shimmering glow surrounded her, and in an instant, she conjured a round, quail-sized potato in her hands. Though it appeared somewhat underdeveloped, it was undeniably a potato. This senior unexpectedly belonged to the rare food system soul masters. Qi Tong, Ming Tianlang called out, and Qi Tong instantly understood the intent. With a swift motion, leveraging the power of the evil god hook, Qi Tong propelled himself forward. His first soul ring ignited, charging towards the food system soul master. First soul ring activated, evil god impact initiated, personal amplification at 200. Only through further growth could others begin to conquer. The 4 assault-type spirit masters launched their attacks almost simultaneously against the Dai brothers and the Zhu sisters. As 3-ringed spirit elders, suppressing opponents with inferior cultivation was naturally effortless for them. However, the 2 assault-type spirit masters facing the Dai brothers found themselves in a slightly more challenging situation. Setting aside spirit skills, their strengths were quite comparable. Though they possessed their own enhancements, their adversaries' buffs were equally formidable. Yet, prolonged combat would inevitably tilt the scales in their favor. This control-type spirit master clearly wasn't as reckless as their team name suggested. They played to their strengths with calculated risks, seemingly unconcerned about the support-type spirit master in Qidong's team. The Ghost Vine spirit master turned to glance, only to freeze in shock, their swaying vines stiffening mid-motion. Help! Good heavens! What had that scorpion-tailed spirit master just done? Chapter 30. The Evil God's Protection. At this moment, it wasn't just the Ghost Vine spirit master who was stunned. The entire Colosseum audience sat in stunned silence. The scene before them was unprecedented, something rarely witnessed in history. That scorpion-tailed spirit master had used their scorpion tail to hook the potato hurled by the enemy, then leisurely popped it into their mouth. The food-type spirit master had prepared portions for 6, yet the Gale Demon Wolf spirit master's potato had been intercepted by Qi Tong. Qi Tong chewed with a hint of disdain, finding the flavor rather astringent. However, despite the unsatisfactory taste, the enhancement effect was considerable, boosting her attack power by approximately 30%. "What are you doing?" exclaimed the intercepted Gale Demon Wolf Soul Master. "That is our food-type Soul Master." The Crimsonite individual appeared utterly unconcerned, lifting their gaze to meet his. "There are rules that prohibit consuming food from the arena, designated for Soul Masters. But are there regulations against partaking in the provisions of the adversary? Senior, you cannot place the blame on me." Crimsonite spoke, his hands moving with unyielding swiftness. Since the Ghost Vine Soul Master was not hastily dealing with Bai Lingling and Ming Tianlang, he too need not concern himself with that side. The second soul ring on the scorpion tail shone brightly, and ethereal wings seemed to manifest behind Crimson Eye, which indeed corresponded to the wings of his true form. A flash of red light flickered in his eyes, and the wings unfurled violently, releasing a torrent of black light that erupted from the abyss, solidifying in midair into numerous blades of light, each about a foot long, shooting towards the Soul Master with ferocity. Though the blades appeared inconspicuous, they were a product of the fusion of wind and evil attributes, both razor-sharp and seemingly intent on corroding their target. This was the second soul skill of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, Evil Wing Windblade. The Gale Demon Wolf Soul Master before him was merely at the 34th level, only 2 levels higher than Crimson Eye. To an ordinary person, this would seem an advantage. Yet for the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, it was negligible. The Gale Demon Wolf Soul Master's expression shifted as 3 soul rings illuminated simultaneously, enveloping his body in a sharp wind, and a green light barrier appeared before him. This 1,000-year soul skill, the Demon Wolf Shield, was akin to a trump card for him. He did not underestimate Crimson Eye in the slightest. Rather, he felt immense pressure. He faced a genius of the same rank. Rendering the disparity of soul rings ineffective, this was precisely the most troublesome aspect. The Ghostvine Soul Master surveyed the situation, realizing he could not allow Crimson Eye to eliminate his teammate from the arena. Otherwise, the unleashed Crimson Eye would undoubtedly wreak havoc, disrupting their offensive strategy. The creeping toxic vine stealthily approached, quickly reaching for Crimson Eye's ankle. If he could just restrain Crimson Eye, his teammate would be freed, and the ensuing struggle would not pose a significant challenge. The poisonous spike struck, and neurotoxic venom spread. The first and second soul rings shone brightly, as parasitic seeds began to grow rampantly. However, contrary to the Ghostvine Soul Master's expectations, Crimson Eye did not evade. It seemed he had neglected the threat behind him in favor of attacking his adversary ahead. Crimson Eye, dodge! Ming Tianlang shouted, his eyes wide with alarm. The Ghostvine Soul Master was a competent control-type Soul Master, while Ming Tianlang was merely a support-type Soul Master. Though he claimed to have a comprehensive view of the battlefield, he was essentially a spectator. His means were extremely limited, aside from enhancing Crimson Eye's attributes. He was powerless to intervene, watching helplessly as the vines ensnared his ally. In the stands, Guanhong sighed, recognizing the naivety of youth and their lack of vigilance. Chapter 31, Victory. The evil god hook pierced into the Ghostvine Soul Master's neck, continuously siphoning his soul power. The Ghostvine Soul Master felt his consciousness fading, a profound sense of weakness enveloping his very core. Save me, he weakly uttered. The long-life Blade Soul Master, who had been contending with Zhu Wanhua and Bai Lingling, cast aside both opponents and aimed to rush towards Crimson Eye to rescue his fellow control-type Soul Master. Yet Ming Tianlong's eyes brightened as he shouted, Bai Lingling, hold off the Lone Wolf Soul Master. The Lone Wolf Soul Master was Dai Mingfa's opponent. Bai Lingling appeared bewildered. Was she to disregard the situation with Crimson Eye? Despite her confusion, she nevertheless moved towards the Lone Wolf Soul Master. Noticing this, Ming Tianlang called out excitedly, Mingfa, it's time. As Ming Tianlong's words fell, a puzzled Bai Lingling realized that the main attacker Dai Mingfa had unexpectedly moved towards Zhu Wanhua. What was happening? Was she about to be sacrificed? Stunned, she looked helplessly at Ming Tianlang. At this moment, Ming Tianlang paid her no mind, his gaze fixated intently on Dai Mingfa and Zhu Wanhua. They understood Ming Tianlong's intention to employ a martial soul fusion skill to restrain the rescuing Soul Master and create an opportunity for Crimson Eye. Bai Lingling was left to withstand the assaults of the Soul Emperor alone, barely holding her ground, as the entire battle seemed on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, Ming Tianlang retracted the support light from Crimson Eye, Dai Mingfa, and Zhu Wanhua. His assistance to Crimson Eye was limited, and given that Crimson Eye had intercepted the enemy's advantage, it was prudent to conserve some soul power to aid Bai Lingling and others in enduring longer. As for Dai Mingfa and Zhu Wanhua, they needed to utilize their martial soul fusion skill to amplify their power. Ming Tianlang worried about exhausting his own soul power. Ming Tianlong's strategic plan remained unspoken. Naturally, the enemy was unaware of their tactics, and their immediate priority was to rescue their control-type Soul Master. Every moment was critical. Dai Mingfa and Zhu Wanhua's bodies began to merge, a mystical black and white power erupting from their center, sweeping outward like a vortex. Shortly thereafter, a colossal white tiger materialized on the arena, easily mistaken for the martial soul fusion skill of Crimson Eye and Dai Minji at a cursory glance. However, This imposing and majestic netherworld white tiger was a powerful entity recognized and acknowledged by all in the Luo Empire. The black and white tiger appeared behind the long life blade soul master, its enormous paw descending like a seal, crashing down upon him with tremendous force. The long life blade soul master, merely a soul emperor, could not withstand the might of the martial soul fusion skill, especially since the technique inherently produced a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Otherwise, it would not captivate so many hearts. Is that the netherworld white tiger? Ding Liangru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had seen this martial soul fusion skill before, yet had never witnessed it among the new generation. Indeed, Wang Hong nodded with a smile, though he could not suppress his frown as he glanced at Wang Hong, inquiring, "Is Zhu Wanru still unable to perform?" He was acutely aware of more details and harbored greater concerns. Wang Hong shook his head. 6 years have passed, even having entered a mid-tier academy. Dai Minji and Zhu Wanru have yet to demonstrate any signs of their martial soul fusion skill. Perhaps we should let Crimson Eye and Dai Minji attempt it after some time. Even if their fusion degree is relatively low, it would still be preferable to the current situation. Guan Hongdu felt relieved for Dai Minji. Although unable to perform the martial soul fusion technique with Zhu Wanru, fate had led him to encounter Qi Dong, offering some consolation. In truth, their martial soul compatibility was remarkably high. Wang Hong silently added this thought in his mind but refrained from voicing it, having promised Dai Minji to keep it confidential, a vow he intended to honor. Upon reflection, the issue seemed trivial, for it wouldn't be long before they unveiled their martial soul fusion technique publicly. On the arena, despite being heavily suppressed, Zhu Wanru couldn't help but gaze at the colossal netherworld white tiger, a technique she should have been capable of wielding alongside Dai Minji. The anguish in her heart was unbearable, and in her distraction, she suffered successive defeats, her body now marred with fresh wounds. In the distance, the netherworld white tiger sent the long-blade soul master flying off the stage with a single swipe, but in doing so, exhausted its remaining energy. The fusion dissipated, leaving only Dai Mingfa and Zhu Wanhua, both drained and unable to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Qi Dong hurled the Ghost Vine Soul Master aside. Having absorbed the opponent's soul power, Qi Dong regained roughly 70% of his strength and immediately positioned himself before Bai Lingling. "I'll handle this." By now, Bai Lingling was utterly spent. Facing the enemy's razor-sharp wolf claws, longer and deadlier than her own, she teetered on the brink of despair. Her fair skin bore countless crimson gashes, and her eyes were reddened as if she had wept for hours. Hearing Qi Dong's words, tears streamed down her face as she staggered backward, her body slackening with exhaustion. "Bai Lingling!" Ming Tianlang roared, abruptly withdrawing his supportive radiance from her. "Eliminate that food system soul master." As a temporary control system soul master overseeing auxiliary roles, Ming Tianlang deemed it imperative to utilize every combatant efficiently. Before Bai Lingling could even catch her breath, she found herself charging toward the enemy's food system soul master once more. In her determination to assist Bai Lingling promptly, Qi Tong disregarded the food-type soul master. However, as this food-type soul master was merely a straightforward support-type soul master, the absence of protection meant that Bai Lingling could effortlessly handle the situation. Akame continued battling relentlessly, absorbing the spiritual energy of enemy soul masters to replenish himself, flinging opponents off the arena one after another. Finally, alongside Dai Minji, they shattered the defenses of the last remaining enemy soul venerable. Watching the opponent collapse unconscious, Akame finally exhaled in relief. Though timely replenishments had left him with approximately 60% of his spiritual energy, exhaustion still weighed upon him, not physical fatigue, but a profound mental weariness. He had dashed across the battlefield like a firefighter, utterly drained. Blue team, victorious. At the referee's final declaration, Akame weakly crouched on the arena, panting heavily. Akame, Dai Minji, Dai Mingfa, and Zhu Wanhua are promoted to the Advanced Academy. Zhu Wanru, Bai Lingling, and Ming Tianlang will remain under observation as auditing students for now. Chapter 32. Surpassing the Netherworld White Tiger Auditing Students? Confused by the term, Akame glanced at Bai Lingling beside him. "It means barely scraping by." Yet not quite qualified to fully enter, Bai Lingling explained with clarity and insight. She understood the situation well. She hadn't contributed significantly and had fallen slightly short of the assessment standards. Zhu Wanru understood even more, yet the more she understood, the more unwilling she became. Was Zhu Wanhua truly stronger than her? Not necessarily, but her sister possessed an irreplaceable advantage, the ability to perform a martial soul fusion technique with Daiming Fa. That was why she had been exceptionally admitted. Head lowered and fists clenched, Zhu Wanru stood apart, as if isolated from everyone else. Tong gently nudged Dai Minji, urging him to pay closer attention to Zhu Wanhua's situation. 6 years had passed, yet there remained no sign of Zhu Wanru's and Dai Minji's martial soul fusion technique. If, in the future, Tong and Dai Minji's fusion technique proved formidable, it might become the final straw that broke Zhu Wanru. That child seemed perilously close to the brink of collapse. With each person harboring their own thoughts, they dispersed, ultimately being summoned to the Academic Affairs Office. Guanhong sat on a wooden chair, observing the 7 individuals before him, and remarked, "You are decidedly unfit to be a team." Wang Heng and Ding Liangru, standing to the side, remained silent as they regarded the others. The control-type Soul Master is the soul of the entire team, yet yours appears to have drifted away. Guanhong fixed his gaze on Ming Tianlang, his tone relatively gentle. However, as you are a latecomer and will merely function as a supporting Soul Master, I shall not be overly harsh. Your talent is commendable, and your cultivation speed is quite rapid. Once you obtain your 3rd soul ring, you will be eligible for formal acknowledgement. Ming Tianlang performed adequately in the recent battle. You, Guanhong continued, pointing at Bai Lingling, causing her spirit to tense instantly. I shall refrain from further comments. After all, you have not contributed much. If you refrain from weeping next time, my impression may improve slightly. The mere thought of Bai Lingling's fragile appearance gave Guanhong a slight headache. Bai Lingling nodded repeatedly, agreeing that this was best, as there was indeed little to discuss. The 2 princes should strive to acquire their 3rd soul rings sooner, or Wang Heng could take you to obtain them shortly, coinciding with Ming Tianlang's timing. Noticing Dai Minji's nod, Guanhong hesitated to express certain thoughts. The 2 princes' nether white tiger was already taking shape, showcasing the results of years of practice, and their synergy was commendable. Zhu Wanhua's sweet smile brought joy to Dai Minji. Guanhong then turned to Tong with surprise, his words laced with playful irony. "This is the first time I have encountered a speed-type soul master like you. I had assumed speed-type soul masters predominantly relied on unexpected assassinations, yet you have presented us with an entirely new paradigm. A firefighter? While your speed is indeed impressive, it is rather ordinary compared to your attack power." Though he was being complimented, Tong found himself at a loss for words. Am I not merely an ordinary speed-type soul master? Guanhong smiled faintly, though it lacked warmth, his eyes betraying no hint of mirth. I have never seen someone withstand an equal-ranked power-type soul master, a common speed-type soul master at the age of 12. Wang Heng has already informed me of the uniqueness of your scorpion tail. It is a commendable ability. You likely could not have sustained yourself for such a duration without the assistance of your devouring ability. However, you are fundamentally ill-suited for team combat. Or perhaps you have never considered collaboration. You fought entirely independent of Ming Tianlang's commands. Rather, it was Ming Tianlang adapting his strategy to your actions. Guanhong furrowed his brow deeply. I can even discern your small teams within the larger group. This statement was not directed solely at Tong, but was meant for all present. Guanhong spoke earnestly, genuinely imparting his experience. Team combat is the primary mode of engagement in the future, whether in competitions or on the battlefield. From the moment a support-type soul master emerges, the importance of teamwork becomes evident. I understand your pride, and I recognize that this team is merely temporary. There exists no team in the world comprising 2 power-type soul masters, for speed-type soul masters, and 1 support-type soul master. However, your attitude is glaringly evident. Ming Tianlang, Daiming Fa, and Zhu Wanhua, being familiar with one another, can seamlessly employ the nether white tiger to catch the enemy off guard. Yet, Tong, Ming Tianlang is even unaware of your 3rd soul skill. It is concerning that, even as a temporary team, you lack a fundamental understanding of each other's soul skills. Guanhong cast a deliberate glance at Zhu Wanhua and Zhu Wanru before continuing. If you were merely ordinary students from a basic academy, I would not be so stringent. However, you are prodigies. Since you refuse to be ordinary, do not hold yourselves to the standards of the common folk. After finishing, Guanhong dismissed everyone, even Wang Heng and Ding Liangru, but he retained Zhu Wanru. As the others departed, Zhu Wanru spoke first. Is the dean going to reprimand me? She looked up at Guanhong, her gaze defiant, her words pitiful yet devoid of any appeal for sympathy. Guanhong seemed amused, placing his hands together at his lips, his eyes curious. Why would I reprimand you? Being average is not a fault of one individual. Average? Zhu Wan'er could hardly believe Guan Hong's assessment. I clearly cannot execute a martial soul fusion technique. That is not your fault. Guan Hong interrupted her, not casting blame, but rather introducing a concept she had never considered. The value of your life is not determined by a martial soul fusion technique. The Zhu family's brilliance does not stem from their ability to perform a fusion with the royal family. The Zhu family is inherently powerful, which forms the foundation of a great family. Over time, many have forgotten this, only remembering the nether white tiger. The Zhu family is not a vassal of the royal family, nor should you be a subordinate of Daimiji. Lacking a martial soul fusion technique does not preclude one from being powerful. Your worth should not be confined to merely executing a fusion with Daimiji. Perhaps, in your eyes, this is misfortune, but upon reflection, it is an opportunity bestowed upon you by fate. The Zhu family has been constrained, and the nether white tiger has also been bound. Now, you have broken free, granting yourself the chance to prove you are not a subordinate. Become stronger. In the academic affairs office, the kindly elderly gentleman basked in sunlight, resembling an ancient deity whispering, "Become stronger than the nether white tiger." Why should a martial soul fusion technique be impervious to a single individual? Chapter 33, Special Training in Team Combat. Why should a martial soul fusion technique be impervious to a single individual? Zhu Wanru's heart surged with emotion as she gazed at the gentle elder before her. Listening to his seemingly light-hearted yet profoundly radical words, momentarily rendered speechless. This was something she had never imagined, or rather, never dared to conceive. To resist a martial soul fusion technique with one's individual strength? How could that be possible? Why is it impossible? Guan Hong countered. Either one possesses higher soul power, or one has a complete soul bone. Two titled Douluos would not fear the martial soul fusion technique of two soul masters. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of insufficient strength. On the path of the strong, there are no obligatory elements. Pursuing a path to its utmost will render one invincible. Zhu Wanru remained in a daze, her previous gloom dissipating, leaving only astonishment. She etched Guan Hong's words into her memory, while Bai Lingling merely let them flow through one ear and out the other. "Are you all right?" Tong expressed concern that Guan Hong's words may have been too harsh. Bai Lingling often appeared on the verge of tears, yet Tong felt no displeasure. "It's nothing." Seeing Bai Lingling shake her head indifferently, Tong let out a sigh of relief. As they walked towards the teaching building, Tong remarked to Bai Lingling, "You've been lost in thought. I was beginning to worry that you were upset from being scolded." Bai Lingling tilted her head, looking at Tong with a puzzled expression, seemingly not grasping what was being said. "Did the dean reprimand me?" The question posed by Bai Lingling left Tong momentarily stunned. Did she not scold? With her crimson eyes carelessly gesturing towards the direction of the teaching office, Tong reiterated her earlier statement. "So what if you cry? Haven't we accomplished what needed to be done? I haven't caused any trouble." Bai Lingling's gaze remained bright and sparkling, her demeanor relaxed. "We are all those who have persevered. Why concern ourselves with the form it takes? Even if I were to cry, I have fulfilled my responsibilities, and I haven't faltered in my resolve." Bai Lingling swayed her arms, her smile as radiant as ever. Ahead, Dai Minji walked alone, and further on were Dai Mingfa, Zhu Wanhua, and Ming Tianling. "When are you all going to obtain your soul rings?" Crimson Eyes inquired, a hint of anticipation evident in his tone. "Are you really going to follow along again?" Dai Minji turned to ask, a slight headache beginning to form. Each time they acquired a soul ring, Crimson Eyes invariably tagged along, leading him to suspect whether Crimson Eyes possessed some means to absorb secret elixirs during their soul ring acquisition process. "You?" Wang Heng's irate voice resonated from behind him. "You do not have the luxury of time. From now on, every one of your rest days is monopolized by me." Ding Liangru had already returned to his office, yet Wang Heng had stealthily followed. Upon hearing Wang Heng's voice, Crimson Eyes felt utterly helpless. "Teacher." He turned to face Wang Heng, halting his steps and slightly bowing his head. "Did you not hear what the dean mentioned? Your team combat is utterly chaotic." Wang Heng's voice emerged, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. "You require specialized training. Even if I were to cease and Qizhong is acutely aware that the identity of his soul beast cannot remain concealed for long, given the disparity between their species. Even if the bond with another is strong enough to endure life and death together, ultimately, it will disintegrate. Moreover, his ultimate ambition is to attain divinity. Which god would require a successor to engage in a group battle? One individual suffices." With that, Wang Heng pulled Qizhong towards the outskirts of the academy. The advanced institution's curriculum and management are considerably more lenient than those of the elementary and intermediate schools, thus Wang Heng was unperturbed about disrupting Qizhong's studies, even as he whisked him away. After a while, Wang Heng arrived at his intended destination. There stood an oval-shaped edifice, towering over 100 meters, shimmering with a resplendent metallic silver glow amidst the bustling crowd. At its pinnacle, a golden plaque proclaimed 6 grand characters, Starry Dual Spirit Arena. With a perplexed expression, Tong gazed at the vast arena of soul battles before her and inquired, "Teacher, if we are merely going to the battle arena, why not do so within the confines of the academy?" Akim truly couldn't comprehend the difference between the academy's arena and the external combat coliseum. Academy? Wang Heng sneered contemptuously. They claim the competition is fierce, but in reality, they're still classmates. Everyone holds back. Here, it's entirely different. These are all strangers. Even if you kill someone, there's no guilt. Wang Heng deliberately exaggerated the horrors of the combat coliseum, yet Akim listened with disinterest. My demand is simple. Every rest day, you must participate in a team battle. And you must win every single time. I don't care about gold, silver, or bronze combat rankings. Unless something unforeseen happens, you will fight every rest day until graduation, and you will emerge victorious. Akim nodded slightly, finding it somewhat challenging. Wang Heng led her to the registration area, where they recorded basic information before receiving the initial Iron Soul badge. To her chagrin, she even had to part with 10 gold coins as a registration fee. After this, you can come to the Combat Soul Arena on your own to participate in battles. Wang Heng explained. You may form your own team, join an existing one, or opt for random matchmaking, though the latter carries greater unpredictability. What kind of unpredictability? Akim asked. The kind where you might encounter anyone, Wang Heng clarified. You could even end up paired with a 4-ringed soul ancestor in a battle meant for their level. However, the arena's administrators aren't reckless. You'll only face opponents 1 tier above you at most. A Soul King would never be matched against you. As Tong listened to Wang Heng, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Does the teacher not worry about my demise? Wang Heng cast him a sidelong glance. Seemingly unimpressed, for someone whose soul power can be replenished at will, whose 3rd soul skill serves as an impenetrable defense, and who can challenge opponents beyond their rank. Your life is secure as long as you do not encounter a Soul King. Chapter 34, The Black Tiger Soul Master. Xian in the curriculum at the Advanced Academy is not particularly demanding, relying largely on the individual as self-discipline, be it training, combat, or physical conditioning. It all hinges upon personal initiative. At this moment, in the meditation chamber, Tong was meditating alongside a dozen fellow students from the Advanced Academy, his somewhat youthful visage standing out among them. Although he had previously meditated alongside Ming Tianlang in their dormitory, it had been a solitary endeavor. Now, amidst a group of unfamiliar faces in the meditation chamber, Tong surprisingly felt a rare sense of collective belonging, even finding himself subtly competing with others to surpass them. His current pace of cultivation had indeed slowed, far from the rapid progress he had made as a soul master. Yet, it was precisely this deceleration that allowed fragmented moments of time to coalesce, granting him more opportunities for practice. Within the meditation chamber, he frequently caught sight of Zhu Wanru. Since their conversation with Guan Hong, her mental state had improved significantly, yet her dedication to cultivation had intensified. As dusk approached, Tong finally withdrew from his meditative state, preparing to engage in physical training. Suddenly, Zhu Wanru opened her eyes and glanced at him. Are you not going to contact me regarding the martial soul fusion technique? With a furrowed brow, Tong inquired in confusion. Is it really that urgent? Although his compatibility with Dai Minji's martial soul fusion technique was indeed high, their lack of practice rendered it rather awkward, devoid of any true synergy. It is quite urgent, Zhu Wanru replied with a grave nod. Upon hearing this, Tong, who had initially planned to depart, settled back into his seat, leaning in with curiosity. What is it? Please elaborate. The White Tiger Tournament, she began. The Xinghua Empire holds this event every 5 years, primarily showcasing the martial soul fusion techniques of the infernal White Tiger. The stronger, more harmonious, and compatible the techniques are, the greater the likelihood of victory. Isn't that a competition between Daiminji and Daimingfa then? Crimson-eyed and perplexed. One might wonder, are the two individuals truly engaged in a contest? According to the traditions of the Starry Empire, even if the lineage is not exclusively passed down, they would be ruthlessly exterminated until only a singular bloodline remains, leaving little room for the establishment of a family. However, Zhu Wanru gently shook her head. You have overlooked many. What of the princess's descendants? The princess does not partake in the struggle for the throne. And the royal lineage is not solely comprised of princes. The progeny of the princess also possess the potential to inherit the white tiger martial spirit. Crimson-Eyed nodded in comprehension. The lineage of the princess and the descendants of her descendants has grown considerable. It would indeed be a greater humiliation to be bested by them. With a slight nod of affirmation, Tong turned her gaze toward Zhu Wanru. But shouldn't it be you who takes the lead in such circumstances? Zhu Wanru lowered her head and smiled, as if she had come to terms with her situation. I have already accepted the futility of our martial soul fusion technique. There is no need for you to utter such words merely to soothe my spirits. The strength of your martial soul fusion technique is sufficient to silence the critics, and the chorus of those who disparage Ming Yi has only grown louder during this time. Just as Dai Ming Yi was concerned about Zhu Wanru's emotional state, she too had been preoccupied with his predicament. Let it be, she thought. Qihong appeared rather disinterested. Why would he engage in a competition of martial soul fusion techniques when he was preoccupied with the task assigned to him by Wang Hong? He found himself in a quandary, torn between the thrill of a random team formation and the stability of a voluntary team with a higher chance of victory. After all, the penalty proposed by Wang Hong involved a monetary deduction, which compelled Qihong to take it seriously. With a mere 3 words, Zhu Wanru effectively silenced Qihong. As she spoke the first part of her sentence, Qihong suddenly swallowed the latter half, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. What is the reward? At that moment, Zhu Wanru revealed a hint of a smile, raising her fingers to enumerate. The reward for last year's champion was 3 Mingxian pills, while the previous year's winner received a left leg bone. The Xingluo royal family indeed exhibits great generosity, although it is likely they consider such prizes as already absorbed within their ranks. Qihong recalled hearing about the Mingxian pills in class. They were a premium elixir known for cleansing the marrow and refining the muscles, capable of fortifying the meridians and accelerating the cultivation process. Very well, I accept, he replied. Qihong swiftly made up her mind, observing Zhu Wanru's beaming smile. After a moment, she found Dai Minji in the fitness room and conveyed her intentions. Dai Minji had just completed his workout, draping his shirt over his shoulder, revealing a physique sculpted with robust muscles, stroking his chin with an expression of amusement. Do you know why I didn't come looking for you? Tong shook his head, pondering how he could possibly know such matters. Isn't it rather peculiar for an anomaly like us to be mingling among a pack of ethereal white tigers? Wherein lies the strangeness? Crimson Eyes furrowed his brow. In the days of yore, before he fell under the corrupting influence of the dark demon god, he was a genuine white tiger, was he not? How else could he have such a profound resonance with Dai Minji? I desire the Mingxian pill, Crimson Eyes stated with utmost candor. The candid and unadorned words of Tong left Dai Minji momentarily speechless, rendering him unable to conjure an immediate objection. After a brief pause, he acquiesced with a nod. Very well. Let us participate. Starting today, we shall commence our training, and I shall send someone to summon you next Saturday when the tournament begins. Neither of them seemed particularly concerned about competing against Dai Minji. Tong felt detached from the matter, while Dai Minji believed that at any moment, should they reveal their martial souls fusion technique, they could swiftly turn the tide of the entire situation. Saturday, Douluo Great Arena. Tong submitted her badge, completing the battle registration process. Greetings, random team battle. Qizhong has made his choice. He yearns for exhilaration, prioritizing the enhancement of his prowess. The rapid decline of his lifespan has instilled in him a profound appreciation for the fleeting nature of time. The staff handed him a numbered token. Seemingly accustomed to the choices made by individuals of Qizhong's age, young people are often drawn to thrills. Number 18, please take your place. Your team will soon appear in the number 18 lounge. The random team battles resemble Pandora's box, filled with both peril and beauty, captivating countless souls. In a somewhat modest lounge, Tong sat, her fingers instinctively curling into a tight fist. 5 sharp blades erupted forth, not excessively elongated but sufficiently keen. Dark hair began to gather upon her palm. She had endured for far too long, teetering on the brink of restraint. It had been an interminable duration since she had feigned the guise of a mere scorpion. The primal instincts of the tiger within her were gradually waning. It was high time for the tiger within to awaken and stretch its limbs. Qihong retrieved a black tiger mask from her storage device, donning it over her youthful visage. A subtle smile gracing her lips. Upon noticing someone entering the lounge, she greeted warmly, "Greetings, Xianyin, soul of the Black Tiger, a level 32 offensive battle spirit master." Chapter 35, Battle of Souls. Perhaps due to the vast arena that the Xingluo Royal Academy possessed, Qiang fortuitously did not encounter any acquaintances. Crimson Eye found herself in a situation quite different from what Wang Heng had described, as they had not encountered a team possessing a soul sect, which was likely a scenario that the Great Fighting Soul Arena would endeavor to avert. Their small team was a classic 7-member ensemble, far more strategically composed than their previously haphazardly assembled squad. It comprised 1 Control-type Soul Master, 3 Attack-type Soul Masters, 2 Agile-type Soul Masters, and 1 Support-type Soul Master. Susu, a female Soul Master, introduced herself. I am a 37th level Control-type Soul Master, wielding the soul weapon of Iron Chains. My primary soul skill revolves around binding and control, and when necessary, I can assist in repositioning you. However, my chains are somewhat cumbersome, thus my speed is not particularly swift. It is essential that we familiarize ourselves to effectively devise our battle strategy. Recalling Guan Hong's words, Crimson Eye spoke up. Xian Yin, a 32nd level attack-type Soul Master, possesses the soul weapon of the Black Tiger. My first and second soul skills are predominantly offensive, while my third skill focuses on defensive protection, making it quite formidable. Even when facing a 35th level Soul Master, I am confident in my ability to secure victory, as my endurance in prolonged combat is robust. Qiang briefly shared her information without concealing much. However, being outside the academy, she was not so naive as to lay everything bare. Promoting to a higher level? The girl named Susu exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Qiang spun her tale with remarkable ease, for due to her martial soul, the Black Tiger martial soul possessed the attribute of darkness. Darkness, a truly rare attribute, someone remarked with a hint of profundity. As Tong raised his gaze, he beheld a rather robust figure, one that appeared significantly larger in stature compared to himself, seemingly around the age of 23. Ming Xua, a 39-level Assault-type Battle Soul Master, possessed the martial spirit of the Fire Cloud Leopard, with all 3 soul skills primarily enhancing his own abilities, serving as means of attack. The Fire Cloud Leopard? A member of the Fire Leopard sect? Upon hearing his introduction, Tong comprehended the reason behind his previous sardonic demeanor and found it somewhat amusing. At such an age, one would still feel discontented due to someone overshadowing him. As anticipated, the others were equally astonished by his introduction, their expressions tinged with envy. Are you a member of the Fire Leopard sect? Within the Douluo continent, there exist numerous sects, among which 7 are particularly formidable, categorized into the upper 3 and lower 4 sections. However, most sects are situated within the Heavendo Empire. While the Starluo Empire hosts only 3 of the lower 4 sects, the Fire Leopard sect, the White Tiger sect, and the Windsword sect. Yet, although the White Tiger sect is a sect, it is overseen by a royal princess, and not all members within the sect inherit the White Tiger martial spirit, as it is quite rare in the Starluo Empire. Observing the envious and astonished expressions of those around him, Ming Xua clearly reveled in the attention, nodding in affirmation. He was currently embarking on a journey of exploration. Upon witnessing the scene, Qiang feigned admiration for Ming Xua, blending seamlessly into the group. Having amused Ming Xua, she also became acquainted with other teammates. Among them were a 34th level Assault-type Soul Master with a Brown Bear Soul, a 31st level Agility-type Soul Master wielding a Cheetah Soul, a 32nd level Agility-type Soul Master possessing a Patterned Cat Soul, and a 33rd level Support-type Soul Master with a Healing Staff. Much like Qidong, their soul power did not rank among the highest in their team of 30-level Soul Venerables, with Ming Xua from the Fire Leopard sect being the most formidable. Perhaps due to their initial introductions, the atmosphere in the Grand Soul Arena was relatively amiable. However, it was not long before a knock resounded at the lounge door, and a staff member from the arena entered, announcing, Team 18, prepare to take the stage. Upon hearing this, everyone rose, except for Qidong. The others moved forward with practiced ease, while she trailed behind, somewhat awkwardly. As they approached the arena platform, Susu spoke up. Once on the platform, we will form a 3-2-2 formation. The 3 Assault-type Soul Masters will take the lead, followed closely by the Agility-type Soul Masters, while I and the support will remain at the rear. At this moment, Susu's demeanor shifted from the gentle tone she had in the lounge to one imbued with seriousness. This was the Starluo Grand Soul Arena, where lives could be lost at any moment, and they could not afford the slightest negligence. To act kindly only to jeopardize their lives would be folly. As a Control-type Soul Master, she was responsible for overseeing the entire operation, ensuring that no one deviated from the plan. Step by step, they ascended the platform, and the cacophony of voices surged like a tide, leaving Qidong with little more than the echo of the audience's cheers ringing in her ears. At this moment, Tong truly perceived the stark contrast between the Starry Soul Arena and the school's competition arena. One was a pursuit of victory, while the other was a matter of life and death. The audience seemed to yearn for nothing less than the demise of the competitors upon the stage. Kill. Annihilate them all. Bloodwolf team. Leave no one behind. The crimson-eyed individuals were not so self-absorbed as to believe that the audience was there to cheer for them, for they were merely the random Team 18, devoid of any title. However, upon hearing the audience's fervent shouts, the crimson-eyed ones could easily envision the nature of the opposing team. The Bloodwolf team? The Black Panther Soul Masters frowned, unable to suppress a curse. Damn it. Why did we have to encounter them? Are they particularly formidable? One of the crimson-eyed inquired, curiosity piqued. Formidable, perhaps, but that is not the crux of the matter. Ming Shua interjected. The real issue is that they are a bunch of lunatics, the type that would risk their own lives just to inflict harm upon you. Speaking of this team elicited a complex mix of emotions in Ming Shua, who could not help but express his disdain. The members of Team 18 were all engulfed in a tumult of thoughts, yet only Su stood resolute, her gaze unwavering as she watched a 7-member team ascend the arena. Each member donned distinct attire, yet their eyes shared an uncanny uniformity. With a single glance, Akame recognized it, that bloodthirsty gaze, brimming with madness yet thirsting for thrill. Pain and crimson exhilaration invigorated their spirits like a phoenix reborn. Tong stood at the forefront, observing the referee position himself at the center of the arena, his gaze betraying a hint of trepidation, as if fearing the repercussions of the impending clash. Both sides were prepared. The countdown to commence began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The third battle of the Fighting Soul Tournament, Bloodwolf team against Team 18, officially commenced. As the countdown concluded, the participants on both sides unleashed their martial spirits. The entire Bloodwolf team possessed wolf-type martial spirits, with their leader at the forefront, his martial spirit being the Bloodwolf. Upon the release of their martial spirits, the morale of the Bloodwolf team surged, and the soul rings of the warlocks encircled them. All were 3-ringed soul masters, albeit their levels varied significantly, with a few still bearing the most rudimentary white soul rings. This starkly contrasted with the Douluo Royal Academy, where it was virtually unheard of to encounter soul rings of such limited age. However, the soul ring distribution of Team 18, led by Tong, was not markedly superior. The first soul ring of the Tabby Cat Soul Master was also a white ring. And beyond that, there were no other white rings in sight. As Tong released his martial spirit, he retracted his scorpion tail, revealing tiger claws. His arms now adorned with a dense covering of black fur, while a phantom character of king appeared upon his forehead. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings materialized around him, undeniably striking to behold. Tong then realized how rare optimal soul ring distributions were outside of the academy. Ming Shua cast a lingering glance. Even though he himself boasted an optimal soul ring configuration, he could not help but feel intrigued. Behind them, the healing staff of their support type glowed brightly, enveloping Tong and his companions in a warm, gentle mist that provided a soothing comfort to their bodies. The simultaneous illumination of the 3 rings served not only for healing purposes but also dulled the sensation of pain and enhanced their resistance to toxins. The composition of Tong's team was commendable. However, the Bloodwolf team's spontaneously formed squads were rather chaotic. To their surprise, 2 agile attack-type soul masters had emerged, while the remainder consisted entirely of powerful attack-type soul masters. "Fight!" shouted the leading Bloodwolf soul master, who then charged directly at Tong and his companions. Wolf claws manifested, extending from his fingertips as long, sharp talons, while crimson fur sprouted across his body, not only appearing substantial, but also rendering his skin notably more resilient. His dark pupils emitted a ghostly green glow, and the first soul ring, gleaming with a century's worth of power, caused his fur to grow an additional inch. The blood-red hue spreading as if thick, viscous blood were about to drip from his bristles. A metallic sheen flickered across his fur, transforming it into sharp spikes. As the most skilled member of Team 18, Ming Shua naturally took the initiative to confront him. Their claws clashed, yet surprisingly, the opponent did not falter. Ming Shua's expression shifted, revealing his discomfort. Although the enemy's soul power was inferior to his own, after all, he stood at the pinnacle of soul's sovereign cultivation, he was nonetheless faced with a formidable challenge. As the adversary fought with reckless abandon, in close combat, the Bloodwolf soul master brazenly lunged forward, sinking his teeth into Ming Shua's shoulder. "Ah!" Ming Shua cried out in unexpected pain, angrily distancing himself from the Bloodwolf soul master. "Madman!" He cursed. While the Bloodwolf Soul Master merely spat out a mouthful of blood, his grin malevolent. Not only he, but the 6 Soul Masters behind him wore similar sinister expressions, charging towards the group like predators on the hunt. In the rear, Su observed the tide of Bloodwolf Soul Masters surging forth and adeptly utilized her abilities as a control-type Soul Master. Several iron chains extended from her back, the scent of rust overpowering the bizarre stench of blood wafting from the stage as the thick chains swiftly darted towards the 6 Bloodwolf Soul Masters. Although the chains moved with less speed and flexibility than desired, 2 agile attack-type Soul Masters deftly evaded them. Unfortunately, one powerful attack-type Soul Master was not as fortunate. His martial spirit was a variant of a wolf, lacking speed and appearing rather cumbersome, leading him to be ensnared by the chains. While Su's chains were indeed heavy, they possessed their advantages. In such circumstances, Soul Masters of equal rank found it nearly impossible to escape her grasp. The captured Soul Master struggled vehemently, activating 3 soul rings simultaneously, causing the chains to vibrate violently. In response, Su illuminated her second soul ring, firmly binding the enemy Soul Master. Seizing the moment of his helplessness, she forcefully hurled him off the stage. The chains continued to weave through the arena, disrupting the enemy's attacks. Before Tong stood a white wolf spirit master, whose sharp claws lunged towards her chest. Instinctively, Hong sought to shield herself with her scorpion tail, suddenly recalling that her scorpion tail and tiger claws could not coexist simultaneously, lest her identity be called into question. With a decisive strike downward, she suppressed her opponent's attack, using the momentum to leap upward and swiftly maneuver behind the white wolf spirit master. Having masqueraded as an agile assault-type spirit master for 6 years, Hong's speed was undeniably commendable. She extended a claw forward, the first spirit ring activated, her sharp talons aimed directly at the back of the white wolf spirit master. Unsurprisingly, the talons pierced through the opponent's skin, soaking the fabric of their garment with blood. Yet, the white wolf spirit master seemed unfazed. Instead, they reached backward, seizing Hong's arm, stepping back with their right leg, and delivering an elbow strike toward Hong's face. With another decisive strike, Hong transformed her tiger claw into a hand, almost instantaneously grasping the white wolf spirit master's wrist and pulling back, disrupting their entire balance. A surge of strength coursed through her arm, propelling the opponent away with force. The white wolf spirit master, undeterred, attempted to charge once more, but this time it was Hong who surged forward. Bloodthirsty? With a light smirk, the crimson-eyed one expressed unparalleled disdain. Do you not feel embarrassed to employ such a tactic before your ancestors? If he were to resort to his second spirit ability against such a worthless soul master, it would be nothing short of an affront to his dignity. With crimson eyes gleaming, the figure pounced forward, crushing the white wolf spirit master beneath its weight. Tiger claws materialized once more, plunging mercilessly into his chest in the next heartbeat. A turbid mixture of inferior spiritual energy was siphoned into the crimson-eyed being's body, undergoing transformation within the tiger's paw, though the conversion efficiency proved abysmally low. The adversary's spiritual energy was unbearably impure, tainted with unknown contaminants that rendered absorption exceedingly arduous. Previously, the scorpion tail had been employed for its convenience in harvesting energy, yet the creature possessed multiple methods, tiger claws being but one among them. Witnessing the foe lapse into unconsciousness, the crimson-eyed entity discarded him with the same indifference one might show toward refuse. Crimson Eye felt a discomforting heat radiating from his eyes, a sensation that awakened the dormant instincts of cruelty and bloodlust lurking deep within him, as if stirred by some external force, prompting a restless surge. At that moment, Nineheart Begonia also sensed something amiss with Crimson Eye. Seizing the opportunity amidst the pervasive scent of blood on the stage, it discreetly released its own delicate fragrance. Having been cautioned by Crimson Eye before, it refrained from emitting its aroma recklessly. However, the overwhelming stench of blood rendered it inconspicuous. The faint, alluring fragrance provided a measure of comfort to Crimson Eye's body. The abilities of the support-type Soul Master in their ranks were limited. It seemed the healing light was oblivious to the issues plaguing Crimson Eye, offering no benefit whatsoever and merely tending to his superficial wounds. Chapter 37. Where shall we go next? Upon witnessing Crimson Eye eliminate an opposing Soul Master, Su remained tense, not allowing herself a moment of relaxation. During this time, one of their agile attack-type Soul Masters had already been eliminated, and another teetered on the brink of defeat. Although Ming Sha initially appeared flustered, He soon adapted to the rhythm of the battle and managed to subdue the Bloodwolf Soul Master. Surveying the surroundings, Susu harassed the agile attack-type Soul Master, unleashing their combat prowess while shouting, "Save the cheetah!" The cheetah's Soul Master was on the verge of collapse. His opponent's speed relentless, inflicting numerous precise wounds upon him. Despite the cheetah Soul Master's continuous evasion, his adversary always found opportunities to strike during his moments of pause. Once contact was made, it clung to him like an inescapable adhesive. The crimson-eyed figure instinctively comprehended the implications of Susu's words. With a powerful push of his legs, he surged forth towards the location of the cheetah's spirit master to render assistance. Was he not merely playing the role of a firefighter? In relentless motion, the crimson-eyed one meticulously observed the agile, offensive spirit master of the enemy. His speed was remarkable. Should he engage in a contest of swiftness with that spirit master, he feared he would meet the same grim fate as his allies, resulting in an increasingly extended front line. Had he opted to employ his third spirit ability from the outset, given the adversary's velocity, it would have posed a significant challenge for him to succeed, likely leading to a wasted spirit technique. Contemplating thus, he swiftly positioned himself back-to-back with the cheetah spirit master. The Scarlet Eye and the cheetah soul master appeared to have settled into a state of stillness, poised to wait for an opportunity. However, even with an understanding of their intentions, the opponent could not possibly remain inactive. He circled around the two, suddenly darting toward the space between them. Their strategy of waiting for the prey proved to be rather cumbersome, and a more gradual approach might yield better results. As the first soul ring illuminated, the enemy's soul master surged forward. It was evident that his initial soul skill was a rather commonplace dash. He did not anticipate vanquishing the duo with this move. Rather, his aim was to disrupt their formation. With the force of his strike, Scarlet Eye had yet to react, while the cheetah soul master staggered slightly, exposing a vulnerability. The entirety of Scarlet Eye's back lay within the range of the impending assault. The cheetah soul master had already engaged in battle for an extended duration and had in a swift moment, the crimson eyes could not evade. Witnessing a deep gash carved into the chest, revealing even the pristine white of the collarbone beneath, Akame collapsed to the ground, evidently wounded, his spiritual energy utterly depleted from the fierce battle. Xianin, the leopard spirit master, urgently called out, preparing to rush to his aid. Susu watched with gritted teeth, silently cursing Akame for earlier exaggerating his abilities, boasting of his endurance in prolonged combat. Had he not done so, she would never have sent him on this rescue mission. Now, yet another comrade was about to fall. What a nuisance. Susu despised nothing more than those who falsely inflated their own capabilities. Such individuals were nothing but a blight upon a team. Yet even as these thoughts crossed her mind, she extended her heavy chains in an attempt to disrupt the enemy's advance. She resolved inwardly that she would never team up with Akame again. However, Susu's chains were cumbersome by nature, and speed was never her forte. Against an agile assault-type spirit master specializing in swift movements, how could she possibly intercept him? The leopard spirit master, though desperate to intervene, found himself powerless. His own speed paled in comparison to the enemy's. The Bloodwolf team's spirit master reveled in triumph, even feeling a flicker of pity for this foolish young intruder who had unwittingly presented him with such an opportunity. Just a child, he mused, too naive to realize he was the target all along. The wolf's claws closed in on Akame, poised to slash his throat. The crimson-eyed figure fell to the ground. Yet the tiger's paw was poised and ready to strike. As the wolf's claw approached, astonishingly, it seized the opponent's wrist. The foe, a soul master, was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for how to react, for the crimson-eyed one was inexplicably drawing closer, their attacks dangerously near the throat, as though the crimson-eyed wished for self-destruction. Madness. The enemy soul master cursed vehemently, only to realize that his soul skill had indeed made contact with the crimson-eye's neck. Yet it was utterly incapable of penetrating even a fraction. Peering upwards along the trajectory of his attack, he beheld a black tiger mask. The individual before him seemed to merge seamlessly with the mask, their gaze akin to that of a beast. No, it was colder still. Behind him, enormous black wings unfurled, and dozens of light blades surged forth as if materializing from a black abyss, devoid of any radiance, yet instantly engulfing him. Each blade pierced through to the white bone, corroding and spreading within him, as though intent on consuming him entirely. The crimson eyes held him firmly in place, leaving him no avenue for escape. And in the face of the near-impenetrable defense presented by those eyes, all his assaults seemed to be but mere jest. The steps of the leopard soul master came to an abrupt halt as he observed the swift changes around him, feeling both astonished and relieved. It turned out to be merely a ploy to lure the enemy deeper. Ming Shuo, upon hearing the commotion, remained vigilant, and his gaze fell upon the Bloodwolf soul master before him, who appeared exceedingly displeased. Despite having inferior soul power, this individual persisted in a desperate struggle, dragging him into a drawn-out confrontation that revealed his own shortcomings. A mere boy, weaker than he, had already claimed 2 kills, while he found himself entangled with a weaker foe, thus rendering him, the highest soul power wielder of his team, seemingly inept. Su, positioned at the rear, momentarily lost her focus even while battling one of the Bloodwolf soul masters. It was a swift execution without leaving a trace. Witnessing the adversary soul master in the grip of the crimson-eyed one, akin to a helpless chick, she felt a wave of shame wash over her, wishing fervently to flee the scene. Cursed be her silence. The tiger claw instinctively sought to absorb the opponent's soul power, yet Crimson Eyes wrinkled in distaste, swiftly waving her hand as if to shake off dust, discarding the adversary from the platform. She had no desire to become tainted by the peculiarities within the opponent's soul power. Excessive absorption could potentially jeopardize her mental clarity. With a swift rise, Cheatham stood, the wounds inflicted by his adversary, a soul master, rapidly mending. Thanks to the 9-heart begonia, even if he were left with but a breath, it could restore him. He gazed into the distance at Su, seemingly at ease, yet his words exuded an aura of unparalleled arrogance. Who shall be next? Chapter 38. Sacred Blood. Observing the seemingly nonchalant Black Tiger Soul Master, Su finally comprehended the essence of enduring combat capability, even without absorbing the soul power of others. Chittam's own soul energy remained abundant. For, despite the adversary's soul power being comparable or even superior, as long as it did not exceed a certain threshold, Cheatham could vanquish them in a single strike, expending minimal energy. Previously, Su had perceived Cheatham as presumptuous and arrogant. However, witnessing him navigate the battlefield now revealed a potential humility in his demeanor. Meanwhile, Mingshu had also dispatched his opponent, albeit in a state of disarray, bearing numerous wounds. The Brown Bear Soul Master had, during the alliance between Cheatham and the Cheetah Soul Master, fallen from the platform alongside his adversary, resulting in mutual devastation. With only 2 opponents remaining, Cheatham began to assist in the combat rather than monopolizing the spotlight as before. He observed Mingshu, who appeared on the brink of exasperation, and decided to cede this moment of glory to him. With a leisurely demeanor, Cheatham meandered around the enemy soul masters, occasionally delivering a symbolic slap, exuding an air of tranquility. Although their team had dwindled to 5, the situation remained dire. After all, the support-type soul master lacked combat prowess, and the leopard soul master was nearly drained of spirit energy. In truth, the only remaining combat strength lay with him, Ming Shuo, and a control-type soul master named Su. The leopard soul master and Su were engaged in a fierce battle with another member of the Bloodwolf team, while Cheatham provided assistance to Ming Shuo in their struggle. The proximity between Ming Shuo and Cheatham made it evident to him that Cheatham's lackadaisical attitude was deliberate, igniting a surge of frustration within him. Was this person intentionally provoking him? Just moments ago, he had seemed invincible, yet now he appeared as lethargic as a salted fish, seemingly wishing to recline upon the arena floor. The relentless combat deepened Ming Shuo's furrowed brow. Given the current circumstances, the Bloodwolf team was on the brink of inevitable defeat. Nevertheless, they showed no signs of retreat, instead growing increasingly exhilarated as they inflicted wound after wound upon Ming Shuo. The audience remained fervent, their voices rising in a chant. Kill 1, earn 1, earn 1. Akame tilted her head, momentarily perplexed by the underlying logic. Yet the Bloodwolf team's spirit masters clearly comprehended, intensifying their assault with such ferocity that Ming Shuo was forced to retreat several paces. Tong skillfully evaded the conflict, emerging unscathed, while the wounds inflicted by the agile attacking spirit master had been wholly healed under the restorative prowess of the 9-heart Tang. Amidst the chaos and the pervasive stench of blood, Tong appeared almost like an unwitting spectator who had stumbled onto the stage, his attire merely slightly tattered. His sole strategy was to evade. Even when he witnessed himself being scratched, he exhibited no reaction, retreating a few paces to avoid the residual effects of the soul skill. Was he unwell? With his 3rd soul skill at his disposal, what did he have to fear from the aftermath of battle? He might as well withstand a direct confrontation without sustaining a scratch. This was nothing short of provocation. By the heavens, once this soul battle concluded, he would ensure that the insufferable brat who had deliberately targeted him would not escape unscathed. Ming Shuo's eyes widened in fury, his gaze fixated on the enemy spirit master. momentarily treating him as Tong, which prompted him to unleash a more ferocious assault. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ming Shuo finally managed to send the opposing Bloodwolf spirit master tumbling off the arena. Just as he prepared to regroup, he realized that the skirmish behind him had also ceased. Thus, Team 18 emerged victorious. The audience fell into a hushed silence, with only sporadic cheers breaking the stillness. Seemingly displeased by the defeat of the team they had supported, Akatsuki paid no heed, disappearing from sight after stepping off the stage. Susu had initially intended to engage in conversation with Akatsuki, only to find herself at a loss for the other's whereabouts, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Scratching her head, she murmured to herself, "Where is Xianyin?" Ming Shuo hurriedly approached from behind, panting, and upon hearing Susu mention Akatsuki, he retorted with indignation, "She probably left early. Good riddance, what a nuisance." Ming Shuo had not anticipated that his journey for training would lead him to encounter such a lunatic. After casting a few more glances, Susu ultimately withdrew her gaze. The Grand Soul Arena would automatically record their achievements, allowing them to depart without delay. Meanwhile, Akatsuki stealthily trailed a group of individuals, their bodies marred with wounds, yet devoid of any signs of despair. Their eyes sparkled with a palpable bloodthirsty excitement. It was none other than the Bloodwolf faction from the arena, and Akatsuki had restrained herself from unleashing her full power, determined to uncover the mysteries surrounding them. Crimson-eyed, she absorbed the soul energy of one among them, thus enabling her to perceive the subtle distinctions within. The seductive allure of merciless bloodlust was nearly imperceptible, having seamlessly merged with the essence of the soul. The Bloodwolves staggered as they made their way out of the city, traversing towards the outskirts, ultimately arriving at a riverside village. Crimson-eyed, she regulated her breath, allowing her form to be enveloped by the night, so that, without careful examination, she might easily be overlooked, as if she had merged seamlessly with the darkness itself. In the village, the returning Bloodwolves did not make their way home. Instead, they ventured together to a rather classical shrine dedicated to ancient rites. Ake moved silently closer, eavesdropping by the corner. "Priest, is there any more of the sacred blood?" It seemed to be the captain of the Bloodwolf team questioning the temple priest. "There is still a little," the priest replied in a gravelly voice, as if his throat were filled not with mucus, but with sand. "You must understand, the sacred blood is exceedingly precious. It grants you fearlessness in slaughter and enhances your abilities." The priest's mystifying tone nearly made Akame laugh. "This is a divine blessing. You must cherish it. To obtain this sacred blood, I, the priest, have sacrificed much." "We understand," the Bloodwolf captain hastily assured. "From now on, we will leave 30% of our winnings to you. Each of us will keep only 10. 30%? The priest sounded displeased. "The world does not offer such generosity so easily. This borders on blasphemy against the gods. Everything you possess is granted by the sacred blood. Without it, you would merely be ordinary soul masters, certainly not the renowned Bloodwolf team of the Douluo Grand Soul Arena. 50%. His tone brooked no argument. "If you refuse, the sacred blood shall be withheld henceforth." Silence lingered for several seconds before the Bloodwolf captain finally relented to the priest's terms. At this point, Akame chose to listen no further and turned away, leaving the eerie village behind. It was clear now, the legendary sacred blood was the source of these sinister occurrences. Chapter 39. The cultivation of spirit fusion techniques on Sunday night. Akame remained active in the Douluo Grand Soul Arena. The arena was as bustling as ever. As the final opponent collapsed, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Team 7, victorious. The referee's voice boomed across the grand arena. Once again, Tong chose a randomly matched team, and the victory was significantly easier than yesterday, with teammates who did not cause him undue concern. As he descended from the arena, it was the first time he experienced the jubilant cheers, seemingly owing to his consecutive victories, which had garnered him a modicum of popularity. After traversing several streets, Tong finally removed his mask and proceeded towards the Starry Royal Academy. En route, he fortuitously encountered Dai Minji and his companions, who had just returned from hunting soul beasts, and he joined them. Dai Minji, Dai Mingfa, and Ming Tianlang had all reached the threshold of level 30, and during this week's respite, they had ventured into the Starry Great Forest to obtain soul rings. Why did it take so long? Tong wondered. Even though the Starry Great Forest is relatively distant, it should not have consumed a full 2 days. The periphery of the Starry Great Forest should pose minimal danger. Upon noticing Dai Minji spoke up. explaining that an injured soul beast had wandered into a chaotic area, inadvertently driving numerous startled soul beasts towards the outskirts, which caused them to lose some time in evasion. An injured soul beast? Initially, Chitong had merely asked out of curiosity, but he was suddenly startled, looking at Dai Minji and pressing for details. What kind of soul beast was it, and what were its distinguishing features? Crimson eyes appeared particularly anxious, their gaze resembling that of a predator poised to strike. A palpable scent of blood assaulted Dai Minji's nostrils. Oblivious to this, Crimson eyes fixated intently on Dai Minji, fervently seeking an answer. At that moment, Crimson eyes was acutely sensitive. Suspicions arose that something had transpired in the core area, or perhaps a battle had ensued, resulting in injuries among their ranks. Dai Minji instinctively stepped back a few paces, while Dai Mingfa, unaware of any discrepancies, casually remarked, "It is a phosphor serpent king." From a distance, it appears to have bitten several soul beasts. Phosphor Serpent King? Qiang let out a sigh of relief and casually remarked, "I thought I might stumble upon a fortunate find." "What fortunate find?" Lang inquired, somewhat puzzled. Qiang, who was not in a bottleneck period, should not be able to absorb a soul ring. A soul beast holds worth beyond mere soul rings and bones. While its value may not be great in other aspects, it certainly exists. Qiang continued to speak whimsically. "I still wish to see what opportunities may arise. But as for the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King, I shall pass. I fear it might poison me." With a nonchalant demeanor, Chitong caught the attention of Dai Mingfa and Ming Tianlang, who, without giving it much thought, exchanged brief greetings before departing. They discerned that Chitong likely wished to converse with Dai Minji, for Chitong often emanated a sense of detachment in social interactions, rarely initiating dialogue. Thus, her approach suggested an intention to speak with Dai Minji. Initially, Dai Minji shared this assumption. However, he now regarded Chitong with a peculiar gaze. Ming Tianlang and Dai Mingfa, who were not directly facing Chitong, remained oblivious to the expression Dai Minji beheld in that moment, one that was far from that of a mere opportunist. Rather, it was a manifestation of profound anger. Yet, Dai Minji found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend why the aftermath of an injured soul beast could incite such rage within Chitong. His thoughts spiraled further into confusion as Chitong's subsequent inquiry disrupted his contemplation. "Are you able to access the household registration records within the Luo Kingdom?" Chitong inquired. "I wish to investigate a particular village." "What village?" Dai Minji's mind was abruptly diverted. Qiang, stroking her chin, described. "The location should be approximately 300 miles northeast of Xinglua City, near a river. The village there possesses an air of peculiarity. It appears to be steeped in some form of belief, which strikes me as rather odd. I suspect it may be linked to rebellious forces." As she concluded her thoughts, Qiang unequivocally cast a shadow of suspicion upon the other party. Such matters concerning the divine always compelled her to exercise greater caution. Indeed, upon hearing the term rebellion, Dai Minji's expression grew noticeably more serious. "How did you come to this conclusion?" he inquired. Qizhong pointed towards the outside, seemingly making a casual observation. "During the grand battle at the Soul Arena, there appeared a team known as the Bloodwolf Squad, which appeared rather peculiar. I followed them and discovered that they seemed to possess a distorted belief. Strangely, they even drank blood, and the priest claimed it was their method of gaining strength." Qizhong did not conceal much information, as he was counting on Damingyi to investigate the matter further. Moreover, if an inquiry were to begin, many details were no longer secrets. "All right," Damingyi nodded. "I will send someone to investigate. Would you like to receive updates on the developments?" "Of course." Qizhong fervently nodded in agreement. Damingyi cast a curious glance at him, only to witness Qizhong fiercely proclaiming, "A gentleman does not leave a grudge unavenged. How can one lash out simply because of their cultivation and numbers after a mere bump?" Upon hearing this, Damingyi could not help but chuckle, his suspicions dissipating to some extent. It turned out that Qizhong was seeking vengeance and had inadvertently stumbled upon something bizarre. After exchanging a few words of greeting with Dai Minji regarding his soul ring, Chitong bid farewell and made his way towards the dormitory building. The following day, Chitong and Dai Minji were diligently practicing their martial soul fusion technique. Within the training room, Dai Minji gazed at the damaged black iron walls, his brow furrowed in contemplation. As he touched the ravaged iron, a sense of dissatisfaction washed over him. "Our compatibility is sufficient, yet we still lack a great deal of tacit understanding." He lowered his head in deep thought, yet could neither discern the cause nor find a means of rectification. Chitong found himself in a state of helplessness, for he possessed no means to conceal his martial soul. During the cultivation of the martial soul fusion technique, Tong was in his complete form. As within the illusion of the dazzling tiger, no one would detect his true appearance. Moreover, Dai Mingyi, owing to the profound compatibility with his martial soul, remained oblivious to the differences in Tong's essence. This allowed Tong to unleash his martial soul freely. However, despite this, the synergy between the two remained utterly disarrayed. At last, it became clear why the pairs capable of martial soul fusion were often sisters, brothers, or spouses. Tong sat on the ground, drenched in sweat, unable to suppress her exclamations. The martial soul fusion technique does not allow for the conservation of soul power when one's cultivation is relatively weak. Utilizing such a technique often results in the depletion of soul energy, and even Tong now found herself somewhat overwhelmed. In Chapter 40, The Battle of 10,000 Towns. Why? Dai Mingyi seemed not to comprehend Tong's words. Why does the martial soul fusion technique predominantly exist among siblings, brothers, and couples? Dai Mingyi believed that the compatibility of martial souls among siblings might indeed be greater, while the bond between couples is likely a result of the connection forged by the martial soul fusion technique. Prolonged cooperation often leads to an ambiguous relationship that eventually blossoms into something more, due to their innate understanding of one another. Tong gazed vacantly at the wall. The training room before her was nearly as spacious as an entire floor, devoid of any furnishings, yet its value was immeasurable, as it was entirely forged from mysterious iron, effectively containing the impact of attacks within a designated range. It must be said that despite the myriad of life-threatening challenges, Dai Mingyi's existence was remarkably prosperous, possessing everything that one could desire. This training room was specifically requisitioned by Dai Mingyi for the purpose of honing their martial soul fusion technique. In truth, even without Dai Mingyi articulating it, Tong understood that he was determined to succeed. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths. However, in the beginning, their unfamiliarity precluded Dai Mingyi from showing his true feelings, resulting in a situation where it took Zhu Wanru's intervention for Tong to become aware of this matter. The notion that their martial soul fusion technique was somehow peculiar was nothing more than a baseless assertion. It was merely a contest of martial soul fusion techniques, primarily to ascertain whether it was indeed a product of the fusion with the white tiger martial soul. Tong did not believe it. Was it possible that all martial soul fusion techniques at the White Tiger Convention belonged to the netherworld White Tiger? Could we cultivate such a high degree of understanding in such a short time? Dai Mingyi felt a sense of unease. They had indeed squandered an excessive amount of time. While Dai Mingfa and Zhu Wanhua practiced their martial soul fusion technique, communication between Tong and Dai Mingyi was minimal. That period was sufficient for Dai Mingfa to elevate his synergy with Zhu Wanhua to an exceptionally high level. Qizhong remained silent. The answer was self-evident. Although his knowledge was extensive, he found himself almost entirely at a loss when it came to matters exclusive to humanity, particularly regarding the fusion techniques of martial souls, a concept utterly foreign to the world of soul beasts. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Dai Mingyi's eyes. "Let us seek my teacher." "Your teacher?" Qizhong was even more perplexed, unaware that Dai Mingyi had a mentor. Indeed, Dai Mingyi nodded affirmatively and promptly prepared to embark on the journey with Qizhong. Tong remained in a state of bewilderment, while Dai Mingyi had already taken his seat in the carriage, embarking on an unknown journey. With a silent nudge, Qiong prodded the 9-heart Tang in her waist, urging it to gather its spirits. Although she was unaware of Dai Mingyi's teacher's true identity, it was clear that this individual must be a person of considerable stature, likely of the Soul Douluo caliber. Otherwise, they would not be worthy of instructing Dai Mingyi. Shortly thereafter, the carriage came to a halt. Upon disembarking, Qidong finally discerned the destination of their journey, the general's residence of Zhenyuan. "Zhang Zhenyuan," she murmured, recognizing the name of the illustrious General Zhenyuan, one of the most renowned military leaders in the entire Starluo Empire, and a titled Douluo with an impressive soul power of 95. His martial soul, the Zhonglong staff, was also known as the Wanjin Douluo. Having resided in the Starluo Empire for 6 years, Qidong was well aware of such fundamental knowledge. In contrast to Qidong's composed demeanor, Dai Mingyi appeared somewhat anxious as he approached the gates and inquired, "Is the Wanjin Douluo present?" "Your Highness, the general is indeed in attendance," came the reply. As a disciple of the Wanjin Douluo, Dai Mingyi frequently visited the general's residence, and the guards at the entrance recognized him, allowing him to pass without hesitation. As Qitong was about to pursue, she was halted by the guard. With a hint of helplessness, Qitong could only watch the somewhat anxious Dai Mingyi, who refused to glance back even for a moment, and called out, "Wait, I cannot enter." "Cannot enter?" It seemed that Dai Mingyi had just awakened from a dream, as he turned and said, This is a trusted friend accompanying me. The guard, hearing this, finally allowed them passage. Meanwhile, Qidong followed Damingyi, reflecting on the earlier scene, unable to suppress a note of admiration for the stringent security of the Xinglua Empire. Logically, the guard should have recognized him and Damingyi descending from the carriage, thus not treating him as a stranger. However, for safety's sake, the guard still obstructed his path. The Xinglua Empire is indeed quite intriguing. Damingyi strode directly toward the training grounds, seemingly certain that the Wanjin Douluo conference would be held there. Upon entering the training area, Qiang noticed a middle-aged man with a bare torso, showcasing a robust physique. He sported a light stubble that was not overly dense, giving his face a rugged and authoritative appearance. He wielded a long staff adorned with intricate dragon patterns that appeared as if a great dragon were coiling around it. Executing the simplest of moves, his staff techniques were uncomplicated yet remarkably smooth, as if he had practiced them countless times. Master, Damingyi bowed from the sidelines, and Qiang followed suit with a half-bow. Upon hearing Damingyi's voice, Zhang Zhenyuan paused his movements, retracted his martial spirit, wiped the sweat from his brow, and managed to present a somewhat stiff smile. Minji, are you not practicing the fusion technique of your martial spirits? This master clearly had a thorough understanding of Damingyi's whereabouts. Indeed, master, Damingyi nodded, then slightly furrowed his brows. However, I have a matter I would like to consult you about. Oh, Zhang Zhenyuan descended from the platform, inquiring further. Speak. How can one enhance rapport? Damingyi asked. You are aware of my situation, master. With the White Tiger Conference approaching, if I wish to take the lead, I must enhance the synergy with my opponent, yet time is exceedingly limited. I would like to know if there is any method to improve the rapport between two individuals. Zhang Zhenyuan did not respond directly. Instead, he turned to the silent Qidong beside him. You are the long-tailed scorpion soul master, are you not? Akihito nodded slightly. Soon after, he observed Zhang Zhenyuan extending his hand. I have already heard about your situation from Minji. It is perhaps due to the mutation of your martial soul into a dark attribute that has resulted in the emergence of your martial soul fusion technique. Generally speaking, it is improbable for the long-tailed scorpion and the white tiger martial souls to produce a fusion technique. Minji, however, feels that the disparity between your martial soul and his is quite significant, making the existence of a fusion technique rather peculiar. Yet, it must be noted that martial soul fusion techniques are not solely the domain of similar martial souls. Rather, the compatibility factor is of utmost importance. If the compatibility is lacking, even if the martial souls bear a striking resemblance, the likelihood of forming a martial soul fusion technique remains exceedingly slim. The crimson-eyed figure nodded slightly, indicating agreement. I believe the essence lies more in the nature of your martial spirit. The scorpion and the tiger, when combined, yield a product remarkably akin to the dark demon evil god tiger. Should the martial spirit fusion technique bear resemblance to that formidable soul beast, it would undoubtedly possess immense power. However, the most pivotal aspect, in my opinion, is not your scorpion's tail, but rather your elemental attribute. The long-tailed scorpion and the white tiger could not possibly manifest a martial spirit fusion technique. Yet the dark attribute long-tailed scorpion holds that potential alongside the white tiger. Akame felt somewhat unsettled, then saw General Zhenyuan flick his wrist. So I wish to test just how potent your dark attribute is? Chapter 41. A method. Zhang Zhenyuan extended his hand toward Akame. Akame's eyelids twitched, yet he honestly released his aura. If a martial soul wished to conceal itself, it would not be so easily detected. Moreover, the dark attribute was merely one of his more prominent traits, far less significant than his sinister attribute, which was more likely to draw attention. Dark soul power surged behind Akame, cold and hollow, like a slender thread probing forward, intertwining with Zhang Zhenyuan's hand. At that moment, even Zhang Zhenyuan sensed a chill. Before his eyes, a swirling black mist seemed to materialize. Though the creature within remained indistinct, he could still perceive the pulse of life within the haze. A pair of crimson eyes appeared to gaze at him, and despite the vast disparity in their cultivation, Zhang Zhenyuan's heart trembled. What an overbearing martial soul! The moment the aura was unleashed, the martial soul instinctively sought to invade his soul power. Only due to his formidable strength was he spared corruption. It is no less formidable than a top-tier martial soul, Zhang Zhenyuan remarked directly, his eyes gleaming with fascination. While martial soul mutations were not uncommon, those that evolved favorably were exceedingly rare. Truthfully, he had never encountered a mutated long-tailed scorpion, let alone one with a dark attribute, which was why it struck him as so novel. Master, how should we improve our synergy? Dai Minji, noticing Zhang Zhenyuan's absorption in Akame's martial soul, reminded him of their purpose. The best way to enhance synergy is prolonged companionship. Harmony will follow naturally. Zhang Zhenyuan glanced between Akame and Dai Minji. You two have had little interaction, haven't you? With a single look, he discerned their unfamiliarity. Both youths seemed reserved by nature, likely exchanging few words even when together. Their silence confirmed his observation. You must engage more. Without rapport, even a martial soul fusion skill will lack potency. If you seek rapid improvement, there are two methods. Dai Minji brightened at this. Even he had considered the request unreasonable. After all, forging synergy overnight was near impossible. What methods? Akame inquired. Zhang Zhenyuan raised a finger. First, intensify your interactions, train together, dine together, learn about each other. Dai Minji nodded slightly. A conventional approach, merely demanding deeper engagement. Second, spar frequently, observe each other's combat styles. A martial soul fusion skill is, at its core, a technique. Understanding your partner's fighting methods will naturally enhance coordination in battle. Extending a second finger, he added, I recommend employing both simultaneously. To triumph at the White Tiger Assembly, strength, martial soul quality, fusion skill compatibility, mutual martial soul intensity, and synergy were all indispensable. Among the numerous tiger-related fusion skills, standing out required either uniqueness or overwhelming superiority. Your choice? Dai Minji remained composed. We shall heed your advice. Chapter 42. The flaw of the martial soul. The sudden transformation of the Crimson Eyes left Dai Minji utterly astounded. Just now? Just now? Crimson Eyes furrowed her brows, appearing utterly perplexed. What just transpired? Dai Minji, witnessing the transformation of Crimson Eyes from fearless to bewildered, found himself questioning the situation. What was it that you uttered just moments ago? As if awakening to a realization, Chi Tong's expression shifted, and she slowly articulated her response. What I meant was that Master suggested we cultivate our rapport through more communication, not that I should accommodate your schedule. Upon finishing her statement, Chi Tong's demeanor darkened. Did I truly become so fierce just now? In response to Chi Tong's inquiry, Dai Minji promptly nodded. Alas. Crimson Eyes let out a sigh, her gaze revealing a hint of helplessness as she cradled her head, seemingly burdened by immense pain. Witnessing Crimson Eyes in such a state, Dai Minji could hardly fail to perceive the underlying peculiarity. After all, she was merely a 12-year-old child. Dai Minji almost laid bare his thoughts. Upon returning from yesterday's hunt for soul beasts, I too observed you in this very manner. It is the influence of your martial soul. Crimson Eye appeared particularly despondent, seemingly having reached a difficult psychological decision before confiding his secret to Dai Minji. A common ailment associated with mutated martial souls is that while there exists a certain probability of acquiring a more formidable soul, such mutations often come with lingering side effects or, one might say, inherent flaws. My flaw manifests as a lack of control. Concerning the things I said during that tumultuous period, I am somewhat unclear. He wore an expression of vexation, however. I often hear that I become exceedingly irritable during such times. Dai Minji suddenly understood. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. Merely nodding slightly, perhaps you were indeed ensnared in that state. As Zhang Zhenyuan mentioned, both Crimson Eye and Dai Minji were not particularly adept at socializing at that moment. Dai Minji's emotions were complicated, leaving him unsure of how to offer comfort. In truth, Crimson Eye did not require his consolation. It was merely a spontaneous utterance, intended to rationalize his actions from the previous day, preventing Dai Minji from deepening his suspicions. Yesterday's impulsiveness necessitated another fabrication for atonement. Nevertheless, it was not entirely without merit, as it provided a plausible excuse for future emotional outbursts. After a while, Dai Minji finally managed to murmur, Your martial soul is remarkably strong. Indeed. Far stronger than you might imagine. Thank you. Chi Tong did not elaborate further and took the initiative to broach the subject. How should we arrange our schedule moving forward? Upon hearing Chi Tong's inquiry, Dai Mingyi offered his own solution. With only 4 days remaining until the White Tiger Conference, we can consider today settled. In the subsequent 4 days, I will assist you for 2 days, and you shall assist me for the other 2, allowing us to adapt to one another while engaging in evening sparring. What are your thoughts on this arrangement? Although aware that Chi Tong had been influenced by her martial spirit, Dai Mingyi felt compelled to temper his previous tone. He sensed that this might also reflect Chi Tong's own intentions. Very well. Akatsuki appeared to be as amiable as ever. At this moment, a sense of tranquility had settled within him. He had spun too many tales and now felt utterly weary. Upon returning to his dormitory, Akatsuki entered a meditative state. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Crimson Eyes had not yet opened, yet she was already aware of the identity of her visitor. Recently, this individual had taken to eavesdropping with great enthusiasm, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Is there something you wish to discuss, Professor Wang Heng? She inquired directly. TCH, how dull. Wang Heng muttered, before finally climbing through the window. Tomorrow Lang had gone out to train and had yet to return. So Wang Heng simply made himself comfortable on Tomorrow Lang's bed. Only now did Qihong open her eyes, giving Wang Heng the respect he deserved. Not wishing to witness his awkward appearance as he climbed through the window. Is there something you wish to discuss, teacher? Crimson Eyes now appeared exceedingly fatigued, evidently having forgotten the task entrusted to her by Wang Heng. As she spoke in a nonchalant manner, Wang Heng's irritation surged, his gaze sharp and piercing, as if his eyes might pop from their sockets. What do you have to say? What is it you wish to convey? The matter regarding your visit to the Battle Soul Arena. The Battle Soul Arena? Crimson Eyes replied, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I have already emerged victorious. Then should you not report to me and present your achievements? Wang Heng extended his hands in exasperation. How was I to know if you did not inform me? Upon hearing Wang Heng's words, Crimson Eyes rummaged through her storage ring, retrieving her record of victories. Rest assured, teacher. I shall not. Qizhong initially intended to express that he would never utter a falsehood, yet the words lingered at the precipice of his lips before he swallowed them back. To navigate the human realm successfully, he, as a soul beast, was inevitably entwined with deception, even in his human form prior to reaching maturity. He remained fundamentally a soul beast. Wang Heng received the record of achievements but refrained from perusing it, instead furrowing his brow as he regarded Qizhong. What troubles you? What have you been preoccupied with lately? Wang Heng had certainly discerned Qizhong's unease. The Royal White Tiger Conference was approaching. Qizhong appeared devoid of vitality, having been engrossed in practicing martial soul fusion techniques with Dai Minji. Are you intending to involve yourself in royal affairs? Upon hearing Qizhong's words, Wang Heng's frown deepened further. You are well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Xingluo royal family. Should you choose to entangle yourself now, even if Dai Minji ultimately emerges victorious and you ascend the ranks, it would amount to little. After all, there remains a considerable risk of being implicated and facing dire consequences. Is it truly worth exchanging your name for such fleeting glory and wealth? Wang Heng believed he understood Qizhong to some extent. A child orphaned from a young age, devoid of support, might yearn for the security that power and influence could provide. In his view, it was conceivable that Qizhong would take such risks for that sense of safety. However, Wang Heng was resolute in his desire to prevent Qizhong from falling into such a trap. It will not happen. The Crimson-Eyed One directly interrupted Wang Heng's ramblings. Teacher, you might believe that after Dai Minji and I utilized our martial soul fusion technique during the White Tiger Conference, I would inevitably find myself aligned with Dai Minji's faction, regardless of my own desires, would you not? Wang Heng retorted. Indeed. Qiong nodded slightly, and Wang Heng, witnessing his demeanor, felt an urge to unleash a torrent of reproach. What on earth was happening? Was there still time for frivolity? However, before Wang Heng could voice his thoughts, Qiong continued, Yet, I shall surely depart from the Starluo Empire before I turn 20, rendering all of this utterly inconsequential to me. Chapter 43, The Overwhelming Pressure on Dai Minji. You intend to leave the Starluo Empire in the future? Wang Heng was utterly incredulous. In his eyes, it was inconceivable that Qihong would remain outside the Starluo Empire. For what reason would he have entered the Royal Academy otherwise? Crimson Eyes nodded earnestly. His words steeped in sincerity. I wish to return to my homeland. The Starluo Empire is merely a closer distance, not my true home. Wang Heng was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly straightened up and, in the blink of an eye, darted in front of Crimson Eyes. Gripping his shoulders tightly as he demanded, Are you from the Heaven Do Empire? On the entire Douluo continent, there were only two nations, the Starluo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire. Thus, it could be surmised that Crimson Eyes hailed from the latter. What business does a Heaven Do Empire citizen have in the Starluo Empire? Are you a spy? Wang Heng's brow furrowed deeply, as if he might crush Crimson Eyes in the next moment. Observing Wang Heng's demeanor, Crimson Eyes naturally considered the suspicions brewing within him. Teacher. Crimson Eyes managed to free himself from Wang Heng's grasp, a hint of helplessness in his tone. My home is located near the Starry Forest. That place is outside any jurisdiction. Akame remained silent, unable to comprehend the labyrinthine workings of Wang Heng's mind. One moment, he was expressing concern for her future prospects. The next, he was suspecting her of being a mole. No jurisdiction, Wang Heng murmured under his breath, regaining his composure. Teacher, being straightforward isn't necessarily a bad trait. But must you be so impulsive? Was it just one outburst? Really? Wang Heng clearly hadn't absorbed the lesson, and now he dared to lecture her instead. Just once. With crimson eyes wide and lips parted, she clearly harbored disbelief in him. It was but a singular occasion, Wang Heng retorted, his tone leaving no room for contradiction. As Tong was about to retort to Wang Heng, she found that he had vanished from sight, seemingly having seized the opportunity to slip away. Upon witnessing the scene, Tong chuckled softly and resumed her meditative practice. The following day, she made her way to the training ground, for it was the day designated for her collaboration with Daiminji. Upon entering the room adorned with dark iron, Tong found Daiminji seated in meditation. Noticing her arrival, Daiminji ceased his practice, straightened his posture, and suggested, "Let us engage in a sparring session first, and thereafter we shall analyze the circumstances." Crimson Eyes nodded slightly, and then directly inquired, "Full strength?" Upon being questioned thus by Crimson Eyes, Daiminji was momentarily taken aback, but soon furrowed his brow and nodded emphatically. "Of course, it would be with full strength. We are the same rank. Even though you ascended to the Soul Sovereign stage slightly earlier than I did, there is no need for you to request it from me." Hearing Crimson Eyes express this, Daiminji felt an undercurrent of discontent. It appears that Tong is convinced that he can easily triumph over him, wishing to preserve a semblance of dignity for himself. However, he is acutely aware that their strength should be relatively comparable. Both possess innate full soul power and are currently soul masters of the 32nd level. Daiminji sees no reason why he should be inferior and thus destined for failure. Even in the realm of Deming's techniques, he has always been a worthy adversary. From childhood to the present, he has consistently been a prodigy. Noticing the displeasure in Daiminji's gaze, Tong belatedly realizes that he may have inadvertently struck a blow to his opponent's pride. Having become accustomed to his own prowess, which allows him to rival a 100,000-year soul beast after 60,000 years, he momentarily forgets that his opponent is also a fiercely proud individual. "Rest assured, I shall not allow you to falter." With that declaration, the sinister god's hook materializes. Akame began the countdown. 2, 1, begin. With simultaneous roars, both figures charged toward each other. However, Akame, disguised as an agility-type soul master, was undeniably faster, in the blink of an eye. She had already closed the distance before Daiminji. Daiminji's first and second soul rings flared to life, activating White Tiger's protective barrier and White Tiger's fierce light wave simultaneously. All Akame saw was a searing streak of white light hurtling toward her. Third soul skill, activate. A luminous shield coalesced around Akame, forged by the power of the evil god's protection. She disregarded the destructive force of the White Tiger's fierce light wave entirely, closing in on Daiminji. Unless one faced Akame in battle, they would never comprehend the sheer terror she embodied. That near-absolute defensive skill bore no resemblance to an ordinary third soul skill. With such an absurdly powerful defensive ability, no attack below the 50th rank could inflict fatal harm upon her. Moreover, her close-quarters combat and range defensive capabilities were nothing to scoff at. Coupled with her superior agility as an agility-type soul master, she seemed utterly flawless, devoid of any discernible weakness. Daiminji's pupils contracted sharply as his third soul skill, White Tiger's Metamorphosis, manifested. His muscles swelled instantly, and dark tiger stripes emerged across his body. For the next half hour, his resistance to abnormal conditions, offensive power, defensive capabilities, and physical strength would all double, an immensely potent self-enhancement technique. Yet, at this moment, the disparity between their martial souls became glaringly apparent. The formidable third soul skill of the White Tiger, despite its might, paled in offensive power compared to Akame's first soul skill, though her first skill lacked the comprehensive versatility of White Tiger's Metamorphosis. The gaze of her crimson eyes remained unchanged, and the first soul ring shimmered brilliantly. The crimson-eyed malevolent deity's hook, upon closing in, struck directly at Daiminji's chest. The overwhelming force of the malevolent deity, augmented by a staggering 200 attack power, swiftly breached Daiminji's defenses, the hook piercing through to commence the absorption of his soul energy. Instantly, Daiminji felt an unsettling pull, seemingly devoid of aggression, yet relentlessly siphoning his inner soul power. Every morsel gained was invaluable. In the human realm, opportunities to absorb other soul energy were scant. "Stop absorbing," Daiminji exclaimed in irritation, prompting the crimson-eyed entity to release its grip on the malevolent hook. It licked its lips, as if savoring the experience. The quality of the opponent's soul energy was commendable, and it believed that with this, it could indeed break through to the 33rd level tonight. Daiminji cast a resentful glance, for after their skirmish, What once was a bountiful reservoir of soul energy had dwindled to a mere 10%. A staggering 30% had been consumed by the crimson-eyed being. It then dawned on him that this was the only individual among their 7 who had triumphed against a senior in the challenge through sheer strength. While the others either relied on martial spirit fusion techniques or had been aided by the crimson-eyed one's prowess in their eliminations. Initially, Dai Minji believed the crimson-eyed entity's victory was solely due to its spirit master status, yet upon reflection, the ease of its victory seemed somewhat excessive. This was his first spar with the crimson-eyed being, and he found himself utterly overwhelmed. The defeat was exceedingly devastating, utterly chaotic. Your soul energy does not seem to reflect a 32 level, Dai Minji remarked subtly, intending to convey that the crimson-eyed being's soul energy was not far from that of a 37 level soul master. But I am indeed only at 32. The crimson-eyed being replied. Regardless of Dai Minji's suspicions or any inquiries made, the being was undeniably at the 32 level. Chapter 44. The White Tiger Tournament. Even with identical soul energy levels, it does not imply that the quality is equivalent. Just as Dai Minji would obliterate a soul master of the same rank, the crimson-eyed entity faced Dai Minji in a similar manner. Dai Minji tilted his head, his expression a tapestry of confusion, yet I distinctly sensed a suppressive force. How could one not feel it? There were 3 layers of suppression: martial spirit suppression, soul energy suppression, and attribute suppression, all present. Though aware of the reality, the crimson-eyed being merely deflected. Perhaps it was the attribute suppression. My dark attribute is relatively pure. Upon hearing this, Dai Minji nodded slightly, recalling his first exposure to the crimson-eyed being's dark attribute during its initial special training. Shall we continue? The crimson-eyed being inquired, adding, with full force. Dai Minji's smile appeared forced, his lips twitching as he shook his head. Let's save it for tomorrow. Today we should analyze each other's combat habits. Agreed. Akane listened attentively, then settled into a cross-legged position. Retrieving paper and writing implements from her spatial ring, she began documenting her observations. Your combat style leans heavily towards close-quarters engagement. While you possess numerous soul techniques, your tactical repertoire remains somewhat limited in diversity. As soon as Tong recorded the first item, Dai Minji expressed some dissatisfaction. A single method? My White Tiger Guardian Barrier can enhance my own abilities. The White Tiger Radiant Wave can unleash intense beams of light. The White Tiger Diamond Transformation grants immunity to abnormal states and amplifies all attributes by a factor of 2. How can one deem my methods as singular? With a charming smile, Tong spoke words that ignited a surge of anger within Dai Minji. It turns out that the Xingluo royal family not only inherits the White Tiger martial soul and the Phantom White Tiger but also their soul skills. To understand Dai Minji's soul skills is essentially to grasp the essence of Dai Mingfa's abilities. Has anyone ever utilized your soul skills? No one at all. In fact, not only has no one used them, but even the soul beasts that have employed them are long deceased. Tong spoke with great confidence, infuriating Dai Ming to no end. Your martial soul is exceptional, your soul skills are impressive, yet with every hit and swing, it remains unclear where the enhancement truly lies. Tong furrowed his brow, feeling inexplicably accused. He had kindly pointed out the flaws in his opponent's combat, yet the response was a stubborn retort. A mere mockery of his good intentions and utter injustice. Your third soul skill is not as potent as my first, Tong countered with displeasure. Gradually, however, he regained his composure, silently observing his adversary as he extended paper and pen toward him. Very well. Let us document everything. No more quarrels, for the more we argue, the less our synergy. Let us write it down and analyze it in the end. Dai Minji accepted the paper and pen but shot Tong a glare. Some individuals, though appearing gentle, are, upon closer inspection, demons with sharp tongues. You excel at using your left hand for attacks. Yet you tend to favor your right side for leg strikes, and when you leap, you habitually rely on your scorpion tail for support. Compared to the previous unfounded remarks, Dai Minji's analysis now bore with keen observational skills. Qiang took the paper and pen, continuing to write. Your combat style predominantly relies on your upper limbs, which consequently hampers your speed. The power generated from your waist is insufficient, and the agility of your ankles is also lacking, leading to an initial sluggishness that makes it easy for opponents to seize the advantage. What connection is there between the flexibility of the ankles and speed? Asked Dai Minji, as the conversation began to stray from its original topic. The swiftness of an agility-focused soul master surpasses that of a strength-focused soul master, primarily due to enhanced flexibility. As this aspect improves, coupled with increased physical strength, one's speed will naturally accelerate. You might consider incorporating evasive techniques into your physical training regimen. Crimson Eye, stroking her chin, earnestly began to impart her experiences. During her days of masquerading as a sensitive attack-type soul master, she had significantly enhanced her speed. This was indeed beneficial. At this moment, Daiminji nodded slightly, acknowledging that by increasing their speed, their movements could become more synchronized, eliminating the need to accommodate each other's pace as they had previously done, which had rendered their soul fusion technique rather rigid. The two engaged in a back-and-forth dialogue, gradually adapting to each other's combat styles. Through relentless battles, sparring, and meditation, they attuned themselves to one another's rhythms. Thus, after 4 days, Crimson Eye was received at the Douluo Imperial Palace. Inside the carriage, she sat beside Daiminji, with Zhu Wanru on the other side. It felt quite awkward. Gazing outside, Crimson Eye distinctly sensed her superfluous presence. Zhu Wanru's expression was even more uncomfortable. I feel more awkward. As the fiancé, I am obliged to attend. Yet it is you two who are showcasing the soul fusion technique together. With a gentle smile, Qidong nodded, offering Zhu Wanru a sympathetic expression. Please, do not be like this, Daiminji replied with a sense of helplessness. I am attending the White Tiger Conference with my fiancé. Yet I am required to perform a martial soul fusion technique with another person. It is quite awkward for me as well. Since Zhu Wanru had come to terms with the situation, Daiminji had begun to discuss the matter more openly. Today, devoid of battle, Zhu Wanru adorned herself in elegant attire, her black palace gown accentuating her fair complexion. Her hair cascaded naturally, exuding an aura of both gentility and regal elegance. In contrast, Daiminji's attire appeared somewhat ordinary. However, that was not the crux of the matter, and he paid it little mind. After an indeterminate amount of time, Tong and the others descended from the carriage, officially entering the grand and magnificent Xingluo Imperial Palace. Within the internal martial arts arena, a spacious platform was set up, upon which a striking stone statue of a tiger stood proudly, lifelike and vibrant, as if it were a living being. As Qiang approached, she discovered that the statue bore numerous damages, as if it had endured countless assaults. However, from a distance, the details eluded detection. The imperfections were relatively minor, rendering them indistinguishable from the overall design of the statue. It was the white tiger statue. A soft, gentle voice resonated from behind Qihong, with a hint of surprise. Qitong turned his head and beheld Bai Lingling appearing behind him, dressed in a flowing white gown. Even in such a setting, Bai Lingling exuded an air of vitality. What brings you here? Qitong inquired, puzzled. Can your white cat martial soul also perform martial soul fusion techniques? Bai Lingling's playful smile faltered momentarily as she pouted, seemingly displeased. Who do you look down upon? Just because I cannot, does not mean that our family lacks the ability. Besides, we are, after all, part of the Zhu family's collateral lineage, so we have every right to be here. Bai Lingling placed her hands on her hips, displaying a somewhat childish demeanor. Akame nodded repeatedly and whispered soothingly, all right, I underestimated you. Then she deftly shifted the topic without a sound. But what exactly is that white tiger statue? Chapter 45, The Strong Remain Strong. Bai Lingling's attention was effortlessly diverted as she began explaining. The white tiger assembly primarily serves to determine whose spirit fusion skill is more formidable. Given that direct combat between participants would be impractical, since spirit fusion skills require numerous conditions to activate and repeated usage within a single day is virtually impossible, the white tiger statue was established as the solution. Forged from black iron as its foundation and reinforced with other resilient metals, the white tiger statue serves as the target for spirit fusion skill demonstrations. Later, evaluators will assess the extent of damage inflicted upon the statue to assign scores. Daiminji and his companions arrived relatively early, and the assembly grounds were still sparsely populated. As an event exclusive to the imperial family, even with the inclusion of certain nobles, attendance was deliberately restricted to maintain exclusivity. Bai Lingling took her seat in the area designated for her family, while Akame and the other two settled nearby, seizing the opportunity before the assembly commenced. Zhu Wanru provided Akame with additional context. That woman over there is the current eldest princess, the younger sister of His Majesty, Dai Zongxiu. Zhu Wanru gestured toward an elegant and dignified noblewoman adorned in resplendent court attire, her regal bearing accentuated by an air of authority. Moreover, she is the present sect leader of the White Tiger sect, possessing the White Tiger spirit herself. Her husband wields the Nether Spirit Cat spirit, and together, they are capable of executing a spirit fusion skill. The crimson-eyed figure nodded slightly, displaying a hint of surprise as they glanced at a slender silhouette beside Dai Zongxiu. This individual was not particularly frail, but in comparison to the others present, he certainly did not appear robust. This was my uncle. possessing average talent and a martial soul more inclined towards speed. Are they participating as well? Crimson Eye furrowed his brow, observing at least soul saint-level figures. Even with the complete fusion of his and Dai Minji's martial souls, there seemed to be little chance of competition. How could this be? Juwonner quickly shook her head, clarifying that this was a contest among the juniors, and they would not intervene. Their opponents would be the descendants of these figures, namely their generation. Juwonner then pointed to two figures beside them. Those siblings are your true adversaries. The girl is named Zhu Hui, inheritor of the Nether Spirit Cat martial soul. And the boy is Zhu Kong, who possesses the White Tiger martial soul. However, their cultivation is not on par with yours, being rather comparable to my own. The circumstances of the others were similar. You need only focus on two pairs. One consists of Dai Mingfa and my sister, while the other is a soul respect team. Though they are nearing the soul sect level, they belong to our generation, albeit with a significant age gap, yet they can be considered part of the same lineage. These are the descendants of the previous princess, whose bloodline has thinned, but in their generation, it has experienced a resurgence. As Juwonner was elucidating this to Crimson Eye, Dai Minji wore a tense expression, remaining silent. After Crimson Eye and the others took their seats, Dai Mingfa also led Zhu Wanhua to her place. In contrast to Zhu Wanru, and by Lingling's extravagant palace attire, Zhu Wanhua's ensemble appeared considerably more practical, as she needed to compete on stage. Zhu Wanhua was merely an arm's length away from Zhu Wanru, currently casting a provocative gaze towards her. Recently, Zhu Wanru's almost frenzied, envious eyes had greatly pleased her. Yet, unexpectedly for Zhu Wanhua, Zhu Wanru seemed to disregard her, her smile as tranquil as ever. As if the memories of her inability to utilize martial soul fusion techniques had vanished from her mind. In that moment, Zhu Wanhua's display of arrogance seemed exceedingly juvenile, leaving her momentarily stunned. It was only when Dai Mingfa prompted her to salute that she regained her composure. The supreme ruler of the Starluo Empire had arrived. On the podium, that figure appeared to disregard everything, adorned in an opulent robe. Observing the crowd below as they bowed, he raised his hand slightly. Please, return to your seats. All of you have come to risk your lives for the glory of Starluo and should recognize the significance of the Nether Spirit White Tiger. However, it is essential to understand that strength is fundamental. Those with superior martial soul fusion techniques will emerge victorious at the White Tiger Conference. The strong shall always prevail. The weak cannot endure. Go forth, my subjects. Only by being sufficiently strong will you avoid defeat or death. The Emperor of Starluo spread his arms, his tone invigorating. The strong shall possess all. As his voice resonated, a servant beside him wheeled forth the prizes for this White Tiger Conference. The first place would receive 3 Xian Shui pills, the second place 2 Xianming pills, and the last place 2 Cleansing Marrow pills, with only the top 3 contenders eligible to receive rewards. The crimson eyes sparkled with brilliance. The Xian Shui Dan, Xianming Dan, and Shi Sui Dan are all exceptional elixirs for cleansing the marrow and refining the meridians, imbued with pure soul energy. However, their efficacy varies, with the Xian Shui Dan undoubtedly exhibiting superior effects. Tong is already quite satisfied with the rewards from this conference. However, Zhu Wanru has showcased to him the opulence of the upper echelons of human society. Why is it that only elixirs are being offered? In previous years, there was at least a piece of a 10,000-year-old soul bone, although it may have been of lesser age. It certainly should not be as meager as what is presented today. Is the national treasury lacking in resources? Tong gazed blankly at Zhu Wanru, while Dai Minji nodded in agreement. The funding had indeed diminished significantly compared to before, but it was not due to the treasury's constraints. Rather, someone had submitted a petition arguing that it was merely a competition among juniors, deeming it unnecessary to allocate such substantial financial resources. Thus, the expenditures were curtailed. Dai Minji nodded once more before turning his attention to Tong, remarking that otherwise, you should have received a soul bone this time. Tong gave an awkward smile but didn't respond. He hadn't yet reached maturity and was fundamentally incapable of absorbing spirit bones, rendering them utterly useless to him. In the end, he figured it would only benefit Daming. Moreover, Tong wasn't lacking in 10,000-year spirit bones. During his time as a spirit beast, he had slain many pursuers. Though he couldn't absorb their spirit rings at the time, he had kept their spirit bones. The drop rate for spirit bones from 10,000-year spirit beasts was relatively high. And within his hidden storage space, he even possessed one around 60,000 years old. If not for the fact that selling spirit bones, especially those he clearly shouldn't possess, would draw far too much attention, Tong would have long since sold a few. I think the profound water pills are quite good, Tong mused. But how should we divide the 3? It seemed he was already certain of his victory. Faced with Qidong's confidence, Damingyi had grown somewhat accustomed to it and immediately made an offer. If we win, you take 2, I take 1. That would be perfect. The smile in her crimson eyes instantly blossomed with satisfaction. Indeed, Daimingyi clenched his fist, his gaze directed at the white tiger, growing increasingly fierce. Victory would be the ultimate reward. Chapter 46. The ethereal white tiger. The schedule for the White Tiger Tournament is not overly complex. It is organized by age, with the younger participants competing first, taking turns to showcase their martial soul fusion techniques. Zhu Wan'er continued her introduction, stating that according to Daimingyi's age, they should be positioned towards the end, right after Daimingfa. With a nod, Tong focused intently on the scene unfolding in the arena. Behind the statue of the white tiger sat 4 individuals, clearly the judges responsible for scoring the matches. These gentlemen were of considerable age, their prominent gray beards a testament to their wisdom. To Tong's surprise, he recognized 2 familiar faces. One was Guan Hong, the esteemed principal of the Xingluo Royal Academy, and the other was Zhang Yuan, the renowned Douluo of Wanjin, whom he had recently visited alongside Daimingyi. The principal had indeed risen in stature, having ascended to the ranks of titled Douluo judges. Upon hearing Tong's remark, Daimingyi couldn't help but smile, explaining that one should not underestimate the influence of a soul Douluo, especially considering the principal's capabilities, which made the title of titled Douluo a distinct possibility. Moreover, the principal was not the sole soul Douluo present. Beside him sat the master of the Windsword sect, also a soul Douluo with aspirations of becoming a titled Douluo. Lastly, there was Dai Mingfa's mentor, the formidable Tsangming Douluo, boasting a formidable soul power of 95, with the spirit of Tsangming. Tsangming? It was the first time for Tong to hear about this martial soul. Indeed, Daimingyi nodded, his expression growing somewhat grave as he spoke of it. This martial soul could be classified as a spiritual type, capable of conjuring various illusions that could easily cause one to become lost within them. It was an exceedingly troublesome martial soul. Upon hearing Daimingyi's words, Qiang also became vigilant. Undoubtedly, even if the two were on the same level of soul power, Tong would most likely be at a disadvantage. His evil god guardian only functioned to protect the physical body and was utterly helpless against such mental assaults. It was indeed quite a predicament. Qiang nodded. Yet if he were to regain his former strength, there would be little cause for concern. Currently, his soul power is predominantly characterized by darkness, malevolence, and the elements of wind and thunder. Upon restoring his past abilities and mastering time and space, that dreaming Douluo would pale in comparison. While Qiang and Daimingyi were engaged in conversation, the first white tiger ascended the arena. The 2 participants appeared to be merely around 10 years of age, exuding an air of youthful innocence. Nevertheless, despite the age disparity, the contestants of the White Tiger Conference are indeed limited to those aged between 10 and 15. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures made contact, merging as if they were one entity, and a still youthful white tiger materialized before Qiang. Although not the authentic netherworld white tiger, it was strikingly similar, yet distinct enough for others to discern the difference. The sky-eyed white tiger leapt into the air, descending heavily upon the white tiger, leaving only a few scratch marks. It was not that their martial soul fusion technique was feeble, rather, the 2 appeared to possess relatively low soul power, one resembling a great soul master, while the other seemingly had yet to surpass the 20th level. Akabane frowned slightly. What was the point of participating at such a tender age? They could always join the next tournament. Using a martial soul fusion skill now would only leave flaws in their future development. In his view, even if their soul power grew formidable later and their fusion technique became powerful, those in higher positions would likely deem them unreliable upon recalling this moment. The White Tiger Assembly didn't score participants so simplistically. Daimingyi shook his head. See the thick ledgers in the hands of the 4 judges? Those contain records of past White Tiger martial soul fusion skills at various soul power levels, as well as data on other fusion techniques for accurate comparison. Age, soul power, compatibility of martial souls, everything is taken into account. The scoring system is quite fair. So even if their fusion skill appears flawed, they might still be formidable opponents. It would still be more advantageous 5 years later. Akabane stared at the white tiger projection on the stage, still unable to comprehend why they insisted on competing prematurely. Perhaps it's to humble them, Zhu Wan'er murmured softly, her gaze flickering. A common tactic among the royal nobility to remind them that there are always greater heights and stronger opponents, ensuring they never grow complacent in their cultivation. Akame let out a heavy sigh, her doubts now dispelled. She couldn't help but think that the Starluo Empire was ruthless to outsiders, yet even more merciless to their own. Upon the grand podium, the Emperor of Starluo frowned slightly upon witnessing the scene. Rather weak, he murmured. While insufficient soul power was indeed a factor in the feeble fusion of martial souls, the combined technique displayed by those two children still fell far below the average standard. Behind him, an armored general nodded in agreement. Your Majesty speaks truly. The coordination between the White Tiger and the Nether Spirit Cat martial souls has been the finest pairing imaginable for centuries. Even if the White Tiger could fuse with other martial souls, the effect would pale in comparison. As he spoke, his gaze subtly drifted toward Akhame's direction. What does it matter if one is fortunate enough to perform a martial soul fusion with someone else? Could it ever rival the synergy with the Nether Spirit Cat? Hearing this, the Emperor's eyes also shifted toward Akhame. His eldest son was already half crippled, but fortunately, his second and third sons showed promise, earning his greater attention. He was well aware that Daiminji could not perform the martial soul fusion with Zhu Wanru, just as he knew of Daiminji's ability to fuse with another genius soul master of that generation. Could the White Tiger's fusion technique grow stronger without the Nether Spirit Cat? The Emperor was curious, though he held little hope. As the general had said, centuries of experimentation had proven the Nether Spirit Cat to be the optimal choice. One by one, White Tigers took the stage, until at last, Akhame witnessed another White Tiger that truly caught her eye. The eldest princess's children, both with soul power around rank 25, conjured a fusion that finally embodied the grandeur it deserved, no longer frail or juvenile, but a nascent king among tigers. Nether White Tiger, they shouted in unison. A massive white tiger, over 7 meters long, materialized on the arena. With a single swipe of its colossal paw, infused with their combined soul power, the statue of the white tiger trembled violently. A faint imprint of the tiger's paw marked its surface, though the force seemed to wane at the point of impact. Metallic light shimmered where the strike had landed, but the Nether White Tiger could leave no further trace. Thud. The two soul masters collapsed to the ground, and the spectral tiger dissolved into mist. Chapter 47, The Fusion Technique, Demonic Night Tiger. This was the first Nether White Tiger Akhame had seen at the White Tiger Assembly, and it did not disappoint. The fusion between the Nether Spirit Cat and the White Tiger was indeed formidable, its destructive power far surpassing the earlier feeble attempts. The judges promptly awarded a score, 86 points, quite impressive for your age. Dean Guan Hong, ever amiable, offered his usual encouragement to the younger generation. As the competition entered its latter half, the next to take the stage were Dai Mingfa and Zhu Wanhua. Akhame's focus sharpened instantly. Though Dai Mingfa and Zhu Wanhua were not the weakest opponents, Daiminji absolutely could not afford to lose to them. A defeat to others might merely tarnish the royal family's dignity, but a loss to Dai Mingfa could cost Daiminji his life. Having trained together for 6 years, their Nether White Tiger was the most orthodox and formidable, worthy of Akhame's close observation. Not only Akhame, but even the Emperor himself fixed his gaze upon the arena, awaiting their performance. Dai Mingfa and Zhu Wanhua, bearing the title of the only Nether White Tiger among the new generation of royals, stepped onto the stage, nervous yet synchronized. They were no amateurs like Akhame's group. Their years of partnership had honed their unity. Hands clasped, martial souls manifesting, their bodies merged as if they were one. A flash of white light momentarily blinded Akhame, and a colossal tiger enveloped them, expanding until it fully concealed their forms. As their figures faded, a lifelike, almost tangible white tiger stood opposite the statue. Roar. The tiger bellowed, slamming its massive paw onto the statue's face. The impact sent tremors through the arena, far surpassing the earlier strike by Zhu Hui and Zhu Kong. The statue's surface dented, its nose seemingly shaved off. This is the true might of the Nether White Tiger, murmured the phantom Douluo, his eyes gleaming with pride. As Dai Mingfa's mentor, he took great satisfaction in his disciple's prowess. In contrast, Zhang Jinyuan's expression darkened with concern. He had met with Daiminji and Akhame days prior and knew their predicament: high compatibility but lacking synergy, leaving them vulnerable to exposure. As the tiger dissipated, Dai Mingfa and Zhu Wanhua panted heavily, satisfied with the mark they had left on the statue. Unlike the others, they had long been favored to claim the top spot, bearing immense expectations and pressure. This result, at least, was a relief. 92 points, near perfection, announced the Windsword sect's leader after deliberation with the judges. As the verdict was declared, Akhame and Daiminji rose and made their way to the arena. The four crossed paths without a single word exchanged, as if they were strangers. Crimson Eyes took a deep breath, his heart in turmoil, demonstrating the fusion of martial souls before the crowd was a first for him. As he released his martial soul, the sinister god's hook materialized behind him, supporting him as he stood upon the arena. A thick, dark shadow enveloped him, swirling like black smoke, seemingly intent on expanding to engulf the entire stage. observing Crimson Eyes. Emperor Xingluo inquired of his companion, "Is his martial soul of the ultimate dark attribute?" Although the dark attribute was already exceedingly rare, it paled in comparison to a martial soul of pure darkness. The attendant shook his head gently, having gathered considerable information about Crimson Eyes. He was close to the ultimate, yet not quite there, though still immensely powerful, rivaling the White Tiger martial soul. Naturally, Emperor Xingluo was not surprised. If the martial soul were too weak, how could it possibly harmonize with the White Tiger martial soul to execute a fusion technique? His confidence in the White Tiger martial soul, a hallmark of the Xingluo royal lineage, was evident. On the arena, it was not just Crimson Eyes who felt the pressure. Daimenji was equally anxious, burdened with far more responsibilities. If he were to fail, Crimson Eyes would remain unchanged, but for him, the disappointment from others would be overwhelming. Years ago, he had spoken lightly of the fusion technique, claiming it would demonstrate their formidable power, yet now he was beset by the fear of failure. "Let us name it," Crimson Eyes suddenly declared. "It still lacks a name. After all, at least it should sound imposing when called upon." Before Daimenji could respond, Crimson Eyes continued. "For characters in total, you take 2, I take 2. Evil Demon. I am the Dark Demon God Tiger. Today, I shall unleash the fusion technique belonging to the Dark Demon God Tiger and the White Tiger martial soul in the name of the long-tailed scorpion, and tomorrow, I will boldly present my martial soul before all." He was not a mere long-tailed scorpion. He was the Dark Demon God Tiger they could scarcely dare to envision. "Night Tiger." Daimenji smiled brightly. "I am Daimenji, not merely the possessor of the White Tiger martial soul. The inability to unleash the Nether White Tiger is not solely Zhu Wanra's opportunity, it is mine as well. I shall present myself anew before everyone, to convey that the Nether White Tiger is not the only path forward." One released the White Tiger martial soul, while the other unleashed the Dark Demon God Tiger martial soul. The two majestic energies merged, their might ascending steadily. The intertwining black and white light swirled together like a vortex, drawing in the surrounding soul power, spiraling intensely, even damaging the very arena beneath them. The stage seemed to crack under the weight of their overwhelming presence. Yet, at this moment, the White Tiger had yet to appear. The smile on Emperor Xingluo's face was barely containable as he watched the swirling black and white vortex on the arena, his breath growing heavier. His face flushed with excitement. It has manifested, a more powerful martial soul fusion technique. Although merely a prelude, it was enough to showcase its strength. Daimingfa and Zhuwanhua, once brimming with confidence, now wore expressions of shock, while Zhuwanda remained as serene as ever. The arena was shrouded in black mist. Brilliant white light flashing forth, as from the depths of darkness emerged a resplendent tiger, its coat a blend of black and white, resembling a black tiger more than a white tiger upon first glance. Its massive wings unfurled, malevolent crimson eyes glinting as if born from the abyss, radiating a menacing aura. The scorpion tail behind it flicked lightly, poised to strike at any moment. The evil demon night tiger leapt into the air, charging directly toward the White Tiger statue's forelimb with tremendous force. The statue, forged from an indeterminate number of resilient metals, buckled under the impact, as if a significant dent had been made at its joint. As the wings flapped, brilliant, fiery blades of light cascaded from the feathers, unperturbed by the assault, surging directly toward the dent. The sound of tearing air echoed, causing the nearby attendants to wince in pain. It was akin to Crimson Eye's second soul skill, yet far more potent. A resounding crash followed as one of the White Tiger statue's forelimbs shattered, and it collapsed, unable to maintain its balance. This was the evil demon night tiger. Chapter 48, the finale. With a thunderous crash, the White Tiger statue toppled, resembling a half-kneeling figure upon the ground. Although it remained lifelike, it lacked the earlier grandeur, akin to a tiger fallen in the plains, or a valiant warrior in their twilight years. The evil demon night tiger vanished, and both Crimson Eyes and Daimenji returned to their places. Though their soul power had been completely exhausted, they did not appear disheveled. The arena fell into a hushed silence, some still in a daze, only turning their attention to the stage upon hearing the tremendous sound. The White Tiger statue had fallen? Was this the work of the second prince and his companion? Could their martial soul fusion technique possess such might? Clearly, the outcome before them was an unforeseen spectacle. The impact of the scene was overwhelming. Even Daimenji was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the toppled White Tiger statue, unable to suppress the joy that crept onto his face. They had been underestimated. As the general had earlier stated, the Nether White Tiger was the best synergy they could hope to achieve. They had witnessed countless martial souls and those capable of executing a fusion technique with the White Tiger martial soul, becoming even stronger, were exceedingly rare. Not to mention the long-tailed scorpion, which had no connection to the White Tiger martial soul whatsoever. In their eyes, Daiminji and Crimson Eyes were merely passing players, while Daimingfa and the two who were close to the Soul Sect were the true frontrunners. Yet the scene before them was nothing short of shocking. No one had ever managed to damage the White Tiger statue to such an extent, starkly contrasting with the previous attacks from Daimingfa and Zhu Wanhua. The indentations on its face and the fractures in its legs were profoundly striking. The position Akame targeted also held some advantage. The joint between the legs was far more susceptible to fracture than the face, and the visual impact was undeniably more striking. Yet this very fact only served to underscore the terrifying might of the demonic night tiger. Its aggression was overwhelming, and the compatibility of their martial souls had likely reached nearly 90. The Windsword sect's patriarch spoke with an air of detached objectivity. Yet the shock in his eyes was unmistakable. After all, even the compatibility of the Netherworld White Tiger hovered around 80, while Akame and Daiminji's demonic night tiger had soared to an astonishing 90. Such a feat was nearly inconceivable. Their discerning eyes missed nothing. How could they not perceive the profound fusion between the scorpion tail and the White Tiger martial souls? On the spectator stands, Daimingfa frowned repeatedly. What are they discussing? A creeping unease settled in his chest, exacerbated by the referee's demeanor and his mentor's grim expression. Someone behind him seemed to have pieced it together. Leaning in to whisper, the martial soul fusion compatibility between the second prince and Akame has reached 90. The words were delivered with grave solemnity. At this revelation, Daimingfa's eyes flickered with disbelief. How had Daiminji found a martial soul more compatible with the White Tiger than the Netherworld Spirit Cat? No one but Akame could have anticipated this. Only she knew the truth, before being tainted by the aura of the malevolent god. Her martial soul had also been a White Tiger. Dai Zongxiu, the eldest princess of the Starluo Empire, was visibly delighted. She turned to her husband. Did we investigate this person's background before? Only basic information, he nodded. Naturally, they had conducted some inquiries. After all, someone like Akame, who had barged into the White Tiger assembly midway, was unprecedented. However, since no one had held high expectations for her, the investigation had been cursory. What did you find? An orphan. Her mother was a dark crow soul master, and her father's martial soul was a scorpion tail, which mutated into one with dark attributes. Innate full soul power, she even reached the Soul Elder realm earlier than the two princes. Earlier than Daiminji and Daimingfa? This time, Dai Zongxiu was genuinely stunned. Given that the two princes' talents were already top tier, Akame surpassing them spoke volumes of her potential. A sudden smile curled her lips, her eyes gleaming with calculation. What if we brought her into our sect? Do you think His Majesty would agree? Unlikely, her husband shook his head. The Emperor would probably prefer to keep her within the royal family. Dai Zongxiu remained unfazed. Joining the White Tiger sect doesn't necessarily exclude her from the royal family. Her gaze shifted to the Emperor on the high platform, where she indeed caught the unmistakable glint of excitement in his eyes. If another White Tiger martial soul could clash with another scorpion tail to produce such formidable power, the royal family's strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Behind the toppled White Tiger statue, the referees continued deliberating Akame and Daiminji's score. Though their martial soul compatibility is high, their coordination is clearly lacking. The Phantom Douluo couldn't help but interject. This wasn't mere nitpicking, it was an objective observation, though his intent to dock their points was transparent. While Akame and Daiminji's synergy was improving, such rapport couldn't be forged overnight. Their teamwork still had glaring gaps, but they're strong enough. Dean Guanhong countered with a shrug, leaving the Phantom Douluo speechless with irritation. Among the three of us, only you dissent. The majority rules. The Phantom Douluo bristled, clearly unwilling to argue further. At this moment, the Myriad Cities Douluo spoke up. Total score, 95. Coordination needs refinement. Daiminji was elated. Such a score far exceeded his expectations. Akame, however, was less optimistic. The gap between their score and Daimingfa and Zhu Wanhua's wasn't vast. But they had benefited from two key advantages, their martial soul compatibility and Akame's soul power. While Daiminji and Daimingfa's soul power was nearly equal, the disparity between Akame's apparent 32nd rank and Zhu Wanhua's wasn't so easily bridged. This only highlighted their lack of synergy. Regrettably, Daiminji was too absorbed in his triumph to notice. The final team had already taken the stage. The two brothers now stood opposite the shattered White Tiger statue. As Daiminji strode forward, a sudden explosion echoed behind him. Boom. As Tong and Daimingyu simultaneously turned their heads, they beheld yet another forelumb fracture of the statue of the white tiger. Another spectral white tiger, with a faint smile in her crimson eyes. She seemed to have anticipated this all along. The spiritual power of these two individuals was nearly at the soul ancestor level. Even if their martial soul compatibility was slightly inferior, their coordination would undoubtedly be impeccable, and their destructive capability certainly wouldn't be lacking. Chapter 49, The Emperor's Deliberation. Don't worry. Surprisingly, it was now the crimson-eyed one who offered words of comfort to Dai Minji. Though dissatisfied with both her own and Dai Minji's performance, she harbored an unshakable confidence in their ultimate victory. Qiong returned to her original position, unfazed by her current circumstances. Did you not say that one must consider age holistically? A 15-year-old boy achieving the same results as a 12-year-old naturally places the latter at a distinct advantage. Had Daming not elucidated this earlier, Qiong might have harbored some concerns. However, in comparison to Daming now, she exuded a remarkable calmness. Witnessing Qihong's self-assured demeanor, Daming felt a sense of reassurance within himself as well. Qizhong's words rang true. Their youth indeed afforded them an advantage. As anticipated, a score of 94 was announced. The assessment by the dreaming duelist seemed somewhat hasty, resembling a mere deduction based on the scores of Qizhong and Dai Minji, resulting in a lower-tier ranking. However, there was no sense of despondency. On the arena, two robust young men appeared quite elated and contemplative. Unlike the Dai brothers, who needed to conquer one another, they sought merely an opportunity to validate each other's capabilities, rather than being relegated to the status of unremarkable descendants of a diluted bloodline. Moreover, they had surpassed Dai Mingfa, which was an unexpected delight. With an air of detachment, the dreaming duelist proclaimed, "This year's White Tiger Conference, first place, Dai Minji and Qizhong; second place, Zhu Mingqian and Zhu Yulong; third place, Dai Mingfa and Zhu Wanhua." The solitary disciple's defeat, relegating him to third place, brought little joy to the dreaming duelist. As his voice faded, attendants distributed the rewards to the 6 participants. Naturally, Qizhong and Dai Minji, having secured victory, were filled with joy, for despite some shortcomings, the outcome was commendable. The jubilation of the Zhu brothers surpassed that of Dai Minji and Qizhong, although they did not claim the top position. They had validated their strength and could take pride in their achievements. A clan with diluted bloodlines may yet carve out its own destiny. Beside Qizhong, Dai Mingfa kept his head down in silence, casting a glance at the emperor on the high platform before retrieving his cleansing elixir and departing with Zhu Wanhua. The Starluo emperor watched Qizhong with keen interest, yet remained inscrutable until Qizhong had collected his prizes and left. Guanhong, standing behind him, appeared somewhat perplexed. Maintaining the respect due to his sovereign, he inquired, "Your Majesty, do you harbor any dissatisfaction with Qizhong?" Guanhong understood that the Starluo emperor had long awaited a new, more potent martial soul fusion technique that could harmonize with the White Tiger martial soul. Hence his confusion. Ordinarily, one would expect the emperor to summon Qizhong for a discussion rather than merely ignore him. "No, quite the contrary, I am exceedingly pleased with him," the Starluo emperor replied, shaking his head, his gaze tinged with regret. "It is a pity that I am too satisfied yet regretful?" Despite his age, Guanhong found it challenging to decipher the emperor's thoughts, leaving him in a state of disarray. Why? He could not help but ask. Chapter 50. Xian Shui Dan. After finalizing the training schedule with Dai Minji, Qizhong parted ways with the two and returned to his dormitory. Upon finding Ming Tian already asleep, Qizhong pushed open the door to the adjacent room. On the 6th floor, only the two of them occupied the space, with the remaining rooms left at their disposal. However, the room lacked any usable furnishings, not even basic bedding, which, paradoxically, suited Qizhong's current training needs perfectly. Seated on the floor, Qizhong retrieved his rewards from his storage ring to Xian Shui Dan. These were deep blue pills, each the size of a cherry, adorned with intricate white patterns that evoked the image of foamy waves by the sea. They exuded a misty aura and a sweet, crisp fragrance. The refreshing sensation enveloped him, and holding them to his nose imparted a mint-like coolness. Qiong retrieved one of the medicinal pills, intending to consume it again after the effects of the first one had fully manifested. The primary significance of the Xian Shui Dan for a soul master lies in its ability to cleanse the marrow and refine the channels, enhancing one's innate potential. Its contribution to soul power is secondary and not particularly robust. However, given that Qihong was nearing the threshold of the 30th level, there existed a possibility for him to break through during this process. As the elixir settled within him, Qihong immediately experienced a refreshing sensation, as if his entire being were enveloped in gentle water elements. A luminous, hydrating aura, intertwined with mist, began to rise around him, enveloping his figure in a fragrant haze. The nine-heart sea Tang, nestled at his waist, seemed to protest, releasing an even more potent fragrance. The two scents intertwined, leaving Qihong slightly disoriented, prompting him to grasp the petals of the nine-heart sea Tang firmly. Enough of this. Only then did the flower obediently coil around Qihong's waist. The skin of the crimson-eyed figure undulated incessantly, akin to waves crashing upon the shore, as an indistinct force surged beneath his epidermis, rendering his entire being increasingly ethereal. Wisps of vapor continually poured in and out of his skin, until the fragrant aroma gradually faded, and the luminous mist surrounding him dissipated into nothingness. As the delightful scent vanished, it was replaced by a pungent stench, accompanied by a distinctly viscous sensation. If moments ago he had traversed the vast expanse of a sea of clouds, now the crimson-eyed figure seemed to have plunged into a mire. A layer of filth clung to his body, albeit not excessively. His garments had simply become soiled. The meridians and innate qualities of the scarlet eyes had not faced significant obstruction. Thus, the recent developments were merely embellishments. After expelling all impurities from his body, he finally opened his eyes. As he had anticipated, he indeed seized the opportunity to break through to the 30th level. However, given the considerable time that had passed, it was hardly a source of astonishment. Feeling the stickiness clinging to him, he hastily made his way to the restroom, changing into a fresh set of garments before returning to his dormitory to commence meditation. Upon introspection, his meridians had undergone significant expansion compared to before. They now radiated a lustrous, jade-like quality. The flow of soul power through his meridians was remarkably smoother, and he could distinctly perceive an increase in his cultivation speed. The following day, when Ming Tianlang awoke, Scarlet Eyes was still engrossed in his practice. Having not accompanied Dai Mingfa and Zhu Wanhua to the White Tiger Conference the previous day, he remained entirely oblivious to the events that had unfolded. Ming Tianlang, too, paid little heed to Scarlet Eyes, as their relationship as roommates was rather superficial, lacking any profound friendship that might foster casual conversation. As Ming Tianlang prepared to wash up, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to remind Scarlet Eyes, "By the way, there is a practical activity this week organized by the Academy. It involves the development of a simulated training area, and they need student volunteers. The announcement is posted downstairs. Don't forget." With that said, he left the room without ascertaining whether Scarlet Eyes had absorbed the information. A simulated training area? Tong felt somewhat bewildered. He had heard about this matter from Wang Hong. It was during their first physical education class in the first year when the dean mentioned that he might have inadvertently entered a state of mimetic cultivation. The dean had expressed profound disdain for the actions of the Heaven Do Empire, which had recklessly established zones for mimetic cultivation. Why then? Was there suddenly a whim to establish such zones now? Tong ceased her meditative state and could not resist the urge to descend the stairs for a glimpse at the bulletin board. Indeed, it bore the seal of the dean. However, the dean had been engaged in evaluations just yesterday, which suggests that this plan must have been in preparation for some time. With a contemplative touch upon her chin, Tong found herself momentarily perplexed by the true nature of the simulated training zone. Tong, unable to comprehend the situation, decided to dismiss it, recognizing that it held little significance in relation to him. Seizing the opportunity as he descended the stairs, he made his way to the cafeteria. There, he encountered the long-missed Sun Sehan. With a bun in hand, Tong settled down across from her. In contrast to their rapid advancement, Sun Sehan had progressed through her studies in a more conventional manner, having recently entered the intermediate academy. She expressed her desire to savor her time in the academy, believing that the knowledge acquired in both the primary and intermediate institutions was a valuable asset. Naturally, her capabilities also played a part. Her current level was comparable to that of Zhu Wanru. Up so early? Sun Sehan inquired, engaging in light conversation with Tong. Having battled together for several years, they had developed a certain familiarity, often sharing casual exchanges when they met. Tong nodded. Tong felt a sense of fate, yet merely cast a fleeting glance before retracting her gaze. It was intriguing, yet unfamiliar. The 7th random team was set to battle against the 5th random team. Both sides prepared to unleash their martial spirits. The combat commenced. As the referee's command echoed, Tong charged forward. In contrast to their previous commendable combinations this time, their random team appeared somewhat hasty, lacking both control-type and support-type soul masters, resembling the earlier Bloodwolf team, which was merely a blend of assault-type and agile-type soul masters. Qihong has yet to find a worthy adversary, and Ming Shua has stepped forward. You are quite formidable. Upon their first encounter, Ming Shua offered a compliment that left Qihong somewhat flabbergasted. The crimson-eyed tiger's claw casually swiped at Ming Shua, its gaze peculiar. What are you saying? He furrowed his brow, nearly questioning whether Ming Shua had been possessed by another. Ignoring the strange look from the crimson-eyed creature, Ming Shua continued, but I am not willing to concede to you. I have waited for many days and have finally caught you. Ming Shua spoke with a fierce intensity, yet the crimson-eyed being seemed somewhat speechless. Throughout my life, I have sailed smoothly without great joy or sorrow. I consider my talents commendable, yet I have suffered humiliation at your hands. So, shall we fight or not? Crimson-eyed. She was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with Ming Shua. Fight. Ming Shua nodded vigorously. I yearn for a battle to the death. Crimson eyes whispered softly, yet they shimmered with a hint of excitement. The opponent's soul power was nearing that of a soul sect, and their martial spirit could certainly be deemed formidable, making them a suitable rival for the present moment. Excellent. Crimson eyes readily acquiesced, leaving Ming Shua somewhat dazed. It is important to note that his cultivation level surpassed that of Crimson Eyes by a considerable margin, having reached the 39th rank, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the soul sect. He was not a feeble soul master with a haphazard combination of white and yellow rings. Rather, he was a fire cloud leopard soul master, boasting the optimal soul ring configuration. Chapter 52, The Breath of the Divine with the Victory Secured. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers for Crimson Eye's pseudonym, as if it were the natural order for a victor to be celebrated in such a manner. As if the brutality was the sole stimulus for their senses. Enveloped by such cacophony, Crimson Eyes felt an unsettling strangeness. This morbid enthusiasm resembled madness. Apart from not personally engaging in battle, there was scarcely any distinction between them and the Bloodwolf team. Akame harbored no deep-seated animosity that demanded life or death vengeance. Yet the spectators in the Grand Colosseum seemed to crave nothing but this very spectacle. This was no arena of honor, it was a barbaric bloodsport pit. As she scanned the roaring crowd, Akame felt an unfamiliar pang of insignificance. Caged like a beast, reduced to mere entertainment for the masses. Today, it was another's demise that sated their hunger, but would tomorrow demand her own? With hurried steps, she fled the Colosseum, weaving through labyrinthine alleys until she stood before a weathered door. When it creaked open, Wang Heng blinked away his drowsiness at the sight of the slight figure before him. A flicker of confusion crossed his weary eyes. You should be training or at the arena, he murmured. What brings you here? Akame was well aware of Wang Heng's home address, yet she seldom visited of her own accord. Most often, she would only stay at his place for a few days during holidays, usually at Wang Heng's insistence. Teacher, Akame lifted her gaze, her crimson eyes brimming with confusion for the first time, as if tangled in an unsolvable dilemma. Wang Heng invited her inside, pouring her a glass of water before responding, go ahead and ask. As an educator, his duty was to impart knowledge and resolve doubts. Since Akame was troubled, it was only natural for him to help untangle her thoughts. Akame's gaze was fixed upon the water cup in Wang Heng's hand. Her normally unimpeded train of thought abruptly obstructed by the mottled and shattered vessel. Though merely a ceramic cup, it bore the scars of countless collisions, missing several fragments along its rim. The fractured surfaces gleamed with an even more dazzling hue, while the jagged edges resembled a grand canyon, one side earthen in tone, the other a stark, luminous white. The sight of it made Akame's lips ache. Tong took the cup of water, only to realize that it was nearly overflowing. For a moment, she was left speechless. With a teacher like you, it is no wonder you have spent so many years alone. Akame shook her head with a sigh of regret. Wang Heng's lips twitched in irritation, barely restraining the urge to slap her. Have you no sense of propriety? Wang Heng ground his teeth in frustration. Speak plainly, or be gone. Once you've asked your question, I intend to retire for the night. With a bashful smile, Tong tightly grasped the cup of water, resolved to recount the events from the beginning. Thus, she spoke of Ming Shua's demise in the arena. Upon hearing of Ming Shua's death, Wang Heng furrowed his brow and interrupted Tong, inquiring, So, are you feeling tumultuous because it was your first experience with killing? If it were merely this incident, it would be relatively easy to counsel, as this is a threshold every young spirit master must face. Wang Heng had conducted numerous similar psychological sessions and was quite adept at it. However, Tong slightly frowned and shook her head, saying, No. It was he who insisted on the life and death duel. The thoughts of the crimson-eyed individual momentarily faltered, yet they swiftly continued. Expressing, what I wish to inquire is why the spectators harbor such an intense anticipation for the demise of a life. Soul beasts, in truth. do engage in fierce battles amongst themselves, yet they abhor the sight of humans slaughtering their kind. Humans, too, exhibit a similar tendency. They may deceive their own kin. Yet they shall not tolerate indignities from those of a different lineage. Yet, within their gaze, I perceive a grotesque delight akin to that of a beast reveling in the bloodshed of soul masters, as if they applaud the carnage. Akame raised her head. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she sought answers from Wang Hong. Professor, the warmongering tendencies of the Starluo Empire seem to have taken an extreme turn. One can glimpse the whole picture from a single detail. If even the great soul-fighting arena in the imperial capital has deteriorated to such an extent, what about other regions? With his crimson eyes lowered, he suddenly felt Wang Heng's large hand pressing down upon his head, vigorously rubbing it for a while. After a considerable pause, he finally heard Wang Heng's voice. You are overthinking. Tong wished to argue further, yet Wang Heng suddenly asserted with unwavering conviction. The Starluo will continue to thrive. Wang Heng appeared to possess an unparalleled faith in the prosperity of the Starluo Empire. What you mention may be an isolated case. Most of the Great Soul Arena operates in such a manner, because the matter did not concern him personally. And as he was not a direct witness, he felt little regard for the lives of others. Whether it was releasing one's negative emotions amidst brutality or seizing an opportunity to profit from soul coins, such attitudes were commonplace. Observing Wang Heng's reluctance to delve deeper into this topic, Tong continued to inquire, is it because one is not directly involved that there is a lack of reverence? While not everyone shares this sentiment, indeed, there exists a segment of individuals who do not hold life in high regard, perhaps even trivializing their own existence. Then, teacher, are there many who do not fear for their own lives? Upon hearing Wang Heng's words, Tong recalled the Bloodwolf team, who seemed fearless, unyielding in the face of death. There are few, Wang Heng replied without hesitation. To fear for one's life is a natural instinct. The desire for survival is the most fundamental awareness of every living being, not just humans, but also soul beasts. Crimson Eye inquired once more, what if such individuals were to gather together? Wang Heng's gaze flickered, casting a peculiar look at Crimson Eye. His eyes laced with scrutiny. Did you witness this? If not only a multitude but a convergence, that would indeed be an exceedingly strange occurrence. In response, Crimson Eye harbored no reservations, nodding and recounting the origins of the Bloodwolf team. Having already divulged this to Dai Minji, the addition of another acquaintance bore little consequence. It is likely some form of dark sorcery that subsequently influences the mind. One need not dwell excessively on it. Compared to before, Wang Heng now appeared considerably more composed. Such occurrences are relatively commonplace. The cultivation of soul masters predominantly hinges on innate talent. Those endowed with exceptional abilities, provided they do not frequently indulge in negligence, can easily ascend to great heights, soaring to the skies, while those of lesser aptitude, regardless of their exertions, often meet with dismal outcomes. Such is the harsh reality of cultivation. Consequently, many individuals are inclined to risk perilous paths for the sake of their own empowerment. Wang Heng had encountered similar sanguinary practices, such as blood drinking. Yet most often these endeavors resulted in fatal backlash. Despite Wang Heng's indifference towards the matter, Crimson Eye remained vigilant and far from complacent. The Crimson Eyes are inherently imbued with the sinister attributes bequeathed by an evil deity, rendering them acutely sensitive to divine presences. It is not that they are aligned with a malevolent god, yet they resonate with a similar aura. From the perspective of the Crimson-Eyed, this undoubtedly represents a most suitable divine role for him. This is the very reason why the Crimson-Eyed is perpetually entangled with the Bloodwolf team. He seeks to uncover the legacy of that deity through this connection. Chapter 53, the simulated training zone. On this day, having completed their collective training, the Crimson-Eyed and Dai Minji prepared to journey toward the soul-hunting forest. Their purpose was not to slay soul beasts for the acquisition of soul rings, but rather to explore the simulated training zone mentioned previously by Ming Tianlang. Despite their intentions, they remained perplexed as to why the establishment of the simulated training zone necessitated a visit to the soul-hunting forest. Akame couldn't quite discern Guanhong's intentions as they hurried along the road, while inquiring about Dai Minji's Bloodwolf team affairs. We've been tailing them, but they've shaken us off multiple times. Though their strength isn't formidable, they possess numerous concealment techniques. Mentioning this matter, Dai Minji also found it rather vexing. When Qidong first entrusted him with this task, he thought it was of little consequence. However, as he delved deeper, he realized the complexity of the situation. The adversary was as elusive as an eel, making it nearly impossible to trace their whereabouts. Dai Minji genuinely began to suspect that the other party might be plotting treason. Otherwise, why would they hide so cautiously in the shadows, employing methods that were far from honorable? How did you manage to track them before? Daiminji was truly intrigued. It was remarkable that even a soul king of the sensitivity type could lose track of such an entity, yet Qidong had managed to pinpoint their location in that village. It must have been due to the dark attribute, Qidong replied casually. By that time, it was already night, providing better concealment, and coupled with their significant losses. They were not particularly attentive to their surroundings. The dark attribute, indeed? Ake merely mentioned it casually, yet Daiminji took it to heart. Indeed, locating them would prove quite challenging. And even if found, the likelihood of failure remained considerable, for Ake relied not only on her dark attributes but also her mastery over spatial manipulation. Concealing herself within the undulations of space, that was the true reason no one could detect her presence. Seeing Daiminji's inquiry, Akame had already anticipated the answer. You lost them? Yes. Daiminji nodded, his expression steeped in frustration. We've lost track of them multiple times. Even the shrine in the village where they once resided has vanished. It seems they detected our pursuit and relocated their base. Crimson Eye fell into deep contemplation. This matter was not only unexpected for Daiminji but also for him. The next time there is news, it is best not to act rashly. I shall follow it myself. If the investigation proves so arduous, then it must be undertaken by him alone. Never mind. However, Daiminji shook his head. I will seek out soul masters with more concealed skills. You should refrain from going there. Otherwise, if you encounter a being of Soul King rank or higher, escaping would prove exceedingly difficult. In light of the current circumstances, Crimson Eye's safety clearly outweighs the enigmatic whereabouts and intentions of those mysterious individuals. This is a matter of paramount importance to his own interests. Naturally, Qiang preferred to take matters into his own hands. However, Daiminji's words held some merit, for those battles were indeed perilous for him at present. Moreover, this matter was not particularly urgent, and Qitong could afford to wait. As the two conversed while making their way, they finally arrived at the soul hunting forest near the Starluo Imperial City. Before the forest stood a throng of young soul masters, and it was Qitong's first encounter with such a multitude in the soul hunting forest. Typically, people steered clear of this place, as it was all too easy to meet one's demise within its confines. Most ventured in pairs, primarily to hunt soul beasts for soul rings, rarely for any other purpose. Nevertheless, even with Qitong's vast experiences, he had never witnessed such a bustling scene in the forest. The cacophony almost led him to believe they were preparing to seize the soul-hunting forest. At the entrance of the forest, Qitong spotted Dean Guanhong, who appeared notably irate, hands on his hips as he engaged in a heated debate with a cardinal clad in red from the spirit hall. The cardinal, a figure of some repute, was now animatedly arguing with Guanhong, spitting words in a fervent exchange. As for Guanhong's outburst, Qitong had long since grown accustomed to it and found nothing peculiar about the situation. As he drew closer, he recognized several familiar faces. Bai Lingling was cheerfully chatting with Sun Sihan, while behind them, Sun Sikai and Zhao Shuwen, the bearer of the King Tower's martial spirit, were sharing hearty laughter. Bai Lingling, with her keen eyes, quickly spotted Qidong and waved him over. Where is your cousin? He inquired. Training, Bai Lingling replied. Daiminji added. It's not a significant matter. She simply didn't come over. Is something amiss here? It sounds rather lively. Crimson Eye, filled with curiosity, could not help but inquire. Indeed, why has the construction of the simulated training area brought us to the soul-hunting forest? Observing the bewilderment of the two, Bai Lingling seemed to find even greater amusement, chuckling heartily for an extended period without uttering a word. It was Zhao Shuwen beside her who finally offered an explanation to Crimson Eye. The Dean intends to seize territory from the soul-hunting forest, directly designating an area for the simulated training zone. Ha ha ha. The Dean truly is a genius. As Zhao Shuwen concluded his statement, he too could no longer suppress his laughter. Daiminji and Crimson Eye found themselves unable to contain their amusement, yet they also felt a sense of incredulity. It seemed even Wang Heng could not have anticipated that Guanhong would genuinely allow students to train within the soul-hunting forest, and not merely by throwing them in one by one, but rather by carving out a territory to transform the very essence of the soul-hunting forest into their simulated training ground. Red-eyed, one could ascertain without a moment's thought that the Cardinal would never acquiesce. This was a blatant infringement upon their boundaries. Director Guanhong, you are striking a blow to the Soul Master Hall. The soul-hunting forest has always belonged to the hall, and your attempt to designate a simulated training area here is nothing short of outrageous. Is your institution so financially beleaguered that it resorts to such antics? Cannot you establish one on your own? At this juncture, the cardinal's usual grace had dissipated. The fact that he had not yet unleashed a torrent of invective or cursed the ancestors of his adversaries was a testament to the Pope as protection. Are we not engaged in construction? Guan Hong's voice was not only loud but imbued with righteous fervor. Just look at the students behind me. They have all come to assist in this endeavor. I have even enlisted those about to graduate from the esteemed academy. Jia Xuan, Sun Sikai, and others proudly echoed in agreement. Indeed, the people of the Starluo Empire have long been discontent with the Soul Master Hall's monopolization of the soul-hunting forest. Thus aligning with their principles' fervor only adds to the momentum. Moreover, I possess the authorization document. Guan Hong shook his hand and produced a piece of parchment from his storage soul device, emblazoned with the imperial seal of the Starluo Emperor. It permitted Director Guan Hong to allocate the soul-hunting forest area for the construction of a simulated training zone for the Royal Academy. The text was succinct yet held the Cardinal's gaze for an extended period. Chapter 54. Occupation. As he beheld the directive in Guan Hong's hand, the Cardinal's face grew increasingly flushed, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the document, a tempest of rage brewing within. This is the Soul Master Hall's soul-hunting forest. Not even the Emperor of the Starluo Empire has the right to interfere. In response to his declaration, Guan Hong showed no sign of retreat, his voice rising further. Under heaven, can there be land that is not the king's? Whether it be the very ground upon which you stand, or this soul-hunting forest. It is all territory of the Starluo Empire. We have merely chosen not to pursue the matter in the past, allowing you to recuperate. But this does not grant you the right to usurp our lands. This territory will always belong to the Starluo. If you wish to exert your influence, return to your Pope's palace. Guan Hong stepped forward, unleashing the full force of his soul power, instantly overwhelming the Cardinal, rendering him breathless. The Cardinal was merely a soul sage, and thus could not hope to gain an advantage over Guan Hong. Guan Hong, do not be so arrogant. Even in such a situation, the Cardinal remained unperturbed. Aside from the pressure of power, he held no genuine fear of Guan Hong. Behind him stood the Soul Master Hall, a force that required no trepidation in the face of the Starluo Empire. Despite the Empire's formidable strength, the Soul Master Hall nearly dominated all Soul Masters across the continent. The disparity in combat prowess between ordinary people and Soul Masters was astronomical. Even against the million-strong army of the Starluo Empire, the Soul Master Hall felt no fear. Beside them, Tong observed the fluctuations of their emotions. Is this the confidence of the Spirit Hall? Indeed. Daiminji nodded, not underestimating the imposing presence of Guan Hong at this moment, nor the Spirit Hall itself. From the awakening of spirit powers, the registration of Soul Masters, the distribution of subsidies, to the ascension of title Douluo and the crowning of the Pope, a Soul Master's life, beginning from their initiation into the realm of Soul Masters, is enveloped entirely by the Spirit Hall, whether in acquiring spirit rings or in their advancements. Both the Tiando and Xinghua empires find it exceedingly difficult to reclaim these invaluable resources of Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall. The framework has already been established. Unless severed at its roots, a resurgence is inevitable. The current stability merely reflects the constraints imposed by the three powers. Despite his tender years, Daiminji possessed a remarkable clarity of insight, while Tong, as a soul beast, remained somewhat oblivious to the intricate power dynamics at play between them. If you were to become emperor, would you desire to unify the continent? Tong inquired. He observed that the people of the Xinghua Empire seemed to harbor such aspirations, much like Wang Hong, who yearned for his nation's enduring prosperity. Of course, it is not merely I. All who occupy that position would share such thoughts. Daiminji replied, his gaze resolute, revealing for the first time to Tong the ambition that lay within him. If he did not seek to conquer Douluo, why would he aspire to assume that position? Akame nodded, finding his reasoning sound. Then are you certain there isn't some fool among you who reveres the founding monarch, seeks to resurrect him, and believes only the founding ruler can lead you to prosperity? Tong refined her phrasing. Dai Ming was somewhat at a loss for words. You have already called him a fool. With a sardonic smile, Tong turned her gaze towards the forefront where Guan Hong stood. Their esteemed Dean Guan had successfully driven away the cardinal clad in crimson, leaving behind only the echoes of the cardinal's fierce words. Guan Hong, await your reckoning. I shall certainly report this matter to the Platinum Bishop, and then the debate of right and wrong shall no longer rest with me. The cardinal departed in a huff, while Bai Lingling and her companions erupted in jubilant exclamations, seemingly mocking him in his wake. The cardinal, despite the formidable power backing him, felt helpless. He had come alone and was no match for Guan Hong. The lower-tier soul masters guarding the soul-hunting forest were utterly incapable, unable to even contend with Guanhong's students, rendering them nearly useless. Zhao Shuwen stood behind Tong, urging her forward while loudly proclaiming, "Our dean is magnificent." Sun Sikai and others echoed his sentiments, causing Guanhong, slightly breathless yet visibly proud, to beam. With a flick of his hand, he overturned the sign at the front of the soul-hunting forest and boldly positioned himself in front of the Soul Hall guards. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, "The Advanced Academy shall take the lead, the Intermediate Academy will follow, and the Primary Academy can stay behind to drive away the decade-old soul beasts. Or, if you prefer a more entertaining atmosphere, we can keep them for now. Once they are grown, we shall return them." Guanhong exuded an air of authority, his eyes sparkling with mischief, reminiscent of a playful old rogue. Advanced Academy. Protect your younger peers and drive away the soul beasts. Secure a territory in the southeast. Shortly, a teacher will arrive to establish a quarantine zone. Amidst the crowd, Tong reveled in the crescendo of cheers, her smile blossoming in tandem. With a playful glint in her crimson eyes, Tong cast a teasing glance at the nearby Bailingling, exclaiming, "Senior, remember to look after your juniors." As a member of the esteemed academy, this duty had inadvertently fallen upon Bailingling, who had been hastily promoted. Bailingling promptly sought refuge behind Sun Sikai alongside Sun Sahan, clearly disregarding Tong's words. It was a blessing if the senior could manage her own safety. Nevertheless, despite her words, Bailingling still made an effort to fend off a few century-old soul beasts within her capacity. Zhao Shuwen then pushed Tong to the forefront of the group, with the Tower of the Heavenly King serving as a shield before them, transforming into a mobile fortress that advanced relentlessly. Zhao Shuwen raised an eyebrow at Tong, saying, "Do you see? This is what true courage of a senior looks like." With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Tong could no longer contain himself and began to manifest his martial soul. The scorpion tail extended, sweeping across the small beast group before him, driving them aside with ease. He then turned his gaze towards Zhao Shuwen, raising an eyebrow with a hint of provocation, exclaiming, "Senior, this is what we call a sweeping attack. Did you just challenge a senior?" Zhao Shuwen appeared somewhat gritted his teeth, his eyes widening in disbelief, as he raised the Heavenly King Tower defiantly, showing no signs of yielding. With that, Zhao Shuwen took the lead and charged forward. "How tiresome," Tong scoffed. "Indeed," Dai Minji echoed, but in the blink of an eye, he saw Tong retract her scorpion tail and pursue Zhao Shuwen. "Aren't you going after them?" Sun Sahan inquired with curiosity. Dai Minji, perplexed, responded, "Why must I chase after them?" "Your reluctance to follow," Sun Sahan's gaze implied, "only serves to suggest that you are inferior to them." "How absurd." Dai Minji still seemed to grapple with the notion. However, in the next moment, he honestly followed in the direction the two had departed. Chapter 55, The Demon Sunflower Tree. Zhao Shuwen barreled forward, the inflated Tianwang Tower towering behind him. Tong, though swiftly trailing Zhao Shuwen, remained vigilant of her surroundings. Upon noticing Dai Minji had caught up, her brows lifted in surprise. Yet, in a brief moment of inattention, when Tong turned back, Zhao Shuwen had already dashed far beyond her sight. "Senior." With wide, crimson eyes, she shouted hurriedly, "Be careful." "Be careful of what?" Zhao Shuwen was momentarily taken aback, yet his steps did not falter in the slightest. Suddenly, a cry of pain pierced the air. "It's over. I've collided with someone." A wave of panic surged within Zhao Shuwen as he hastily retracted the towering obstruction that had obscured his view, quickly offering an apology. "My apologies." "How is it you?" Originally quite humble, Zhao Shuwen unexpectedly adopted an air of indignation, glaring at the girl lying beneath the tree, clutching her head, exuding a fierce demeanor. One might have thought that Zhao Shuwen was the one who had been struck. "Zhou Jin, what on earth are you doing sleeping in the soul-hunting forest? Aren't you afraid of being devoured by wild beasts?" Originally, Tong intended to act as a mediator, but her steps abruptly halted. After reuniting with the bewildered Dai Minji behind her, they approached Zhao Shuwen. It was evident that the two were acquaintances. "Mind your own business," the spirited young girl exclaimed as she leaped into the air, her ponytail swaying playfully with her movements. "You didn't participate in the Academy's construction of the simulated training zone, claiming you were training, yet here you are in the soul-hunting forest? What?" The girl scratched her head, seemingly perplexed. "I thought we were supposed to directly enter the soul-hunting forest for simulated environmental training." Zhou Jin clearly did not anticipate such an outcome. Zhao Shuwen, hearing her words, was at a loss for words. Did the instructor not say it was a construction project? How can one train if the construction isn't even complete? Am I to be blamed for this? Zhou Jin was evidently disgruntled. It's all the dean's fault for constantly saying that if you want simulated training, you should just enter the soul-hunting forest. I took it literally. It was no wonder that Guan Hong frequently made such remarks, easily leading to misunderstandings. Zhou Jin shrugged and then leaped over Zhao Xuan, noticing Qi Tong and Dai Minji behind him. Are these two among the accelerated students? Indeed, this is Qi Tong. And this is the second prince, Dai Minji. Previously, during the challenge tournament involving Qi Tong and her companions, there had been quite an audience, including many upperclassmen from prestigious academies, Zhou Jin being one of them. However, compared to the undoubtedly formidable Dai Minji, Zhou Jin seemed far more intrigued by Qi Tong. After greeting Dai Minji, Zhou Jin turned to Qi Tong and inquired, "Is your martial soul a mutated one?" Qi Tong nodded in agreement. "What a coincidence!" Zhou Jin exclaimed excitedly, giving Qi Tong a hearty pat on the shoulder, her joy unmistakable. "So am I," Zhao Xuan chuckled, interjecting with a playful tease. "Is that what you call a mutated martial soul? It seems more like a hybrid martial soul." Following his words, he promptly began to enlighten the bewildered Qi Tong. "This senior of yours has been diligently training beneath a tree, as her martial soul is related to trees." "Related to trees?" Qi Tong inquired with curiosity, for he had not encountered many soul masters possessing tree-related martial souls. He had, however, met numerous plant-type ones. Observing Zhao Xuan's demeanor, Zhou Jin knew he was incapable of offering any genuine praise, yet she remained undeterred, exuding confidence. "Indeed, it's the demonic sunflower tree," Zhou Jin interjected. A brilliant yellow light radiated from behind her, and an ethereal tree materialized, unlike any flora found in the Douluo continent, in stark contrast to ordinary trees. The branches of the demonic sunflower tree bore not green leaves but clusters of sunflowers, exuding a sinister purple toxin, presenting an extraordinarily eerie sight. "Doesn't it resemble a hybrid of a tree and sunflowers?" Zhao Xuan remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Qi Tong's eyes brightened, unable to suppress his admiration. "Is your demonic sunflower tree attribute poison?" Zhou Jin offered a faint smile, playfully winking at Zhao Xuan, and proudly explained, "Yes, but it is not an ordinary poison. It is a poison of the mind." Retrieving her martial soul, she formally introduced herself. "I am a 37th level control-type battle soul master, wielding the demonic sunflower tree, adept at utilizing mental poison to manipulate the battlefield." The dual attributes of spirit and poison truly rendered her martial soul extraordinary. Qi Tong could not help but express her admiration, and upon hearing these words, Dai Minji was equally astonished by Zhou Jin's martial soul. Such a remarkable martial soul. His own white tiger martial soul predominantly embodied the attribute of light, yet having been accustomed to it since childhood, he found it lacked any extraordinary features. In contrast, it was the martial souls of individuals like Qi Tong and Zhou Jin that captivated his attention. The mental attribute is indeed a rarity, as if intentionally showcasing her prowess. Zhou Jin deliberately cast a glance at Zhao Xuan and remarked, "What does that even signify?" However, Zhao Xuan remained undeterred, asserting, "I can possess any attribute I desire. The attribute-less power of the Heavenly King's Tower is the strongest attribute of all." With a smile in her crimson eyes, Qi Tong did not continue the conversation with the two, but instead walked alongside Dai Minji, preparing to erect a barrier not far ahead, while waiting for the teachers from the academy to set up a protective fence. "Senior, can your demon sunflower create a barrier-like obstruction?" Qi Tong waited for a while, but did not see any classmates bearing tools, so she turned her gaze towards Zhou Jin. "Of course," Zhou Jin replied, and immediately, her third soul ring illuminated. A violet aura radiated from her, and before Qi Tong, a sunflower emerged, enveloped in an ethereal purple mist, appearing rather otherworldly. As the first sunflower materialized, more of them sprang forth, creating a defined area around them. Third soul skill, Demon Sunflower Formation. It could continuously release a mental toxin, inducing paralysis and disorientation, and over time, it could even affect one's intelligence. However, Zhou Jin could not sustain it for long, even now. Maintaining the Demon Sunflower Formation for half an hour was her utmost limit. "Rest assured, my Demon Sunflower Formation will automatically emit toxins outward. Ordinary soul beasts would not dare approach. We shall wait here for the teacher to arrive." "Thank you, Senior," Zhao Xuan remarked leisurely. "I hadn't expected your hybrid martial soul to be quite so useful," yet he still did not refrain from teasing Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin, naturally disinterested in his jibes, gazed contentedly at her Demon Sunflower Formation. Crimson Eyes was also quite relaxed, just as she intended to take a brief respite with Zhou Jin and Zhao Shuwen. Her expression suddenly shifted. How could Bilingualing and the others not have caught up yet? Chapter 56. Illusion. Akame's footsteps abruptly halted as she turned to glance at Daiminji, only to find emptiness behind her. Not just behind. The entire soul-hunting forest now seemed devoid of life save for Akame herself. Her vision was filled solely with those unnaturally vibrant sunflowers flourishing amidst the dense foliage. The sunflowers exuded their usual eerie aura, perpetually emitting toxic mist. Could Zhou Jin have accidentally harmed him? Had the neurotoxins already infiltrated his mind? No. The instant this thought surfaced, Akame dismissed it. A soul master nearing the soul ancestor realm would never commit such an elementary mistake as injuring an ally. Moreover, it was impossible for Akame to succumb to mental corruption so swiftly. Not even a soul king could achieve such a feat. A chill enveloped Tong's heart as a figure gradually took shape within his mind. At this moment, in the soul-hunting forest, Bilingualing appeared somewhat bewildered. Had they ventured too far? Gazing into the distance, she could discern no trace of the others. Sun Sahan, too, sensed something amiss and hurriedly called out to her brother. Brother, could it be that we have encountered some soul beast? That shouldn't be the case. Sun Sikai scratched his head, his anxiety mounting. Being in the outer region, there should be no soul beast that Zhao Shuwen could not handle. Moreover, there was an unsettling silence surrounding them. The most terrifying aspect of the situation was the utter lack of sound. Even if they were in peril, there ought to be cries for help. They should still be close enough to hear any distress calls. Yet now, an oppressive silence prevailed, devoid of any signs of struggle. Could it be that something grave had transpired? Without hesitation, Sun Sikai dashed towards the edge of the soul-hunting forest. Upon encountering Guan Hong, he exclaimed urgently, Dean, something is amiss. What is it? Guan Hong, who had been leisurely supervising, looked up with a hint of curiosity. Breathless and frantic, Sun Sikai pointed towards the depths of the soul-hunting forest and said, Tong and the others have vanished. There are no traces to be found. And not a single sound. Had Akatsuki gone missing? What about Daiminji? Indeed, Guan Hong's spirit was instantly invigorated, and he swiftly lifted Sun Sikai, racing towards the direction he had indicated. With a powerful grip, Sun Sikai found himself beside Sun Sahan, as Guan Hong released him and gazed ahead. Is this the spot? Yes. Sun Sikai nodded affirmatively, confirming that they had previously sprinted in this direction, yet after traversing quite a distance, they had seen no signs of them, no traces whatsoever, no traces at all. Guan Hong keenly seized upon this statement, his expression growing grave. Instinctively, he recalled a certain suspect, Zan Meng Douluo. Perhaps, having suffered a setback at the White Tiger Conference, he sought revenge, aiming to eliminate Akatsuki or simply vent his wrath. Zan Meng Douluo had the motive. Furthermore, his martial soul presented the only conceivable method to stealthily abduct Akatsuki and the others. The Zan Meng martial soul could ensnare one in a dreamlike state, even inducing self-harm within dreams. Damn it! Guan Hong cursed under his breath, promptly unleashing his spiritual energy to thoroughly search the eerie surroundings. Meanwhile, amidst the bizarre sunflowers, Akatsuki harbored similar thoughts. Over the years, Akatsuki had been cautious, provoking few, and even fewer posed a genuine threat to him. Reflecting upon it, aside from those from the Fire Leopard sect seeking vengeance for Ming Shua, the only other possibility was Zan Meng Douluo. Yet, he had merely assumed a false identity at the Grand Soul Arena. It would be challenging for the Fire Leopard sect to track him down, and moreover, they lacked the capability. As for the rule at the Luo Grand Soul Arena forbidding private vendettas, Akatsuki had given it no heed. There were countless ways to seek revenge. The Grand Soul Arena could not impede him. Only Zan Meng Douluo possessed both the motive and the means. The sinister divine hook silently extended, and Akatsuki remained vigilant, cautiously voicing, Why must you bully a junior, senior? Do you not feel it beneath your dignity? Silence enveloped the surroundings. Are you afraid, senior? Having ensnared the four of us, your next step should be to silence us. Yet, you remain inactive, seemingly unfazed by my awareness of the impending danger. What precisely do you intend to accomplish? Kazumi incessantly inquired, wondering if her senior still sought to glean information from a particular individual, thus orchestrating a scheme. Among their group, it seemed that only Dai Minji held such significance. With a long-winded discourse, Tong seemed to provoke a sense of impatience in the other party, who then scoffed, remarking, Children will always be children, parading their self-proclaimed cleverness while unwittingly edging themselves closer to the abyss. He derided Qi Tong's naivety and presumption, yet Qi Tong merely responded with a serene smile. Upon hearing the other's voice, Qi Tong swiftly dismissed his previous conjectures. Having encountered the dreaming soul Douluo before, he recognized the voice as distinctly different from that of the enigmatic figure, indicating that this individual was clearly not the dreaming soul Douluo. A fool remains a fool. After indulging in a few more years of experiences, one may delude themselves into believing they have unraveled all mysteries, yet they remain, fundamentally, a fool. If not the dreaming soul Douluo, then who else could it be? The people from the spirit hall, perhaps? With a smile from her crimson eyes, it seemed she had come to a realization. The group led by that cardinal in red? They seek to exploit this opportunity to expel the members of the Starry Royal Academy, knowing full well that they cannot thwart Guanhong outside. Thus, they intend to trap or humiliate Daimenji and his companions within the soul-hunting forest, aiming to set an example? Is this an attempt to assert their dominance over us? In the shadows, a figure cloaked in red was taken aback, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Your words appear to offer no solace regarding your predicament. He had tacitly acquiesced to this, yet he believed that once he extracted valuable information from Daimenji, swiftly eliminating a few would pose no issue. The current safety of the group was entirely a result of Daimenji's stubbornness. At least, once they exited, there would be no further casualties. Crimson Eyes seemed to believe that compelling the red-clad bishop of the Spirit Hall to respond was an undeniably astute choice. What thoughts occupied this young man's mind? The red-clad bishop found himself utterly perplexed, glancing at Daimenji, who remained silent within the illusion created by his subordinates, causing a sense of unease to swell within him. Suddenly, before him, the once clear air began to ripple, akin to a tranquil water surface shimmering with light, irresistibly capturing his gaze. How could such an emptiness manifest in this manner? In the next moment, those transparent forms deepened in hue, gradually taking on distinct outlines, and under the bishop's watchful eyes, a figure began to materialize. With crimson eyes and black hair, it was none other than Crimson Eyes. Chapter 57. Dean, save me. Crimson Eyes appeared abruptly before the cardinal, as if having shattered an illusion in the blink of an eye, directly manifesting in this space. For a fleeting moment, the cardinal's thoughts faltered, perplexed by how Crimson Eyes had suddenly breached the illusion. The illusion before him was an extension of his soul technique, within which Crimson Eyes was utterly silenced. Yet, upon escaping the confines of this soul technique, he transcended the illusion. His illusion was designed to target mental states. With only two means of overcoming it, one could resist with mental fortitude or exit the range of the soul technique. The latter method typically required a teammate to extricate one from the soul technique's influence. Thus, Crimson Eye's self-extraction was unprecedented. Should he not have been immobilized under the effects of the soul technique, unable to move even a single step in reality? However, the cardinal was unaware that spatial attributes lay beyond his comprehension, for such phenomena are exceedingly rare, with some individuals spending their entire lives without witnessing them. This, too, was the essence of Crimson Eye's first soul technique. The unique application of the evil god's charge allows one to break through spatial barriers at incredible speed, representing a fusion of wind and spatial attributes in the execution of a primary soul technique. This insight had been provided by Sun Sahan, a child of remarkable talent in research, always brimming with innovative ideas. Almost instantaneously upon his appearance, Crimson Eyes began to cry out, "Dean, save me." The anguished cries of Qi Tong echoed through the air, prompting Guanhong, who had been searching in a secluded corner of the soul-hunting forest, to abruptly lift his head. Beside him, Bai Lingling and the others displayed expressions of joy. It was indeed Qi Tong. After aimlessly searching for such an extended period, they had finally caught a glimmer of hope. "It comes from the southeast," Sun Sikai exclaimed. "The southeast," Guanhong repeated, his form dashing forward with remarkable swiftness, showing no signs of age. The cardinal's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings manifested behind him. With a flash of the soul rings, he swiftly directed a powerful strike towards Qi Tong. The response of Qi Tong was swift. His third soul ring shimmered, and instinctively he unleashed his third soul skill, the evil god's guardian. A dense, dark protective shield materialized instantaneously as Qi Tong poured all his soul power into it. Although it was merely a single strike, and despite the fact that Guanhong could arrive in time, Qi Tong remained in a precarious situation. After all, his opponent was a soul sage, while he was merely a soul master, leading to a substantial disparity in strength, which rendered the evil god's guardian somewhat ineffective. With a decisive motion, the evil god's guardian held firm for but a fleeting moment before shattering with a thunderous crash. Having already suffered a defeat at Qidong's hands once, the Cardinal in Crimson would not underestimate him again. He unleashed an extremely fierce attack without an ounce of mercy, as if to claim Qidong's life with that palm strike. His martial spirit was not the remnant dream, but rather a nightmarish beast adept at conjuring illusions. At that moment, he employed his only formidable offensive technique, although it was merely from his fourth soul ring. It was more than sufficient against a mere soul master like Qidong. Multicolored radiance enveloped his palm as it surged towards Qidong's chest, instantly corroding his garments and flesh. Akim couldn't suppress a cry of pain, yet still struggled to break free from the red-robed bishop's assault. However, his adversary would not grant him such reprieve. The bishop seized Akim's arm with a grip so corrosive it seemed to dissolve even the very bones beneath his flesh. "Salus, what in blazes are you doing?" Guanhong burst from the forest, his voice sharp with fury even as his feet never faltered. In one fluid motion, he lashed out with a kick aimed at Salus' back, forcibly separating the two. Guanhong's brow furrowed at the sight of the exposed, ghastly white bone protruding from Akim's chest. Without hesitation, he retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage ring and pressed it between Akim's lips. Though the corrosive rainbow-hued glow had dissipated, Akim had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The pill dissolved into a warm current that suffused his body, enveloping him in a gentle radiance of healing light. His ravaged flesh and bone began to mend, and even his spirit power showed a faint resurgence. For a moment, the nine-hearted begonia hesitated awkwardly. Should it still intervene? Earlier, Akim had warned that he might sustain injuries and would require its aid. The flower had remained at his waist, ever ready to mend his wounds. Without this assurance, even Akim's boldness would not have permitted him to provoke a spirit sage so recklessly. As long as a single breath remained, the nine-hearted begonia could pull him back from death's brink. Yet with Guanhong already stepping in, the begonia remained still. Having accompanied Akim for so long, it had grown wiser. Now was not the time to release its fragrance and risk exposure, something Akim would never desire. Since his life was no longer in peril, discretion was the better course. Having sent Salus reeling with his kick, Guanhong's furious gaze swept across the dissipating illusion. Zhao Shuwen and Zhou Jin appeared unharmed. But Dai Minji's condition was another matter entirely. He lay in a pool of blood, his shoulder wreathed in the same ominous rainbow glow, another of Salus' cruel handiwork. Yet unlike the lethal strike aimed at Akim, Salus had clearly held back, intent on extracting information rather than delivering a killing blow. "Salus, has the spirit hall lost its mind?" Guanhong roared, his rage boiling over. His features twisted, a sharp beak emerged as snowy feathers sprouted across his body. Among the 8 perfectly balanced spirit rings encircling him, the 7th flared to life as he unleashed his spirit avatar. Guanhong's spirit was none other than the White Crane. And now, his fury had taken full wing. Salus' heart lurched with panic. While he could bully Akim with impunity, facing an enraged assault-type spirit Douluo left him no path to survival. His only hope was to flee to the side of the Spirit Hall's Platinum Bishop, his sole chance at salvation. In a desperate gambit, Salus summoned a spectral beast formed of mist, activating his own spirit avatar. But his intent was not combat, it was escape. A spirit sage in full flight could still outpace pursuit. He whirled and bolted, yet Guanhong matched his speed effortlessly. A single sweeping kick from his crane-like talons shattered the mist beast, dispersing its form. Salus, however, only accelerated further. Chapter 58, Spatial Attribute with Guanhong in pursuit. The illusion collapsed entirely. As Zhou Jin and Zhao Shuwen awoke from its grasp, their eyes fell first upon Akim's skeletal wound, then upon Dai Minji's bloodied form. Panic seized them. Without delay, they hoisted their injured comrades and fled back the way they had come. Before long, they encountered the main contingent of Luo Imperial Academy's students. "Are you all right? What happened?" The clamor of questions rose around them. Overwhelmed, Zhao Shuwen ignored them all, bellowing instead, "Are there any healing-type spirit masters here?" In response, dozens of spirit rings, white, yellow, and purple, flared to life. A barrage of restorative light converged upon the wounded pair, some healers even expending extra spirit energy to cast multiple spells. Dai Minji's injuries, though gruesome, were largely superficial. Under the ministrations of the healing arts, his wounds steadily closed. Akim's injuries were indeed quite alarming, yet thanks to Guanhong's medicinal pill, her condition gradually improved. Seeing that both individuals were out of mortal danger, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Zhou Jin and Zhao Shuwen carefully lowered the two down, their exhaustion evident as they watched the ongoing treatment. Their minds still clouded and disoriented. They had inexplicably been trapped, struggling to find a way out, when suddenly the illusion shattered on its own. The next moment, they found the two injured, swept along by circumstances beyond their control. Even now, they remained clueless about what had truly transpired. When questioned by the others, Zhao Shuwen could only respond with utter bewilderment. The dean? The dean came? He echoed, scratching his head in confusion. Upon breaking free from the illusion, they had not seen Guanhong at all. Sun Sikai scratched his own head in frustration before pressing further. Then what exactly happened? Why did you suddenly go silent? I'm not entirely sure, Zhao Shuwen admitted vaguely, but I think we were dragged into some kind of illusion. His muddled response only fueled Sun Sikai's irritation. Useless. Absolutely useless. He snapped. And now 2 juniors are injured because of you 2 so-called seniors. Enough. A voice cut through the tension as Guanhong descended before them. His martial soul form already dissipated. They likely know nothing, just unwitting victims caught in the mess, he remarked, ruffling Zhao Shuwen's hair before abruptly shoving him away. Though I must say, you truly are useless, needing your juniors to rescue you in the end. Zhao Shuwen hung his head, shame weighing heavily on him. If Guanhong's words held truth, then they had indeed become nothing but burdens. Sun Sikai, however, was intrigued. Dean, are you saying Akame and Daiminji were the ones who saved Zhao Shuwen and Zhou Jin? Guanhong nodded, crouching to examine their injuries, particularly Akame's. To be precise, it was Akame. Though had Daiminji yielded under pressure and revealed the secret from the start, none of this would have happened. With that, Guanhong recounted the entire incident involving Sarath. Sarath escaped? That nightmare beast martial soul of his excels in illusions and fleeing. As a power type, my speed simply couldn't match his. No idea where he's hiding now. Guanhong couldn't hide his frustration. That red-robed bishop must have lost his mind to attempt something like this. Kidnapping a prince of Douluo to coerce us. His frown deepened, convinced that the spirit hall had gone mad. Not necessarily the entire spirit hall, Sun Sikai countered thoughtfully. More likely, it was just Sarath or perhaps one other red-robed bishop who lost their senses. True. An anonymous voice of agreement sounded from behind Sun Sikai. Fools are plenty, but those who act on their foolishness are rare. Haha, that's spot on. Zhao Shuwen burst into laughter, only to receive a sharp knock on the head from Guanhong. You dare laugh. Guanhong barked, directing the students to carry Akame and Daiminji away. Back to classes, all of you. With skills like these, I'd be ashamed to let you graduate. His scolding continued, half wishing Wang Heng were there to assist in the reprimand. Dean, there's still one thing I don't understand. Sun Sikai pressed. How did Akame break through the illusion? In terms of soul power, Zhao Shuwen surpassed her. In familiarity with spiritual force, Zhou Jin held the advantage. Yet, it was Akame who had managed to send out the distress call. That voice, they had all recognized it as hers. Without that cry, Guanhong would never have arrived in time. For a mere soul elder to breach a soul sage's illusion and send a signal for help was nothing short of unbelievable. Even Guanhong could not provide a satisfactory answer. I truly don't know, he admitted. How did Akane achieve this? Perhaps we can only inquire once he awakens. How did I manage it? Lying in the hospital bed, Akane quickly heard this question upon regaining consciousness. Fortunately, he had already contemplated the answer, thus responding with remarkable ease. It was inspired by Sun Sehan. Me? Sun Sehan, standing beside the bed, pointed to herself in confusion. Meanwhile, from the adjacent bed, Dai Minji also peeked through the curtain, eavesdropping on the conversation. Indeed, Akane asserted without hesitation, the application of soul techniques in other realms might unlock new attributes. Tong directly assigned the topic to Sun Sehan. What does that imply? Bai Lingling gazed inquisitively at Sun Sehan. Initially, she could comprehend the cultivation methods that Sun Sehan taught her, but soon she became increasingly perplexed. When it came to Sun Sehan's domain, she could articulate her thoughts fluently. This is easily illustrated by the principle of friction generating heat. If a soul master specializes in what attributes soul skills, they can produce fire through rapid friction, thereby developing a new attribute. However, this method has its limitations and lacks significant efficacy. Upon hearing Sun Sehan's explanation, Wang Heng and Guanhong, who had been eavesdropping from the rooftop, exchanged glances of enlightenment. This child possesses considerable talent in research, continually proposing peculiar ideas. Guanhong seemed to find it amusing. Furthermore, Wang Heng felt a strong sense of agreement. Sun Sehan's cultivation was commendable, as she chose to progress step by step, rather than leapfrogging despite being on par with Zhu Wanru and others in terms of cultivation level. While Wang Heng and the others praised her, Sun Sehan continued to inquire in the hospital room, what attributes have you developed? Space. Crimson Eyes responded with nonchalance. Chapter 59, Negotiation Space. With a nonchalant utterance of those two words, Tong appeared entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. How could your primary soul skill manifest a spatial attribute? Sun Sehan's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite having previously proposed numerous imaginative ideas, she found herself utterly unable to comprehend this revelation. It was not only she who struggled to understand. The onlookers gathered by the bedside, including the two mischievous elders perched atop the roof, shared her bewilderment. The spatial attribute was exceedingly rare, perhaps even more so than the dark attribute, yet rarity does not inherently denote power. Your inherent attribute seems utterly unrelated to spatial phenomena. Doesn't it? Dai Minji inquired. Having trained alongside Tong for an extended period, he possessed a fair understanding of her martial soul attributes, which primarily consisted of wind and darkness. I think so too, Tong acknowledged, her expression tinged with confusion, but at that moment, I was unaware of the reason. It simply manifested. Crimson Eye scratched her head, seemingly unable to comprehend the reasons behind the situation. Having spent considerable time in human society, she had learned to speak in a manner that was partially revealing yet partially concealed. Some matters simply did not require exhaustive explanation. Feigning ignorance could also be a prudent strategy. Are you perplexed as well? Crimson Eye lowered her head, revealing a visage tinged with disappointment, and acknowledged that she could no longer exert her abilities. Alas, Sun Sekai, upon hearing her, expressed a sense of regret, yet continued to console Crimson Eye, saying, "It is what it is. If you cannot understand, then let it be. Perhaps it is heaven's way of showing mercy to you. After all, it was a positive development, and one should not bear excessive psychological burdens." Indeed, Sun Sehan concurred, surviving is a blessing. On the rooftop, Wang Heng, having listened, rose to depart and patted Guan Hong on the shoulder. "Dean, it's time to go. You have a meeting to attend shortly." Although the battle had concluded, the aftermath and negotiation issues remained unresolved. Understood. Guan Hong took a moment to rise but still felt bewildered. I cannot fathom why that child could unleash such potential at a critical moment. Sometimes it's best to accept the inexplicable, Wang Heng replied, displaying a certain insensitivity. If everything were clear-cut, you would be a titled Douluo by now. While Wang Heng possessed a spirit of inquiry, he was also quick to abandon his pursuit when answers eluded him. He suspected that Crimson Eye might not fully grasp the reasons either, for it was rare for someone with inherent spatial abilities to keep them hidden. Guan Hong cast a sidelong glance at Wang Hong but chose not to elaborate further, turning instead toward the palace. Upon seeing Guan Hong, Emperor Xingluo's somber expression lightened somewhat as he hastily inquired, "Are those two children unharmed?" "They are fine," came the reply. "That's good to hear." Beneath the throne stood a man clad in red robes, his demeanor warm, adorned with a 5-pointed platinum crown. He was the one who had just spoken. "Although the second prince and that student have emerged unscathed, we must acknowledge our own faults and offer our apologies." With that, he gestured to the two red-robed bishops who had previously ambushed in the soul-hunting forest. Guan Hong's brow furrowed in concern as he exclaimed, "Butler, what are you doing? You are aware that they attacked our prince, and yet you still dare to bring them here?" The two red-robed bishops remained silent, heads bowed like puppets. "Calm down." Dean Guan, the platinum bishop butler gently urged, pressing down his palm to signal for tranquility, his smile remaining as placid as ever. Yet in the next instant, two beams of the Emperor of Xingluo is acutely aware that the discontent with the Spirit Hall predominantly stems from the common folk, with only a scant number of soul masters sharing such sentiments. Even among the soul masters, dissatisfaction is primarily concentrated among those of the soul sage rank and above, while the lower and mid-tier soul masters hold the Spirit Hall in high esteem due to the ample benefits it has bestowed upon them. However, for Xingluo, this presents a potential threat. Should the Spirit Hall ever declare war, a substantial portion of the soul masters within the nation could very well defect. The Spirit Hall's foundation lies within the soul masters, whereas the bedrock of the two great empires is fundamentally comprised of the common populace. From the perspective of a ruler, this outcome is far from favorable. Within the Holy Spirit Hall, Belid is diligently occupied, reporting the unfolding events to the Papal Hall. This is no trivial matter. He can only hope to select a course of action that minimizes the repercussions, yet it remains an unfavorable situation. A 1,000-mile dam can be brought down by an ant's nest. He cannot ascertain the subsequent chain reactions, and his current state is one of palpable anxiety. "Archbishop," a figure rushed through the door, visibly flustered. "People from Xingluo have arrived. They have taken control of the soul-hunting forest. A few of us are still stationed on the periphery. Archbishop, what should we do? They claim you have already consented. The individual looked at Belit, bewildered, unable to believe that the Platinum Archbishop would relinquish the soul-hunting forests so readily, not to mention the resources they had already exchanged through the entry tokens. The influence and credibility gained were substantial. Belit sighed heavily, waving his hand to dismiss the messenger. Call the others back. The soul-hunting forest has changed hands. The crimson-eyed individual perceptively discerned Guanhong's inner turmoil and offered words of solace. There is no need for the director to bear any psychological burdens. This is not an act of malevolence. Rather, it is simply a matter of reciprocity. The director saved me, and it is only fitting that I repay that kindness. It is merely a case of retribution. The crimson-eyed figure placed the Xian Shui Dan into Guanhong's hand, patting the dean's palm with a certain air of maturity. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune for me. With a smile, the crimson-eyed one remarked that the potency of the dean's elixir was remarkable. My wounds were healing rapidly, and I could distinctly sense a significant acceleration in my cultivation speed, potentially allowing me to greatly reduce the time required for my training. After changing my cultivation method, my progress had already been swift, but now it had surged by at least threefold, which was utterly astonishing. Speaking on this matter, Guanhong chuckled heartily, revealing a hint of pride in his expression. This is the Ming Hundan. While its ability to heal physical injuries is certainly valuable, its most precious function lies in its capacity to assist in your cultivation. It is as if a miniature being resides within you, navigating through your meridians in harmony with your soul's energy, retaining self-awareness as it roams. Even if you do not actively cultivate, it will aid in the operation of your techniques. When you do engage in training, the assistance of the Ming Hundan will further double your cultivation speed. However, its effects are not everlasting, as they will dissipate in approximately half a month. Crimson Eye nodded. Indeed, it was a blessing in disguise. During this period, the efficacy of the Xian Shui Dan was already diminished for me, especially since I had absorbed it once before. A second absorption would yield significantly lesser results, far inferior to the effects of the Ming Hundan. Your methods of consolation may be somewhat clumsy, yet I find myself genuinely comforted. Guanhong remarked with a hint of sentimentality. As he adjusted the blankets for Crimson Eye, Guanhong prepared to take his leave. Rest well. Such grievous injuries require ample time to heal, even with the aid of elixirs. As Guanhong departed, Crimson Eye began to cultivate. Aware of the Ming Hundan's benefits, he was determined not to squander the opportunity while the effects still lingered. He needed to hasten the recovery of his strength. After all, luck might not always be on his side, and not every calamity would come with a safety net. Though he had been inadvertently embroiled in this incident, Dai Mingyi had also been assisted by Zhu Wanro, who helped him onto a hospital bed, while Crimson Eye immersed himself in his cultivation. Guanhong's words rang true. Under the influence of the Ming Hundan, his training pace surged dramatically, as if an unseen force propelled him forward. Given that his malevolent attribute belonged to an extreme martial spirit, his training speed should have decelerated, yet it was now accelerating at an unprecedented rate. Are you in such a hurry to cultivate despite your injuries? Zhu Wanro inquired, puzzled. However, she received no response from Crimson Eye. Instead, she turned to see Dai Mingyi, who had just entered a state of meditation. Sighing, Zhu Wanro covered her head, feeling a slight headache. It seemed that competition was indeed a catalyst for motivation. What a pity, the simulated training area was now open, yet I can only venture there alone. Hearing her VO, the crimson-eyed figure, upon hearing the words, seemed amused. While I graciously accept the gratitude of others, yours is unnecessary. If it weren't for your efforts to buy time, we would all be doomed together, so consider it a form of cooperation. I hold a certain admiration for Dai Mingyi. Although he did not sustain a fatal injury, the intent of that cardinal in red was to torment him. Despite the excruciating pain, he remained unyielding amidst the bloodshed, which I find quite remarkable. I thought you were going to thank me as well, Dai Mingyi murmured under his breath. In the hall of the papal palace, a middle-aged man clad in a black and gold robe, adorned with a 9-curved purple-gold crown, sat before a throne embedded with countless gems, holding a letter sent by Butler. This man is none other than the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Qianshenji. Despite his advancing years, he still exudes an air of sanctity and nobility, influenced by both the spirit and the profound legacy of his family over countless years. In contrast to the brutality spoken of by others, Qianshenji appeared remarkably composed. The progress of the Spirit Hall in Xinglua is exceedingly slow. Butler is ill-suited for that place. He should be reassigned to the Tiando Empire, where the Spirit Hall of Xinglua will select a new successor to manage affairs. It suffices to maintain stability while seeking advancement. Butler and his group have become somewhat radical. The Tiando Empire is complex, with numerous kingdoms and principalities, providing Butler with ample opportunity to maneuver. Xinglua should prioritize stability, while Tiando must adopt a more aggressive stance. If pressed too hard, Xinglua may resort to war, while Tiando lacks the necessary fortitude due to its fragmented governance. Below, a young woman listened intently. She inquired, "Teacher, is it true that the soul-hunting forest in Xinglua will simply be handed over?" Observing the young woman, Qian Shinji patiently explained, "What they require is merely a symbolic gesture. Thus, it shall be granted to them. The Spirit Hall does not lack a symbol. The rise of the Spirit Hall relies on soul masters, particularly powerful ones. You need only focus on enhancing your own strength." "Yes, teacher." Qian Shinji then shifted his gaze to another page, which contained no other reports, but rather the life record of an individual, Song Mingjing. "How old are you now?" he asked. 17, she replied. 17, level 45 Battle Spirit Master, Qian Shinji noted, leaving Song Mingjing puzzled. What is the purpose of this discussion? However, the next words from Qian Shinji caused Song Mingjing's expression to change drastically. "Mingjing, have you ever encountered a 33rd level Battle Spirit Master at the age of 12, possessing spatial, dark, and wind attributes?" Chapter 62, Clue. 12 years old, 33rd level? How is that possible? Song Mingjing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Did you not say that my talent is unparalleled?" Seeing her reaction, Qian Shinji could not help but sigh and shake his head. "It is my fault. I have consistently praised you as a rare genius, which has led you to overlook the world around you. Mingjing, the world holds far more than just a multitude of people. The continent is vast, and the ocean is expansive. Who dares to claim their talent is unrivaled?" As Qian Shinji's words resonated, Song Mingjing fell into silence. It was not only her. Even Qian Shinji maintained his silence. She seemed to have never considered this possibility. Since childhood, she had followed the Spirit Hall's training and became a disciple of the reigning pope, with everyone she encountered affirming her as a genius, a one-in-a-million talent. Now, it appeared that someone had finally recalled to her the fact that the world is far more populous than she had been led to believe. Song Mingjing lowered her head, feeling somewhat disheartened, yet she remained unconvinced. She could not believe that a 12-year-old soul master could achieve the same accomplishments as herself. Countless talents have faltered in their growth, and many brilliant figures have faded into obscurity. She did not feel inferior to anyone. She merely felt a twinge of resentment towards that soul master's talent, pondering that perhaps they were solely devoted to cultivation, or perhaps they were poor in practical combat. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Shinji suddenly laughed. Startled, Song Mingjing looked up at him. "Mingjing, how about this? I intend to establish a competition for elite soul masters under the age of 25 across the continent, gathering them together to see who among them is truly the strongest." Song Mingjing remained silent, but Qian Shinji continued to chuckle, increasingly convinced of the merit of his idea. "Most of the children in the Spirit Hall, like you, are proud and ambitious. This can be detrimental, as it may lead to significant setbacks in the future. A competition will encourage you to strive harder in your cultivation as you face external challenges. Furthermore, it provides an opportunity to gauge the strengths and weaknesses of the two empires. Not only that, but the prestige and influence of the Spirit Hall will be solidified through successive tournaments, a truly multifaceted strategy." "Truly multifaceted?" Song Mingjing asked. "Indeed," as she gazed at Qian Shinji. Her admiration deepened. "This is a great pope. The apparent volatility is merely a facade to deceive the outside world. The true Qian Shinji is not a reckless man, but rather one of considerable wisdom. This is precisely why Song Mingjing holds Qian Shinji in such high regard, not only as a formidable 95th level Douluo, but also as the intellect and core of the current papal hall." The more Qian Shinji spoke, the more exhilarated he became. At that time, everyone will recognize the renown of the Spirit Hall and understand that true strength requires the acknowledgement of the Spirit Hall. If such a scene unfolds, what is a mere soul-hunting forest in comparison? "Mingjing, prepare yourself." Qian Shinji appeared exceptionally pleased. This matter was likely to proceed without any unforeseen complications. Half a month later, Tong exhaled deeply, as if expelling the stagnation within him, or perhaps merely releasing accumulated frustrations. "Have you finally broken through to level 34? Dai Minji inquired from the side. With the aid of the Life Soul Pill, Tong has been cultivating for an extended period, uninterrupted save for his fundamental physiological needs. He merely gazes, feeling a sense of suffocation. "Indeed." Tong nodded, feeling a sense of lightness throughout his body, a smile gracing his face. Ever since he had been repelled by Sarath's powerful strike, his sense of crisis had heightened, and the urgency of survival compelled him to remain vigilant. Now, having made a small advancement, Tong felt a surge of joy within. Who wouldn't he be delighted by a breakthrough? Qizhong felt that Dai Minji was merely spouting nonsense. However, let me share some good news with you. Dai Minji slightly raised an eyebrow, successfully capturing Qizhong's attention. Qizhong, who initially intended to retort, suddenly found herself taken aback. Turning to face Dai Minji on the opposite bed, she shifted from a seated position to a half-sitting posture, her feet firmly planted on the ground, her body leaning forward. And her face adorned with curiosity. What is this good news? Although she posed the question, a vague answer had already begun to form in her mind. There were not many pieces of good news that Dai Minji could deliver, one of which pertained to the Bloodwolf team. Moments ago, someone had written to inform that they had located the whereabouts of the Bloodwolf team. Just as she suspected, the smile of the crimson-eyed individual widened slightly, prompting him to rise to his feet. His injuries had completely healed, and during this period, he had chosen not to return to the academy, instead focusing on achieving a breakthrough. As he removed the bandages from his body, he donned his original attire once again. Where are we? Near the Starry Forest, close to the city of Loba. To the southeast lies a shrine, which serves as our base. However, this time we have been more cautious, residing primarily in Loba City. We venture back to the shrine approximately once every half-month, with the next visit anticipated in about 3 days. Here is the map. As he spoke, Daming handed over a piece of parchment. Upon hearing about the vicinity of the Starry Forest, the crimson-eyed figure's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. Thank you. Tong expressed her gratitude as she took the map, then promptly donned her outer garment, preparing to depart immediately. Please assist me in requesting a leave of absence and convey my regards to Teacher Wang Hung as well. With unwavering determination, Tong swiftly gathered her belongings. Preparing to depart, Dai Minji, still in a state of bewilderment, pondered. Is this truly your farewell? Tong nodded slightly. At present, he could be considered a rare creature. He feared that the royal family might send someone to claim they were there to protect him, which would indeed spell trouble. In the vast Starry Forest, he was exceedingly vulnerable to exposure. Udamiji hesitated before finally posing the question just before Tong departed. Are you certain you are merely venting your anger? The current level of attention that Hong pays to this matter cannot simply be encapsulated by a phrase of exasperation. Certainly not. The crimson-eyed individual responded with resolute clarity, raising an eyebrow with an air of calmness. Perhaps that was the case initially, but it is no longer so. Nowadays, it is predominantly curiosity. Do you not wish to uncover what they are truly engaged in? If it were merely ordinary cultivation, why would they exhibit such trepidation? Dai Minji felt a stir within, nodding in agreement. Then you should depart and return swiftly. Chapter 63. The Divine Starry Forest adjacent to Loba City. Akim changed his attire, nibbling on a crispy pancake purchased from a street vendor as he aimlessly strolled through the town, appearing no different from any ordinary youth out for leisure. Before him stood the modest Great Soul Fighting Arena of Luoba City, which paled in comparison to the resplendent Douluo Grand Coliseum. Yet despite its humble appearance, the small arena was now packed to the brim with spectators. A considerable crowd had even gathered at the entrance, eagerly anticipating a glimpse of the newly arrived Bloodwolf team. Though this fresh combat squad hadn't been in Luoba City for long, they had swiftly risen to become one of the most formidable teams, transforming into the most dazzling celebrities within this unassuming fighting arena. Through their exceptionally brutal and fearless battle style that disregarded life and death, they had carved out their own territory in this unfamiliar land. How inspiring. Tong stood at the entrance, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Although his words carried a hint of jest, he truly felt a sense of respect. This group seemed to thrive wherever they went. However, this observation granted him deeper insight. The spectators of the Starry Arena were perhaps not inherently bloodthirsty, but rather influenced by the Bloodwolf team. This phenomenon was not limited to the Starry Arena. The Loba Arena exhibited a similar, if not more pronounced, atmosphere. Was it true that the lesser the soul power, the greater the susceptibility to such influences? Akim speculated as she purchased another bag of chestnuts. Storing them in her spatial ring, she edged closer, blending seamlessly into the bustling crowd. Here they come. The Bloodwolf squad has slain 3 more and left 4 severely wounded recently. Bloodwolf squad. Well done. Amidst the ceaseless cheers of the crowd, Akim feigned enthusiasm, mechanically raising her arms in a perfunctory gesture of celebration. Crimson-eyed, she beheld the leading Bloodwolf soul master, whose face was alight with a radiant smile. It appeared that his buoyant mood stemmed from the victory in the competition, and perhaps he was also invigorated by the adulation of the crowd. As they distanced themselves from the Grand Soul Arena, the throngs of people gradually began to disperse. Crimson Eye has begun to conceal itself in the shadows. These individuals have navigated numerous twists and turns, traversing many deceptive locations, all while making their way towards the outskirts of Loba City. At this moment, the 7 members of the Bloodwolf team have completely changed their attire as they hasten towards the city limits. Had it not been for the timely information provided by Daimonji, Crimson Eye might have indeed lost its way. This group, it seems, grows increasingly anxious with every effort they exert. As they reach the edge of the city, darkness envelopes them, much to Crimson Eye's delight. For its skills and stealth flourish under the cover of night. The members of the Bloodwolf team evidently share a similar sentiment. The obscurity of their surroundings enhances their sense of neglect. Brother, it seems the individuals tailing us have vanished recently. Indeed, it is quite sudden. The leader of the Bloodwolf Soul Master nodded. Their arrival was abrupt, and so was their departure. They remain unaware of the true reasons behind the pursuit. But the priest has suggested that their sacred blood has caught the attention of others who are intent on seizing it. Some speculate. Perhaps they could not find an opportunity and thus decided to abandon the chase. I say, let us simply eliminate them. The priest warns that such actions would invite even greater calamity. Then let us dispose of the priest as well. One individual grumbled. Having long harbored disdain for the old man, Akame observed the unfolding scenes before her, barely suppressing a chuckle. Following the Bloodwolf team, she finally stepped into the sacrificial temple, concealed in a shadowed corner. She watched with detached amusement as the elderly priest distributed sacred blood to the 7 individuals before dismissing the gathering. The Bloodwolf Soul Master, who had been incessantly complaining, gazed discontentedly at the small vial of sacred blood in his hand, seemingly deeming the priest to be rather miserly. The words he had previously uttered may not have been mere rhetoric. Qiong sensed that given another opportunity, the priest could very well meet a dire fate in a fit of rage. However, observing the current intensity of the other's ire, Qiong surmised that the priest had not been stingy with the sacred blood before. After the members of the Bloodwolf team departed, Qiong remained seated with the priest for quite some time, and it was only when impatience began to mount that the priest finally took action. Within the confines of the modest temple, Qiong watched as the priest knelt on the meditation cushion, his gaze fixated upon the divine statue before him. This was the second encounter for Qiong with this divine statue, and each time she found herself unable to pay it any heed. Yet today, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to it, rendering any thought of escape futile. Before her stood a colossal figure, which, in comparison to the formidable and majestic deities of other temples, appeared somewhat ludicrous. The statue was neither particularly robust nor diminutive. From a distance, it resembled a rounded mountain. In simpler terms, it could be described as portly. With a round face and large ears, its head was completely shaven, reminiscent of the image of Maitreya Buddha that Chi-Om had seen in Buddhist scriptures. Could this truly be a deity? Akakagami harbored doubts once more. While the priest knelt in earnest devotion, uncertain of how long the prayers had persisted, a viscous substance, resembling blood, began to seep from the base of the statue, a substance that was purportedly the sacred blood. The priest hastily rose, collecting the liquid that flowed from the statue's foundation into a vial. Crimson eyes twitched at the corners, initially suspecting some unspeakable cruelty necessitating such secrecy. However, the meticulous concealment served merely to disguise the undeniable truth that the holy blood had been acquired with disconcerting ease. Once the sacred blood had been collected, the ritual also involved cleansing the divine statue with utmost care. Akame was watching with boredom when the elderly priest suddenly downed the sacred blood he had just collected in one gulp. A crimson aura instantly intensified around him. The old priest's face flushed a deep red, his ashen hair bristling violently in that very moment. An inexplicable surge of power erupted from within his body, as though threatening to tear him apart from the inside. Now, the aged priest resembled a balloon abruptly inflated to its limits, appearing as though the slightest touch would cause him to burst at any second. Akakuchi distanced herself, fearing a splatter of blood upon her face. However, the old priest remained unaffected, gradually regaining his original form, as the sanguine mist surrounding him was entirely absorbed into his being. Crimson eyes remained in awe of the utilization of the sacred blood when the aged priest suddenly knelt before the idol, exclaiming, "O great deity! I have now broken through to level 50. With the acquisition of a soul ring, I shall ascend to the realm of soul kings. I humbly beseech your divine grace to bestow upon me a trial." The old priest bowed deeply, and the somewhat comical statue erupted with a dark purple radiance, enveloping the small temple in a haze of ominous energy. A resonant voice emanated from the idol, echoing in all directions yet unheard by those nearby. The deity seemed poised to nod in consent, causing the old priest to swell with joy, his cheeks flushed with excitement. However, in the next moment, the deity let out a soft exclamation of surprise. Huh? That gentle sound sent shivers down Crimson Eye's spine, though no one was present to witness him. He dared not move a muscle. The once jubilant old priest was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events when suddenly, from the idol, a massive hand imbued with rich purple energy emerged, reaching directly toward Crimson Eyes. Akame was utterly defenseless, as fragile and naive as a child, completely ensnared within the deity's grasp. The illusions cloaking her dissipated instantly, leaving her exposed before the aged priest as the divine hand transcended spatial barriers with effortless ease. How could a person materialize out of thin air? The old priest gaped in shock, but the deity offered no explanation. With a single motion, it seized Akame and drew her into the statue. Though both the idol and the girl were corporeal, they merged seamlessly upon contact, as though she had been pulled into an entirely separate realm within the sacred effigy. Stunned into silence, the priest could only stare, his mind fraying under the weight of incomprehension. He remained frozen on his knees, breath shallow, uncertain whether the deity's wrath had been kindled by his negligence, allowing an outsider to witness such a sacred ritual. Meanwhile, within the statue's hidden world, or perhaps another dimension entirely, Akame found herself adrift in an endless expanse, as though submerged in an abyssal ocean with no horizon in sight. Before her loomed the deity itself, its form scarcely different from the statue's likeness, save for a trace of mortal vitality. A spirit beast, reforged into human cultivation? The god's brow furrowed slightly, the plump flesh of its cheeks shifting with emotion. Upon observing the situation, the crimson-eyed individual displayed no signs of astonishment. As a deity, the other party could undoubtedly discern his true identity, rendering any concealment by the nine-heart begonia futile. And as for the soul beasts, how could they be of any significance? Compared to the god's furrowed brow, the crimson-eyed figure appeared even more incensed. Soul beasts. The deity shook his hand, his voice rising in intensity. The dragon god had established the decree that, unless the dragon clan were to revive and the dragon god reappear, soul beasts were forbidden from attaining divinity. You followed that old man here? Did you not seek precisely this matter? He spoke bluntly, his straightforwardness momentarily startling the crimson-eyed individual. It was indeed a reasonable assumption. Being called out was expected, yet he had not anticipated that this deity would be so unconventional as to speak of it so openly. The deity's small, bead-like eyes scrutinized the crimson-eyed figure, as if they were examining the tapestry of a lifetime's experiences. Individuals like you. I have encountered many, arriving at my sacred ground through various channels, all seeking the path to divinity, are you not? The deity's gaze lifted slightly, as though he had already seen through the crimson-eyed one. Contrary to his seemingly simple and amiable demeanor, there lurked an insidiousness in his eyes, reminiscent not of a Buddha, but rather of a merchant. Many? Sacred ground? What could that possibly signify? Akame gazed perplexly at the deity before her, a rare expression of bewilderment crossing her features. The dojo, she murmured, is akin to the celestial temples of angelic gods, the oceanic domains of sea deities, or the slaughterous capital of the Azura god. Yet mine is omnipresent. The god's voice resonated with quiet grandeur. I have scattered my sanctuaries across the lands for the sole purpose of awaiting one such as you. Piecing together the fragments of recent events, Akame swiftly connected the threads of revelation. The sacred blood was deliberately bestowed by you, she deduced. If I am not mistaken, temples and idols like these must be scattered throughout the continent, forming an intricate network with you as the nexus. Hence your claim that your dojo is everywhere. Indeed. The deity inclined his head slightly. With a mere flick of his finger, a single drop of divine blood surged forth from his being, expanding before Akame's eyes into a boundless, churning ocean. A single drop, he mused, diluted beyond measure, disseminated to nurture my faithful. But why gather so many followers? To amplify divine power, naturally. The god spoke as if stating the obvious. Have you not heard of apotheosis through faith? Belief can forge a deity, and even after ascension, devotion remains far from obsolete. His gaze lingered on her with faint approval. You are remarkably astute, unlike most spirit beasts. At your age, others remain childlike in understanding, naive even after assuming human form. Yet you are different. Crimson, I listened silently until suddenly interrupting him. So, your excellency wishes for me to inherit your divine position? A faint smile graced Crimson Eye's lips. I'm sorry, your excellency, for being so straightforward. I thought I should be direct as well. The expression on the deity's face quivered slightly, seemingly amused by Crimson Eye's remarks, though he truly regarded her with indifference. This matter hinges upon your qualifications, does it not? Do you see that old priest outside? He has served me for over a decade, and I am merely preparing to initiate a rather simple assessment. I am not a benevolent being, nor do I seek to protect any populace. My duty lies in chaos and slaughter. Only through your contributions will you earn the opportunity. That is the essence of my Roshasha. He leaned down, gazing at Crimson Eye as if she were an insignificant insect. So, do you wish to inherit my divine position? No one can resist the allure of immortality. All are susceptible to it. Roshasha? The crimson-eyed individual momentarily froze, their thoughts experiencing a fleeting pause. They were unwilling. The crimson-eyed one suddenly spoke, and in that fleeting moment, even the deity was momentarily taken aback. I beg your pardon. With crimson eyes, she offered a slight bow. I have lost my focus. With sincere crimson eyes. She caught the other party completely off guard. The crimson-eyed figure did not utter falsehoods. He had indeed sought the wrong deity. The expression on the god's face was unmistakably one of disbelief. What did you say? His lips quivered incessantly, for even after hundreds of years of divine existence, he had never encountered such a scene. A mortal had entered his temple, and he presumed the individual sought to inherit his divine position. Yet, instead, the person claimed he had mistaken the deity. Did you not see my true form? Crimson Eyes also felt somewhat awkward. My true form is that of a dark demon evil god tiger, a descendant of the lineage once possessed by the malevolent deity. Chapter 65, Preparatory Examination. Crimson Eyes felt a profound sense of anxiety and embarrassment. He could not have anticipated that he had mistaken the deity and had been led into a desolate and uninhabited realm. By all accounts, employing power to manipulate hearts and blood to incite brutality should be the domain of a malevolent god, should it not? The dark demon god, originally a white tiger, transformed into its current form upon being possessed by the evil deity, much like a six-winged angel. This transformation could be regarded as a divine bestowal of a martial soul, making the inheritance of the corresponding divine position somewhat simpler. Of course, the awkwardness was not solely Crimson Eye's burden. You seek a malevolent deity? The Roshasha God mused, stroking his rounded chin, seemingly lost in contemplation. The crimson-eyed figure nodded slightly. I fear you may be disappointed, the Roshasha deity remarked with a hint of mockery. The knowledge possessed by Tong is, after all, limited. Having listened to the words of the Roshasha God, she is now utterly bewildered. With a slight bow, Tong maintained a respectful demeanor befitting a junior, humbly requesting guidance. In the divine realm, there exist 5 great deities, among which the malevolent god is one. However, as far as I am aware, the voice of this Roshasha deity has noticeably diminished, showing little desire to seek a successor. Tong immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Just as you would be reluctant to share her responsibilities with others, she would naturally shy away from shouldering such burdens. As a manager, even though he could relinquish his load, he would be disinclined to willingly cede his position to another. Thank you for the information. After speaking, Tong remained rigid and indifferent by the side. The Roshasha deity, observing this, could not help but mock him. Do you truly not wish to inherit my divine position? The Roshasha's title was by no means destined solely for Tong. Rather, it was the slight to his dignity that stirred his discontent. Most deities, prior to ascending to divinity, were once human, a truth Tong understood all too well. Thus, he responded with a gentle smile, You are mistaken, my lord. No one can refuse the opportunity to become a god, even if the hope seems exceedingly slim. However, due to the unique traits of our dark, demonic lineage, we have always been solitary in our inheritance. My father has long yearned to witness the dark god, for he is the benefactor of our clan's ascendance. Growing up surrounded by this legacy, I naturally developed a deeper admiration. Crimson Eye once again resorted to invoking his father, a tactic that has proven to be unfailingly effective. However, the previous incident was rather awkward, and I find myself too embarrassed to make such a request at this moment, which may have led to a misunderstanding on your part. Crimson Eyes appeared rather humble, also concerned about being trapped here without escape. The Roshasha seemed to discern Crimson Eye's sentiments and chuckled for a moment. Indeed, you are quite astute. I shall not hesitate to inform you that I hold you in considerable regard, and I can grant you an opportunity. I have endured an exceedingly long stretch of time. Ever since the abdication of the first Roshasha deity, I have been immersed in an extended epoch. While mortals may live but a few decades, how can my immortality embolden me to such an extent? Exhaustion? With crimson eyes, she gazed at the figure before her, hesitant to voice her thoughts. Why not simply speak plainly? With a slight bow of her crimson eyes, she sought a more cautious and tactful expression before finally speaking. Might I inquire why your physique has not withered after such arduous labor? This was the question posed. The Rakshasa, seemingly unperturbed, merely smiled broadly at her, causing a chill to run down her spine. Do you not realize that a Rakshasa's male form is exceedingly grotesque, while the female form possesses immense beauty? Yet, your countenance is rather pleasing, and your original form is indeed handsome. Perhaps, upon acceptance, you may transform into a visage akin to mine, though the direction of your ugliness may vary. Crimson eyes remained remarkably composed. Your Excellency, you jest, after all. Appearances are but superficial, and when compared to divine status, they are of little significance. Your calm demeanor suggests you are already aware that I am merely jesting with you. Only the first Rakshasa deity could meet such criteria. We are beings born of the natural world, thus unbound by such constraints. This is simply my inherent form. I can only say it is tiresome, yet it offers no respite regarding my weight. The other party appeared quite loquacious. I offer you but one chance. Whether you seize it or not is a testament to your own capability. Go forth. As the laughter faded, Crimson Eyes felt a fleeting shift, and in the swirling of time and space, he found himself upon the ground, facing the venerable priest. The old priest was kneeling in reverence, and upon noticing a pair of feet before him, he lifted his gaze to behold a youth with black hair and crimson eyes. How did you arrive here? His mind struggled to comprehend the scene before him. The divine being should have dispatched the youth in a fit of rage. So how could he suddenly appear before him unscathed? Upon encountering the old priest once more, Crimson Eyes felt no trepidation, almost forgetting. A voice emanated once again from the divine statue, and two beams of radiant light swept over the two figures. In an instant, a pattern of white flames materialized upon the old priest's arm, while a Sanskrit inscription took root on Crimson Eye's wrist, accompanied by violet flames embedding themselves into his skin. Crimson-eyed, she felt a deep resonance within herself. The trial imposed by the Rakshasa deity bore striking similarities to the assessments conducted by other deities. Each trial was categorized into distinct levels, with varying degrees of difficulty corresponding to the level. Much like the hues of soul rings, the trials ranged from the white level, yellow level, purple level, to the black level, culminating in the pinnacle of the red level. It is noteworthy that the white level and yellow level assessments consist of a singular trial. The elderly priest before her was currently undergoing the white level trial. The evaluation for inheriting divine status naturally consisted of the 9 trials of the Rakshasa deity, yet Crimson-Eye's circumstances diverged slightly from this norm. Her trial was a preparatory examination. Only upon fulfilling specific tasks could she advance to the 9 trials of the Rakshasa deity. Such a situation was indeed remarkable. With silent crimson eyes, I gazed at the elderly priest beside me, suddenly feeling a profound sense of shared suffering. After years of relentless toil, he had only just attained a white-level assessment. In contrast, I seemed to be fortunate. Otherwise, I would remain in uncertainty for an indeterminate time before receiving the esteemed divine examination. The elderly priest also sensed my unusual demeanor, and his expression became peculiar. My lord, are you one of us? He had initially presumed me to be an adversary, but it appeared I had also achieved an assessment, indicating that we were indeed allies. My lord, is this a purple-level assessment? The priest's smile instantly transformed into one of genuine warmth, for a purple-level assessment is truly remarkable. Crimson Eyes nodded awkwardly, as the elderly priest misconstrued the situation, a mere coincidence, a fortuitous encounter. Being misunderstood had its advantages, sparing them from considerable trouble. However, the matter was rather enigmatic, and I trust you have discerned this as well. Crimson Eyes pointed earnestly at the statue, attempting to persuade, indicating that the deity wished to keep this affair confidential. The reason you are privy to it is that you are one of us. Should you speak of it indiscriminately, the deity might bestow punishment upon you. Do you understand what must be done? The elderly priest immediately grasped the implication, nodding earnestly, and replied, Rest assured, my lord. Chapter 66. A new plan within the alternate realm. The Rakshasa deity expressed satisfaction as he inscribed Crimson Eye's name in the tome of his successor. As it stands, this tome bore only the name of Crimson Eyes. The Rakshasa deity had not spoken falsely. He had indeed established numerous sanctuaries, attracting many seekers and those who stumbled upon clues. However, the individuals who came forth were a mixed bag, not all meeting the criteria for succession to the Rakshasa's divine position. Some divine inheritances did not impose specific requirements on the attributes of the successor. While others were characterized by relatively personalized demands, the succession to the Rokshasa's deity status fell into the latter category. If a successor did not possess similar or compatible attributes, they would likely be unable to withstand the malevolent thoughts inherent in the Rakshasa's divine role. The Rakshasa deity genuinely wished to relinquish his burdens sooner rather than later. Yet these stringent requirements proved to be quite a headache for him. Crimson Eyes is undoubtedly the most suitable and exceptional candidate for the divine inheritance he has encountered thus far. As a former dark demonic deity, the tiger inherently embodies the profound malevolence characteristic of a god-level entity. Thus, the sinister thoughts associated with the Rakshasa deity present no challenge. However, it seems that the tiger's mind is somewhat burdened. The Rakshasa deity mused softly, then suddenly broke into a careless smile. Nevertheless, what does it matter to me? He had already established obstacles for the individual before the divine examination, and even though an opportunity was presented, it was not one easily grasped. In the Starry Forest, the jade bird joyfully emitted a call, carrying Crimson Eyes through the shadows towards the core region. Crimson Eye endeavored to conceal herself in the darkness of the night, maintaining her form to prevent a fall. With the presence of the azure jade bird as a deterrent, it was unlikely that anyone would intentionally probe into her whereabouts. Thus, above the Starry Forest, even when soul masters ventured to procure soul rings, they would only behold a joyful azure jade bird. Why have you returned so suddenly? Azure Jade mused, counting the days, for there should still be some time before Crimson Eye's holiday would commence. Have you been expelled? Azure Jade. Crimson Eye replied with a hint of exasperation, do not misuse the new vocabulary you've learned. I am merely on leave due to some matters I must attend to in this vicinity. What matters? I shall explain upon our return. Very well. After a brief while, Crimson Eye finally descended beside the Lake of Life. At the stroke of midnight, the Starry Forest, shrouded in darkness, had succumbed to silence, with most soul beasts already at rest. However, upon learning of Crimson Eye's imminent return, both the 9 bats and the golden lion mastiff remained awake, eagerly awaiting her arrival. As did the 2 soul beasts next door. Has that rabbit vanished? With a fleeting glance, Tong noticed the absence of the previously encountered soft-boned rabbit. Having returned to the mixed area, it appeared that the creature did not reside here regularly. The Qingyu bird responded, joining the ranks of the 9 bats and the golden lion mastiff. Upon witnessing this, Tong chuckled softly and spoke. I have indeed come with matters of significance to share with you all. With that, Tong recounted the day's experiences in their entirety. After her narration, the jade bird regarded the information with indifference, perceiving no distinction between the malevolent deity and the Rakshasa. It was merely fortuitous that Tong had such an opportunity. The golden lion mastiff, however, exhibited a certain bewilderment, his gaze fixated on the chestnuts being peeled by Tong's hands. These chestnuts were brought from Loba City, and now, infused with spiritual energy, they emanated a delightful aroma. The 9 bats, on the other hand, adopted a more serious demeanor, conveying thoughts through spiritual resonance. While both positions of divinity are indeed commendable, might they interfere with your plans? After all, inheriting the position of the malevolent deity should prove less arduous. The process of divine inheritance is undoubtedly fraught with challenges, as a single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Thus, one must always opt for the more prudent path. I, too, have pondered this, occasionally feeling a twinge of discontent. As she offered the chestnuts to the golden lion mastiff and the jade bird, Tong suddenly produced 7 colorful strings, presenting them to the claws of the 9 bats, while gripping the other ends herself. The disruption of the plan necessitated consideration of how to achieve the intended objectives. Currently, there existed only a nascent outline of a strategy. If each string represented a position of divinity, Qizheng murmured softly, yet one hand extended between him and Jiufu. As he grasped it, 7 ropes were entwined at that very spot, forming a fleeting alliance. I pondered whether this might yield greater strength, although it deviated from convention. There were merits to be found. My own attributes are sufficiently abundant, allowing me to bear this convergence. Upon hearing these words from Tong, Jiufu's expression grew even more solemn. But won't this pose a problem? He inquired. The violet fireworks had incinerated the colorful ribbons, and the preparations required had multiplied, increasing the likelihood of failure. Thus, the divine position I currently hold serves as my refuge, and I must seize it. Although Tong spoke lightly, her tone brooked no contradiction. Upon hearing her declaration, Jiufu comprehended that Tong had made up her mind, resolute in her decision. Rest assured, Tong reassured Jiufu with a smile, I am not a reckless individual. I will not venture into danger lightly. Meanwhile, the Qingyu bird and the golden lion mastiff, having just finished their chestnuts, looked at the duo with a bewildered expression, questioning. What does this mean? Jiufu, irked, responded sharply, he intends to undergo the divine trials of other deities while succeeding to the position of Rakshasa. Thus, even if he must ultimately choose only one deity, his capabilities in other areas will significantly enhance due to the divine trials, ensuring that his strength remains unconfined. This is tantamount to courting disaster. However, to Jiufu's astonishment, the golden lion mastiff and the Qingyu bird appeared unfazed, with the latter even nodding in agreement. Why not pursue what you desire? The Qingyu bird stated nonchalantly, further aggravating Jiufu. With that simple mind of yours, expecting you to utter anything of substance is a mere fantasy. And you, with your bat-like intellect, what makes you superior? Just because you have 9 of them. Does that make you formidable? The Qingyu bird retorted defiantly. With a gentle closure of her crimson eyes, Tong embraced the nearby golden lion mastiff, offering a word of caution, do not emulate them. Following this, she reached into her storage ring and retrieved her most cherished delicacy, dried barbarian beef. I know you are not fond of plain food, so I brought this back for you from Xinglua City. The golden lion mastiff immediately savored the treat, stuffing the bag of dried beef into its mouth. However, in comparison to its formidable size, the quantity of meat was indeed rather meager. Indeed, quite delightful. The mastiff nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the exquisite flavor. Crimson Eyes, naturally amused, paid no heed to the clamor of the azure jade bird and the 9 bats, as he nestled upon the plush fur of the golden lion mastiff and succumbed to slumber. After trailing the Bloodwolf team for an entire day, he had grown weary. Chapter 67, The Tournament. Tong did not linger in the Starry Great Forest for long. By the following day, he departed under the escort of Qingyu and subsequently returned alone to Douluo City. There, numerous matters awaited his attention, and he could not afford to delay. When Qiang entered the dormitory, he discovered Dai Minji seated on his bed, engrossed in meditation. Red-Eyed was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? It was already perplexing enough that he had inexplicably entered his dormitory, yet there he was, leisurely meditating on his bed. Upon hearing Red-Eye's voice, Dai Minji finally ceased his state of cultivation. My people informed me of your return, so I came over. I happen to have some news to share with you. Dai Minji offered an explanation before inquiring, have you discovered anything? No, Red-Eyed replied, shaking his head, a hint of frustration evident in his demeanor. I had initially managed to infiltrate, but to my dismay, that old priest later scattered something around, which ultimately gave away my position. Tong sighed, her voice imbued with the weariness of one who has narrowly escaped calamity. Fortunately, I ran fast, she remarked. Upon hearing this, Dai Minji displayed a hint of disappointment. He had hoped that Tong would uncover something of significance, only to find her returning empty-handed. It's all right. Even if no clues were found, it matters not. He consoled Tong instead. I shall send someone to investigate further. I refuse to believe they will not reveal some telltale sign. That sounds good. As Hong consented, she tidied up her dormitory, which had accumulated a bit of dust during her absence. Suddenly, Hong furrowed her brows and turned to Dai Minji, who was standing nearby, inquiring. Has Lang recently not returned? Chakdom was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, with Ming Tianlan residing in the dormitory every day, it should not have accumulated such a significant amount of dust. Upon being queried so by Hong, Dai Minji furrowed his brows, a sense of unease stirring within him. He was not particularly well acquainted with Ming Tianlang, and their interactions had been rather limited. Moreover, as a disciple of Dai Mingfa, Ming Tianlang remained somewhat distanced from him. Could it be that they were preparing for the prestigious elite tournament of soul masters across the continent? Dai Minji pondered while stroking his chin, with a look of bewilderment. Tong inquired, what grand competition is being held across the continent? It is the elite competition of advanced soul master academies throughout the entire continent, Dai Minji reiterated. What I wish to convey to you pertains to this very event, recently announced by the Spirit Hall. Only those esteemed academies that successfully navigate the preliminary rounds will be eligible to participate in this prestigious competition, which boasts exceptionally generous rewards. This tournament, proposed by the Spirit Hall, raises uncertainties regarding any subsequent events. However, the current debate revolves around who will host it. Indeed, Dai Minji affirmed. The discourse primarily concerns the hosting arrangements, though the most likely scenario involves a triad of organizers. Consequently, the scale of this competition is destined to be unprecedentedly grand. Dai Minji rummaged through some documents and handed the regulations of the competition to Tong. Participants must be under the age of 25. And each match requires a minimum of 7 competitors. However, the occurrence of fatalities is strictly prohibited, should such an incident arise. Not only will the responsible parties bear the associated repercussions, but they will also face expulsion from the Soul Master tournament. Tong cast a cursory glance and murmured aloud. So, everyone is preparing for this competition? Indeed, but the selection within the academy will take place. Both the Luo Royal Academy and the Do Royal Academy have 2 slots each, divided into a main team and a secondary team. Both teams are eligible to participate in the competition. However, the main team advances directly to the finals, while the secondary team must compete in the preliminaries alongside other academies. Daiminji flipped over the regulations in Tong's hand. The reverse side detailed the selection process within the academy. This time, Tong diligently read it from beginning to end. After all, the elite competition of advanced Soul Master academies across the continent felt distant, while the academy's selection was imminent. The selection matches will take place after March, whereas the elite competition is not scheduled until at least 6 months later. There is ample time. I shall head to the Great Soul Arena first. After storing the regulations in his spatial ring, Tong made his way outside. Hey, Daiminji seems somewhat displeased. Are you just going to leave like this? With a weary smile, Tong expressed her apologies, her face betraying signs of exhaustion. I'm sorry. Let us begin our training together tomorrow. It has grown late, and I must hasten to the Great Soul Arena to fulfill my obligations for today. It is not a rest day. You need not attend the team battle at the arena, correct? Daiminji felt a sense of confusion, sensing that Tong was behaving unusually today. Though her entire being was enveloped in fatigue, it seemed as though an invisible force compelled her to move forward, preventing her from pausing even for a moment. It is not a team battle, but rather a personal match. With those words, Tong departed from the dormitory, leaving Daiminji to ponder in solitude. How peculiar! What could be her sudden involvement in a personal competition? The Starfall Great Soul Arena. The Crimson-Eyed Warrior has already ascended the arena, still utilizing a pseudonym. He is Xian, a 34th level assault system battle soul master, wielding the martial spirit of the Black Tiger. With weary eyes, Tong gazed into the distance, appearing utterly unfocused. Jiang Qian, a 37th level assault type soul master, wielded the meteor hammer as his martial spirit. 3 yellow soul rings encircled him, yet even upon witnessing the opponent's 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, he remained unperturbed. Regardless of the optimal ratio of soul rings, they ultimately fell 3 levels short of his own. While speaking, Jiang Qian kept a vigilant eye on Tong, who, in his perception, seemed to have lost all semblance of his soul. Was this merely a foolish act? Did individuals truly come to the Luo Great Soul Arena to seek their demise? As Jiang Qian pondered this, the referee announced the commencement of the battle. Begin. No sooner had the word left his lips than Tong's second soul ring ignited. A dark void enveloped him, and dozens of light blades shot forth, manifesting as the evil winged wind blades. The blades whistled through the air, swiftly shattering Jiang Qian's defenses, pinning him against the wall of the arena with numerous wounds corroding his skin and clothing. The fight concluded in an instant, devoid of any hesitation. Jiang Qian, shaken, was left with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Why did he feel as though his soul power was being suppressed in the presence of his opponent? He had yet to unleash his soul abilities before being forced off the stage. Such speed, and yet this was an assault-type soul master? Crimson Eyes maintained her characteristic indifference. Yet internally, she was engaged in silent calculations. With 3 months remaining before the selection competition at the academy, excluding the team battle time on rest days, participating in 5 individual matches each week would likely lead to achieving 100 victories shortly after the selection. However, she did not wish to rush. Rather, she wanted to seize the opportunity for additional rest. Yet, that formidable Roshasha deity had not afforded her much time. The Roshasha deity's preliminary requirements were clear: achieve 100 victories in the arena within 5 months and reach level 40 soul power within 2 years. Chapter 68. Silence. Do not whisper. Xian, the soul master, emerged victorious. This marked the 100th solo victory for Xian in the Grand Soul Arena, a remarkable streak of consecutive wins. It could be said that from the moment he commenced his solo matches, he embarked on a journey of triumph, not only in individual matches but also in team competitions. He consistently secured victories regardless of the opposing team, often turning the tide in challenging situations. Finally, having attained his 100th victory, Crimson Eyes expelled the last opponent from the arena, letting out a sigh of relief. Due to his impressive record, the Grand Soul Arena publicly praised Crimson Eyes to all spectators at the conclusion of the battle. In recognition of this achievement, the Luo Grand Soul Arena specially awarded Xian the Gold Soul Badge. The referee's voice resonated throughout the Douluo Grand Soul Arena, and the audience erupted in increasingly fervent cheers. A beautiful lady approached Crimson Eyes, gracefully carrying a tray adorned with the resplendent gold soul badge, drawing the gaze of all around her. With a gentle smile, she congratulated, "Congratulations on receiving the gold soul badge." "Thank you," he replied, with a polite smile. Tong refrained from further conversation, accepting the golden soul badge before making his way towards the arena. He did not wish to squander any more time here. The internal selection competition of the academy was about to commence, and any further delay could result in the forfeiture of his qualification to compete. Simultaneously, a singular thought crystallized in his mind: the demonic trial of the Roshasha God. He had achieved a remarkable feat of securing 100 consecutive victories in the Grand Arena, thus fulfilling 50% of the assessment requirements. After spending an extended period in the Grand Arena, he had finally accomplished one of the tasks for his preparatory examination. His cultivation had also ascended to level 35, albeit at a somewhat sluggish pace. Nevertheless, it was a commendable outcome. With swift strides, Tong made her way towards the Douluo Royal Academy, not forgetting to seek out a secluded corner to shed her disguise even in such chaotic times. The atmosphere at the Douluo Royal Academy was bustling, as many had already learned of the upcoming selection for the elite teams participating in the continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Even those not competing had flocked to Arena 1 to witness the spectacle. Arena 1, the grandest of all the Academy's venues, would serve as the stage for the forthcoming selection matches, rendering the other arenas somewhat subdued in comparison. By the time Kaitamai arrived, the atmosphere was already exceedingly lively. He had arrived somewhat later, and upon reaching Arena 1, he found it to be utterly crowded. It was no different from the starry arena he had just departed from, perhaps even more boisterous. Akame also found his spot in the contestants' waiting area. As soon as he sat down, Daiminji beside him inquired, "Did you win?" Chizhong hurriedly took a seat and promptly displayed her golden soul badge. It was quite ordinary, a mere victory. "How boastful," Daiminji teased with a chuckle. Nearby, Zhu Wanru and Bai Lingling observed with a hint of envy. Bai Lingling could not resist reaching out to touch it, her face full of regret. "I wish I could have won too. How did you cultivate to achieve this?" Bai Lingling gazed at Chizhong with a sense of longing, struggling to comprehend the situation. While she lingered in the realm of great soul masters, Chizhong had already attained level 35 and was capable of battling across levels. It was only natural for her to secure consecutive victories. Even Zhu Wanru, despite her calm demeanor, could not conceal the envy in her words. It was astonishing that someone with early-stage power could contend with late-stage soul sovereigns and maintain an advantage. Such quality of soul power was unprecedented in her experience. Though she surpassed Bai Lingling slightly, she too had yet to break through to soul sovereign. Daiminji's soul power was not significantly inferior, yet in terms of quality, it fell short. To this, Chizhong could only utter, "Talent, profound and enigmatic." However, Daiminji smiled. "I genuinely believe you have a chance to enter the main team. Considering your strength, you are already capable of handling soul sect challenges." They were naturally participating in the competition, though most were vying for positions on the reserve team. Chizhong's strength assured her a place in the reserve without question. "You are still quite young," Bai Lingling suddenly sighed. Whenever she saw senior Zhao Shuwen, she felt they were already formidable enough. But in moments like these, with all the school's geniuses emerging, one could truly appreciate the terrifying prowess of the upperclassmen. Take Chizhong for example. Even if she were to join the main team, she would likely find herself among the lowest ranks. Yet, their youth was undeniably a factor. They really ought not to be involved in such competitions. It was rumored that several seniors, who were originally set to graduate, had been forcibly recalled. Hearing Bai Lingling's comments, Daiminji nodded in agreement. The academy likely intends to organize a full soul sect team. However, the reserve team probably does not have such stringent requirements, although eligibility should commence only after reaching level 35. A full soul sect? The crimson gaze inevitably focused on Sun Sikai and his companions not far away. Sun Sikai, Zhao Shuwen, and Zhou Jin all possessed commendable strength and were on the verge of breaking through to the soul master level. As for these esteemed seniors, it was highly probable that they would need to vie for positions of prominence. Daiminji pondered this, reflecting on Lingling's words. Indeed, the academy had withheld many individuals, for this was the inaugural competition, and everyone aspired to secure an impressive ranking. As the discussions continued among the few with crimson eyes, the esteemed Guan Hong on the dais prepared to deliver his address. "Ladies and gentlemen, the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition is soon to commence. I trust you comprehend the significance of this event. It is hosted by the two great empires, with the Spirit Hall as a co-organizer. We possess only 2 team slots, amounting to a mere 14 places. Who among you does not aspire to achieve renown and declare your strength and talent to the world? The Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition presents your golden opportunity to attain fame and success. Guanhong proclaimed passionately. We shall select the 14 most formidable individuals to form both the main and auxiliary teams, ready to confront the challenges of the competition. Now, I would like to emphasize 4 key points regarding this selection process. Firstly, approach this selection with fervent enthusiasm and spirited determination. Though it is not the final destination, it serves as a crucial starting point. A well-trodden beginning will lead to an even more splendid conclusion. Treat each match with the utmost seriousness. Half an hour later, the crimson-eyed individuals, weary, exchanged tired murmurs. Had I known it would be like this, I would not have rushed. One side. Nearby, Lingling and others nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the sentiment. Ahem. Guanhong cleared his throat, his countenance remaining stern. Silence. No whispering. He continued, Now, I shall address the second point. Chapter 69. A lack of technical substance. Zhang yawned, his consciousness somewhat hazy. He had never anticipated that the typically whimsical Guanhong would deliver a proclamation so tediously verbose. The final point addressed the adjustments regarding the elite competition of the prestigious Soul Master Academies across the continent. Originally scheduled to take place after March, the event would now be postponed by a year. However, the selection trials would proceed as planned. Following the selection of the primary and secondary team members, we would conduct specialized training to elevate their abilities to new heights. Therefore, it is imperative for all of you to exert your utmost effort. For this is not merely a selection trial, but also a ladder for your continuous advancement. Time has been altered. In an instant, Qihong snapped to attention, momentarily disoriented. How could the schedule change so abruptly? Such a significant event should not be subject to capricious alterations, and if the timing were indeed modified, it would seem illogical to proceed with the team selection at this juncture. Tong felt a fleeting moment of bewilderment, truly believing that such capricious changes were unlike the esteemed traditions of the Douluo Royal Academy. Crimson eyes turned to Daiminji, seemingly in search of answers. But Daiminji merely shook his head. He was equally uninformed about this matter, which left him astonished. Surely, if it had occurred, it would not have been concealed from him. The issue lay with the Spirit Hall. Wang Hong had somehow taken a seat beside Crimson Eyes, offering an explanation. There had been some complications with the procedures and internal affairs at the Spirit Hall that needed resolution. Initially, they were to withdraw. Yet a delay of an entire year seemed excessive. You heard it earlier, the loquacious girl mentioned that the Academy retained several students from previous years for preparation. And it wasn't just us. The Tiando Empire was doing the same. Lingling tilted her head, her expression peculiar. This irritable teacher was subtly insinuating something about her. After graduation, one cannot represent the Academy in competitions. It would be absurd for our Academy to retain them for a few months, let alone over a year. Even if the students agreed, their academic status would not permit it. The Spirit Hall harbored this intention, effectively diminishing their strength. Thus, the principal contemplated forming a battle team initially, submitting the roster of participants for the competition, which would facilitate subsequent arrangements. To avert any unforeseen incidents, confidentiality had been maintained until now. Daiminji appeared somewhat displeased, regardless of how confidential it was. It seemed absurd that the teacher was aware while he remained in the dark. I learned of it because Wang Heng gestured towards Guanhong, his expression strange. The speech was penned by me. Red Eye suddenly realized. It is you, the teacher, who is verbose, not the dean. I always find that when Professor Wang gets chatty, it becomes utterly absurd. Lingling, standing nearby, softly interjected, but only received a disdainful glance from Wang Hong. I hope all participants will strive for excellence. At the podium, Guanhong finally concluded his speech. He sat down, breathless, and could not resist gulping down a cup of tea. After Guanhong finished, Ding Liangru also rose to speak. However, he refrained from further rambling, merely outlining the competition format. In essence, it is a draw and elimination system, where each participant is assigned a unique number, and the judges will draw lots to determine which 2 individuals will compete, ultimately selecting 14. Should anyone have objections regarding the final 14, adjustments can be made, particularly concerning support-type Soul Masters. After all, this selection process is fundamentally a solo contest, and support types hold little advantage. If such a scenario were not allowed, The resulting teams would likely become exceedingly chaotic and disorganized. Once Ding Liangru elucidated the rules, Red Eye and the others observed teachers distributing number plates around the arena. Wang Heng also stood up, retrieving a box from his storage device, randomly handing out number plates to Red Eye and a few others. The specific number mattered little. As Wang Heng distributed the plates, he casually remarked that they were merely for organizing the matches, having no bearing on the outcome or even the order of appearance. Is the competition system somewhat unreasonable? Red Eye quietly muttered. It's just a matter of habit, sighed Daimiji in resignation. Xing Luo firmly believed that as long as one possesses sufficient strength, victory is assured regardless of the circumstances, hence his preference for chaotic skirmishes and straightforward elimination battles. Tong nodded slightly, then turned to glance at her number plate. It appeared to have been subjected to a simple shuffle. Tong's number was 95. While Dai Ming Ye's was 52. The number of participants was not excessive, roughly around 300. Soon enough, the first match commenced. It featured a duel between two offensive-type soul masters, yet Tong seemed rather disinterested. The combat techniques were lacking, and after a considerable time, she offered this assessment. Having undergone numerous battles in quick succession, she discerned the crux of the matter at a glance. The fighters relied solely on their brute strength. Once their soul power reached parity, they would find themselves locked in a stalemate. Indeed, if one seeks to gain some experience, it would be wiser to await the next match. Bai Lingling blinked and gestured toward the waiting area, indicating the popular contestant from the main team, Ming Bang. Bai Lingling appeared to possess an extensive knowledge of such details. This senior was slightly older than senior Zhao Shuwen, one of those individuals deliberately retained by the academy. He was already a soul sect and a formidable offensive-type soul master at the 44th level. His martial soul was the Fire Cloud Leopard. The Fire Leopard sect? Yes. It is a powerful beast martial soul, yet it pales in comparison to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus and the White Tiger martial souls. Bai Lingling offered her evaluation, appearing quite excited. In truth, she was more interested in the spectacle than the competition itself. Upon hearing Bai Lingling's remarks, Tong paid a bit more attention. When Ming Bang ascended to the arena, the atmosphere of the entire competition ground became lively. One cannot deny that the soul power of a soul sect is indeed more robust, a level that Tong had yet to reach. Her own soul power was roughly equivalent to that of a newly initiated soul master at the 40th level who had not yet acquired a soul ring. The opposing soul master was evidently unfortunate, having encountered Ming Bang, and before he could demonstrate any skill or reveal any weaknesses, Ming Bang leveraged his advantage in soul power to overpower him directly. Crimson-eyed, her lips twitched, leaving her somewhat speechless. What could one glean from this? It was surprising how much anticipation he had. Impressive. Bai Lingling's eyes sparkled as she gave a thumbs up. Truly remarkable. Crimson-eyed nodded in agreement, but couldn't help but pour a bucket of cold water on Bai Lingling, asserting that it lacked any technical merit. Chapter 70. The Culinary Soul Master Wielding a Kitchen Knife. Clearly, Tong was overthinking, for it was merely the first round of combat. Most of the seeded contestants encountered opponents significantly weaker than themselves, and it was only natural for them to achieve victory with ease. After all, among the 300 participants, not everyone could be a seed contender. In the face of such a vast disparity in strength, the battles indeed lacked any element of surprise. Both he and Daimiji had also completed their first round of battles successfully. However, Bai Lingling and the Zhu sisters were eliminated in the initial round, yet fortunately, they did not dwell on it excessively. Their own capabilities were indeed lacking, and such an outcome had been anticipated. They had entered the competition primarily for the sake of trial, thus the results held little significance for them. As the elimination progressed into the latter half of the first round, the slots for advancement were beginning to solidify. Observing the battles on the platform, Tong was not particularly concerned. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. This senior was a food system soul master. Not only Tong, but even Daimiji felt a sense of bewilderment. Just moments ago, he had been wielding a kitchen knife against his opponents, and it had been quite an amusing sight. Although he was a soul venerable with optimal soul ring configuration, he had fought a draw against a formidable soul master opposite him. Tong initially believed that the outcome stemmed from the inadequacy of his opponent's martial spirit, only to discover that the individual was, in fact, a support type. On the arena, a crew-cut student wielded a kitchen knife, striking the air with fervor. As his soul power appeared to ripple through the atmosphere, his third soul ring began to shimmer with intensity, regardless of one's martial prowess. A kitchen knife remains a formidable weapon. His voice harmonized rhythmically with the chopping sounds of the knife, as if he were cleaving through spinach beneath its blade. The spinach gradually solidified, ultimately being consumed in one swift motion. It was evident that his physique expanded noticeably, empowering his strikes with even greater force. The crimson-eyed observer was utterly astounded. It must be said that even under such circumstances, the senior's chances of victory remained tenuous. As time elapsed, the advantage of soul power no longer appeared as pronounced as it had initially. Despite enhancements, it was evident that defeating a battle-oriented soul master was no simple feat. Moreover, the opposing soul master was not as feeble as one might presume, making triumph in combat a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, from the vantage point of the podium, Guanhong watched this scene with immense satisfaction. Mu Lian had performed admirably, having reached this stage as an auxiliary soul master, showcasing remarkable prowess. Ding Liangru nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that the essence lay in courage, he did not believe he deserved any preferential treatment. Rather, it was a testament to his indomitable spirit. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was likely to join the final team. Although still merely a soul sovereign, his advancement was swift, and the expectations for auxiliary types were inherently lower. The scarcity of auxiliary masters in our academy's fourth ring was quite evident, as the majority leaned towards agility and brute force, rendering the diminished presence of auxiliary types a natural occurrence. Upon witnessing Mu Lian's battle, Tong felt a profound admiration. Having never encountered such a food-based soul master nor witnessed such remarkable resolve. However, Mu Lian ultimately did not emerge victorious. Breathless on the arena, Mu Lian's opponent, equally fatigued, looked upon him with commendation. If I possessed your determination, senior, success would be assured. Yet, he did not indulge in pride over his triumph. Rather, he expressed sorrow for his adversary. Had you not been a food-type soul master, I would surely have been no match for you. Hearing this, Mu Lian erupted in hearty laughter, his voice resonating with a rugged charm. What of auxiliary-type soul masters? I do not consider them inferior. Each type has its own merits. He patted his opponent on the shoulder, exuding an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, in the competitor's resting area, Dai Mingyi received notification for the next match. The second round was about to commence, and he would be taking the stage soon. So soon? He inquired. Indeed, Dai Mingyi nodded, recognizing the urgency to secure the team's position. With that, he made his way towards the arena. With a relaxed demeanor, Cheatham remained unfazed. After all, it was merely the second round, and for Dai Mingyi, achieving victory was not an insurmountable challenge. However, upon hearing the referee's announcement, Cheatham's expression faltered, revealing a moment of disarray. Contestant 52 was to face contestant 89. If his memory served him correctly, that was none other than Dai Ming Fa. Crimson eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the serene and meditative Zhu Wanru beside her. Do you truly not engage in any form of deceit? Although Dai Mingyi had consistently asserted that strength was revered within the Luo Empire, and even the elimination of formidable contenders was met with little lamentation, Crimson eyes had never taken these declarations too seriously. After all, the initial round had not presented a scenario where true power was evidently displayed. However, in the second round, she was met with a harsh reality. Perhaps the first round had been merely a fluke or a stroke of fortune. It was undeniable that even the two rival princes encountered one another in the subsequent round. Such blatant straightforwardness from the Luo Royal Academy left Crimson eyes with little room for skepticism. It was utterly mad. The Academy seemed to revel in the chaos, and one would expect an adjustment upon witnessing the results, yet they brazenly presented them as they were. Had it not been agreed that there would be no favoritism or fraud? Zhu Wanru, however, remained unfazed. Before the age of 25, anyone could fall victim to such fate. Even if they face each other prematurely, it holds little bearing on future victories or defeats. Without competition, there can be no progress. Observing Zhu Wanru's nonchalant demeanor, Crimson eyes felt a wave of despondency wash over her and turned her focus back to the arena. Dai Mingyi, spotting Dai Mingfa approaching from a distance, felt no stir within. His thoughts mirrored those of Zhu Wanru. As he stepped onto the stage, Dai Mingyi unleashed his martial soul, the White Tiger. On the opposite side, Dai Mingfa did the same, summoning his White Tiger as well. In an instant, the arena was filled with two White Tiger soul masters, both showcasing identical black and white patterns, possessing the same sinister gaze, and even sharing an Akame's head throbbed with frustration. He had long since pointed out that Dai Mingyi's combat techniques were far too monotonous, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Dai Mingfa's. With their soul power nearly identical, the superiority of their soul skills became indistinguishable. In stark contrast, Zhu Wanru remained remarkably composed, even finding the presence of mind to console Akame. Don't worry. Remember, both of them have masters guiding them. You mean Daiminji knows staff techniques? As the disciple of the 10,000 staff Douluo, Daiminji ought to have mastered staff combat. But he doesn't even have a staff, Ling murmured softly. Akame's frown deepened as he watched the two opponents on the arena. Daiminji forced himself to steady his nerves, shaping his hand into a blade as if wielding an invisible staff. In hand-to-hand combat, brute strength often dictated the advantage, but staff techniques were different. They emphasized finesse over force, blending hardness with suppleness. Then, Daiminji moved. His speed, though not rivaling that of an agility-type soul master, far surpassed Daimingfa's, a power-type soul master. This didn't surprise Akame. It was precisely the technique he had advised Daiminji to adopt, though still fighting with his limbs. Every motion Daiminji executed brimmed with calculated precision. With a sweeping horizontal strike, his right foot slid between Daimingfa's legs, tripping him, tipping his head back. Daiminji unleashed a white tiger fierce light wave from his mouth. At such close range, the attack's lethality was undeniable. Daimingfa barely had time to evade. Hastily summoning the white tiger protection barrier and white tiger Vajra transformation to shield himself. Yet even as he defended, his mind raced for a counterattack. Daiminji was the only one with the title Douluo as a mentor. Daimingfa hadn't squandered his years either. A flash of cyan light flickered in Daimingfa's eyes, ethereal yet tangible, before lancing toward Daiminji. The impact wasn't physical pain, but a sudden, overwhelming blankness in Daiminji's mind, as if his consciousness had been forcibly suspended. In that fleeting moment of disorientation, Daimingfa swiftly retreated beyond the white tiger fierce light wave's range, escaping with only a minor wound on his chest from the residual blast. Regaining his footing, Daiminji steadied himself and remarked, "Elder brother's mental assault carries the unmistakable finesse of your master." The Phantom Douluo excelled in spiritual attacks, and under his tutelage, Daimingfa had honed psychic techniques despite not being a mental attribute soul master. After all, every soul master possessed spiritual power, only its strength varied. Your spear play is impressive as well, Daimingfa conceded, though his expression remained grave. He wasn't a mental-type soul master. Even with this advantage, it wouldn't be decisive. Could it be that without the soul fusion skill, I'm no different from any other power-type soul master? Impossible, though his initial strike had missed. Daiminji's spirit soared. Daimingfa's spiritual power was superior, but only marginally. If the battle continued like this, his odds of victory would only rise. Then, Daimingfa struck again. Another cyan flash, another mental assault. Seizing the moment of Daiminji's disorientation, he unleashed another white tiger fierce light wave, aiming straight for his chest. If Daiminji could exploit speed and technique to close the distance, why couldn't he capitalize on this fleeting vulnerability? Daiminji barely twisted aside, evading the blast, only for Daimingfa's fist to crash toward him. Dodging meant little when his mind still reeled. A follow-up strike would seal his fate. The audience held their breath, hearts pounding in sync with the duel's crescendo. It seemed all but over. Ling shut her eyes, unwilling to witness the end. A heavy thud echoed, followed by the referee's verdict. Contestant 52, victorious. Oh no, my poor Minji, Ling's lament cut short. The one deserving pity, it seemed, was her beloved Mingfa. When she opened her eyes, disbelief seized her. Daimingfa lay beyond the arena's edge, while Daiminji stood panting, drenched in blood. His body a testament to sheer will. His tiger claws had pierced his own thigh, a desperate measure to jolt himself awake. Blood saturated half his leg, painting him as though reborn from a crimson baptism. Raising his arm high, he brandished it like a banner of triumph. Akame witnessed the entire scene unfold before his eyes. He saw Daiminji plunge his own tiger claws into his thigh, using the searing pain to jolt himself back to consciousness. Seizing the moment when Daimingfa was dazed, he unleashed a devastating white tiger fierce light wave to conclude the battle. Though Daiminji emerged victorious, his injuries were more severe than his opponent's. The gravest wounds were not inflicted by another, but by his own hand. This was far from a Pyrrhic victory, it was a brutal contest of who feared death less. The entire Colosseum stared in stunned silence at the spectacle. Only Daiminji, in that moment, silently thanked Cardinal Sarath. It was the memory of having his flesh carved away in that harrowing trial that taught him the invaluable lesson: pain could be wielded as a weapon to sharpen one's focus. And so, he turned imminent defeat into triumph. Upon the high platform, Guanhong observed the scene, at a loss for words. Their strengths were too evenly matched. He had anticipated exhaustion deciding the outcome, but never foresaw such a conclusion. Marvelous, Zhuaner murmured, the corners of her lips lifting ever so slightly. She felt no sorrow for Daming's wounds, only profound admiration for the fire that burned within him. I must strive harder as well, she resolved, closing her eyes once more. Amidst the clamor of the arena, she retreated into deep meditation. Chapter 72. The three-way battle. Crimson Eyes was far from experiencing the misfortunes that befell Daiminji. After engaging in 3 battles, he seamlessly secured a position among the final 14 contenders. He encountered no formidable opponents, and in the last round, he faced an adversary of comparable cultivation who posed little challenge. In stark contrast, Daiminji was indeed plagued by misfortune, having fought his way through with relentless vigor. And although he reached the final ranks, he bore numerous injuries. The Academy's aspiration to form a complete Soul Sect team was on the verge of collapse, as only 6 members had attained the Soul Sect realm, with one yet to acquire a 4th soul ring, necessitating further competition for the last main team spot. Sun Sikai, Shojin, and Zhao Shuwen were all on the reserve list for the vice team, each nearing the Soul Sect level of cultivation. Indeed, a team focused solely on assault could be quite formidable, couldn't it? Guan Hong suddenly interjected with a jovial remark, causing Ding Liangru to feel a wave of anxiety. Such a notion was unsuitable for the overall combat strength. It was imperative to reserve 1 slot each for support-type members in both the main and vice teams. Among the chosen individuals, one could be selected as a substitute for either team. Dean, this was previously agreed upon. Please do not take liberties, Ding Liangru earnestly advised. Genuinely worried that Guan Hong might hastily finalize decisions in a moment of exuberance. How have I taken liberties? Guan Hong laughed heartily. I was merely jesting. Did you truly take me seriously? Jesting, you say? I believe you are capable of such actions, Ding Liangru retorted, his skepticism palpable. Now, with 1 slot remaining in the main team, does anyone wish to compete? Ding Liangru's voice resonated, as he straightened up, focusing on the 14 contestants on the stage. His gaze primarily resting on Zhao Shuwen, Zhou Jin, and Sun Sikai. These 3 were the closest to the Soul Sect level, although Sun Sikai appeared somewhat weaker, diminishing his chances of victory. To everyone's surprise, Sun Sikai did not step forward, while Zhao Shuwen and Zhou Jin lived up to expectations. However, Crimson Eyes somehow blended into the mix. What are you doing here, child? Ding Liangru exclaimed, pointing at Crimson Eyes, his temples throbbing. Dean, didn't you ask if anyone was competing? Crimson Eyes responded, somewhat dazed by Ding Liangru's outburst. You are but a child, lacking in cultivation at this juncture. Accumulating experience with the vice team is sufficient. You will have ample time for such endeavors later. Why the rush? Ding Liangru seemed incensed by Crimson Eyes' audacity, yet he ultimately resigned, nodding in acceptance, covering his eyes in exasperation. Very well, let us proceed. The crimson-eyed individual wore a peculiar expression, then nodded slightly. ISNT strength paramount? Is not being sufficiently strong enough? Why should my age matter? The crimson-eyed one murmured in confusion to Daiminji, having always believed this to be an advantage. Indeed, it is an advantage, Daiminji affirmed. However, our esteemed Director Ding is rather unique. The majority of the Starluo Empire's populace shares views akin to those of teacher Wang Hong, even the seemingly whimsical Director Guan Hong. Yet, Director Ding Liangru embodies his name, resembling a scholar more than a warrior. Rather than focusing solely on your strength, he is more concerned that your tender age may expose you to irreversible harm on such a grand stage, or that you may face setbacks that hinder your future rise. After all, the elite competition among advanced Soul Master academies across the continent merely stipulates that no lives may be lost. Yet it does not preclude the possibility of grievous injuries. In comparison to the crimson-eyed one, Daiminji, having grown up in the Starluo Empire, was evidently more familiar with these instructors. As only 3 would compete for the final selection, the method of determining the victor would be a free-for-all among the 3. Prepare yourselves, Director Ding Liangru instructed, as the other students exited the arena, leaving it entirely to the trio. Attacking a junior feels somewhat awkward. Zhao Shuwen scratched his head, seemingly reluctant to strike. Zhou Jin, however, was not inclined to indulge his hesitation and declared, "Then you may withdraw. I'll face the junior." "Very well," Zhao Shuwen replied sheepishly, promptly summoning his martial spirit. The ancient and unadorned King Tower was lifted in his grasp, while behind the crimson-eyed one, a scorpion's tail emerged, and Zhou Jin conjured the ethereal form of a demon sunflower tree. In an instant Crimson I had not forgotten that Zhou Jin was still his adversary. The proximity was alarming, as he feared being contaminated by the opponent's neurotoxin. Thus, a long-range attack seemed to be the safer option. Chapter 73. I have objections. Dozens of luminous blades surged toward Zhao Shuwen, Some targeted him directly, while others sliced through Zhou vines, unleashing the neurotoxin. With the enhancement of Crimson Eye's abilities, the number of blades had escalated, now nearing 50. Damn it! Zhao Shuwen endeavored to evade the vines and blades, yet he was inevitably struck by both assaults. If this continued, he feared these two would gradually wear him down to nothing. The wounds on his body incessantly corroded the surrounding skin, while the neurotoxin wreaked havoc nearby. You leave me no choice. Zhao Shuwen roared, as the third spirit ring, which had never shone before Crimson Eye, illuminated at this moment. The third layer of the Heavenly King Tower began to rotate, gradually expanding until it grew too large for him to contain with a single hand, ultimately enveloping half of the arena. The archaic yet mechanically potent Heavenly King Tower descended, completely shrouding the vines and luminous blades. Zhao Shuwen, standing at the tower's apex, appeared rather disheveled. His injuries could not be healed, and Crimson Eye's blades clung to him like relentless parasites, nearly impossible to eradicate. Akeem did not show any surprise at Zhao Shuwen's breakthrough, for it was evident that the young man possessed more tricks up his sleeve. His earlier restraint likely stemmed from conserving soul power for the impending fierce battle. However, Akeem harbored no such reservations. In a flash, she materialized behind Zhao Shuwen, activating her first soul skill while simultaneously thrusting her scorpion tail toward his back. A chill ran down Zhao Shuwen's spine, but his reflexes were swift. With a swift pivot around the tower's spire, he flung himself into the Celestial King Tower. Watching from outside, Shojin felt a cold dread seep into his heart. If Zhao Shuwen continued evading, leaving Akeem with no opponent to engage, wouldn't she inevitably turn her attention toward him? Just as Zhou Jin's anxiety mounted, he witnessed Akeem dart forward, straight into the interior of the Celestial King Tower. Could anyone enter this tower? Wasn't this Zhao Shuwen's manifested weapon soul? Was it the effect of spatial attributes? Zhou Jin quickly pieced together the key to this mystery. Inside the Celestial King Tower, Zhao Shuwen grimaced at Akeem's relentless pursuit. To make matters worse, the tower's interior was already fraught with danger, laced with vines capable of releasing neurotoxic venom. And now, Akeem had forced her way in. Spatial attributes. Truly troublesome. Zhao Shuwen was well aware of the inexplicable spatial attribute that Qidong had acquired. Yet even now, facing Qidong directly, he couldn't suppress the urge to curse inwardly. Once he reached the fourth ring, he swore to obtain a similar ability. But that was a matter for his future self. For now, Zhao Shuwen swiftly concealed himself amidst the tangled vines. In such circumstances, even if Qidong attempted to strike, the neurotoxic properties of the vines would hinder any assault. Ironically, the very labyrinth of twisting tendrils that had once seemed chaotic now served as his protective shield. Senior, he murmured under his breath, have you forgotten? With a light chuckle, Qi-Tong activated her third soul ring, which glimmered with a deep, rich purple, almost black hue, enveloping her in a radiant aura. The third soul skill, Guardian of the Evil God. With such a formidable ability at her disposal, Zhou Jin's neurotoxic venom posed no challenge at all. With swift and relentless steps, Akeem closed the distance between herself and Zhao Shuwen in the blink of an eye. Though Zhao Shuwen was a formidable assault-type soul master, in close combat, the advantage naturally lay with those who possessed beast-type martial souls. The scorpion tail, an extension of Akeem's martial soul, coiled around Zhao Shuwen with serpentine precision, constricting him like an extra limb, leaving him gasping for breath. As it drained the last remnants of his soul power, it replenished a fraction of her own dwindling reserves. With Zhao Shuwen's soul power exhausted, the Celestial King Tower gradually shrank, retracting back into his body. Damn it! Zhao Shuwen cursed under his breath before being hurled unceremoniously out of the arena by Akeem. The crowd erupted in shock. He actually lost. What just happened? Unbelievable. The Celestial King Tower blocked everything. We couldn't see a thing. Indeed, the battle within the tower had been obscured from view. All the spectators witnessed was Zhao Shuwen being flung out, the once entangling vines now shattered and scattered across the ground, still exuding their poisonous mist. The entire confrontation had unfolded in mere moments. Impressive, remarked Guan Hong from the judge's platform. He must have utilized his spatial attribute earlier. One must admit, such an ability is invaluable on the battlefield. But he's still just a child. Ding Liangru frowned, his expression tinged with concern. His talent is undeniable. But we shouldn't expose him to unnecessary risks before he's fully matured. A single misstep could ruin him. Guan Hong chuckled dismissively. So, we should keep him as a sheltered flower? Our academy has no such tradition. Let's wait and see. There's still Zhou before Guan Hong could finish. Shou Jin was sent flying by Akeem's charge. His words died in his throat, replaced by an awkward silence. He had been curious to see how Akeem would handle Zhou Jin's neurotoxins. only to witness her breaking through the blockade with her third soul skill, a devastating evil god charge that sent Zhou Jin hurtling out of bounds. That third soul skill is nothing short of divine, Guanhong mused. I once saw a 10,000-year soft bone rabbit employ a radiant golden technique that could withstand attacks far beyond its cultivation level, though it came with severe limitations. Ding Liangru added. Akame's third soul skill may not offer absolute defense, but its lack of restrictions makes it hard to say which is superior. Meanwhile, Zhou Jin, now sprawled outside the arena, was utterly stunned. She had only known Akame for a short time and had never sparred with her before, leaving her largely unfamiliar with Akame's capabilities. She had assumed her control abilities would be enough to force Akame out, especially after witnessing her depleted soul power. Never had she imagined Akame possessed a counter to her very techniques. With crimson eyes and a soul power of 35. One can contend with a soul master of formidable strength who has yet to acquire a soul ring. Crimson Eye directed a radiant smile towards Zhou Jikan, and then her gaze shifted to the podium. Ding Liangru was on the verge of announcing the final results. Crimson Eye has been selected for the main team. Does anyone have any objections? Ding Liangru surveyed the surroundings and, noticing the silence among the crowd, was poised to finalize the decision. Suddenly, Dai Mingfa rose from his seat, defiantly casting a challenging glance at Dai Minji. Chapter 74. Tomorrow's Brilliance, the Dual Souls of Martial Spirits. The previously unresponsive Dai Mingfa unexpectedly stood up, ready to voice his dissent. Akame had an ominous premonition, her gaze flickering with a trace of bewilderment. She knew Dai Mingfa would inevitably target her, yet she couldn't fathom what schemes he might devise. It likely involved Ming Tianlang. That boy always carried an air of secrecy, having ventured out alone not long ago. However, if Dai Mingfa intended to replace Akame's spot, Ming Tianlang alone seemed insufficient. Before the competition began, it had been declared that positions were reserved for support-type soul masters. The slot Akame contested with Zhao Shuwen and others was merely a substitute position. Dean, as you witnessed moments ago, the significance of control-type soul masters. Senior Zhou Jin, as a control-type soul master, possesses formidable battlefield dominance. Without her assistance, even I would have struggled to secure victory. Zhou Jin, who had been preparing to depart, halted abruptly, casting a puzzled glance toward Dai Mingfa on the viewing platform. Was he advocating for her? My mentor, the drowsing Douluo, has a disciple specializing in mental control, also a control-type soul master. At merely 20 years of age, he has already attained the rank of four-ringed soul ancestor. He is willing to represent Luo as an exchange student. So that was it. Not advocacy at all. Zhou Jin turned and strode away without hesitation. Upon hearing this news, Ding Liangru was equally stunned. Though Dai Mingfa's reasoning held merit, under these circumstances, it reeked of deliberate targeting. Naturally, they too aspired to assemble an all-soul ancestor team, but, moreover, I wish to recommend a support-type soul master as well. With a raised eyebrow, Tong indeed spotted Ming Tianlang standing beside Dai Mingfa. Ding Liangru, noticing this, spoke up. Ming Tianlang possesses remarkable talent, but he is merely a novice in the realm of soul masters. That will soon change. Soon? Dai Mingfa replied with a booming voice. How fast can his cultivation progress? Ding Liangru thought Dai Mingfa was jesting. Guanhong, with deep-set eyes, remained silent. Director, while my cultivation speed may not be exceptional, the enhancement from absorbing soul rings can rapidly elevate me to the rank of soul master. It was Ming Tianlang who spoke this time, though he appeared somewhat shadowy compared to Dai Mingfa's brightness. What are you saying? Ding Liangru asked, puzzled. You are still far from level 40. Where will you find the empty slots for soul rings? He furrowed his brows, struggling to comprehend Ming Tianlang's statements. At that moment, Ming Tianlang extended his left hand, and a heavy furnace materialized in his grasp. Adorned with 7 brilliant rubies, it appeared extraordinarily resplendent, resembling a bronze casting that exuded substantial weight. Suspended above the furnace was a purple soul ring. It was unmistakably the heavenly star furnace martial soul. In that instant, the entire arena fell into a hushed silence. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. A soul master, who should have the wishful plate martial soul, suddenly revealed the heavenly star furnace. These two martial souls bore no similarities, yet they manifested in the hands of the same individual. Ming Tianlang seemed to feel that the shock he had delivered was insufficient, and summoned his wishful plate martial soul as well. In a moment, he held the wishful plate in one hand and the heavenly star furnace in the other. The 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, appeared distinctly peculiar on him. What is happening? How could he possess 2 martial souls? Dual martial souls, Ding Liangru murmured, astonished. Both the heavenly star furnace and the wishful plate were formidable weapon martial souls, one primarily supportive and the other defensive. Yet, they harmoniously coexisted within Ming Tianlang, evoking an indescribable sense of awe. They had never encountered such a phenomenon and were at a loss for words, unable to even assign a name to this unprecedented situation. This is. Ming Tianlang slightly bowed. Since my martial soul awakened at the age of 6, I have discovered that I possess 2 martial souls. If I fully absorb the soul rings from my second martial soul, I can ascend to the 4th ring soul master. His words rang with conviction, and indeed, the facts supported him. He had already absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring, reaching level 35, and should he absorb 2 more 1,000-year soul rings, he would undoubtedly approach the soul master level. Damingfa spoke again, Director. A support-type soul master who can transform into a defensive soul master will holds far greater value than an ordinary support type. However, Ding Liangru frowned, hesitating. The moment he caught sight of Ming Tianlang's purple soul ring, he grasped the essence of having dual martial souls. Not to mention, Ming Tianlang was still young. If he were to apply a soul ring to his second martial soul upon reaching the rank of Soul King, he could potentially gain the full advantage of all black soul rings. To Ding Liangru, that 1,000-year soul ring seemed to squander the slot for Ming Tianlang's martial soul. He glanced at Damingfa, displeased. Were it not for Damingfa, Ding Liangru believed Ming Tianlang might not have taken this path, and his ultimate potential would likely be much greater. Let us incorporate those 2 into the main team. Guanhong, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. The main team currently consists mostly of offensive and agile types. We can select substitutes from among them. Ding Liangru hesitated but ultimately relented. After all, the director had spoken. Let us eliminate one from the deputy team. We will accept Mu Lian as a support-type soul master, as he is already a formidable presence among high-ranking academies. At that moment, Dai Minji and another individual exchanged glances. They were evenly matched, yet currently the weakest members of the deputy team. I shall withdraw, the other person said suddenly, with a hint of regret. After all, the second prince can still execute martial soul fusion techniques with Qi Tong, which increases our chances of victory. Though reluctant, he recognized he could not compete further. Even against Daiminji, it would be a 50-50 contest. It was more dignified to step back now. Understood, Guanhong nodded, naturally taking charge. The academy will provide you with compensation later. You have fought your way to this point based on merit. Thank you, Director, the individual replied, elated. As this was indeed the best outcome. The roster was set, and from a distance, Damingfa seemed to glare with resentment at Qi Dong and Daiminji. In their distorted connection, hearing that the other party was struggling was undoubtedly the most satisfying news. Chapter 75, Compensation. Ultimately, the team was finalized. Main team, Ming Bang, Martial Soul, Fire Cloud Leopard. Level 44 Offensive Soul Master. Main team, Ping Zigong, Martial Soul, Phoenix Fan, Level 43 Offensive Soul Master. Main team, Tang Suyue, Martial Soul, Half Moon. Level 42 Offensive Soul Master. Main team, Yi Bauer, Martial Soul, Bright Bird, Level 41 Agile Soul Master. Main team, Ming Shan, Martial Soul, Flash Blade. Level 41 Agile Soul Master. Main team, Yi Chitsai, Martial Soul, Flood Dragon, Level 40 Offensive Soul Master. Main team, Meng Duan, Martial Soul, Nightmare, Level 44 Control Soul Master. Main team, Ming Tianlang, Martial Soul, Wishful Plate, Heavenly Star Furnace, Level 35 Support Soul Master. In the teaching room, Guanhong scrutinized the list in his hands, increasingly finding the title of Support Soul Master rather peculiar. When submitting, simply list him as a Support Soul Master. Ding Liangru nodded, making minor adjustments on the paper. Guanhong then turned to the deputy team's roster. Deputy team, Qiong, Martial Soul, Long-Tailed Scorpion, Level 35 Agile Soul Master. Deputy team, Zhao Shuwen, Martial Soul, Heavenly King Tower. Level 38 Offensive Soul Master. Deputy team, Zhou Jin, Martial Soul, Demon Sunflower, Level 37 Control Soul Master. Deputy team, Sun Sikai, Martial Soul, Giant Rock. Level 37 Offensive Soul Master. Deputy team, Mu Lian, Martial Soul, Kitchen Knife, Level 38 Support Soul Master. Deputy team, Ten Ruojuan, Martial Soul, King Cobra. Level 37 Agile Soul Master. Deputy team, Sankan, Martial Soul, 9-Colored Ring, Level 36 Control Soul Master. Deputy team, Daiminji, Martial Soul, White Tiger. Level 34 Offensive Soul Master. The deputy team's soul power levels were somewhat weaker, yet their potential was immense, and many of their martial souls were quite unique. Guanhong set down the list, nodding slightly, it was imperative for them to hasten their cultivation speed, as the main team required more practical combat experience. Looking up at Ding Liangru, who appeared conflicted, Guan Hong said, "What exactly do you wish to convey? I noticed your indecision." Ding Liangru slightly pursed his lips, then boldly expressed his thoughts. "Dean, isn't this rather unjust for Qidong? He has fought his way to earn this opportunity. Yet it is being usurped by an outsider who has contributed nothing. Can he truly harbor no resentment? Moreover, the matter of Ming Yang has been a persistent source of discomfort for me. I cannot shake the feeling that he has squandered a significant part of his potential, effectively ruining his own life in pursuit of a place on the main team. However, the Continental Elite Spirit Master Academy tournament pales in significance when weighed against the future of a child, particularly one with the unprecedented dual martial spirits." Ding Liangru felt a swell of frustration. If he continued to bottle it up, it might fester into a deeper issue. Guan Hong chuckled softly and nodded in apparent agreement. Indeed, possessing dual martial spirits should grant him access to a myriad of thousand-year spirit rings. Yet for a competition that is trivial in the grand scheme of his life, he is instead burdened with a mere thousand-year spirit ring. Who wouldn't deem that a tragic waste? Furthermore, we are expected to personally procure additional purple spirit rings for him. For an educator, that is utterly disheartening. Ding Liangru was momentarily taken aback as Guan Hong articulated his unspoken sentiments. He remained perplexed. Then why must the dean proceed with what has already transpired? Guan Hong suddenly spoke up, asserting that merely showcasing one's martial spirit should suffice to demonstrate one's potential. Yet, he insisted on augmenting it with a spirit ring to affirm his commitment. Of course, it may not have been his choice. In any case, he fears that should we perceive his potential, we might regretfully abandon him, prompting such drastic actions to sever any retreat. Regardless, the damage has already been done. In the end, our loss may outweigh his. Guan Hong sighed, fully aware of the mastermind behind the scenes. That prince truly employed every possible tactic, which perhaps explains the current emperor's favoritism towards the third prince, as rulers often favor their more audacious offspring. Yet, can Ming Yang truly harbor no grievances? As for Qidong, I shall provide guidance. The children who have stepped back from the deputy team have all received compensation. It is unjust for Qidong to emerge empty-handed, losing only his opportunity. Meanwhile, the 8 members of the deputy team were engaged in a simple gathering outside the academy. However, they were all acquaintances, apart from Mu Lian, Tan Ruojuan. In Sangkan, Qidong and Dai Minji were familiar with everyone else, including Zhao Shuwen, Zhou Jin, and Sun Sikai, thus creating a comfortable atmosphere. Not only them, but the main team also consisted largely of familiar faces. Zhao Shuwen continually ruffled Qidong's hair, offering words of consolation. "It's all right. Losing the opportunity isn't the end of the world. We still hold our qualification to compete. The main team isn't significantly stronger than us. It's merely a direct path to the finals, which is inconsequential. Listen to your brother. Don't be disheartened." Qidong glanced at Zhao Shuwen with exasperation, replying, "Brother, I'm not upset." Akame did not believe she was ousted by some behind-the-scenes conspiracy. It was purely a matter of skill inferiority, and there was no need for sorrow. Truly not sorrowful? Zhao Shuwen scrutinized Akame's face and, as expected, found no trace of displeasure. He promptly turned his head and began lamenting to Mu Lian on the other side. In his view, the first unfortunate soul was Akame, and the second was Mu Lian. After all, judging by Guan Hong's attitude, it was clear that had Ming Tianlang not intervened abruptly, Mu Lian would have been the one to join the main team as the support-type soul master. Mu Lian frowned and promptly kicked Zhao Shuwen away. "Get lost." Shoving a chicken leg into his mouth, Mu Lian wore an expression of utter impatience. "Don't interrupt my meal." Maintaining the same demeanor toward everyone is no difficult feat. What is truly challenging is ensuring that everyone maintains the same attitude toward you. Yet, Zhao Shuwen had accomplished precisely that. Akame gazed at Zhao Shuwen, who had been kicked aside, and let out a sigh while shaking her head. "Come out. I'm waiting for you." A voice suddenly resonated, deep and resonant. Though it seemed to echo solely within Akame's mind, leaving no trace for ordinary ears to perceive, she instantly recognized the speaker. Qizheng sipped the fish soup, leaving the spoon resting in the bowl as she paused to glance around, subsequently directing her gaze towards Damingyi beside her. "I have something to attend to. I will be back shortly." "All right," Damingyi replied casually, seemingly indifferent. With a contemplative expression, Qizheng exited the tavern and walked to a secluded alley, where she finally came to a halt. "Director, you may come out now." Chapter 76, The Harmony of Yin and Yang in the Dimly Lit Alley. Guan Hong appeared silently. "I overheard your earlier words," he said with a smile, standing opposite Qizheng. Do you truly harbor no grievances? With silent crimson eyes, fatigue began to weigh upon her, compelling her to press her palm against her forehead in a gesture of exasperation. Director, you always behave this way, making me feel as though if I do not express my anger, I am somehow not a normal person. Frequently confronted with this inquiry, she felt irked. Indeed. Guanhong let out a light chuckle before retrieving a tome from within his robes and tossing it towards her. The crimson-eyed individual deftly caught the item, yet found no inscriptions upon its cover. What is this? Consider it a treatise on martial arts, replied Guanhong. If you possess the requisite talent, you may glean a unique skill from its pages, thus crafting your own soul technique. He stroked his beard, a hint of satisfaction evident. Such an opportunity was not afforded to just anyone. He initially intended to present you with a medicinal pill, yet overindulgence in such elixirs can be detrimental. You recently assimilated both the life soul pill and the Xian water pill. It would be prudent to refrain from further consumption for now. Guanhong's considerations were evidently thorough. However, discretion is paramount. His gaze turned perilous, suggesting that should any information leak, silencing a student would be a trivial matter for me. That is, of course, understood. Crimson-Eye disregarded Guanhong's threat and nodded slightly. Since there was no intention to act, there was naturally no need to fear the consequences. Very well, let's return. I shall inspect the progress tomorrow. Guanhong seemed to utter this casually, waving his hand as he prepared to depart. Tomorrow? Tong could not help but frown. Indeed. Mingri Guanhong intends to witness the creation of his own unique soul skill? Hong found it utterly absurd. He possessed numerous readily available skills that could easily masquerade as self-created soul techniques. Guanhong seemed to anticipate Hong's thoughts and promptly interrupted his fanciful notions, saying, Do not think to deceive me with your earlier spatial attribute teleportation. My martial arts principles cannot be swayed by such tricks. However, there is no need for undue concern. I do not expect you to refine your self-created soul technique by tomorrow. I merely require to witness tangible progress. Otherwise, you may fall into complacency. Do you understand? The student comprehended. Hong nodded and subsequently placed the tome into his storage ring as the dean ambled away. Dong's outing did not consume much time, and naturally, Dai Minji detected nothing unusual. However, as the gathering came to a close and Tong was on the verge of returning to her dormitory, Dai Minji gently patted her on the back, leaving behind an enigmatic remark. It is I who have implicated you. The face of Akihito seemed to be wrinkling with distress. It was only upon returning to the dormitory and hearing Asuka's greeting that he could no longer contain himself. How are you? He was asked. Not well, he replied, casting a sidelong glance at Asuka, unable to suppress his irritation after being questioned so many times. It's merely survival of the fittest. If the burden of guilt is so heavy, victory would hardly bring joy. Crimson eyes have grown dull. Are they truly delighted to bear the blame upon themselves? One and all? Akatsuki returned to her bed, extracting a tome and commencing her earnest perusal, entirely disregarding the presence of Ming Tianlang beside her. Ming Tianlang, deep in contemplation, chose to ignore Akatsuki and remained absorbed in his meditation. Chapter 77. Another explosion. In the night, upon the 13th explosion reverberating through the air, Ming Tianlang could no longer contain his frustration. Enough is enough. This incessant barrage is hindering my cultivation. You explode once, then again. How can I meditate under such conditions? This is no mere annoyance. It is a constant disruption of tranquility. Have you lost your sanity after suffering setbacks? Ming Tianlang, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was visibly fatigued. He could sense the tempest stirred by Akatsuki growing ever more tumultuous, and now her bed had been reduced to rubble by her incessant explosions. Fortunately, the soundproofing was adequate. Otherwise, it would not be long before someone came to investigate. Chiang replied, continuing to gaze vacantly at his own palm. He had already condensed 3 spheres of energy, with only the essence of time remaining to complete his goal. However, the seemingly simple step in his imagination had resulted in countless failures. Now, as dawn approached, the final sphere of energy had yet to be formed. This should not have been an arduous task, especially with experience on his side, yet Qihong saw no sign of improvement. Each attempt at condensing energy remained as challenging as ever. Meanwhile, Ming Tianlang, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was not in a much better state. His body seemed inscribed with the word fatigue, and his palm continued to bleed, as if it would never cease. Ming Tianlang glanced at Qihong's bed, feeling as though he were witnessing a murder scene. What are you doing? He asked. Cultivating, Qihong responded. Akame replied matter-of-factly as she brushed the dust off her clothes and tended to her hand injuries. After a brief pause, She prepared to push the door open. I'll go next door. You should rest for a while, she said. I didn't expect to fail so many times. My apologies for the disturbance. With a somber tone, Chiang spoke, his brow furrowed tightly. Initially, he had believed that failure was merely a temporary setback. However, the evidence now suggested that such failures might persist, leading him to abandon any lingering illusions. When Guanhong arrived at the dormitory in search of Qihong, he found only an unoccupied bed and a collapsed mattress. Had Chong fled to evade him? Observing the bloodstains on the floor, Guanhong realized just how many times Qihong had endured defeat. But where was he? Guanhong couldn't help but voice his confusion. It seemed there were voices coming from the adjacent dormitory. As Guanhong retreated to the corridor, he chanced upon Qihong emerging from the neighboring room. Crimson-eyed, both of his palms were drenched in thick, viscous blood, each droplet cascading to the ground, tracing a haunting path with his every movement. Due to excessive blood loss, his complexion had turned notably pale, and he could only muster a faint smile towards Guanhong. Director, you have arrived. Jiuxin Haitang had already done its utmost. Previously, when it was in the company of Ming Tianlang, it dared not assist Qi Tong in his healing. However, when Qi Tong was alone, its reservations dissipated. Yet, no matter how potent its healing abilities, it could not withstand Qi Tong's reckless self-detonations every few minutes. You are cultivating, aren't you? With a chilling smile, the crimson-eyed girl gazed at Guanhong with an expression filled with deep resentment. Director, am I truly so lacking in talent? The hatred emanating from Qi Tong seemed almost palpable, causing the corners of Guanhong's mouth to twitch. Your talent is undoubtedly exceptional, Guanhong hastily remarked, noticing Qi Tong's attitude, which suggested a profound existential crisis. It became evident to Guanhong that the immediate priority was to reassure Qi Tong. As he gently urged Qi Tong through the door, he discovered that the adjacent dormitory had also been left in disarray by Qi Tong's actions. With a hint of sympathy, Guanhong inquired tentatively, is it impossible to release your soul power? In Guanhong's perspective, Qi Tong's current state was likely the result of a mishap during the release of her soul power, which had consequently led to her injuries. Akame remained silent. Guanhong, convinced that his words had struck a chord, promptly offered consolation. Do not trouble yourself. The outward flow of soul power has always been more suited to weapon soul masters. You, as a beast soul master, and the Academy's headmaster, need not concern yourself with such matters. With crimson eyes devoid of words, she raised her hands, each palm drenched in blood, from which two distinct orbs of soul energy materialized. The left hand emitted a swirling azure aura, reminiscent of a tempest in motion, brimming with kinetic energy. In contrast, the right hand harbored a violet sphere, from which lightning crackled forth, clearly a manifestation of the thunder attribute. What are you saying? The entire dormitory fell into a brief silence, before Guanhong, perplexed by her expression, delivered a swift kick towards the bewildered crimson eyes. Haven't you mastered this already? Why the dramatics? Guanhong grumbled, initially concerned that Crimson Eyes had encountered some issue that undermined her confidence. Yet, this impudent child merely showcased her abilities in response. Since sprawling by the kick, Crimson Eyes wore a look of utter confusion. She casually retrieved several strips of cloth from her belongings and bandaged the wounds on her palms. Only then did she rise and approach Guanhong, her gaze remaining unchanged. Director, how many times did you explode when attempting to fuse soul energy with your attribute? 5 or 6 times, perhaps. And the second orb of energy? 3 or 4 times. It certainly became progressively easier. Akame's eyes grew even more sorrowful upon hearing this. Director, I've lost count of how many times I've exploded, certainly over 30. There hasn't been the slightest indication of it becoming easier. It feels as though the difficulty remains unchanged. As Chiang spoke, he refrained from revealing that he had already condensed 4 spheres of aura. Indeed, he had just successfully gathered the aura of spatial attributes. Upon hearing Qihong's words, Guanhong's expression shifted dramatically. This situation was indeed peculiar, as such occurrences were generally unheard of. Guanhong stroked his chin, increasingly puzzled, and then turned his gaze toward Qihong, feeling a surge of curiosity. Shall I conduct an examination? An examination? Crimson Eye, of course, could not acquiesce, shaking her head. She ultimately replied, no need. I have already discerned the reason. After countless explosions, I have gleaned some insights. You have perceived it? Guanhong seemed skeptical. What age is the child with crimson eyes, and what can be discerned from them? Crimson Eyes nodded solemnly, her expression grave as she inquired, Dean, does your self-created soul technique require the exploration of 2 contradictory attributes, allowing the soul force to find equilibrium through their collision, ultimately achieving the harmony of yin and yang you spoke of. This balance could render the soul force more enduring, akin to the principles of Tai Chi, enabling one to overcome brute strength with gentleness in combat. Guanhong paused, seemingly lost in thought, before slowly nodding in affirmation. Chapter 78. Self-created soul technique regardless of the conclusion Crimson Eyes might reach. It was already commendable that she grasped the essence of his self-created soul technique within the span of a single night, especially considering that much of that time had been spent in turmoil. This marked the first instance the dean had imparted his self-created soul technique to another. Perhaps his earlier remarks stemmed from uncertainty regarding her ability to cultivate it independently. Recalling Guanhong's words, "If you possess talent, you shall naturally comprehend a skill from it," left Crimson Eyes with a pang of distress. "What troubles you?" Guanhong inquired, sensing her unease. "My self-created soul technique should require merely 2 soul force attributes for cultivation, which is a minimal restriction compared to others. Most self-created techniques can only be wielded by their originators, offering little in the way of reference." Thus, Guanhong had taken pride in his self-created technique for quite some time, believing it could be passed down, only to encounter issues with the very first recipient. "Let us assess the situation." With a sigh, Chitome expressed, "My soul power is rather violent, making it prone to uncontrollable surges. However, your soul power is likely more tranquil. Thus, harmonizing with it should be relatively straightforward. Yet, most individuals possess a more serene soul power. I, on the other hand, do not." Guanhong, grasping his beard, looked increasingly troubled. "Perhaps I should offer you a different elixir?" he suggested. "No need," Chitome replied, shaking his head. "Didn't the dean mention that if I possess sufficient talent, I could create it myself? I believe I have begun to grasp some insights." The crimson-eyed individual harbored doubts that Guanhong could comprehend the soul technique that eluded his own understanding. Oh, as he heard such words, Guanhong became intrigued, pondering what clues could be gleaned to substitute balance with collision. With crimson eyes fixed upon Guanhong, she suddenly conjured 2 swirling orbs of energy, intertwining them within her grasp. Observing the rampant soul force erupting between the 2 elemental attributes, it appeared as though wind and lightning momentarily achieved a delicate equilibrium within the sphere of soul energy. Yet, tranquility often precedes the tempest, following this fleeting balance. A more ferocious eruption ensued. Bang! A thunderous explosion resonated. The crimson-eyed individual's palms once again became a gruesome sight, their injuries worsening beyond the initial severity. However, the repercussions were minimal, as the crimson-eyed one had managed to restrain the outburst of their soul power. The disparity between the attributes was sufficiently pronounced, resulting in a formidable force upon detonation. Chitong paid little heed to the injuries on her hands. Instead, she excitedly explained the underlying principles to Guanhong. At this juncture, Guanhong could discern the situation clearly. "Thus, your later actions amounted to self-sabotage, did they not?" He remarked that practicing a technique should not lead to such self-inflicted calamity. "Dean, that is not the crux of the matter," Chitong retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. Guanhong's focus had veered off course entirely. "Therefore, the pivotal point is that your self-created soul technique results in 0 enemy casualties while inflicting significant harm upon yourself?" "Not at all." Chitong vigorously shook her head, asserting that she merely had not unleashed it yet. The students were still capable of doing so. She simply lacked the precise control necessary to predict where it might detonate. She held it in her palm solely for ease of management. Otherwise, if it were to explode atop Guanhong's head, Chitong feared she would receive an earful of reprimand. "Will you be able to control it later?" Guanhong expressed lingering concern. "Perhaps you should experiment in the Xiantai room when you practice the martial soul fusion technique with Dai Mingyi. Otherwise, you may end up incapacitating your arm before your self-created soul technique is even perfected." Observing Chitong's bloodied palm, Guanhong felt a pang of sympathy. "Utilize this period of freedom wisely, for soon you will be engaged in intensive training." Akame felt an overwhelming sense of relief at this moment. In the faculty office, several education commissioners, the dean of the Advanced Academy, and a few elite teachers had already gathered, waiting for Guanhong to discuss the training camp matters together. Only after Guanhong hurriedly arrived and took his seat did the meeting officially commence. The Elite Soul Master Tournament of the continent could be considered both significant and insignificant. For other students, it was merely a platform for combat to showcase their academy. However, for the Spirit Hall, the Heaven Do Empire, and the Star Luo Empire, it had already become a battleground they must contend for. "Has a preliminary plan been drafted?" "Yes," a teacher responded from below. The first proposal is intensive training, conducting practical combat and drills within the simulated cultivation zone. Upon hearing this, Guanhong couldn't help but rub his forehead in frustration. I provided you with a framework, not so you could confine yourself within a smaller one. Your suggestion is too broad. Do you have anything more direct? There is. From the corner, Wang Heng raised his hand. Though he had been demoted before, over time, having mentored several prodigies who skipped grades, he had regained his position among the elite teachers. Hearing Wang Heng speak, Guanhong felt a flicker of anticipation, only for Wang Heng to immediately ask, "Is the funding allocated by His Majesty sufficient? What exactly are you planning?" The moment Wang Heng spoke like this, Guanhong had an ominous premonition. Wang Heng's eyes gleamed as he leaned forward excitedly, outlining his proposal. "I've heard that the Clear Sky sect possesses a secret technique, one that compresses a soul master's spirit power, temporarily enhancing it without side effects. It's most effective for soul masters at the 40th or 50th rank, with a full year at our disposal. And since this isn't the disorder-splitting windhammer technique, as long as His Majesty is willing to pay a substantial price, the results could be extraordinary. Aren't the Clear Sky sect covertly supporting us? It's a brilliant idea." Guanhong ignored Wang Heng outright and turned to the others. "Any other suggestions?" Wang Heng's line of thinking is actually quite sound. Ding Liangru interjected. "The idea of collaborating with sects is promising, but the Clear Sky sect's spirit power compression method is too short-term. Your wouldn't yield significant results. It would be better to offer it as a reward after their victory. After all, the tournament's prizes are provided by the Spirit Hall. We should also grant appropriate commendations. 3 to 5 years of training with compressed spirit power would yield the best outcome." Ding Liangru continued explaining. "My suggestion is to collaborate with the White Tiger sect, the Flying Sword sect, and the Fire Leopard sect for joint training. This way, the students' experiences will be far more enriching." Chapter 79, Training Camp. The training camp remained within the simulated cultivation zone, though its format differed slightly. When assembling, Daiminji was startled to see Akame among them. Crimson's palms were wrapped in gauze, occasionally seeping crimson blood, an unsettling sight indeed. "May I borrow the key to the Shintai chamber? I wish to practice my soul techniques," he implored, catching the gaze of Daiminji. Crimson was anxious to release that ominous aura. Otherwise, he feared he might terrify many. His wounds appeared alarming, yet they were not severe, requiring merely a day or two to heal, leaving no scars behind. Even with the limitations imposed on the 9-heart begonia, which could not reveal too much before the crowd, Crimson's innate healing abilities would suffice. However, he had not anticipated that Guanhong would grant him no time at all. When Guanhong previously mentioned the absence of a concrete plan, Crimson had assumed there was plenty of time, yet the very next day, they were summoned, leaving him no opportunity to recuperate. It seemed there had already been several training proposals prepared, merely awaiting Guanhong's selection. "Is this the result of practicing soul techniques?" Daiminji prodded Crimson's palm, but noted no expression of significant pain. Indeed, Crimson nodded, noticing Zhao Shuwen approaching as well. "What soul techniques?" "You will find out in due time, senior. I wouldn't want to pique your interest prematurely before mastering them," he replied. "Very well." Regarding the secrecy of soul techniques, Crimson preferred to remain reticent, and Zhao Shuwen was unlikely to press for further details. In the corner stood Chitome, impervious to the burning gazes surrounding her, only lifting her head slightly upon the side of the Nightmare Soul Master. Mingduan noticed the glimmer in Chitome's eyes, feeling a sense of satisfaction swell within him. Though he claimed indifference, it was merely a fade. Chitome could not possibly harbor a complete absence of jealousy towards him. One by one, people gathered, and Wang Heng was organizing everyone to take their places. Upon seeing Wang Heng approach, Chitome felt a twinge of surprise. Had her teacher really ascended to this level so swiftly, erasing the shame of past emotions? As Chitome pondered the situation, she overheard Wang Heng approaching and saying, "I am merely responsible for organizing, not for training you." Upon hearing this, many individuals let out a sigh of relief. In truth, Wang Heng was not weak. He was on the verge of breaking through to the Soul Saint level. However, if he were to be the one conducting the training, they would undoubtedly feel disheartened. "What do you mean?" Wang Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of danger lurking within. While it appeared that they had exhaled in relief, the reality was far from comforting for them. "Your instructors are these three." As Wang Heng's words resonated, 3 soul masters emerged from behind him. All were approaching middle age. One wore a black robe, a long sword slung across his back, adorned with an intricate golden pattern of a sword on his chest, his expression solemn. Another was clad in vibrant red and gold attire, his hair seemingly buoyant as if it had been blown upwards. The last one appeared quite ordinary, yet exuded an undeniable aura of authority. They introduced themselves in succession: Feng Jianzong, Xian Jian, with the martial soul long-wind sword, a level 71 agile attack soul master; Hua Baozong, Ming Lu, with the martial soul fire cloud leopard, a level 69 agile attack soul master. Upon hearing the voice, Tong was taken aback. He had assumed that the fire cloud leopard spirit masters were all-powerful attack-type soul masters. By whose sect? Gungrenfang, a formidable attack-type soul master with a martial spirit of the Black Tiger, at level 72. Once their introductions concluded, Wang Heng prepared to depart. Over the ensuing year, these three would serve as your specialized training instructors. They were talents specifically requested by the dean from several esteemed sections. Should you choose to disregard their guidance, rest assured that others will come to set you straight. No need for that, Gungrenfang interjected coldly. We will manage the discipline ourselves. Wang Heng raised an eyebrow and smiled, departing the simulated training area with ease. Once he left, Gungrenfang continued, this area has been designated for you. You will reside here from now on. Aside from dining in the cafeteria, you are prohibited from leaving this zone. You may establish your own encampment or whatever you wish. As long as it remains within reasonable limits, I shall not interfere. Have you all packed your belongings as instructed? The group nodded repeatedly, indicating that they possessed only the essentials for a simple existence. That is excellent. Your training will be divided into 3 phases, each lasting 3 months under the guidance of one of us. Adjustments may be made for special circumstances, after which we will primarily focus on helping you integrate your skills. As Gungrenfang spoke, he began to divide the group into several teams. Daimiji, Fire Cloud Leopard Spirit Master Ming Bang, Dragon Spirit Master Yi Chitsai, and Sun Sikai were assigned to train with Gungrenfang, while Tong and Ming Guangyao Spirit Master Yi Bauer, along with Glasses King Snake Spirit Master Tan Ruojuan, would follow Ming Lu for their training. The remaining weapon spirit masters were absurdly assigned to the Xianjian of the Windsword sect. It was evident that Gungrenfang intended to allocate the teams based on their martial spirit affinities. Those following him were all powerful attack-type beast spirit masters, while those training under Ming Lu were clearly agile attack-type beast spirit masters. The weapon spirit masters were left to the whims of the Xianjian. Following the 2 agile attack-type spirit masters, Tong felt no hesitation. After all, they would eventually rotate, and acquiring skills from agile attack-type masters would be beneficial. The 18 individuals were divided into 3 groups, with Tong and others accompanying Ming Lu to a different location. Ming Lu possessed a robust physique, yet his face was rather round, not the typical appearance of an agile attack-type soul master, though he exuded an amiable demeanor. Are you all curious as to why I, a Fire Cloud Leopard Martial Spirit, am classified as an agile attack-type soul master? Yi Bauer nodded, while Tan Ruojuan expressed her curiosity. Noticing Tong's silence, Ming Lu turned his attention to him and inquired, what do you think the reason is? Because I am fast enough. Tong spoke without hesitation. When a soul master of the assault type possesses sufficient speed, he transforms into an agile soul master, and indeed, one of greater prowess. Ming Lu's gaze shifted, his pupils seemingly deepening. Are you such an agile soul master? A flutter of surprise coursed through Tong's heart, yet her visage remained unruffled, adorned with a serene smile. Teacher, I am not so formidable, she remarked, followed by a soft sigh. If I were truly strong enough, I would not find myself in this situation, would I? Crimson-eyed, Tong gazed at Ming Lu, her blood-red irises seemingly filled with innocence and a hint of regret, stirring a twinge of compassion in the hearts of her elder sisters. Yi Bauer and Tan Ruojuan Ming Lu, in a voice as soft as a whisper, added a reassuring note, promptly encouraging Tong. Do not worry. The teacher will guide you to become that kind of person. His smile was warm and inviting, as if he had never tested her resolve before. Chapter 80. The subtlety of agility. The essence of agility in the agility attack system lies in flexibility and speed. The swift flight of the swift-tailed swallow can be attributed to its elongated wings and short body. Upon landing, its wings fold, and the elongated tips, combined with its scissor-like tail, significantly reduce resistance, allowing for greater maneuverability due to its compact form. This agility stands in stark contrast to the clumsiness often exhibited by mighty attack-type soul masters, whose size or martial spirits render them less nimble, a critical point for non-attack-type soul masters to recognize, as speed becomes their greatest vulnerability. Within the simulated training area, a cage-like expanse of vines had been constructed, intertwining the treetops and branches to form a complex array of obstacles. This intricate design was completed under Ming Lu's guidance by Zhou Jing. At this moment, Tong and her companions were weaving through the vines, their movements unceasing, while Ming Lu had even sealed their martial spirits. Only by enhancing their physical capabilities could they experience a geometric increase in their abilities when wielding their martial spirits. This is what I recommend. Aside from meditation, strive to minimize the use of soul power. Of course, rules are not rigid. If you are clearly engaged in combat or practicing the use of your martial spirits, then refraining from using them would be foolish. Tong continuously engages in physical training, meditation, and practical combat, resulting in a rapid enhancement of his abilities. A year has swiftly passed, and Tong has finally ascended to the 38th level, nearing the threshold of the 39th. Consequently, he is now eager to seek further growth. If he could absorb a bit more soul energy, a breakthrough to the 39th level would be assured. The specialized training has concluded, and now, tomorrow, Lang, Zhou Jin, Zhao Shuwen, Sun Sikai, and Mu Lian have all reached the 40th level. They need to acquire their soul rings, and once they have obtained them, preparations will commence for the upcoming elite competition for advanced soul masters across the continent. Guanhong is currently discussing the subsequent arrangements. In the corner, Tong silently raised her hand, gazing at Guanhong. "Director, may I accompany you?" Guanhong frowned. "You do not require a spirit ring. What purpose would your presence serve? The Starry Forest is exceedingly perilous. Do you believe it is your home? You cannot simply decide to go without regard for your life." The crimson gaze reflected a hint of sorrow, yet she persistently raised her hand high. "I was on the verge of a breakthrough, yearning to witness the battle or perhaps experience it firsthand, contemplating the possibility of transcending to the 39th level. Akim had no other choice. It was relatively safe to have Qingyu briefly escort him from the outskirts to the core region. But if Qingyu were to assist him in hunting spirit beasts, every intelligent being in the spirit beast realm would likely discover his transformation into human form. Should his enemies catch wind of this, his life would be in grave peril. Informing the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape posed no issue. These two would never spread the news recklessly. However, other spirit beasts lacked such restraint. Thus, the wisest course of action was to trail behind Guanhong and his group, seizing the right moment to claim a share. Behind Guanhong, the Xianjin of the Windsword sect gave a slight nod. Akim was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough, and this presented an opportunity for him as well. Having accompanied Akim for so long, Xianjin was well aware of his strength. Though his expression remained composed, inwardly, he couldn't help but marvel in astonishment. The enhancement of Tong's soul power is rapid, yet not alarmingly so. It merely surpasses Damonji's pace by a slight margin. However, there exists one aspect in which Damonji consistently falls short. The quality of Tong's soul power is indeed remarkable. Currently possessing a soul power level of 38, he has demonstrated the ability to defeat the level 44 Lightbird Soul Master, Yi Bei'er. Were it not for the fact that the roster had already been submitted, Su and Jian would have eagerly suggested reinstating Tong in the main team lineup. It is difficult to fathom just how formidable he will become once he reaches level 40 and acquires his soul ring. Upon hearing Su and Jian's words, Guan Hing reluctantly nodded in agreement. The performance of Tong has always been observed keenly. He does not appear to be the type of child who seeks trouble without reason. Chapter 81. The doubts of the Fire Leopard sect as a year of cultivation came to an end. Yi Bauer found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden opportunity to leave the simulated training area. Observing Tong's calm demeanor, which betrayed not a trace of melancholy, she could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. "Aren't you even the slightest bit startled?" "Not at all. I have longed to run for quite some time," Tong replied with a smile. Before inquiring further, "I had thought that you, senior sister, would also be eagerly anticipating our departure." During this period of training, Yi Bauer had frequently engaged in sparring sessions with Tong, thus establishing a certain level of familiarity between them. Tong had initially believed that Yi Bauer would be elated to have escaped from the depths of despair, yet the reality was entirely contrary. Yi Bauer quietly busied herself with packing her belongings, lost in thought. Having resided in this simulated training area for an extended period, everyone had established a small encampment within this region and was currently occupied with tidying up. Meanwhile, Ming Bang was not assisting in the cleanup with the others. Instead, he was engaged in conversation with Ming Lu in a secluded part of the dense forest. As they belonged to the same sect, Ming Lu and Ming Bang were naturally acquainted. even being distant relatives. Qi Tong's affair should not be connected to his cousin Ming Shua's incident. Ming Bang had a cousin in the sect who was murdered by a dark attribute soul master during an expedition, a case that many within the sect were investigating. This incident had generated considerable anxiety among the disciples, with some timid ones even refraining from venturing out for training. However, the incident involving his cousin transpired in the soul fighting arena, and even if the Fire Leopard sect felt dissatisfied, they dared not conduct overt investigations. For the soul fighting arena strictly prohibited private retribution. This principle was fundamental to the arena's existence, and they would not disclose the true information about Xianyin. Although it was commonly stated that once a disciple embarked on training outside, the sect would not intervene, and even if one perished abroad, no one would care. It was undeniable that a direct disciple of their own sect could not be entirely disregarded. Initially, there had only been suspicion, but even now, doubts persisted. Dark attribute soul masters were exceedingly rare. Upon witnessing the body of Ming Shua, which was suffused with dark energy, his uncle had presumed that the assailant would be easy to identify, given the scarcity of dark attribute soul masters. Currently, aside from the aforementioned Xianyin soul master, Qi Tong was the only other one encountered. Nonetheless, Ming Shua was not weak, even if Qi Tong could challenge opponents of a higher rank. How could he possibly have defeated Ming Shua, who was of a higher level at the time of his demise? Yet, this did not entirely negate the possibility that both the Xianyin soul master and Qi Tong possessed devouring attributes. Their similarities were striking aside from the differences in their martial souls. However, their temperaments were worlds apart. Qi Tong exhibited none of the bloodthirsty tendencies in battle. Ming Lu appeared exceedingly conflicted. If Qi Tong were merely an ordinary individual, adhering to the principle of killing 1,000 innocents to eliminate one guilty, he would have simply executed him. However, Qi Tong was not an ordinary person. He was a unique entity capable of performing martial soul fusion techniques with the current prince and a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Douluo Royal Academy. Thus, he could not be easily dispatched. It should not be Qi Tong. Ming Bang remained perplexed. How could one possess both the Black Tiger martial soul and the long-tailed scorpion martial soul? He paused mid-sentence, realizing the impossibility of such a notion. How could it be impossible? Was there not another member in their group who possessed both the Rui Disc martial soul and the Heavenly Star Furnace martial soul, namely Ming Tianlang? Ming Lu observed him quietly, and upon his realization, he let out a sigh. After a prolonged period without resolution, the sect had begun to contemplate the idea of abandonment. The sect could not indefinitely expend resources on matters that bore no promise of outcome. Qi Tong finished packing her luggage and casually surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, she inquired, "Where is Senior Ming Bang?" Yi Baoer glanced over as well and responded brightly, "He must be catching up with teacher Ming Lu. They are distant relatives, after all." So that is the case. The Crimson-Eyed One understood, and subsequently did not dwell on it excessively. Discovering his whereabouts? It seemed highly improbable. Akame executed her actions with impeccable precision, meticulously severing any connection between herself and Xianyin. Even when departing the Grand Soul Arena, she would only remove her mask and erase all traces of her presence in secluded locations where no prying eyes could witness her transformation. Qi Tong stored all his belongings in the storage ring and followed the group out of the simulated training area. Zhao Shuwen walked beside Qi Tong, incessantly chattering. "This time we are heading to a spirit beast valley. I have heard that there are numerous rare spirit beasts within. I am determined to find a space attribute spirit beast this time and learn its skills. I will never allow you to ambush me again." He was still brooding over Qi Tong's previous victory over him using space attributes. Zhou Jin fiercely tugged at his ear and admonished, "Why do you keep bothering the junior? Forgive him." Sun Sikai chuckled lightly. Qi Tong was the only one who would not scold him during his incessant ramblings. Sometimes, he would even respond. Often, Zhao Shuwen's chatter proved to be quite irksome, and few could tolerate it. Seeing this, Qi Tong couldn't help but chuckle and promptly inquired, "Which Soul Beast Valley are you referring to? Is it the Lonin Valley? It is said to be the largest Soul Beast Valley near Xinglua City, and I have heard there are even spirit attribute soul beasts there." Yes, it is indeed the Lonin Valley. However, even in Lonin Valley, spirit attribute soul beasts are exceedingly rare. As for space attribute soul beasts, Zhou Jin glanced helplessly at Zhao Shuwen. They are practically non-existent. How common do you think space attribute soul beasts are? Under that attribute, Qi Tong's dark attribute would be considered rather unremarkable. Moreover, this time the hunt for soul beasts is primarily our responsibility, with our teachers merely providing assistance from the sidelines. thus further diminishing the likelihood of encountering rare soul beasts. Zhou Jin lowered her head, appearing quite dejected, which momentarily left Zhao Shuwen in a state of shock. After all, she was the one who needed spirit attribute soul beasts the most, as she was a soul master who cultivated spirit attributes. And suitable soul beasts for her were indeed scarce. It shouldn't come to that, if there are no suitable soul beasts. Or if a particularly challenging yet fitting soul beast were to appear, the teachers would surely intervene. Tong offered comfort. Sun Sikai also nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. The teacher merely wishes to cultivate our abilities. In reality, he anticipates our growth, so there is no need for excessive anxiety." Upon hearing their words, Zhou Jin's expression softened somewhat. Hong turned her gaze towards Damingyi and inquired, "Are you not coming along?" "No," Damingyi replied, shaking his head. "I intend to spend some more time training under my teacher, striving for a breakthrough to level 38. It would be unwise to fall too far behind." "That makes sense," Hong acknowledged. Perhaps there were rare treasures or unique training methods at Wanjin Douluo that could enhance Damingyi's strength. Thus, it would be prudent for him to train alongside his mentor. Chapter 82. The Soul-Eating Spider Emperor. The Longnan Valley lies not far from the Douluo Imperial City, characterized by its rugged terrain and numerous low trees, interspersed with streams that flow through its secluded and tranquil expanse, making it a haven for avian spirit beasts. At this moment, Ding Liangru and Wang Heng were leading Hong and her companions through the valley. While Ding Liangru may not possess the robust physique of Wang Heng, he was undoubtedly a formidable soul sage, well beyond the novice stage, which qualified him to hold the esteemed position of the head of the Advanced Soul Master Academy. In truth, had it not been for the importance of these individuals to the academy, Wang Heng would have been the one leading the expedition. However, due to Wang Heng's past oversights, Wang Heng was reluctant to allow him to lead alone. As for the spirit beasts they were to hunt, Zhou Jin and Zhao Shuwen were at a loss, while Sun Sikai, Ming Tianlang, and Mu Lian had already set their sights on their targets. "The Longnan Valley is the ideal location for me to hunt spirit beasts," Sun Sikai remarked. "My martial spirit is that of a rock, making it most fitting to absorb the soul rings of avian spirit beasts." He was quite pleased with this prospect, as the selection of spirit beasts here was particularly advantageous for him. Looking skyward, he noted that most of them were compatible with his martial spirit. "I also possess a bird-type martial spirit, ideally a swift-tailed swift, though other speed-oriented spirit beasts would suffice," Ming Tianlang added. "My first 3 soul skills are Healing Light, Strength Light, and Frenzy. For my 4th soul ring, I wish to select one that enhances speed. I would very much like to acquire Tianlong's 3rd soul skill," Mu Lian commented. As one of the only 2 support-type soul masters among the 16, he shared a close bond with Ming Tianlang. His path as a support-type soul master was progressing methodically, with his first 3 soul skills being Defensive Bull Meat, Speed Chestnut, and Strengthened Spinach, the latter of which was Hong's favorite. The strength enhancement from his skills hovered around 25, while the boost from Strengthened Spinach reached 30. Ming Tianlong's 3rd soul skill, Frenzy, was uniquely powerful, allowing one to be Crimson Eye, however, was utterly devoid of any reservations. His prowess was equivalent to that of a level 44 soul master. Once the 3rd soul skill, Evil Goddess Guardian, was activated, he charged recklessly into the heart of the Demon Sunflower Formation, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Undoubtedly taken aback by such an audacious human, let out a furious roar. 2 emerald-hued scythes were simultaneously raised, intersecting to unleash a colossal green cross-shaped shockwave, seemingly poised to strike directly at Crimson Eye. "Be careful," Zhou Jin shouted. "This is the eternal creation of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Physical defenses are rendered futile, and energy defenses are diminished by 50%. Should it strike, the wound will spread infinitely, and the only means of resistance is through soul power, which will ultimately deplete until one is left powerless and perishes." She feared that Crimson Eye, emboldened by the Evil Goddess Guardian, might unwittingly provide an opening for the enemy. Yet Crimson Eye remained unfazed, appearing as if he had not even heard Zhou Jin's warning. Wasn't it just the soul-devouring Spider Emperor? He had encountered such foes before. Chapter 83. Poison Resistance in her early years of cultivation as a soul beast, Tong was blissfully unaware of the countless times she had been besieged, and it is evident that the soul-devouring Spider Emperor was indeed one of the participants in these assaults. How could Akhame not know the ultimate skill of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor? Eternal destruction? It wasn't as if he couldn't dodge it. With a silver flash enveloping his body, Akame instantly leaped onto the back of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. "Senior son, strike with all your might. Don't worry about me." With a fierce shout, Tong unleashed the wind blade of evil wings, aimed directly at the forehead of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, its Achilles heel. Hearing the commotion, Sun Sekai hastily released his second and third soul skills, his beak extending as it dove toward the same vulnerable spot. Zhao Shuwen was still engaged in combat with the small, dark green spiders, while Zhou Jin, under Zhao Shuwen's protection, was not idle either. Placing her palm on the ground, it appeared as though the ethereal image of the demon sunflower tree was being sewn into the earth with her movements. As the phantom was drawn away, the land beneath the soul-devouring Spider Emperor began to rise continuously. Tong plunged his scorpion tail into the creature's body, stabilizing himself while siphoning its soul power. The exoskeleton of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor was exceedingly hard, prompting Tong to drive his attack toward its eyes. Thick soul power, laced with indiscernible toxins, surged toward Tong's body, causing greenish patterns to rapidly spread across his face, as if seeking to engulf him. Yet, remarkably, Tong's expression remained eerily calm. From the moment he laid eyes on the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, this was his intention. The toxins could not damage his body. Instead, the absorption of the creature's soul power would fortify his resistance to poison. Tong, Zhou Jin called out anxiously, her heart racing at the sight of him. Unaware of his true intentions, she could only see the ink-green taint on his scorpion tail, rendering it increasingly bizarre and enchanting. "I'm fine, don't worry." Hong waved her hand towards Zhou Jin, signaling her to unleash her attack at will. Upon seeing this, Zhou Jin let out a sigh of relief. Her previously drooping hand suddenly shot upward, causing countless vines to surge forth beneath the soul-eating Spider Emperor, propelling it away. Following this, a colossal demon sunflower tree emerged, resembling a prison, ensnaring the opponent within its branches. The air was thick with neurotoxic substances, and Zhou Jin was utterly exhausted. This was her second soul skill. The growth of the demon sunflower, which consumed a substantial amount of soul power, comparable to that of her third soul skill, yet the results were remarkably effective. All that remained was for Hong to nearly drain it, and once the neurotoxin permeated, their soul-hunting endeavor would be a resounding success. After a while, Hong, appearing as if she had feasted to her heart's content, gracefully leaped down from the exoskeleton of the soul-eating Spider Emperor. Assisting others in hunting soul beasts was the most beneficial way for her to enhance her abilities, as she could surreptitiously absorb the nutrients from the soul beasts without anyone noticing. The dark green hue on her scorpion tail had faded, as if nothing had ever occurred. "Are you all right?" Zhao Shuwen inquired curiously, leaning closer to Hong. Just moments ago, she had seemed deeply poisoned, yet now she appeared vibrant and full of life, completely unharmed. Having employed her third soul skill, the toxins merely clung to the surface, failing to penetrate her internal organs and inflict significant harm. In fact, the toxin's infiltration would even induce a form of resistance in her skin. As an expert in the realm of devouring, he possessed numerous precautionary measures. Zhao Shuwen gave a thumbs up and nodded repeatedly. "You and Sun Sahan are truly talented. You managed to uncover the most peculiar cultivation methods." "Is it really so strange?" Crimson Eye felt no apprehension as she gazed at the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, which remained suspended, yet still failed to manifest a soul ring. Sun Sekai gradually descended from the heights, his voice laced with mild reproach. "Next time, do remember to inform me in advance. Otherwise, it is all too easy to cause unnecessary worry." Indeed, Zhou Jin nodded while gripping a dagger, leaving Crimson Eye momentarily dumbfounded. "This cannot be my fault, can it?" She frowned, retreating slightly. In the midst of battle, every fleeting moment is invaluable. Excessive conversation could lead to missed opportunities. Observing Zhou Jin clutching the dagger, Crimson Eye felt a pang of anxiety, and Zhao Shuwen was even more perturbed, having expended minimal effort earlier, as if he had been slacking off. "I was not slacking. I was protecting you. Once I resolved the situation, our junior secured victory. Had I not shielded you, you would have found it inconvenient to utilize your second soul skill. Correct?" Zhao Shuwen raised an eyebrow with a smile, leaving Zhou Jin utterly perplexed. "What are you talking about?" Zhou Jin stepped forward, her vines ensnaring the nearly lifeless soul-devouring Spider Emperor, and with a swift thrust, she plunged her dagger into its joints, severing it in half. A circle of purple soul rings materialized before her. "It was dying too slowly. I expedited its demise." Zhou Jin teased the others, clearly in good spirits. The soul-devouring Spider Emperor is among the elite of spider-type martial souls, renowned for its toxic abilities. Should she acquire a soul skill like Eternal Creation, it would indeed be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Indeed, Ding Liangru praised. It may not be the most suitable for you, but it will significantly enhance your strength. Suitable soul beasts are inherently rare. Zhou Jin cheerfully nodded and settled on the ground to begin absorbing the soul ring. With Ding Liangru and Wang Heng present, there was no longer any concern for safety. Tomorrow, Lang finally retracted his healing light, causing Mu Lian to hesitate. The healing ability seems quite admirable. Seizing the moment while Zhou Jin absorbed the soul ring, Mu Lian approached Ding Liangru. Director, which is better, healing ability or berserk ability? Mu Lian was genuinely conflicted. I believe the healing ability is commendable. With it, my auxiliary capabilities would be nearly comprehensive, at least in foundational skills. Yet, the berserk ability also appears advantageous, enhancing attributes across the board. He was utterly uncertain about his choice. Ding Liangru, however, regarded Tomorrow Lang with a peculiar expression before patting Mu Lian on the shoulder. Why must it be either berserk or healing? You are a food-type soul master, primarily an auxiliary soul master. The auxiliary abilities are myriad and do not necessarily require you to follow the paths of others. Just because something aids others does not mean it is suitable for you. Consider, Ding Liangru gestured towards the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. If you were to absorb that soul ring, you might gain detoxification abilities or perhaps other capabilities. Mu Lian was momentarily taken aback. Do not confine your life. Chapter 84. Summoning the Demon Vine. Listening to Ding Liangru's words, Mu Lian appeared contemplative. At this moment, Tomorrow Lang, significantly younger than Mu Lian, exhibited remarkable maturity. Half an hour later, Zhou Jin successfully absorbed the soul ring, stretching luxuriously. Her 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings swirling around her, signaling her breakthrough to the soul sect level. I have finally broken through. Zhou Jin felt a surge of satisfaction. In truth, she had reached the 40th level some time ago, but during that period of intensive training, her instructors advised her to acquire soul rings afterward, maintaining her at level 40 for a while longer. Jia Shuwen and the others were in the same situation. However, as a result, upon absorbing the soul ring and surpassing the 40th level threshold, her soul power had risen to level 43. Yet, compared to her soul power level, the group was evidently more curious about her 4th soul ring skill. What is your 4th soul skill? Zhao Shuwen inquired directly. Summon Demon Vine, Zhou Jin replied. Although it bore no relation to Eternal Creation, it was still commendable. It was a variant summon from the previously encountered soul-devouring Spider Emperor. But due to slight alterations in my martial soul, it transformed into small demon vines. The energy consumed is approximately 1/5, capable of summoning around 20 demon vines for assault. Yet instead of neurotoxic substances, they unleashed the poison of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Most crucially, at that moment, Zhou Jin's voice trailed off as she winked at the others, creating an air of suspense. As anticipated, many were intrigued. Wang Heng cast a cold glance, exclaiming, "Stop dawdling. Just say it." Zhou Jin's smile faltered, prompting Zhao Shuwen to chuckle in delight. Most importantly, these demon vines also possess reconnaissance capabilities, assisting in scouting for suitable soul beasts nearby. Zhou Jin lowered her head, speaking softly, resembling a quail before Wang Heng, entirely devoid of her usual bravado. Chong gazed in admiration, gaining a newfound understanding of Wang Heng's esteemed position. Indeed, those who appear formidable are seldom challenged. When Wang Heng cast another glance, Qi Hong promptly fell silent. Although Ding Liangru's prowess surpassed that of Wang Heng, his intimidating presence was not as impactful, the primary reason being Wang Heng's fearlessness should he be displeased. He would not hesitate to take action. What are you afraid of? Sun Sikai chuckled, nudging Qi Hong playfully. I believe teacher Wang Heng actually holds you in great affection. Sun Sikai frequently observed Wang Heng inviting Qi Hong to dine at his home on his days off, a gesture he seldom witnessed directed towards others. Teacher Wang Heng. Crimson eyes hovered between words, embodying the philosophy that strikes are affection and harsh words signify love. Sun Sikai's gaze became peculiarly enigmatic, oscillating between a cold stare at Wang Heng and a hurried attempt to shift the conversation. Since exploration was permissible, it was prudent to swiftly identify a suitable spirit beast, lest prolonged delay engender unforeseen complications. Shoji nodded in agreement, releasing her 4th soul skill. The spectral image of the demon sunflower tree took root beneath the ground, while the terrain before Zhou Jin sprouted numerous half-meter-tall little demon sunflowers, each emerging from the earth, their roots firmly planted in the soil, creating an odd spectacle. Zhao Shuwen's complexion turned ashen. He covered his eyes to avoid the sight, yet his complaints were incessant. "Zhou Jin, your soul skill is becoming increasingly revolting." He shuddered, the goosebumps rising on his arms, feeling a wave of discomfort. The sight of sunflowers with legs was utterly chilling. Zhou Jin, who had initially felt elated after breaking through to the Soul Master level, suddenly wore a dark expression. Sun Sikai found himself mediating the situation, eventually persuading the little demon sunflowers to venture forth for reconnaissance. While Zhao Shuwen continued to express his disbelief, Crimson Eyes had already begun inquiring about the specifics of Zhou Jin's exploration methods. "Well, it seems those demon sunflowers extend my vision. In essence, I am entrusting a portion of my mental energy to them. Through this method, they relay back what they observe," Zhou Jin elucidated, momentarily forgetting her irritation with Zhao Shuwen. Suddenly, Zhou Jin's focused attention captured everyone's interest. In the southeast, 3 spirit beasts were engaged in battle, seemingly embroiled in a territorial dispute. "Engaged in a quarrel?" Zhao Shuwen exclaimed with excitement, only to receive a sharp rap on the head from Zhou Jin. "Do you think this is merely a spectacle? This is an opportunity." "What opportunity?" Zhao Shuwen asked, bewildered. "A chance to catch them all at once," Sun Sikai replied with a smile, then turned to Zhou Jin, inquiring, "Which 3 spirit beasts?" "The 4-eyed cat eagle, the hummingbird, and a rather inconsequential crimson earth dragon." Age. This region of Longjin Valley primarily hosts spirit beasts aged between 4,000 to 6,000 years. In that instant, Zhou Jin and Sun Sikai exchanged knowing smiles before turning their attention to Ming Tianlang. Undoubtedly, the hummingbird, a diminutive flying spirit beast, perfectly suited Ming Tianlang's preferences, while the 4-eyed cat eagle, known for its impressive speed and defensive capabilities, was naturally a target for him. As for the crimson earth dragon, it remained of little concern to anyone. As Qiang listened to the descriptions from the 2 individuals, he found himself somewhat dazed. Why would the crimson earth dragon and the avian soul beast have territorial disputes? Having once been a soul beast himself, he thought it only natural for one to soar in the skies while the other roamed the ground, resulting in mutual disregard. Soul beasts under 50,000 years rarely possess a concept of aerial territory. "Have you already divided it?" Zhao Shuwen exclaimed, rendered speechless. Having spent several years together, it was only natural that they could comprehend each other's intentions. "Indeed," Sun Sikai nodded, "my junior's requirements align perfectly, yet you have yet to establish any direction. Mu Lian has found his path, while you seem to be merely wandering around, picking and choosing." Zhao Shuwen had always lacked direction, and Sun Sikai could not help but admonish him. "If you continue this way, when the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent commences, you will find it impossible to locate a suitable soul beast." Sun Sikai, who usually refrained from harsh words, often spoke with piercing clarity at critical moments, striking straight to the heart of the matter. His gaze shifted towards Ming Tianlang as he sought his opinion. "Junior, is this acceptable?" What they had just discussed was merely their thoughts. Whether to proceed would depend on Ming Tianlang's agreement. "Seniors, may I inquire about the specific age?" Ming Tianlang asked upon hearing. "I have absorbed quite a few soul rings previously, and my physical capabilities have improved rapidly. I should be able to absorb a soul ring of a greater age." "Allow me to examine it," Zhou Jin said, closing his eyes to concentrate before turning to Ding Liangru. "Director, the beak measures around half a meter, and the fur leans towards reddish-brown. It must be a hummingbird soul beast over 5,000 years old, correct?" "Indeed," Ding Liangru nodded, then inquired further, "Does it have patterns on its chest?" Zhou Jin frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before replying. "It seems there are some, but the markings are faint and occupy only half of the chest. That should indicate a soul beast around 5,500 years old," Ding Liangru deduced, noting that such a beast would likely fall within Ming Tianlang's absorption range without exceeding his limits significantly. "Director, I require this soul beast," Ming Tianlang stated plainly, making his intentions clear. While they could manage a soul beast of 4,000 years with effort, one exceeding 5,000 years posed a considerable risk. Naturally, they were not entirely unwilling to take risks. However, with 3 soul beasts gathered together, should they witness their intervention and unite against them, it could lead to significant complications and potential oversights. Thus, it was evident that they required the assistance of Ding Liangru and Wang Heng. "You have it easy," Wang Heng grumbled, growing increasingly frustrated. Despite their tenuous connection, he felt a sense of loss. There is no need for such lamentation. They must hunt for their soul beasts in the future, as this situation is indeed unique. Three soul beasts clashing is a rare occurrence. Ding Liangru remained unperturbed. Moreover, this endeavor was primarily intended for their training, yet these youngsters were not without experience. There is no need for excessive concern. At this moment, Shihong raised his hand, volunteering. Teacher, may I engage in battle? I do not require much, just that crimson earth dragon. Akame's crimson eyes gleamed with palpable anticipation. A 4,000-year soul beast would typically contain enough energy to elevate a soul master of equivalent rank by 1 or 2 levels. However, Akame's soul power was of exceptional purity, requiring refinement, filtration, and compression before absorption. A single devouring soul spider emperor could hardly satiate his voracious appetite. While the others recoiled from the scarlet earth dragon in disdain, Akame regarded it with keen interest. Ding Liangru was momentarily taken aback. Never expecting Akame to make such a request. You intend to engage it alone? Ding Liangru frowned, his reluctance evident. A coordinated assault against a 4,000-year soul beast would ensure high odds of victory, but a solo confrontation carried significant peril, especially for a mere soul elder. Worry not. Surprisingly, it was Wang Heng who now offered reassurance. Akame has already demonstrated the ability to challenge soul ancestors beyond his rank. He remains a soul elder. Ding Liangru's voice rose sharply, urgency lacing his words. If anything were to befall him, how could I ever face his departed parents? Perishing in a soul beast hunt. Beyond rescue? Slain by a scarlet earth dragon right before a soul sage and a soul emperor? The crimson-eyed individual felt an exacerbated headache upon hearing the words. As the overly protective teacher found himself in a state of helplessness. However, was not the dean advocating for experience? To gain experience safely under the watchful gaze of elders was not an invitation to act at one's whim. Ding Liangru spoke with remarkable candor, and upon finishing, he too was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, he continued, in any case, I must express my disagreement. The reason behind the crimson eyes remains unspoken, however. Ding Liangru stands as the strongest in this realm. If he cannot be persuaded, there is little that crimson eyes can do but yield. Besides Wang Heng, the others also harbor concerns for crimson eyes' safety, unwilling to let him take unnecessary risks. They await the return of the dean and teacher Wang Heng from their hunt for soul beasts. Observing their demeanor, Crimson Eyes refrains from inciting them to join in his reckless endeavor and quietly states, very well. You shall observe from a distance while we make a swift return. Wang Heng appears remarkably at ease. Indeed, it is a simple task for him, as a few millennium-old soul beasts pose little challenge. Had it not been for the fear of those beasts potentially fleeing, Ding Liangru would not even need to intervene. With that, he vanishes into the thicket in a blink. Under the guidance of Sun Sikai, Tong and the others stealthily made their way to a concealed location. The three soul beasts appeared utterly oblivious to their precarious situation, continuing their fierce struggle and relentless biting. Just as the crimson dragon's neck was being pecked by the hummingbird and the four-eyed cat eagle, Wang Heng erupted into action. Wang Heng's martial soul was a formidable diamond bear, possessing extraordinary destructive power. In contrast, Ding Liangru's martial soul was decidedly more refined, manifesting as a brush. Yet this seemingly delicate weapon was also classified as a powerful assault type. This marks the first occasion for Tong to witness Ding Liangru's combat style, which is remarkably succinct. Surrounding him are 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. The 4th soul ring flickers, and a hefty brush is firmly grasped in Ding Liangru's hand, its pristine wolf hair tip stained with a hint of violet ink. With a mere flick of the brush, he begins to trace intricate patterns around the 3 soul beasts, the ink connecting to form a prison that ensnares them within. Behold, the principal's 4th soul skill. Drawing the earth as a prison, possesses the formidable ability to confine soul masters of equal rank for a minimum of 3 seconds. Mingtian Lang marvels at the display. Having accompanied Ding Liangru when he infused his 2nd martial soul with soul rings, he possesses an intimate understanding of Ding Liangru's soul skills. Indeed, without Mingtian Lang's praise, the onlookers can readily discern the sheer power of this soul skill, and Tong pointed at himself in disbelief, and upon receiving an affirmative response, was momentarily taken aback. This was not a matter of pretentiousness. Rather, he had never encountered such an experience before. A human, entirely unrelated to him by blood and sharing not a single resemblance, showed him such profound care, leaving Tong feeling both honored and astonished. Ultimately, he felt a twinge of concern for the other, for he was, after all, entirely fabricated. The director had mentioned that without a strong backing, it could hardly be considered a trial, so I shall provide that support for you. You may indulge him. remarked Ding Liangru with a grunt, clearly resigned to the situation. He had never intended to hinder Qi Tong's development. He merely perceived it as perilous. However, with Wang Heng now providing support, Ding Liangru had no objections. At that moment, Ming Tianlang and Zhao Shuwen each plunged their daggers into the chest of the two soul beasts, watching as 2 rings of purple soul energy ascended. It was evident that the aura emanating from Ming Tianlang was decidedly richer, as these two prepared to absorb the soul rings. Wang Heng patted the still-dazed Qi Tong and chuckled. What's the matter? Have you been moved by your teacher? Wang Heng had intended only to jest. But to his surprise, Qi Tong solemnly nodded, prompting a shift in Wang Heng's expression. You don't strike me as someone easily swayed, he remarked. Nearby, Zhao Shuwen, overhearing their exchange, approached with a glimmer in his eyes, his voice gravelly as he teased Wang Heng. Teacher Wang, you mustn't show favoritism. I want to experience this too. Wang Heng raised an eyebrow in response. Experience. Zhao Shuwen's countenance stiffened instantly, his tone returning to normal as he hastily waved his hands. No. I'm not looking for trouble. With Zhao Shuwen's interruption, both Wang Heng and Qi Tong chose not to continue their previous conversation. Wang Heng simply inquired if Qi Tong wished to engage in a sparring match. No, I prefer not to. Crimson Eyes responded. The crimson-eyed individual, astonishingly, unequivocally declined Wang Heng's proposal, an act that left everyone in disbelief. After all, it was originally Qi Tong who suggested this sparring idea. And now that Wang Heng had fulfilled his wish, it seemed only fitting that Qi Tong, if for the sake of Wang Heng, would not refuse. Except for the already engaged Meng Tianlang and Sun Sikai, all eyes were fixed on Qi Tong, filled with confusion and a hint of irritation. There is no rationale in this world for such a capricious reversal. Yet, in the next moment, the crowd was utterly stunned, their shock and bewilderment intensifying. That was not merely a soul beast. It was the true embodiment of a person's martial spirit. The crimson eyes firmly fixated on the colossal red earth dragon confined within its designated boundaries, while the onlookers deemed his words absurd. The determination in his gaze was strikingly resolute. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, and the crimson dragon seemed to let out a soft whimper, an expression of its own innocence. The crimson-eyed figure, however, disregarded all else, fixating their gaze upon the fallen crimson earth dragon, seemingly anticipating the revelation of its true form. Dean, just to be cautious, perhaps you should strike it down first. Qi Tong suddenly turned around, earnestly making a request, seemingly having abandoned her previous thoughts. Chapter 87. More than just a competition. Mu Lian gazed on, still feeling a sense of shock. Is it truly possible for someone's martial soul manifestation to be indistinguishable from reality? Certainly. Ding Liangru nodded, explaining that with sufficient cultivation and a profound understanding of martial soul manifestations, such a phenomenon is not beyond the realm of possibility. Is it difficult for soul masters of the same rank to discern this? Mu Lian inquired further. Upon hearing this, Ding Liangru realized Mu Lian was referring to himself, which made him somewhat awkward. Naturally, soul masters of the same rank can be deceived, as they lack any advantage in cultivation and thus do not possess the divine perspective. Mu Lian then suddenly pointed at Qi Tong. But why was it that the junior could see through it? I did not perceive anything. Qi Tong shook her head. I merely find it exceedingly peculiar, which is why I ventured a random guess. If I were capable of discerning the truth, I would not have needed to raise my voice to frighten him away. Instead, I would have allowed the dean to directly intervene and resolve the matter. What is so strange about this? Zhao Shuwen remained oblivious. There is no reason for avian soul beasts to engage in conflict with the Crimson Earth Dragon over territorial disputes, as their habitats do not overlap. In fact, the likelihood of the four-eyed cat hawk and the hummingbird battling over this issue is far greater. The presence of that Crimson Earth Dragon is utterly superfluous. Furthermore, Akame let out a contemplative hum, seemingly recalling the details of the recent battle. The two avian spirit beasts had jointly pecked at that Crimson Earth Dragon. Under normal circumstances, spirit beasts would never cooperate, let alone those competing for territory. Unless both the four-eyed cat owl and the hummingbird spirit beast regarded each other as their greatest adversary or enemy, they wouldn't have sought to eliminate the other first. Akame was well versed in the nature of spirit beasts, so at a glance, she recognized something was amiss. This must be the work of a rival, Wang Heng cursed bitterly. Zhou Jin sighed, dazed but more perplexed than anything. Is a mere competition worth all this? It is, Ding Liangru corrected sternly, his expression grave. The children were still too naive, unaware of the weight such matters carried. As their teacher, it was his duty to enlighten them. I know many of you share this sentiment, rushing to submit team rosters early, retaining seniors who should have graduated, even resorting to espionage. Is it excessive to go this far for a competition? I tell you, it is not. This is not just a competition. It is authority, prestige forged by the two great empires and the Spirit Hall. The victor of the first tournament will elevate their academy to unprecedented heights. All prodigious students will yearn to study at this newfound educational sanctuary. To learn there, to remain there, an endless stream of talent will become an endless supply of spirit masters. A nation's strength may soar on these very winds. This is the power of reputation. At these words, Zhou Jin froze before nodding faintly. It was a perspective she had never considered. To her, the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament had merely been a grand spectacle. She had never pondered the implications behind it. This was the first time Ding Liangru had broached the subject with Zhou Jin and the others, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Yet Akame remained utterly indifferent to the matter. Headmaster. Suddenly, Tong called out to Ding Liangru and inquired, "May I have a glance at the remains of those two soul beasts? Perhaps there might be some clues." "Go ahead," he replied. Chapter 88. The majestic bear Ming Tianlang, upon noticing the situation, enveloped Zhou Jin with an additional layer of healing light. Although it could not directly restore soul power, it would enhance her condition somewhat. "Thank you," Zhou Jin nodded slightly. Yet her spirit remained low. "Let us rest for a while before proceeding." Ding Liangru issued a command, recognizing that after enduring battle and remaining vigilant, their state was far from optimal. Engaging with unknown soul beasts in such a condition would be exceedingly perilous. Zhao Shuwen stifled a yawn and pointed to the noticeably dimming light, asking, "Can we set up a tent to rest? At this hour, we should refrain from preparing for further action." Although it appeared as though they had accomplished little, Zhao Shuwen still felt profoundly fatigued. They had only arrived at Longnan Valley in the late afternoon, and now the daylight had indeed faded. "Let us rest, then. We shall hunt the soul beasts tomorrow." "Hooray!" Zhao Shuwen exclaimed exuberantly, rallying everyone to set up the tent, pulling Ming Tianlang and Sun Si Kai into the task. It was evident that Zhou Jin required recuperation. While Tong took over her role of surveying the surroundings, and Mu Lian, being a food-type soul master, attended to provisions. With crimson eyes, Tong extended her hand towards Mu Liang, contentedly receiving a piece of robust beef. After savoring it, she gave Mu Liang a thumbs up, generously bestowing her praise. "In my eyes, you are the most exceptional food-type soul master." Qizhong spoke in a hesitant manner, and it was only with great effort that Mu Liang managed to grasp the essence of what he was trying to convey. The words were both heartfelt and dismissive. "Surely, my beef brisket is devoid of any seasoning, is it not?" Qizhong waved his finger before Mu Liang, a look of utter delight on his face. "You don't understand. The taste of this primal essence is unparalleled." Wang Hang snatched the barbaric beef from Qizhong, delivering a playful rap on his head while admonishing, "You were sent to patrol, not to indulge." In the midst of this reprimand, Wang Hang swiftly popped the beef into his mouth, his eyes widening in astonishment. The meat, brimming with juices, erupted with flavor upon the first bite, the sweet, oily essence dancing upon his tongue, caressing every taste bud, leaving him yearning for more as it slid down his throat. Despite its ordinary flavor, the lack of seasoning rendered it uniquely exquisite. The primal taste was indeed remarkable. Qizhong, having received a playful punch and his beef stolen, wore an expression of despondence. Upon seeing Wang Hung approach, Mo Yang felt a spark of inspiration and inquired, "Teacher, do you know of any soul beasts with strong regenerative abilities?" "Oh, have you found a soul beast that piques your interest?" Wang Hang raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in his tone. "I have a general direction." Mo Yang candidly expressed his thoughts. "I noticed Zhou Jin was heavily drained earlier. If there exists a soul skill capable of replenishing energy, it would provide immense convenience and hope for prolonged combat. With such an ability surpassing that of our foes, our potential for action expands significantly." Mo Yang spoke with excitement, brimming with anticipation for this chosen path. A commendable idea. Chapter 89. Breakthrough. Suddenly, Zhou Jin's little demon sunflower unleashed all of its sunflower seeds, showering them onto the back of the mighty bear. The seeds shimmered with an eerie purple glow but were rebuffed upon contact with the bear's tough hide. Simultaneously, the four companions erupted into action. Sun Kai leveraged his martial spirit's advantage to soar into the air, launching continuous attacks from his elevated position. The mighty bear opened its arms and let out a furious roar, seemingly enraged that anyone would dare disturb it at that moment. The demon sunflower behind Zhou Jin swelled slightly, its branches swaying as they fired numerous crystalline sunflower seeds, surrounding the mighty bear. The seeds extended tendrils, resembling a web, sprawling across the areas easily accessible to the bear. Unlike Zhao Shuwen, the mighty bear was unaware of Zhou Jin's abilities and did not comprehend that touching those tendrils would unleash a torrent of neurotoxic mist. The mighty bear found the tendrils to be particularly bothersome, swiping its arm to sever them, allowing the noxious mist to disperse. Zhou Jin's tendrils were designed to activate only upon being torn, lacking resilience, and were susceptible to breaking upon contact. The neurotoxin was inhaled by the bear with each breath, and as a creature of such immense size, it quickly consumed the toxin. The venom from the soul-devouring Spider King had failed to breach the bear's defenses previously, but the neurotoxin posed no such obstacle, entering the enemy's body through respiration, making it unavoidable. As the mighty bear faltered, it was clear it had been affected by the neurotoxin, its previously heavy footsteps now faltering. Most soul beasts with exceptional physical attributes share common weaknesses, sluggish reactions, and weak mental fortitude. Truly well-rounded soul beasts are rare, often excelling in one domain while lacking in another. Zhou Jin, however, was perfectly poised to exploit this vulnerability. At the moment the mighty bear stumbled, Zhao Shuwen was swift to act, unleashing his third soul skill, the immense tower of the Heavenly King, which enveloped the mighty bear. Akame and Zhao Shuwen swiftly followed, darting into the narrow confines of the Heavenly King Tower. The colossal frame of the raging bear was severely restricted within the cramped space, rendering its movements cumbersome and ineffective. In contrast, Akame and Zhao Shuwen maneuvered with effortless agility. Zhao Shuwen unleashed his first and second soul skills simultaneously, maintaining the form of a swift-tailed swallow while spewing forth scorching flames, relentlessly assailing the raging bear. However, as he had yet to obtain his fourth soul ring, his soul power reserves were limited, and such an aggressive assault drained his energy rapidly. His endurance was fleeting. "Hurry, Akame!" Zhao Shuwen shouted urgently. Crimson Eye hastened to approach the imposing bear, employing the first spirit skill to strike at its neck, while the scorpion tail behind surged forward with equal intent. This had been the most vulnerable spot of the formidable bear that Crimson Eye had discerned after hours of observation. As the spirit energy surged forth, Crimson Eye's complexion flushed, veins bulging as though they might burst. Observing Crimson Eye's success, Zhao Shuwen relaxed, retracting the Heavenly King Tower into his body, and swiftly fell behind Zhou Jin, panting heavily, his spirit energy completely depleted. Zhou Jin, however, still possessed sufficient spirit energy, continuing to assist Crimson Eye in restraining the rampaging bear. High above, Sun Sekai relentlessly launched attacks, inflicting wound after wound upon the beast, yet remained apprehensive. Even at this moment, the bear bore only superficial injuries, healing at a remarkable rate. It was primarily Zhou Jin's neurotoxic substances that had managed to exert a modicum of control over it. Crimson Eyes also experiences discomfort. His absorption is not without limitations, requiring him to maintain control within a certain range. Should he exceed his capabilities by too great a margin, he risks catastrophic bodily harm. Although the current situation is devoid of such peril, the anguish remains palpable. This robust bear, despite possessing a cultivation of merely around 4,000 years, boasts an exceptionally vigorous life force. As Crimson Eyes absorbs this essence, he not only senses an enhancement in his soul power but also perceives a simultaneous elevation in his meridians and flesh. However, it is precisely this enhancement that subjects him to immense pressure. Tong felt as though her very blood was boiling, a restless heat enveloping her entire being. Damn it! Hong could not restrain himself from uttering a curse, and thus, he unleashed his second soul skill using the surplus soul power, striking towards the neck of the mighty bear. The bear's neck was eroded and sliced, its defenses shattered, and the gushing blood essence surged forth. Hong could only focus on absorbing the flowing essence. Since he could not bear to waste it, he resolved to consume it all. The blood essence continuously poured in, even escaping through Hong's pores. The soul power surged more violently under the influence of the blood essence, directly charging towards the bottleneck of level 39. Moreover, due to the high quality of the mighty bear's soul power, Hong's transformation required little time. Bang! Hong felt an overwhelming surge of soul power erupting from within, shattering his limitations and elevating his soul strength to the 39th level, with further ascension still underway. Observing Hong's unusual state, the onlookers were filled with apprehension, simultaneously concerned for his well-being and wary of the potentially volatile bear. In this tense atmosphere, Wang Heng and Ding Liangru could no longer remain passive spectators. They positioned themselves behind the others, vigilant for any movements from the formidable bear, ready to intervene should an unforeseen event occur. However, it was evident that everything remained within Qizhong's capacity to manage. Approximately the duration of an incense stick later, both Qizhong and the imposing bear collapsed to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, Qizhong gestured to Mu Lian, urging him to act swiftly. Without delay, Mu Lian dashed forward, brandishing his martial soul, a cleaver, and aimed for the bear's neck. As the violet soul ring materialized, Qizhong mustered the strength to rise, though the surging vitality rendered him unsteady, leaving him with a disconcerting sense of imbalance. "Thank you." Mu Lian expressed his gratitude, steadying Qizhong as he intended to lead him to a nearby resting place. "No need." Qizhong replied, "I have also gained my fair share of benefits." Crimson Eyes appeared somewhat indifferent, her demeanor slightly dazed. Just as the two turned to depart, a beleaguered creature suddenly emerged from nowhere, seizing the massive bear and attempting to flee with its prize. Chapter 90, The Return of the Purple Spirit Beast. Zhao Shuwen shouted the name of that soul beast. It was a violet spirit beast, not particularly nimble in its movements, yet remarkably audacious, daring to snatch their quarry in front of everyone. However, the group had just emerged from a fierce battle and, exhausted, capturing the violet spirit beast proved to be quite challenging. Perhaps this was precisely the intention of the violet spirit beast, after all. Such brazen competition for prey was a rarity. Nonetheless, they were not alone in this endeavor. Ming Tianlang, still brimming with energy, called out, "Teacher, a violet spirit beast is stealing a soul beast." Wang Heng and Ding Liangru naturally observed this scene. In truth, there was no need for Ming Tianlang's plea for help, as Wang Heng had already charged forward, his sixth spirit ring shimmering, aiming to strike the violet spirit beast down with a single punch. It had practically delivered itself to him, begging for a beating. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Shuwen urgently yelled, "Teacher, it's a psychic-type soul beast. It possesses psychic abilities." Zhao Shuwen's face was filled with anxiety, his urgency palpable. Seeing Wang Heng's determined expression, he feared that Wang Heng might inadvertently kill the violet spirit beast, thereby complicating their search for his soul ring. Upon hearing Zhao Shuwen's warning, Wang Heng belatedly recalled that Zhao Shuwen was in need of a psychic-type soul beast, and this violet spirit beast happened to wield psychic skills. No problem. Wang Heng reduced his strength slightly and redirected his attack toward the violet spirit beast's lumbar region, deliberately avoiding its vital points. The violet spirit beast, burdened by the massive bear, moved sluggishly. Now that Wang Heng had cornered it, it had little resistance left, but it defiantly emitted a pale beam of light. Wang Heng felt his consciousness momentarily waver, yet he could still discern his surroundings clearly and delivered a powerful punch. Although his aim was slightly off, it was inconsequential. The violet spirit beast fell unconscious. "Come here," Wang Heng called back, motioning for Zhao Shuwen and Mu Lian. Once these two successfully obtained their soul rings, their mission would be deemed a resounding success. Zhao Shuwen and Mu Lian hurried over, their expressions tinged with joy, eager to avoid any further mishaps. After vanquishing the violet spirit beast, Zhao Shuwen and Mu Lian began to absorb their soul rings, while Crimson Eyes focused on assimilating the sudden surge of energy. By the time Crimson Eyes completed her absorption, Zhao Shuwen and Mu Lian had already finished with their soul rings. Zhao Shuwen lamented that his soul skill did not seem as extraordinary as he had imagined. It's a psychic shock type skill that can weaken an opponent's mental strength, essentially. It impacts their psyche. That's still commendable. Did you not see how Teacher Wang Heng was momentarily disoriented earlier? When combined with your other soul skills, its effectiveness will surely be remarkable. At this moment, only Mu Lian could offer Zhao Shuwen any consolation. What about your soul skill? Is it the one you desired? Indeed. Mu Lian nodded, his spirits evidently high. Grasping his martial soul, the kitchen knife, he recited, "No matter how skilled one is, fear the kitchen knife." As he manifested half a bear paw, astounding Crimson Eyes. Your ingredients have become increasingly exquisite. From simple spinach to a bear paw, this is a monumental leap. Mu Lian, rendered speechless, quietly explained his soul skill. The bear paw allows for comprehensive restoration, promoting healing, replenishing stamina and soul power, and alleviating fatigue and pain. The most significant abilities are the restoration of stamina and soul power, which will manifest more prominently. A bear paw truly is a nourishing delicacy. Zhang Shuwen chuckled, patting Mu Lian on the shoulder. "All right, since you have completed your absorption, let us prepare for the return journey." Ding Liangru beckoned to the group. "Your time is limited. After a period of training, the competition will commence. Strive to enhance your strength." The group acknowledged this, while Crimson Eyes continued to adjust her state. The return journey proceeded smoothly, and upon their arrival at the Xinghua Imperial City, Crimson Eyes was summoned by Guanhong. I have devised a solution for your soul power issue. Upon meeting, Guanhong declared this with palpable excitement. He had previously faced the absurdity of providing compensation that the recipient could not utilize, necessitating the development of new soul skills, which left him feeling somewhat indebted. Now, he finally had a resolution. As long as I seal your martial soul, you can cultivate. Once your training is complete, I shall lift the seal. Tong fell into a contemplative silence, her expression tinged with a hint of reluctance. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. Director, it is unnecessary. I have already perfected my skills. During the training period, Tong had not been idle, in addition to her daily regimen. She had also engaged in the cultivation of her self-created soul techniques. Guanhong was momentarily taken aback, appearing somewhat dazed. Is it truly possible to cultivate amidst such explosive conditions? How did you manage that? Explosions are merely a part of the process, Tong candidly replied, her tone revealing a trace of melancholy. While being subjected to blast poses challenges, it does not render cultivation impossible. It is merely more arduous, yet still achievable. Crimson Eye is not one to idly await solutions. Rather than lingering for a method that may never manifest, it is far wiser to embark on a personal endeavor. Even if success eludes him, he shall gain invaluable experience. In truth, he succeeded. However, the technique he cultivated appears to diverge significantly from that of the Dean. This is entirely normal. Guanhong, unfazed, recalled that Crimson Eye had previously discussed this matter with him. Did you not transform my principle of yielding to strength into an explosive collision? Yet the student insisted that he had developed an alternate version based on the Dean's teachings, methodically adhering to the established guidelines. What? Guanhong was momentarily taken aback, murmuring as if he were untangling his own thoughts. You have derived two techniques from my teachings, one stumbled upon by chance, and the other, although following my path, has diverged to an entirely different destination? Tong nodded. First, he gathered two spheres of energy in his hands, merging them together before placing them in his left hand. This was the product of a collision, the Wind Thunder Blast. Guanhong nodded in approval, watching as Tong casually tossed the Wind Thunder Blast onto a patch of empty ground, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Tong had now mastered the ability to manipulate his attacks freely, marking the completion of his self-created soul skill. Then, he observed Tong methodically create two more energy spheres. This time, he did not merge them. Instead, he skillfully controlled the two energies to coexist without interference, resembling the harmonious balance of the Taiji diagram, and they quietly rested in his hand. This was the product of their combination, the dual polar shield, a technique dedicated entirely to defense. Chapter 91, Preparation for the Match 1 Offense, 1 Defense. Were they born from the same self-created soul skill? Or was it a gift from him? Guanhong felt a twinge of disbelief, yet the evidence lay plainly before him. He had never imagined that his self-created soul skill could manifest in two distinct forms, including his own. There were now three paths to explore. Your method, Dean, employs softness to overcome hardness, deflecting the opponent's force and using it to achieve an attack. My approach, while still rooted in the principle of softness overcoming hardness, has evolved into a purely defensive soul skill. Crimson Eye expressed her predicament, a hint of confusion evident in her demeanor. Do not overthink it, she mused. A soul skill manifests differently in each individual, much like how the majority of people, when acquiring spirit rings, cannot obtain a soul skill identical to that of the spirit beast they have hunted. The uniqueness of each individual leads to considerable variance in the ultimate outcomes. Guanhong initially believed that Crimson Eye's distress stemmed from her inability to cultivate her self-created soul skill to a level akin to his. However, she shook her head, indicating that this was not the reason. With a hint of disdain, Tong gazed at the Tai Chi disc in her hand, a look of exasperation on her face. What purpose could this serve for a student? My third soul skill, though it requires slightly more energy, can entirely surpass its capabilities, exceeding them in every regard. Tong was truly at a loss, having spent an entire day in research only to develop something of little value. A mere trinket that was useless yet too precious to discard. Upon hearing this, Guanhong's expression also became quite animated, clearly entangled in the same vexation. After a long pause, he finally inquired, can it defend against mental attribute attacks? The third soul skill of the Crimson Eyed is not particularly effective in terms of mental attribute attack and defense. If the dual polar shield can compensate for this shortcoming, it would indeed be a commendable outcome. Tong shook her head, clearly having anticipated this conclusion. It is not feasible. How utterly futile. Guanhong too. was disinclined to seek any justifications. It was simply devoid of value. It would be best to return and devote oneself earnestly to cultivation. As for the dual polar shield, if it cannot be salvaged, it is better to relinquish it and invest more time in honing your skills. Guanhong patted Tong's shoulder, offering his counsel. I have heard that your soul power has reached the 39th level, which is commendable. If you can expedite your progression to the 40th level, it would be ideal. This may very well be the strongest generation of our Xing Luo. Such opportunities may not present themselves again. This is a fortuitous moment for Xing Luo and for you all as well. The greater your strength, the higher your chances of victory. Do not think that being a vice captain diminishes your opportunities. As long as your strength is formidable, victory will surely come. With a smile that ignites passion, I stand firm, knowing that victory will always be by my side. After March, during the oath-taking conference, Guanhong observed the vacant position beside the vice captain and inquired, "Where is Tong?" "He is with teacher Wang Hang to obtain the 4th spirit ring and has yet to return," Daiminji replied. "Very well. Ensure that the key points discussed in this meeting are conveyed to him afterward," Guanhong instructed, then proceeded to address the assembly. First, he reiterated the usual formalities. Participants must be under 25 years of age, and each team must maintain a roster of 7 members for every match. Second, the competition should be rooted in camaraderie, with a strong emphasis on avoiding serious injuries to opponents, let alone fatalities. Any act of killing an opponent would result in the offending academy not only bearing the consequences, but also facing expulsion from the Spirit Master Tournament. During the competition, no substances or food crafted by non-food or healing spirit masters may be used. Only food or healing spirit masters present on the field may provide sustenance to their teammates. This last point was particularly aimed at Mu Lian, indicating that should the vice captain wish to utilize Mu Lian's supplies, he must secure a designated spot in the lineup. Guanhong then turned his gaze towards Daiminji. Furthermore, the use of any weapons is prohibited, although spirit weapons are exempt from this rule. He took a moment to pause before continuing. The main team is exempt from the preliminary rounds, whereas the vice captain must participate. Thus, the upcoming structure primarily concerns the vice captain, allowing the main team to recuperate, observe their rivals, strategize, and enhance their abilities. However, the vice captain must not become complacent. I expect you to at least reach the finals. His tone was stern, yet no one in attendance dared to voice dissent. After such extensive preparation, they were well aware of the stakes involved. The strength of the Xing Luo Royal Academy directly correlates to the potential strength of the Xing Luo Empire. Guanhong continued. The preliminary rounds will be conducted in designated regions. For our Xing Luo Empire, all elite spirit master academies centered around the Xing Luo Imperial City will participate in the preliminary rounds there. Other regions will similarly be divided into 5 competitive zones. Including the Xing Luo Imperial City Zone, there will be a total of 6 preliminary zones within our empire. Aside from the main team, which has automatically qualified for the finals, these 6 zones will compete for 15 participation slots. Given the abundance of elite spirit master academies in the Xing Luo Imperial City Zone, as well as its direct affiliation with the empire, 5 slots will be allocated there, while the remaining regions will share 10 slots. Including the teams from the Tiando Empire, a total of 30 teams will advance to the next stage of the tournament. However, before the finals, there will be an additional ranking match, which serves to determine the order of appearance in the finals based on the team's rankings. The formats of the preliminary and ranking matches differ. The preliminary rounds will be conducted as team battles in a round-robin format, with the highest scoring teams advancing to the ranking matches. Conversely, the ranking matches will adopt a unique approach, although each team will still field 7 competitors. The matches will be conducted in a series of individual duels. The victor remains on the field while the defeated team sends in another competitor until one side has exhausted its lineup. In the finals, the main teams from both great empires and the Spirit Hall teams will join, bringing the total number of competing teams to 33. In the first round of the finals, the main teams from the 2 empires and the Spirit Hall teams will have a bye. In the second round, the top-ranking teams from the ranking matches will also have a bye, and this will continue for the 3rd round, but once a team has received a bye, they will not receive a second. Except for the first round, each subsequent round will have 2 teams receiving byes, and the process will conclude upon determining the final 6 contenders. Chapter 92. The 4th Spirit Ring from the Jagged Golden Phantom? The 6 teams will draw lots and face off to determine the top 3. To ensure fairness, the final ranking of the top 3 will be decided through both team battles and individual elimination matches. The first to commence will be the individual elimination matches. with each of the 3 teams sending forth 7 members, the last standing team advancing to the finals. While the losing teams will compete in the afternoon for another spot in the finals. As for the finals, it will also be a team battle, with the winner crowned champion. Ming Bang inquired, so our main team's focus should be on the finals? Indeed, Guanhong affirmed. Then addressed the gathered crowd with both encouragement and caution. You may not fully grasp this yet, and my forthcoming words may seem outrageous. But it is imperative that I remind you of one crucial point. Before the main team and vice captain encounter each other on the battlefield or the arena, you are one cohesive unit. Do not regard the terms main and vice as indicative of separation. You hail from the same academy, and in the eyes of others, you are a singular entity. Do you understand? We understand, they replied in unison, and Guanhong nodded in satisfaction. If a team from the same academy cannot trust one another, it becomes far too easy for external forces to sow discord. Having concluded the meeting on the eve of the prestigious Continental Elite Spirit Master competition, Guanhong departed. While elsewhere, Wang Heng was in a state of disarray. Unfortunately, Tong had gone missing. Akame initially intended to venture with her soul hunting team to obtain soul rings. However, Wang Heng fervently insisted on accompanying her, reasoning that his presence would enable her to acquire more formidable soul rings. The strongest members of those hunting teams were merely on par with soul kings, limiting the quality of rings they could assist Akame in obtaining. With Wang Heng by her side, acquiring any soul ring of her desire would cease to be an issue. Although Dong felt a sense of embarrassment, she ultimately acquiesced to Wang Heng's insistence, proposing a journey to the Starry Forest. However, upon their arrival at the Starry Forest, Dong unexpectedly vanished, catching him off guard. Clearly, she had merely stepped away for a moment, and Wang Heng had witnessed that very thicket. Yet, after a while, there was no trace of Dong to be found. Dong, Wang Heng called out, extending his mental energy to encompass the surrounding area in search of her whereabouts. Meanwhile, in the Starry Forest, having just completed the formation of her 4th spirit ring, Dong was on the verge of exasperation. The reason was simple. At the very moment she had solidified her 4th spirit ring, the preliminary examination of the Roshasha God had finally concluded in her mind. With the completion of the Roshasha God preliminary examination, she had entered the 9 trials of the Roshasha. The first trial demanded that she secure victory, achieving the championship in the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent, with a deadline coinciding with the conclusion of said competition. Victory? Tong sat by the lake of life, a smirk playing on his lips as curses slipped from his tongue. What a predicament! Had he known that the first assessment would be this, he would have done everything in his power to join the main team. However, it was of little concern. He believed that with his own capabilities, he could still secure a place in the final round. Crimson Eyes consoled himself, yet an inexplicable rage surged within him. Crimson Eyes, your teacher is still searching for you, the azure jade bird reminded him, having observed that Crimson Eyes had already formed a soul ring. Very well, he replied, suppressing his unusual state, rising to make his way outside. I shall take my leave first, otherwise, I risk drawing attention. With that, Crimson Eyes waved farewell to the azure jade bird, the 9 bats, and the golden lion mastiff. This time, he was accompanied by another ancient soul beast. Inconspicuous and thus easier to conceal, the 3 companions felt no sorrow. For them, the days apart from Crimson Eyes were trivial, given their long lifespans. Moreover, they knew many more days of reunion lay ahead. As Crimson Eyes was departing, the heavenly blue bull python and the Titan giant ape watched him intently. Just as he was about to exit the core area, the Titan giant ape inquired, if it is such a bother, why pursue humanity? Is there anything wrong with becoming human? You still gain formidable strength, living in the human realm, where one must hide all their brutal emotions, merely to appease those humans? The dark demon evil god tiger, the embodiment of malevolence, pondered why he should endure such indignities. The Titan giant ape seemed perplexed. Why? Her crimson eyes shifted away, devoid of even a trace of mirth. Gazing upon those round, earth-yellow orbs of the other, her footsteps came to an abrupt halt. If you fear trouble so much, then perish. The crimson-eyed one showed no mercy, unwilling to indulge in pretense with the two. I am embarking on a new path, positioning myself as a pioneer. It seems that soul beasts have had their avenues for advancement sealed for 100,000 years, while I endeavor to forge a new way forward. Regardless of success or failure, my efforts will stand as a testament, worthy of emulation by those who follow. You may hesitate in fear, but you should not douse my aspirations with cold water. Tong paused for a moment, then suddenly burst into a laugh steeped in deep irony. Am I inherently wicked? Is that not the fate you have orchestrated for me? Crimson Eyes scoffed dismissively, retracting her gaze as she continued her journey towards the outskirts of the core area. The Titan giant ape appeared to wish to say something further, yet was halted by the celestial blue bull python. No more words, he stated resolutely. He speaks the truth. The bull's expression bore a hint of melancholy. We may cower, but we should not deride those who march forward. Compared to that individual, they indeed lacked a measure of courage. The 100,000-year soul beasts are capable of taking human form. As all soul beasts are aware, yet only this one truly chose to transform. Teacher, Crimson Eyes exclaimed, dashing forward, her garments tattered, exuding an aura of escape. Observing her surroundings, Wang Heng swiftly discerned Crimson Eyes' presence and hurried to join her. Extending his hand to steady her, Wang Heng promptly inquired, "What has transpired?" Cough, cough. Akame feigned a light cough before speaking. Just now, after relieving myself, I was on my way to rendezvous with the teacher when a 10,000-year-old phoenix-tailed crested serpent suddenly collided with me, sending me flying into an unfamiliar territory. That serpent was engaged in a fierce battle with a 10,000-year-old sawtooth golden specter. The clash between the two spirit beasts was so intense that I hid in fear of being caught in the crossfire, waiting until both were severely wounded before I managed to escape and return. The speed of a 10,000-year-old phoenix-tailed crested serpent is indeed not to be underestimated. It was unfortunate that you were struck without warning. Still, it seems the serpent was preoccupied with evasion and thus paid you no heed. Indeed, this area is already quite close to the gathering grounds of 10,000-year spirit beasts, so such an incident was not entirely unexpected. All is well, Wang Heng reassured Akame. Returning safely is what matters most. Later, the teacher will assist you in hunting for a spirit ring. With a silent gaze, Tong did not immediately acquiesce to Wang Heng's request. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke softly. Teacher, there is no need. Taking advantage of the fierce battle between those two soul beasts, I cunningly eliminated the sawtooth golden phantom, thereby acquiring my fourth soul ring. Crimson Eyes appeared to be recounting their extraordinary adventures, leaving Wang Heng in astonished silence. Chapter 93. The Elite Tournament of the Continental Senior Soul Master Academies. On the following day, in the imperial city of Starluo City, the Elite Tournament of the Continental Senior Soul Master Academies was set to take place at the Starluo Great Spirit Arena, marking the largest officially sanctioned Soul Master competition to date, undoubtedly captivating the attention of countless spectators. The opening ceremony of the tournament would also be held at this venue, with tickets having sold out a month in advance, attesting to the event's sensational appeal. In preparation for the Elite Tournament, the Starluo Great Spirit Arena had ceased its regular operations a month prior, transforming its interior into an expansive arena to facilitate the competition. Aside from maintaining a VIP section, the capacity for spectators had been significantly increased. Such extensive modifications could not possibly be solely for the opening ceremony, as subsequent preliminary rounds would also be conducted in this location. At this moment, Crimson Eyes, racing toward the Starluo Great Spirit Arena, was taken aback by the sheer number of attendees. The crowd was dense and bustling. This was the first time Crimson Eyes had witnessed such a multitude of people. Could it be that they were the same spectators from the previous grand competition? In an instant, a flurry of thoughts surged through Crimson Eyes' mind, prompting a sense of vigilance. While the Starluo Great Spirit Arena would likely keep the details of the battles confidential for his sake, if he were to reveal too many similarities to Master Xian Yin during the competition, he might be recognized by other spectators. Thus, it was prudent to remain cautious during the tournament. Once he departed from the Starluo Imperial City to head towards the Spirit Hall City for the finals, such concerns would no longer weigh upon him. With her Crimson Eyes adorned in the regalia of the Starfall Royal Academy's vice-captain, she traversed the halls unhindered, yet besieged by curious gazes. Is that not the candidate for the vice-captaincy of the Starfall Royal Academy? Why does she not enter alongside her teammates? Could it be that she is late? Today marks a performance match for the vice-captain of the Starfall Royal Academy. Surely she would not be tardy. Tong paid no heed to the surrounding sounds as she hurried into the lounge. What took you so long to arrive? Upon arriving at the rest area, Tong was met with an anxious remark from Dai Mingyi. They had been delayed on the way, and teacher Wang Heng had already gone to the side of Dean Guanhong. Tong hurriedly spoke, his figure flashing as he merged into the crowd. Hurry up, Sun Si Kai urged, as they were about to enter the venue. Shortly after Sun Si Kai's words, they were welcomed into the arena. The first team to enter was the vice team of the Starluo Royal Academy, comprising 8 participants, with Tong as the captain, astonishingly only 14 years of age. His youth belied the remarkable achievement of leading the vice team, suggesting a future of boundless potential. Among this team was also a member of royalty, the second prince, who had also just turned 14, exemplifying the adage that heroes emerge from youth. Standing in the arena, Tong was perplexed. Why am I the captain? This was information no one had disclosed to him. Wang Heng had merely informed him that after obtaining the fourth soul ring, he would need to perform in a showcase during the opening ceremony. You are the strongest, Zhao Shuiwen lamented, clearly unwilling to accept the situation. You were already the strongest before you obtained the fourth soul ring, not to mention now that you have four, he added, feeling a sense of despair. As his statement rang true. That's just how it is, Tong replied without a hint of modesty. I have always been strong. However, he could not suppress a frown, hesitating before asking Sun Si Kai, but I won't have to do any work, right? Although flattery lifted his spirits, he genuinely did not wish to engage in strategizing or executing plans. No, you will merely serve as a mascot, Dai Mingyi answered him first. Sun Si Kai will handle the tactical command, and Shou Jin will manage the control system. Everything is already arranged, so you need not worry. As the most composed among them, Sun Si Kai was naturally entrusted with significant responsibilities. As for Tong, while he had many commendable traits, he notably lacked a sense of teamwork. Guan Hong was in conversation with the Emperor of Star Luo, explaining that although Tong was the captain, he held no real authority. Not a team player? The Emperor of Star Luo chuckled, intrigued to hear such a claim for the first time. He wondered just how devoid of team spirit Tong could be. Nearby, a platinum bishop maintained silence, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Though adorned in his usual opulent attire, he exuded a sense of lethargy. This was Wells, the reputedly composed platinum bishop sent by the Qianshan sect. Wells sat to the left of the Emperor of Star Luo, while to his right were members of the royal family, including Daizong Xiao, the leader of the White Tiger sect, alongside the heads of the Fire Leopard sect and the Wind Sword sect. The teams soon completed their entrance, prompting the Emperor to adjust his attire in preparation to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present His Majesty the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire to officially announce the commencement of this grand tournament. The Emperor rose, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the bustling crowd with a steady voice. I, Dai Tianxing, Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, on behalf of the Empire and the organizing committee, hereby declare the elite tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent officially open. I wish all teams the best of luck in achieving their desired results, performing beyond their potential, and bringing glory to the Empire. You are the future of the Empire. Cheers erupted, and the crowd responded enthusiastically, genuinely excited by the Emperor's presence. Next, we invite the leader of the White Tiger sect, our esteemed princess, to address the tournament. At this, Daizong Xiao rose gracefully, her regal demeanor softened by a warm and approachable aura as she bowed to the audience, concluding with a gentle smile. In recent years, the community of Soul Masters has been continuously developed and strengthened through the support of society and the education provided by our academies. This is a testament to the unity and perseverance of all involved. On behalf of the outstanding Soul Masters present here, I express my gratitude to all sectors of society for their nurturing. Let us take this elite tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies as a new starting point to enhance communication and cooperation, promote harmonious competition, and continuously progress to realize our own values. Applause followed as Daizong Xiao returned to her seat. Next, we invite Wells, the master of the Soul Hall and Platinum Bishop, to draw lots for the first round of the preliminary matches. After the announcement, the Platinum Bishop Wells appeared to awaken from a dream, his once vacant gaze now infused with some color. He moved forward with a slow, almost lethargic gait, preparing to draw the lots. Wells drew the opponents, while the MC was responsible for announcing the results to the public. In the first round of the preliminary matches, Minghu Academy versus Bai Ma Academy. In the first round, Zijing Academy versus Jin Gang Academy. In the first round, Star Luo Royal Academy versus Shin Ao Academy. Upon hearing that their opponent was Shin Ao Academy, Tong's gaze shifted to the side, taking in their robust figures, which exemplified the fundamental characteristics of Soul Masters from the Star Luo Empire, though little else could be discerned. Next, the first match of the preliminary round would commence, featuring the vice team of the Star Luo Royal Academy against Shin Ao Academy. Teams, please exit the arena and prepare. The match will officially begin in half an hour. Sun Si Kai surveyed the group and nodded at Mu Lian. You need not participate in the first match. Let Dai Mingyi take your place. His formidable support capabilities serve as our trump card, and if concealed appropriately, it could yield unexpected results. Mu Lian agreed, having no objections to this arrangement as long as victory was assured. Sun Si Kai then turned his gaze to Qi Tong, an expression of resignation crossing his features. It is indeed challenging to instill a sense of teamwork in you. With that, Sun Si Kai felt a headache coming on. He recognized Qi Tong's efforts in team battles. Yet he saw no sign of improvement in his teamwork awareness or cooperation. Absurdly, Qi Tong had managed to obtain the Golden Soul badge. Wang Heng had even gone so far as to force Qi Tong into the Great Soul Arena to cultivate his team spirit. Yet the young captain remained focused solely on one tactic, following the commands of the control-type Soul Master. Although Akagami is indeed intelligent, there are times when cleverness does not necessarily correlate with success in team battles. However, this time, feel free to unleash your full potential. It would be most advantageous for you to appear even more formidable, drawing the attention of all upon yourself, leaving us in the shadows. That, my friend, would be your triumph. Qi Hong quickly comprehended Sun Si Kai's intention. You wish for me to attract the majority of attention while you conceal your true strengths, thereby achieving an unexpected advantage in the subsequent matches? Indeed. Sun Si Kai nodded, imparting several instructions to his companions. Although the adversaries were not exceedingly formidable, Sun Si Kai remained thoroughly vigilant, aiming to deliver a remarkable performance in the opening round of the preliminaries. The wait was not overly long. Shortly after strategizing, Qi Hong and his team were escorted onto the stage. The referee began to introduce the opposing team's martial souls and spirit power levels, while Qi Hong attentively observed his opponents. To his surprise, 2 members of the opposing team were at the Soul Ancestor level, while the rest were merely Soul Respect level. Once Qi Hong and his comrades ascended the platform, the referee declared, "Both sides, release your martial souls." At the sound of the referee's command, both teams unleashed their martial souls. In that moment, as the dazzling halos burst forth, the entire venue erupted in exuberant cheers. Those participating in the elite competition were undoubtedly the Sea Army de la Sea Army from various academies, all possessing optimal spirit ring configurations. Shin'eo Academy boasted 2 soul ancestors, while the vice-captain of Xing Luo Royal Academy had 4. However, Tan Ruojuan, Senkan, and Daimenji were all on the cusp of reaching level 40. Yet, even amid such formidable company, Qiong standing in the Xing Luo Royal Academy team astonished everyone present. A brief silence enveloped the audience and VIP section as Qi Hong revealed his presence, accompanied by 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black spirit ring. The black, a 10,000-year spirit ring. Witnessing the black spirit ring, Dai Tianxing could no longer maintain his usual composure. He held high hopes for Qi Hong, believing that attaining level 40 at merely 14 years of age was already a remarkable talent. Yet Qi Hong's revelation exceeded his expectations immensely. Guang Hong, am I seeing things? At that moment, the typically composed emperor began to question his own vision. Your Majesty, Guang Hong responded with equal astonishment. I cannot confirm either, as this 4th spirit ring was acquired by Wang Heng for Qi Hong. With that, Guang Hong turned to Wang Heng, who, adhering strictly to decorum, lowered his head and spoke. Indeed, it is a 10,000-year 4th spirit ring, sourced from a serrated golden phantom, with a remarkably high compatibility. This child has been under my watch since his early years. The quality of his spirit power surpasses that of his peers. At level 30, he could contend directly with those 5 or 6 levels above him. And his 3rd spirit ring had already approached 5,000 years. All of this information was relayed by Qi Hong to Wang Heng, albeit with certain omissions. Not only the 3rd spirit ring, but all of his spirit rings surpassed their original age limits. The 1st spirit ring was 600 years, the 2nd 900 years, the 3rd 6,000 years, and the 4th 15,000 years. He was not human, thus he was not bound by the laws of the human realm. Is the 3rd spirit ring also an over-level absorption? Dai Tianxing was further astounded. Meanwhile, Wells, who had been exhibiting a rather languid demeanor, lifted his gaze, displaying newfound interest. Is this the genius with spatial attributes? On the stage, Qi Hong's opponents and teammates were left in a state of shock. Shin'eo Academy had long foreseen their grim fate. Their vice-captain from the Xing Luo Empire was not comparable to the 2nd team of the Tiando Empire. The group of 2nd-generation aristocrats managing to assemble a competent team was already commendable, whereas the vice-captain of the Xing Luo Empire possessed genuine strength capable of advancing to the finals. Witnessing that 10,000-year 4th spirit ring only deepened their despair. Sun Si Kai and the others stared blankly at the 4th spirit ring, the unfolding events far surpassing their comprehension. They were aware that Qi Hong had acquired a 4th spirit ring, yet the years were unknown, as no one had thought to inquire. A 4th spirit ring, even for a genius, was typically around 5,000 years. But how could it be any more? Jiang revealed to them, it could indeed be 10,000 years. Sun Sikai's plan was flawlessly executed, as Qi Hong, with his unimaginable strength, subdued all before him. In that moment, they felt transparent. All eyes could only perceive the smiling figure of Qi Hong. Chapter 95, Team Battle, 1 against 7. Upon witnessing the 10,000-year fourth ring, the referee was momentarily taken aback. Referee, are we not starting? Qi Hong raised an eyebrow and inquired. The referee, as if awakening from a dream, shouted, the battle begins. The referee's declaration rang like a clarion call, rousing the astonished spectators. Regardless of the nature of Qi Hong's fourth spirit ring, the students of Shin'eo Academy understood that their foremost duty was to engage in battle. At the very least, to avoid an utterly humiliating defeat. Yes, they had already glimpsed their inevitable conclusion. Do not move. With a sudden, thunderous shout, Qi Hong startled everyone around. If you do not make a move, shall we remain still? How absurd. The peculiar captain from the Shin'eo Academy cast a strange glance at Qi Hong but did not hesitate to dash toward the others. Naturally, they had no intention of confronting the challenge head-on. For them, merely eliminating a few opponents would constitute victory. They had no desire to tackle the formidable Qi Hong. Meanwhile, Sun Sikai and the others observed Qi Hong's hand pressing down, a gesture indicating they should refrain from action. However, if they chose not to intervene, it would indeed complicate matters for Qi Hong in dealing with a whole squad. At the very least, their assistance in holding off the adversaries would simplify the battle for Qi Hong significantly. Akim would not normally be so reckless. Could it be that the previous strategy has driven her to take such a desperate gamble? Stay still. With a reminder from Qi Hong, the unease among the crowd behind him diminished somewhat. The first soul ring glimmered, and Qi Hong's speed surged dramatically as he swiftly appeared before the fastest member of the Divine AO team. With a powerful kick, he sent the opponent crashing back to his original position. The individual fell to the ground, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes wide with shock. He was a soul master of the fourth ring and had initially believed that the disparity in their abilities was not substantial. However, reality delivered a staggering blow. He was unable to withstand Qi Hong's first soul skill. It was as if he was confronting a humanoid soul beast, brimming with explosive power, making him feel as though he was not facing an adversary of the same rank. Crimson Eye darted across the arena, seemingly poised to materialize in another realm with the next breath, her movements effortless and unimpeded. What is this? Spatial affinity. In the audience, gasps erupted as they witnessed Crimson Eye effortlessly dispatch one soul master after another from the platform, leaving them bloodied and beaten. Yet, at this moment, Crimson Eye had merely employed her first soul skill. The spatial attribute had already been documented in her profile. However, witnessing its application firsthand, even Dai Tianqing could not help but marvel at its exquisite utility and Crimson Eye's adeptness. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the sight of her agile movements cast a shadow over Wells's eyes. The speed of Qi Hong was astonishing, arriving just in time to thwart the attacks of the Shin'eo Academy students aimed at his teammates. Although he stood alone, he adeptly executed a dynamic form of relative defense through sheer strength. Witnessing this situation, the remaining Shin'eo students became astute, gathering in a cohesive formation rather than scattering to attack. They recognized Qi Hong's strategy to dismantle them one by one, effortlessly concluding the battle. To each individual, he embodied an overwhelming force, and only by uniting could they muster the strength to contend with him. At that moment, two Soul Sect members from Shin'eo Academy stood guard over their support-type teammate, confronting Qi Hong with unwavering resolve. Akim's entire body was enveloped in a swirling gray aura, its bone-chilling cold relentlessly assailing the group, filling their hearts with dread. The support-type Soul Master exerted her enhancement abilities beyond her normal limits, causing beads of sweat to glisten upon her pale forehead. The two Soul Ancestor-level powerhouses unleashed their most formidable fourth soul skills as they charged toward Akim. The gray aura surrounding the crimson-eyed figure surged and coalesced into a spherical form, bracing itself against the onslaught of the two assailants. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger unleashed its fourth soul skill, Dark Demon Evil Thunder. This technique fused its magical and sinister energies into one, culminating in a sudden and terrifying explosion of power, a conflation of wind, thunder, and malevolence that manifested as a wide-ranging attack. The air was rent with the sound of thunderous roars, accompanied by a howling cacophony, as a tempestuous force spiraled forth, colliding with the two adversaries, ultimately resulting in a violent explosion. Both Soul Masters from the Divine Academy were sent hurtling away, leaving only the support-type Soul Master behind, who managed to survive the devastation. As Tong observed the scene, he wasted no time and decisively kicked the last remaining member of the Shinao Academy off the stage. At that moment, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. They had never witnessed such a battle. It was an unequivocal domination. Even as spectators, they could palpably sense the despair emanating from the Shinao Academy. Their opponents had no capacity to retaliate, their swift movements leaving no opportunity for them to utter any defiant words. Meanwhile, Tong appeared to still possess considerable energy. While the once resplendent soul rings behind him had ceased to function, these were the soul rings released by Zhao Shuwen and others from the outset. Yet they had not moved an inch throughout the entire confrontation. They had truly become transparent as Tong, through sheer might, commanded the attention of everyone present. The referee gazed at Tong in terror, and after a prolonged pause, he announced the results of the match with a sense of astonishment. In the first round of the preliminary competition, the Xingluo Royal Academy emerged victorious. The battle concluded with an overwhelming display of teamwork against 7 opponents, marking an unprecedented encounter in group combat. The audience erupted in exclamations of astonishment, all eyes fixated on Tong at the forefront of the team. In the resting area, Ming Bang, who was observing the match, felt a wave of envy wash over him as his expression darkened. In this moment, he was immensely grateful for Dai Mingfa's actions. Had Dai Mingfa not displaced Tong from the main team's roster, he pondered what his current situation might have been. Now, however, the positions had been firmly established, and no one could alter them. In the VIP section, Dai Tianxing chuckled heartily, his voice laced with delight and a hint of mockery. Indeed, there is not a shred of team spirit. Guanhong added, yes, the first time he participated in a team battle, he instructed his teammates to hold back the opponents while he took them down one by one. That time, he fought beyond his level, infuriating Wang Hong, who insisted he practice teamwork more, eventually sending him to the Grand Soul Arena. Yet, he still managed to acquire the Golden Soul Badge, and his team combat skills remained in disarray. Guanhong seemed to reproach him, lamenting unmet potential, yet his words brimmed with pride. Occasionally glancing at the side, where Wells squinted his eyes, Dai Tianxing's smile grew even more radiant. Chapter 96. Recruitment descending from the stage. Tong felt a sense of ease, entirely oblivious to the resentful gazes of his few teammates behind him. Why didn't you say something sooner? Among them, Sun Sikai's eyes were the most filled with grievance. Had he known that Tong's 4th ring was a 10,000-year soul ring, he would have concealed him first. He had anticipated Tong would be formidable but never imagined he would unveil such a powerful soul ring. Fear not, Tong replied nonchalantly, I cannot conceal it. The soul ring is too conspicuous, and anyone would recognize me as a formidable opponent. It was destined from the start. Your original strategy was sound. Concealing your strengths was indeed the best option. Indeed, Sun Sikai conceded, rubbing his head, his thoughts somewhat jumbled. Your soul ring cannot be hidden. Tang Ryun, however, did not find it burdensome and even sought to comfort Sun Sikai. Why be upset? Our team's strength has increased. Isn't that a good thing? You're right. Zhou Jin chimed in. Do not overthink it. Tactics are merely embellishments. Strength is the true measure. Zhou Jin believed that since Sun Sikai had taken on significant responsibilities, he had become overly contemplative. As the group conversed, they exited the competition passage, preparing for a brief respite while awaiting the conclusion of the opening ceremony before returning to the academy. During their wait, Tong noticed Wang Hong descending from the podium and making his way to their resting area. Teacher, is there something you need? Akatsuki inquired. Sensing that if there were no pressing matters at hand, Wang Hong would not have abruptly descended from the VIP area. Wang Hong nodded, his countenance displaying an unprecedented seriousness. Do not rush to leave just yet. His Majesty wishes to speak with you. After saying this, he turned his gaze towards Dai Minji. The second prince had also arrived. What is the matter? Dai Minji asked, puzzled. However, despite his inquiry, Dai Minji felt an unspoken connection between this situation and Akatsuki's earlier 4th soul ring. Wang Hong shook his head. What I know is not definite. You will understand shortly. It seemed that Wang Hong had merely come to deliver a message as he returned to the VIP area thereafter. Perhaps they wish to keep you in Xingluo? Dai Minji speculated. Following this encounter, it was evident that everyone had recognized Akatsuki's value, and many would likely seek to recruit her. His father might be intent on acting swiftly. Perhaps, came the reply. With a playful smile, Tong seemed indifferent. Once he reached maturity, he would swiftly depart, remaining unaffiliated with any faction. After the opening ceremony, Tong followed closely behind Dai Minji. while others prepared to return to the academy for further cultivation, understanding that last-minute efforts in critical moments are often ineffective. Dai Minji was evidently aware of his father's whereabouts, guiding Tong effortlessly into the lounge behind the VIP area. As the door to the VIP room swung open, Tong immediately spotted Dai Tianxing, his back turned toward him. It must be said that encountering His Majesty the Emperor at such proximity was indeed imposing, not due to sheer strength, but rather the weight of imperial authority. Beside him stood Guan Hong, exuding a demeanor of utmost respect, a sight Tong had never witnessed before, fitting the image of a devoted subject. Having resided in the Xingluo Empire for 7 or 8 years, Tong was well versed in the necessary etiquette. No need for excessive formality. Dai Tianxing remarked with a warm smile, gesturing toward 2 chairs nearby. Please, take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Father. They replied as they each settled into their seats. Dai Tianxing gazed at them with a beaming smile, radiating a sense of approachability. In truth, I have long wished to meet you since the White Tiger Conference, though it is only now that I formally summon you. Do you know why? The Emperor of Xingluo took the initiative to engage in conversation. Crimson Eye feigned contemplation. Could it be that my cultivation is insufficient? Not at all. With that, Dai Tianxing turned his gaze once more to his son. What do you think? Dai Minji, lost in thought, merely replicated Crimson Eye's response, altering the signature to make it his own. Is it that my cultivation is lacking? Precisely. Dai Tianxing nodded with a smile, yet there was no mirth in his eyes. A chill coursed through Dai Minji's heart, prompting him to hastily lower his head. Is the Starluo royal family truly so stringent? This was the only thought that crossed Crimson Eye's mind upon witnessing such a scene. In truth, Minji already possessed considerable talent and exhibited commendable diligence in his cultivation. However, the subject of his martial soul fusion technique was someone who could easily surpass him, which posed not an advantage but rather a disadvantage. The Zhu family is indeed formidable. Yet their strength is limited. This is what makes them a fitting counterpart for a perfect martial soul fusion technique. With a slight nod, Tong indicated her understanding. Then, Your Majesty, why have you summoned me today? The reason lay in her exceptional talent. Since she had proven herself trustworthy, there was no need to regard her as a potential adversary. Dai Tianxing seemed unreserved in expressing his thoughts. In truth, remaining at Xingluo is your optimal choice. Here, you are the partner in the Prince's martial soul fusion technique, a member of the unparalleled Genius Academy of the Xingluo Royal Academy. You will receive the finest training and attain the highest status. To speak candidly, should you assist Ming Yi in seizing the throne, your position would be one of immense power, second only to the ruler, allowing you to become the architect of a great lineage. You could seek a spouse of commendable heritage and bear children endowed with your martial soul, fostering a legacy that would endure through generations. The present Zhu family will eventually transform into the illustrious Qi family. With arms outstretched, Dai Tianxing seemed to be painting a magnificent vision for Tong. Crimson eyes slightly furrowed in contemplation. But what could possibly be amiss? Tong shook her head and replied with a smile, no. Although Akitomi spoke in such a manner, Dai Tianxing was astute enough to discern the underlying awkwardness in her words at a single glance. There was no need to hold back. One could speak freely about any matter. It was merely a trivial concern. Akitomi smiled gently, but to soothe Dai Tianxing's feelings, she continued. I simply find the name Qi family somewhat peculiar. In truth, I merely coined it for myself casually. My true surname is not Qi. The name Qijia is certainly not melodious. Listening to Qidong's explanation, Dai Tianxing could not help but burst into laughter. Dai Minji observed in amazement. It seemed that his usually stern father was in a particularly jovial mood today. You are quite the interesting child. I shall not beat around the bush. Since you wish to recruit, I cannot be so petty. I have also brought you a gift. Dai Tianxing gestured to Guan Hong, indicating that he should present the item. This is a gift specially selected for you based on your circumstances. Chapter 97, The Eternal Soulbone. When Dai Tianxing spoke of assisting in the ascension to the throne, Dai Minji was momentarily taken aback. Even after spending so many years within the Xingluo royal family, he sometimes found it impossible to comprehend his father's thoughts. If one wishes to recruit, why dwell on past matters? The machinations of an emperor are complex. There is no need to lay everything bare. Confounded by questions, Dai Minji suppressed his thoughts, lowered his head, and sat quietly, rendering himself almost invisible. Meanwhile, Tong watched as Guan Hong retrieved a box from his storage ring. Upon opening the box, a brilliant golden light erupted forth, illuminating the space. As the radiance faded, a golden skull emerged before Tong. It was a soul bone, specifically a cranial bone. Given its age, it must be at least 30,000 years old. Any ordinary soul master would be overwhelmed with excitement upon witnessing such a sight. What is a soul bone? It is the most coveted treasure for all soul masters. Similar to soul rings, soul bones also originate from soul beasts. However, they differ greatly. Every soul beast possesses corresponding soul rings, yet the probability of a soul bone appearing among them is a mere fraction, often less than 1 in 1,000. Another distinction is that soul bones do not require the slayer of the soul beast for utilization. They can be traded and even purchased in certain special locations. Regardless of its ordinary nature, any soul bone commands an exorbitant price, with a market that is often non-existent. However, upon seeing the golden skull, Qidong's heart sank. Even for the affluent Xingluo royal family, presenting a soul bone age over 30,000 years is no trivial matter. The implication was clear. They sought to bind him irrevocably. At that moment, Daiminji regarded Qidong with a peculiar expression, seemingly perplexed by his silence. From what he understood, Qidong was merely an orphan and not particularly well off. His reaction to encountering a soul bone of such age was unexpected. Guanhong remarked, upon witnessing your fourth soul skill, I realized that your self-created soul skill is utterly ineffective. The self-created skill he had given Qitong now appeared to be of little value. One had transformed into a third soul skill, and the other into a fourth soul skill, with effects that even paled in comparison to soul ring skills, merely wasting Qidong's precious time. However, the Emperor was well aware that mental fortitude was your weakness, and thus sought to compensate for this shortcoming with the soul bone. With a rigid smile tugging at the corners of her mouth, Qitong responded, Thank you, Your Majesty, but this item is far too precious. I, as a mere student, am unable to accept it. With a respectful gesture, Qitong declined Dai Tianxing's gift, asserting that there was no need for undue modesty. Dai Tianxing interpreted Qitong's refusal as mere politeness, believing that offering a soul bone to cultivate a potential title Douluo-level powerhouse was not a loss at all. Indeed, this was merely the beginning. Should you remain in the Starluo Empire, we shall continue to invest our utmost efforts in your development. Dai Tianxing appeared to have unwavering faith that Qitong would ascend to the ranks of title Douluo. However, Qitong shook his head and, with a smile, suggested, If Your Majesty truly wishes to assist me in overcoming my shortcomings, it would be preferable to place me under the tutelage of the dreaming Douluo for a period of time. Having spent a considerable duration in the Starluo Empire, Qitong had garnered some understanding of certain individuals. He knew that if he were to approach the dreaming Douluo on his own, he would undoubtedly be turned away. Yet, if Dai Tianxing were to issue the directive, even if the dreaming Douluo were reluctant, he would have no choice but to accept him. Crimson Eyes was reluctant to accept such a precious gift from Dai Tianxing, yet this offering served to ease Dai Tianxing's heart slightly, while also ensuring that he would not owe too much in return. Residual dream? Indeed. Crimson Eyes nodded, having previously witnessed the mental impact of the third prince. It was likely a teaching imparted by the residual dream Douluo. If given the opportunity to learn from the residual dream Douluo, the student would undoubtedly reap significant benefits. Dai Tianxing seemed to be lost in thought, stroking his chin as if wandering in reverie. After a while, he smiled and said, Very well. There remains some time before the second round of the preliminary competition. I shall arrange for you to study beside the residual dream tomorrow. Thank you, Your Majesty. With crimson eyes, she offered her respects, appearing as humble and respectful as ever. You should rest early. I have matters to discuss with Minji. Dai Tianxing smiled warmly. Indeed. Akame stepped out of the VIP room, finally able to exhale in relief. The time spent within those opulent walls had felt like an eternity. Only after Akame departed did Dai Tianxing turn his gaze toward Dai Minji, his eyes sharpening with severity. What I said earlier was no jest. Being overshadowed by a partner in a martial soul fusion technique is utterly unacceptable. The atmosphere in the VIP room grew suffocating, pressing down on Dai Minji until he could scarcely breathe. Yet, this was the father he remembered, calculating, power-hungry, not one to offer warm smiles to the younger generation. Fortunately, his own martial soul was a mutation, making inheritance difficult. Even if passed down, the fusion technique would gradually be dominated by the Dai family's bloodline, rendering it harmless in time. Stripped of this factor, Akame was merely an ordinary subject. A subject surpassing the Emperor in cultivation was not intolerable, but not by too great a margin. If you truly harbor such ambitions, Dai Tianxing's voice was cold. You must not fall too far behind. Understood? His gaze pinned Dai Minji like a ruler scrutinizing a subject, not a father his son. Understood. Yet Dai Minji frowned, perplexed. But if that was your majesty's intention, why say those words to Hakim earlier? You mean the promise of elevating him above all but one? Dai Tianqing scoffed. I did not lie. Had he remained in Luo, it was not impossible. But a powerful family threatens imperial authority. I can tolerate his strength, but not a house surpassing even the Zhu family. The Zhu are already at the limit. A dynasty that grows too strong may one day slip from our descendants' grasp. In the end, we would only nurture a tiger to our own ruin. He rose. His tone final. Drawing him in as a loyal subject is enough. Do you comprehend? That boy has no desire to stay in Luo. He made that trivial request only to spare my dignity. If you have the means, persuade him to remain, at the very least. Ensure he never joins Heaven Do or the Spirit Hall. An ally would be ideal, but under no circumstances must he become an enemy. Dai Minji bowed his head, thoughts churning, and replied with deference, this humble son understands. Chapter 98, Cultivation of Spiritual Power. Though it was said there was ample time before the second round of preliminaries, in truth, only a single day separated them, a consequence of Akim's team completing the first round during the opening ceremony. Yet despite the brevity, Dai Mingfa arranged for Akim to meet the Dreamweaver Douluo the very next day. Master, I shall take my leave now. Dai Mingfa clearly wished to avoid further interaction. Throughout the journey, his gaze remained fixed ahead, as though walking alone. Kazumi found himself in a state of perplexity regarding why Dai Tianqing entrusted Dai Mingfa to guide him. He harbored the belief that even a stranger would prove to be a more suitable guide than Dai Mingfa. After leading him to the side of the dreaming Douluo, Dai Mingfa took his leave, departing on his own. The dreaming Douluo merely offered a gentle smile, seemingly unbothered by the departure. Upon realizing that Kazumi was now alone, the dreaming Douluo's demeanor shifted. He tossed the book he held into Kazumi's arms and positioned himself before him to demonstrate. In the training arena, Kazumi observed the book while attentively watching the dreaming Douluo's demonstration. The extraordinary techniques of a formidable Douluo could not simply be transcribed onto paper. Such knowledge was far too vulnerable to theft. The book in Kazumi's possession, which was evidently still damp with ink, was clearly a compilation made by the dreaming Douluo. Without a connection to one's martial spirit, the application of mental power becomes rather limited. Even now, with the strength of a titled Douluo, if one does not utilize their martial spirit, they can only achieve a fraction of their potential. With a thoughtful gaze, Qitong lifted her head, absorbing the words with considerable seriousness. In contrast to humans, the cultivation of soul beasts indeed lacks numerous methodologies. Thus, drawing wisdom from the successful experiences of earlier human predecessors would significantly enhance her growth. Mental impact, defense, and observation, these were the themes articulated by the dreaming Douluo. The foundation of all these elements lies in possessing formidable mental strength, an enigmatic essence that remains largely unexplored. Currently, systematic methods for cultivation are scarce, predominantly relying on the gradual explorations of spirit-type soul masters. Therefore, there is no need for you to aim too high at the outset. It took Mingfa many years of cultivation to master mental impact. Your primary focus should be on establishing a solid foundation and enhancing your mental prowess. This approach will enable you to swiftly recover from any mental shocks inflicted by others, relying on the inherent strength of your own mental capacity. Should your strength surpass that of your adversaries, even their mental assaults will be rendered ineffective against you, empowering you with an instinctive defense. I shall impart to you the methods for honing your mental strength. Once you have forged it to a considerable level, return to seek my guidance. Crimson Eyes nodded and inquired, what exactly is the level? From the abstract to the concrete, replied the dreaming duelist, suddenly wielding his mental energy to gently flip through the pages of Crimson Eye's book. At this moment, you may seek me out. Achieving this step establishes the necessary conditions for all that follows. Though he spoke thus, the dreaming duelist appeared somewhat indifferent. It seemed unlikely that Crimson Eyes would be able to complete the transition from the abstract to the concrete before the competition concluded. Such a feat would demand considerable time. He had already heard from Dai Tianqing that this was a significant weakness for Crimson Eyes. I have inscribed the methods for forging mental energy within this tome. The essence lies in the methodology rather than the core philosophy, as everyone possesses their own interpretation of the fundamental concepts. The philosophy of this book revolves around the continuous compression and refinement of your mental energy, facilitating a rebound growth. The crimson-eyed individual understood clearly and immediately began to experiment. Embracing unity, the crimson-eyed soul activated their spiritual power according to the methods outlined in the tome, and their gaze instantly brightened. It must be said that the reason the dreaming soul master could cultivate into a title Douluo is not without merit. This unique cultivation method alone can be regarded as a groundbreaking approach. Having encountered spirit-type soul beasts, Tong was well aware of their cultivation principles, which were not significantly different from those of ordinary soul beasts. The primary distinction lay in the fact that their cultivation primarily enhanced their mental strength. Furthermore, the age of a soul beast played a crucial role in this process. Thus, when he heard the title Douluo, Ming, speak of cultivating mental strength, Tong immediately considered the idea of refining mental strength using mental power. However, Ming Douluo illuminated a novel path for him, refining mental strength through soul power. Although soul power permeates the body, this method had never crossed Tong's mind. Observing Tong's subtle surprise, Ming Douluo could not help but feel a sense of pride. Clearly, his status as a titled Douluo was well-deserved, as he possessed unique insights. While soul power and mental strength are fundamentally different forces, they originate from the same individual and thus share inherent similarities. When these two forces collide, mental strength becomes increasingly resilient amidst their entanglement. Akame was utterly immersed in her cultivation, experiencing that paradoxical sensation of being torn apart by agony yet feeling more lucid than ever. It was as if her entire body had been crushed beneath a millstone, with excruciating pain erupting instantaneously, only to be replaced by an exhilarating clarity that rendered all other physical suffering insignificant in that fleeting moment. The Dream Douluo observed Akame's progress from the sidelines, mildly surprised by her performance. He could naturally discern the intensity of her spiritual power, which surpassed that of most soul ancestors. As for the so-called weakness Dai Tianqing had mentioned, it likely stemmed from a mismatch with her current level of strength. After what seemed like an eternity, Akame finally reopened her eyes. Without lingering, the Dream Douluo turned to leave, tossing only a single remark over his shoulder. Now that you've grasped the basics, return and practice. Seek me again only when you've mastered the transition from illusion to reality. With that, he strode out of the training grounds without hesitation. After all, the Dream Douluo was merely fulfilling an obligation to assist in her training. He bore no responsibility as a mentor. Having imparted his lesson, he departed with neither ceremony nor delay. Tong did not perceive anything amiss. In his view, the teachings of the Dreaming Douluo were quite clear and comprehensible. The following day marked the commencement of the second round of the preliminary competition, and Tong arrived at the Soul Arena alongside his teammates. Although he held the position of captain, he had taken on a rather hands-off approach, delegating even the task of drawing lots to Sun Si Kai. As the group adjusted their mental states, Sun Si Kai and Wang Heng approached them. After the conclusion of the first round of the preliminaries, Wang Heng had assumed the role of their guiding teacher, remaining by their side throughout the competition. The results were announced. It was Luo Academy. As they spoke, their expressions varied. Wang Heng appeared unchanged, while Sun Si Kai's demeanor darkened considerably. What was the matter with Luo Academy? With a discerning gaze, Tong inquired about the unusual circumstances. To his understanding, this opponent was not particularly formidable, comparable merely to the team from the Shanao Academy encountered the previous day, and thus posed no significant threat. The expression on Wang Heng's face corroborated this notion. He too did not perceive the adversary as a powerful contender. However, Sun Si Kai wore a grim countenance and remarked, I noticed that the individuals from Luo Academy were closely associating with those from Huiyun Academy, and I can't shake the feeling that they may be plotting against us. Luo Academy is merely an ordinary institution for aspiring soul masters, whereas Huiyun Academy is far from that. Numerous factions discreetly support certain academies, and Huiyun Academy is backed by the formidable Huabao sect. Its strength evidently surpasses that of Luo Academy, making it a strong contender in this preliminary competition. What can they possibly? Tong rose to her feet, gazing in the direction of Luo Academy. A single strike? Zhou Jin felt perplexed, unsure of which attack Tong was referring to. Given the current display of her prowess, she seemed incapable of delivering a blow that could incapacitate everyone. It was hardly a lethal strike. Tong smiled and offered an explanation, suggesting that it would merely serve to significantly diminish the opponent's combat effectiveness. A wail from Zhao Shuwen shattered the previously somber atmosphere, eliciting suppressed laughter from the onlookers. Am I not allowed to wreak havoc? Tong feigned concern as she patted Zhao Shuwen's shoulder. Once my soul energy is depleted, it will be your moment to shine. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuwen's gaze turned even more mournful. I have yet to witness your soul energy being exhausted. The enduring combat prowess of the Crimson-Eyed is truly extraordinary. Not only is the quality of their soul power exceptionally high, but they also possessed the ability to absorb the soul power of others as a means of replenishment. However, this time, there is no capacity to absorb the soul power of others. Qihong softly spoke, gazing towards the arena. The second round of the preliminary match, the third contest, pitted the Xingluo Royal Academy against the Yuluo Academy. As the referee called out, Qihong and her companions ascended the stage. Compared to their previously normal formation, their current arrangement appeared rather peculiar. The 6 members advanced ahead, leaving Qihong alone at the back, akin to safeguarding a support-type Soul Master. This alteration astonished everyone, as they regarded Qihong as their main force, not one to linger behind. When the Yuluo Academy took the stage and beheld this scene, they were momentarily taken aback. However, they swiftly regained their composure, huddling together as if drawing from the experience of the Shineo Academy. Yet, this time, Qihong seemed prepared to observe rather than engage, remaining inactive. With the referee's command, everyone unleashed their martial souls and soul rings. As Qihong had anticipated, there were 2 soul masters of the Soul Zone rank. But the overall strength of the Soul Sovereigns appeared to surpass that of the Shineo Academy. Once both sides released their martial souls, the referee shouted for the match to commence. The first to act was Zhao Xuan, as the Heavenly King Tower expanded rapidly, enveloping Qihong entirely. The members of Yuluo Academy were not foolish. They immediately discerned Qihong's team's intentions. They were gathering power. They were accumulating strength. Forget about the long-tailed Scorpion Soul Master. Their priority was to eliminate the others from the stage. Uncertain of what kind of offensive Qihong was concocting, they understood that since they had fortified their defense to such an extent, Qihong's attack would not be easily unleashed. At that moment, Zhou Jin also made her move. The ethereal image of the demon sunflower emerged behind her, and demon sunflower seeds shot forth in all directions, creating a network of vines that obstructed everyone's path. Indeed, Qihong had evidently surpassed her seniors, establishing herself as the strongest among them. Yet they had not become ineffectual. They remained the elite of the Xingluo Royal Academy. Vines. A control-type Soul Master? Some students from Yuluo Academy began to bombard the vines before them, only to discover that they were exceedingly fragile, shattering upon contact. In that instant, one student realized something was amiss. A control-type Soul Master could never possess such crude means of control. It seemed almost as if they were designed to break at a mere touch. Even a first-ring Soul Master wouldn't be so inept. The sudden appearance of white mist seemed to confirm his suspicions, unexpectedly invading his nostrils with every breath. He felt a blur before his eyes and hastily covered his mouth and nose, yet he still felt lightheaded. This was dire. It was poison. Although he was unaware of the specific properties of Zhou Jin's toxin, it did not hinder him from urgently warning his teammates. With his loud shout, many halted their actions. But one individual had already succumbed, staggering as if on the verge of collapsing. Dodge! Someone shouted, and a few attempted to circumvent Zhou Jin's vines. At that moment, 9 rainbow-colored rings soared before them, intertwining and vibrating, blocking their path. It was the 9-colored ring's Soul Master, Sangkan. The rings trembled. Each time someone made contact, they would spring back, propelling them away. This was Sangkan's third soul skill, the 9-colored bounce ring, capable of generating elasticity to eject enemies from their vicinity. Within the enclosure formed by the 9-colored rings and Zhou Jin's vines, Dai Minji, Tan Ruojuan, and Sun Sikai continuously struck at the Yuluo Academy students attempting to breach their defenses. Yet, their combat was not fierce. Their exhibited strength seemed to be merely a fraction of their true capability, as if their intent was not to defeat but merely to delay, awaiting Qihong to unleash her final strike. Chapter 100, Victory. The Heavenly King Tower loomed tantalizingly close, yet they could not approach. If this stalemate continued, it would undoubtedly allow Qihong to gather her strength, rendering their efforts utterly futile. They had indeed coordinated with the captain of the Huiyun Academy to exert their utmost to hinder the Xingluo Royal Academy, yet now they found themselves blocked midway, seemingly accomplishing nothing in the way of obstruction. In the stands, a group of individuals looked grave, seemingly more anxious than Qihong and her team on stage. Could Yuluo truly perform? After all this time, they had yet to break through the blockade. Someone muttered angrily, clearly frustrated. The strength of the Xingluo Royal Academy was commendable. After all, Yuluo was inherently at a disadvantage. Beside him, a robust man spoke a harsh truth. Yuluo had always lacked any real chance of victory. What we should observe is how far Yuluo can push their opponents. This is not only for our future matches, but also for the tasks assigned by our sect. The sect hopes to investigate Qihong's background, to ascertain whether she has any connection to the elusive Xianin Soul Master. That Soul Master, perpetually out of reach, was like a thorn lodged in their hearts, leaving them restless until they could uncover the truth. The captain of Douluo Academy, witnessing the inability to break through the blockade, felt a surge of determination. As a soul zone, his fourth soul ring shimmered, and the small steel hammer in his hand expanded dramatically, quickly growing to the size of a person, yet he maintained a firm grip. His cheeks flushed, he shouted fiercely, swinging the massive hammer down towards the 9 colored rings. He had discerned that the poison-wielding control-type Soul Master was a 4-ring soul zone, and the Soul Master wielding the 9 colored rings was merely a soul sovereign. That was the vulnerability in the defense of the Xingluo Royal Academy. With a mighty crash, the hammer struck the 9 colored rings, causing them to tremble and crash to the ground. Sankan could not help but kneel, trembling, her hands shaking as she temporarily lost the strength to continue fighting. As a control-type Soul Master, her combat prowess was inherently inferior to that of a powerful attack-type Soul Master, and lacking Zhou Jin's unique attributes placed her at a distinct disadvantage. With her martial soul severely injured, she struggled to recover. The 9 colored rings were reluctantly retracted into her body, creating a breach in their defense. The members of Douluo Academy surged in, while Sun Sikai and others hastily repositioned themselves to prevent the Douluo Academy from approaching the Heavenly King Tower, their brows glistening with sweat. It was not that victory was unattainable, but if they succeeded, they could not avoid revealing their true strength, rendering their preparations futile. At that moment, a sudden roar erupted from within the Heavenly King Tower. Senior Zhao Shuwen's spirit surged, and he promptly withdrew his Heavenly King Tower. All eyes converged on the figure beneath the tower. Even Dai Tianxing awaited with anticipation to see what Qi Hong would conjure. Qi Zhong donned the uniform of the Starry Royal Academy, appearing every bit the obedient student. However, in stark contrast to this Fade, he wielded a colossal orb of light in his hands, within which a tempest seemed to dance with thunder, the howling winds and rumbling roars intertwining as if a tempestuous calamity were unfolding upon a grand stage. The alternating azure and cerulean radiance captivated all who beheld it, evoking a palpable sense of ferocity and chaos. The soul power within the crimson-eyed figure had been entirely depleted, with every ounce of energy devoted to unleashing the singular strike. In the VIP section, Dai Tianxing could not help but glance at Guan Hong. Guan Hong had previously mentioned that he had given the crimson-eyed figure a self-created soul skill as compensation, but for various reasons, it was either impossible to cultivate or, if successfully mastered, rendered rather ineffective. Yet, the self-created soul skill before him was none other than the abandoned thunderstorm blast that Guan Hong had spoken of. At this moment, Guan Hong too was engulfed in confusion. Indeed, it was my self-created soul skill, but it appeared to have undergone some modification. Observing closely, Guan Hong noticed discrepancies. He had abandoned the prescribed ratios. Dai Tianxing quickly grasped the implications and couldn't help but chuckle. Beside them, Wells expressed his admiration for the audacity of the crimson-eyed figure. The integration of soul power and various attributes in a soul skill relies on specific ratios to maximize efficacy. However, this very requirement also constrains the skill's potential. Unless soul power were to increase, maintaining the same ratios would impose a ceiling on the skill's capabilities. Yet, deviating from these ratios risks not only significant soul power depletion but also, crucially, a high likelihood of catastrophic failure. However, if the explosion could be managed effectively, the consumption would be of little concern, and the resulting power from such a strike would undoubtedly exceed all expectations. Self-created soul skills lack a rigid formula, but they do come with certain prerequisites. The captain of the Douluo Academy team, upon witnessing the immense thunderstorm sphere, felt his pupils constrict. It was larger than his steel hammer. "Scatter!" he shouted urgently. If the crowd remained clustered together, Akame stood panting in the rear, beads of cold sweat glistening upon his forehead. Having completely exhausted his spiritual energy, his defensive capabilities had plummeted to their most vulnerable state. Witnessing his weakened condition, Zhao Shuwen decisively summoned the Celestial Tower once more, enveloping Akame within its protective embrace. Though Akame's strike had indeed created quite a spectacle, its potency had been diluted by being dispersed among multiple targets, now reduced to a fragile shell of his former self. The slightest ambush could spell catastrophe for the defenseless warrior. Under the shadow of the Celestial Tower, Tong sat quietly, pressing his palm against the ground, savoring the rare sensation of relaxation amidst the tension. Soon after, cheers erupted, and Tong let out a deep sigh of relief. He understood that victory was his, just as he had anticipated. Chapter 101. The demeanor of the strong, the prowess of the Starry Royal Academy is formidable. Even the Vice team stands as a formidable presence in the preliminary rounds. Both the Divine Mist Academy and the Luo Academy are considered to be above average institutions. Yet they posed little challenge in the face of the Starry Royal Academy. The Crimson-Eyed individuals have yet to encounter the Fire Cloud Academy. Yet they exhibit no semblance of complacency regarding the competitions. During the intervals devoid of contests, they devote themselves to scrutinizing potential adversaries. To know oneself and to know one's opponent is the key to achieving victory in every battle. Their mentor is somewhat unreliable, leaving them to navigate many matters independently. At this moment, the Crimson-Eyed One is seated alongside Sun Sikai, observing the match between the Fire Cloud Academy and the Minghu Academy. The Minghu Academy is also among the more formidable institutions. If the Tiando Empire boasts the renowned Five Elements Academy, then the Xingluo Empire is home to its counterpart, the Five Beast Academy. This includes the Minghu Academy, the Zhilu Academy, the Gongxiong Academy, the Feihe Academy, and the Muyuan Academy, each corresponding to one of the five beasts: tiger, deer, bear, bird, and monkey. In contrast to the elemental focus of the Five Elements Academy, the Five Beasts Academy emphasizes the developmental trajectories of soul masters. For instance, the Minghu Academy and Gongxiong Academy lean towards cultivating powerful attack-type soul masters, while the Zhilu Academy and Feihe Academy tend to favor agility-based soul masters. However, despite observing for an extended period, the Crimson-Eyed One remains perplexed regarding the cultivation direction of the Muyuan Academy. It appears to encompass a diverse array of soul masters. Although it is noteworthy that all possess martial souls of the monkey type, while monkey-type martial souls are generally unremarkable. The ability to assemble such a team suggests that the Muyuan Academy has a broad scope of talent acquisition. Due to the esteemed reputation of the Xingluo Royal Academy, most soul masters tend to gravitate there shortly after their martial soul awakening, progressing from primary to advanced institutions. Consequently, the strength of other academies is inevitably diminished. They either employ superior training methods, concentrating resources on a select few, or possess unique channels for talent acquisition. Without such advantages, the Five Beast Academies could not have attained their current status. There must be influential figures operating behind the scenes. Sun Sikai, witnessing the Crimson-Eyed One's earnest documentation of opponent information, is taken aback in his recollection. This appears to be the first instance of such diligent pre-battle analysis from the Crimson-Eyed individual. I sense that the Muyuan Academy harbors secrets. Tong suddenly conversed with Sun Sikai, expressing her agreement. Sun Sikai nodded, noting that compared to the other four academies, their characteristics were less pronounced, resembling a concealment of their true capabilities. Moreover, it was not merely that. Crimson eyes pointed towards the arena, where the Fire Cloud Academy and the Nether Tiger Academy stood. Even though the Fire Cloud Academy was backed by the Fire Leopard sect, not all of their soul masters were of the Fire Cloud Leopard lineage. If a sect could exhibit such diversity, how much more so an academy? However, the Monkey Ape Academy had achieved just that, leading me to suspect that this might be linked to their concealed methods. Could it truly be that the top-ranking powerhouses of an academy primarily possess monkey-type martial spirits? Crimson Eyes found this notion hard to believe. The battle on the arena has concluded, as expected, with the victory going to the Fire Cloud Academy. Supported by the formidable Fire Leopard sect, their strength remains impressive. However, the Dark Tiger Academy is no slouch either. Ultimately, the Fire Cloud Academy triumphed at the cost of 3 of their members. Both teams primarily consisted of powerful attack-type soul masters, resulting in an intense confrontation. As the captain of Fire Cloud Academy descended from the stage, he caught sight of Tong, who was observing intently, a notebook in hand, seemingly engrossed in meticulous documentation. What a surprise! The vice captain of the Luo Royal Academy appears to place such significance on our performance. Tong, who had been diligently recording, lifted her gaze slightly to meet the eyes of the Fire Cloud Academy captain, who, despite bearing several wounds, still exuded an air of formidable authority. After all, it is a matter of reciprocity. Tong smiled, thinking that if the opponent regards us with such seriousness, it would be rather discourteous to treat them with disdain, wouldn't it? Rest assured, Captain Mu of the Jiang family. With unwavering conviction, Akitomi declared that even in our mutual exchanges of courtesy, we still fall short of even a fraction of your diligent efforts. With crimson eyes and a warm smile, he appeared courteous and respectful. Yet his words pierced like fish bones, leaving an unsettling sensation in their wake. Was this a sardonic commentary on their futile scheming, suggesting their inferiority? Or perhaps it was an indication of their disdain for such underhanded tactics. Jiang Jiamu felt an overwhelming surge of anger, ultimately leading him to a bitter laugh. The expressions of his fellow students from Huiyun Academy mirrored his discontent, as if they were on the brink of engaging in battle with Tong and his companions. After all, Captain Tong could effortlessly take on 7 opponents, rendering the presence of his team seemingly redundant. Jiang Jiamu's gaze shifted to Sun Sikai, whose intent to sow discord was glaringly apparent. Sun Sikai, however, turned away, choosing to disregard Jiang Jiamu's provocations. He and Tong were comrades in arms. It would be sheer folly to allow outsiders to sow seeds of division. If the captain deemed the team unnecessary, why then would he expend effort to test their mettle? Qizheng pressed her lips together, seemingly filled with regret, her words subtly reflecting concern for Jiang Jiamu. I observed how arduous the captain's recent victory had been. Surely, missing even one team member would have led to failure. With a sorrowful expression, Qizheng patted Jiang Jiamu's shoulder, remarking, "You are indeed a commendable team, truly. One person is indispensable." After saying this, Qizheng seemed to feel that the provocation was insufficient. She turned to Sun Sikai, speaking earnestly. Look at how far Minghu Academy has tested their limits, and then compare it to the recent endeavors of Yunluo Academy. Is this merely a fault of those academies? We must analyze this thoroughly. Such mistakes cannot be repeated. Upon hearing her words, Sun Sikai respectfully replied, "Understood, Captain." In the presence of outsiders, they could not refer to Qizheng as their junior, as that would undoubtedly cause her embarrassment. Sun Sikai and Qizheng exchanged banter, while Jiang Jiamu's face turned green with frustration. The teammates behind him were nearly ready to confront Qizheng, but Jiang Jiamu restrained them. Compared to Qizheng, his teammates were inherently inferior, and given their current injuries, advancing would only lead to further humiliation. As the members of Minghu Academy descended from the arena, they witnessed this scene, and the gloom of their recent loss dissipated significantly, prompting laughter. Captain Qizheng, the leader of Minghu Academy, exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up, embodying the aura of a true champion. Chapter 102. A battle with all might. One battle after another unfolded, with Xingluo Royal Academy demonstrating its prowess through consecutive victories. The initial strategies had indeed proven effective, and now, whenever Xingluo Royal Academy was mentioned, Qizheng came to mind, elevating her prominence. However, Qizheng was still in the simulation training area, not meditating but honing her mental strength. Currently, during the competition period, the enhancement of soul power was limited, thus significantly boosting combat capability through the cultivation of mental strength was an excellent approach. During this time, the deputy captain of Xingluo Royal Academy had already secured 9 victories, sailing smoothly along the way. However, tomorrow there was a high probability of facing one of the teams from Wuqin Academy. Up to this point, 4 teams had maintained an undefeated record: Xingluo Royal Academy, Huiyun Academy, Zolv Academy, and Gongxiang Academy. Qizheng held high hopes for the seemingly concealed strength of Muyu Academy, which had suffered 1 defeat, narrowly missing the advancement position. At that moment, Tong was uncertain whether to regard the situation as mere coincidence or to acknowledge the opponent's exceptional skill in manipulating scores. The vigilant Tong was more inclined to believe the latter, especially since, despite appearing similar to the Mu Yuan Academy, the Feihe Academy had already suffered 2 defeats, one against the Huiyun Academy and the other against Mu Yuan Academy itself. Nevertheless, the Minghu Academy had only 1 loss, comparable to Mu Yuan Academy, suggesting that, in the pursuit of advancement, Mu Yuan Academy would likely reveal certain strategies. It remained to be seen whether their current ranking could be sustained. Although the Huiyun Academy had encountered misfortune by facing 2 formidable teams, their own strength remained robust, allowing them to maintain an undefeated record. The Xingluo Royal Academy could be described as navigating smoothly thus far, having yet to confront a powerful opponent, which led Tong to believe that the likelihood of facing the Wuqin Academy had significantly increased. As anticipated, on the following day, Tong drew the lot for the next match, revealing that their opponent would indeed be the just as undefeated Xiongxiong Academy, marking the official meeting of the 2 teams with perfect records. As the crimson-eyed figure lifted his gaze, he caught sight of the captain of the Gongxiang Academy, who had already glimpsed the results of his draw not far away. With an air of ease, he extended a greeting, vice-captain of the Xingluo Royal Academy, Tong. The captain, whose stature was nearly twice as broad as Tong's, inclined slightly, his voice resonant, Gongxiang Academy, Mu Gang. After exchanging pleasantries, Tong felt a sense of assurance welling up within him. Hong observed the opposing team's matches, noting that they predominantly featured assault-type soul masters. However, Aside from the absence of agile attackers, they were not dissimilar to other teams, still comprising control and support soul masters. Notably, their support soul masters focused on strength enhancement. And it is worth mentioning that they possessed 2 defense-type soul masters. Remarkably, both of these defense-type soul masters wielded the exceedingly rare Great Strength Diamond Bear Spirit. And upon closer inspection, Qihong surmised that they might be brothers, as their striking resemblance suggested they could even be twins. Upon receiving the draw results, Qihong returned to the waiting area and addressed his teammates, revealing the outcome. It was the Great Bear Academy. This announcement elicited no immediate reaction from the others. But Sun Sikai's expression soured significantly. Zhou Jin perceived the shift. Ever since assuming partial captaincy, he had become increasingly anxious. Fortunately, Qihong had been alleviating some of that burden. Or else Zhou Jin feared Sun Sikai would soon succumb to nervous exhaustion. Sun Sikai had been closely observing each team alongside Qihong. Thus he was well aware of their strengths. Chapter 103, Battle Against the Great Bear Academy, Part 1. There was a brief silence, but moments later, Zhao Shuwen broke the stillness with a jubilant cheer. Hooray! Finally, I won't just be a backdrop. Filled with exuberance, Zhao Shuwen leaped onto Qihong, who was half a head shorter than him, his face alight with excitement. Thank you, senior. After shaking Qihong vigorously, he finally settled down. Though he lacked understanding of others, he had grown weary of hiding behind Qihong, feeling that his own worth was overlooked, leading to considerable frustration. He was undoubtedly a talented soul master, yet consistently failed to garner recognition, and if this continued, he feared he might spiral into depression. It was not only Zhao Shuwen. The other team members also appeared quite jubilant, albeit more restrained than Zhao. It seemed they had long anticipated this day. Realizing this, Sun Sikai suddenly recognized that. In his efforts to conceal their strength, he had overlooked the sentiments of his teammates. If one's thoughts were not aligned, even a victory could be deemed a different form of failure. All right. Sun Sikai smiled and suddenly shouted, "Give it our all." With his rallying cry, everyone echoed in unison, leaving the distant members of the Great Bear Academy momentarily stunned. What was there to cheer about in giving it their all? A stout, dark-skinned man could not help but furrow his thick brows, filled with confusion. He was one of the defense-type soul masters, but he was not solely a defensive fighter. He also possessed Calm Chittum's conjectured direction was indeed correct, yet she had misjudged the strength of the Bear Academy. As the competition was about to commence, Chidam and her companions began to ascend the stage. Senior, I have an important task I wish to entrust to you. Chiam suddenly addressed Zhao Shuwen before stepping onto the platform. Me? Zhao Shuwen was taken aback, even incredulous, yet a sense of pride swelled within him. Rest assured. Whatever the task may be, you can rely on your senior. Crimson Eyes smiled with her eyes narrowed, leaning down to whisper a few words into Zhao Shuwen's ear. Her voice exceedingly soft. When she lifted her gaze once more, Zhao Shuwen's expression was one of astonishment, yet he resolutely nodded, his demeanor embodying a certain tenacity. Rest assured, she exclaimed. Of course, I am at ease. With a raised eyebrow, Crimson Eyes then stepped onto the arena. Opposite them stood the Bear Academy. Having also ascended to the platform, and in an instant, the entire venue erupted in cheers and shouts. The clash of two undefeated teams was undoubtedly fierce and highly anticipated, with the greatest expectation resting upon Crimson Eyes herself. Undeniably, her combat prowess delivered an unimaginable sense of awe. The exhilarating spectacle was precisely what an observer cherished. The Bear Academy showcased a triangular formation before the crowd, while Crimson Eyes and her team maintained a traditional formation of 2-2-3. Even Wang Heng could not help but stare in astonishment. Has Qihong mastered team tactics? To be frank, Qihong's combat awareness is certainly not lacking. One could even assert that it is remarkably acute. However, when it comes to team battles, Qihong appears somewhat sluggish. Yet now, Wang Heng has observed significant progress in Qihong. Who would have thought that battling in the Grand Soul Arena could be so beneficial? Wang Heng couldn't help but murmur. Akabane and Zhao Shuwen stood at the forefront of their team, which came as a slight surprise to Mu Gang. After all, this was a stark departure from Akabane's previous strategies, where he had always been the undisputed leader while others played more supportive roles. At the head of the Steel Bear Academy's formation was naturally their captain, Mu Gang. His massive, hill-like physique immediately revealed his specialization, a 45th level power attack soul master with the Steel Clawed Bear as his martial soul, fitting perfectly with his academy's name. Following closely behind were the two Titan Golden Bear soul masters, both around the 42nd level, their coordination seamless. Behind them stood two more power attack soul masters, nearing the 40th level but still struggling to break through their bottlenecks. Their martial souls were the Bear Claw and the Giant Bear Axe, the latter being a weapon-type martial soul, though still somewhat related to bear-type souls. Bringing up the rear were a control-type soul master and a support-type soul master. The control-type soul master had a voluptuous yet serpentine grace, her martial soul being the bamboo pit viper, a venomous expert with no connection to bears whatsoever. The support-type soul master's ring abilities were similar to Ming Tianlong's wishful disc, though all attributes were focused on enhancing strength. It had to be said, Steel Bear Academy's team was like an iron fortress. Though each component varied in strength, every piece was exceptionally sturdy. As the two sides locked eyes, they exchanged formal greetings under the referee's guidance. Release your martial souls. At the referee's command, dazzling soul rings erupted into brilliance. Yet, all eyes were inevitably drawn to Akabane's black soul ring, envy flashing in their gazes. Almost immediately, Mu Gang was overwhelmed by a sense of impending danger and an indescribable frustration. How dare they list him as an agility-type soul master in their records? Begin the match. At the signal, the two Titan Golden Bear soul masters, Big Bear and Little Bear, lunged toward Akabane. But Akabane swiftly demonstrated exactly why he was classified as an agility-type soul master. The moment the two bears charged, Akabane flicked his scorpion tail and retreated to the rear lines. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuwen surged forward without hesitation, his third soul ring flaring effortlessly as if he had planned this move long in advance. The Celestial King Tower rapidly expanded, its entrance hurtling straight toward Zhou Jin. Chapter 104. Battle against Steel Bear Academy, Part 2. The turn of events was so abrupt that the audience barely had time to process it. They only saw Zhao Shuwen's martial soul materialize into its third soul skill form before shooting directly at Zhou Jin. Even the opposing Steel Bear Academy members were stunned, half convinced that the Luo Royal Academy's vice-captain had finally snapped under pressure and turned on his own teammate. Zhou Jin's eyes narrowed, yet he remained utterly composed. The phantom of his demon sunflower tree solidified as his second soul ring ignited. Dozens of sunflower seeds sprayed into the Celestial King Tower, weaving an intricate but fragile web of mental toxins. Just as the tower seemed poised to crush Zhou Jin, it halted abruptly after his soul skill activated, then veered sharply to envelop the two Titan Golden Bear soul masters instead. The two bears, fixated on chasing Akabane, charged straight into the Luo Royal Academy's trap. Normally, they wouldn't have feared such a maneuver. Their defenses were formidable among soul masters of their level, making them nearly impervious even in enemy territory. But this situation was different. Their opponents weren't attacking them, they were trying to contain them. Against such tactics, their impenetrable defenses were like fists striking cotton, utterly ineffective. Reacting instantly, their hands morphed into bear paws as their second soul skill, Titan Golden Palm, slammed toward the Celestial King Tower in an attempt to repel it. Yet the encirclement wasn't just Zhao Shuwen's doing. Sankan unleashed his nine-colored ring once more, intercepting the bear strikes to soften the impact. Meanwhile, Daimenji and the others swarmed in, launching a concentrated assault on the two Titan Golden Bear soul masters. Quick! Reinforce them. Mu Gang stomped the ground and barreled toward his trapped teammates. But as a pure power attack soul master with neither speed nor ranged abilities, he was easily intercepted mid-charge by Akabane. Captain Mu Gang, Akabane said coolly, kings fight kings, generals fight generals. It's best if you don't interfere. Akame's powerful kick sent Mu Gang reeling in astonishment. Despite being the offensive-type spirit master with significantly higher spirit power than Akame, he found himself unable to gain any advantage in this confrontation. Not only was Mu Gang strategizing, but the support-type spirit masters from Gongxiong Academy were also providing full assistance. The voluptuous bamboo leaf green spirit master unleashed her third spirit skill, continuously releasing poisonous mist toward Akame and her allies. However, Akame and her team moved with such swiftness that before reinforcements could arrive, the two Golden Bear spirit masters were completely trapped within the Heavenly King Tower. The force of their mighty golden palms sent tremors through the tower's structure, causing Zhao Shuwen to pale and retreat hastily. Inside the tower, Zhou Jin's vines had already shattered under the violent tremors, filling the enclosed space with neurotoxic fumes. Though the two Golden Bear spirit masters grew increasingly disoriented, they still recklessly charged forward, driven by sheer instinct and strength, making Zhao Shuwen's task all the more difficult. After all, restraining two spirit masters of equal rank as a single spirit ancestor was no easy feat. The task left for her by Tong was to ensnare these two soul masters with defensive attributes. Compared to their defensive capabilities, their offensive strength, while commendable, clearly lacked a degree of potency. Should they be captured, their prowess would undoubtedly be significantly diminished. The Heavenly King Tower trembled incessantly, and Zhao Shuwen, from the rear, was exerting himself to the utmost. The adversaries were two soul ancestors. Even if he could endure, the duration of his endurance was exceedingly limited. Once the two Diamond Bear Soul Masters were ensnared, the remaining combat power was freed. Sun Sikai, with his martial spirit manifested, unfurled massive wings from his back. Elevating himself into the air, he soared above, directly targeting a rather plump control-type Soul Master. The toxic mist continued to disperse, a widespread soul skill. Sun Sikai flapped his wings vigorously, dispersing the emerald-hued poison. Birds possess a combat advantage over serpents and rodents. And Sun Sikai could also leverage the benefits of his martial spirit to evade the control-type Soul Master's attacks, placing him in a decidedly advantageous position. Daimenji, embodying the White Tiger martial spirit, directly confronted a powerful assault-type Soul Master. His robust tiger claws struck fiercely at the opponent's chest. His black and white fur bristled, forming a protective layer over his body, and under the influence of the White Tiger's transformation, he engaged in a fierce exchange with the assault-type Soul Master. The opponent's martial spirit was a bare paw, and their collisions generated continuous tremors. Although the moves were simple, they were executed with substantial impact. Tenruajuan, a sensitive attack-type Soul Master, was also darting around another Soul Master wielding a massive bear axe. Despite the latter's classification as an assault-type Soul Master, Tenruajuan's agility was markedly superior, allowing her to evade and maneuver effectively. The 9-colored rings surrounding Senkin expanded. But her intent was not to attack or ensnare the opponent, nor did she focus on their seemingly unguarded support-type Soul Master. Instead, she infused her martial spirit into the Heavenly King Tower, augmenting its binding capabilities anew. This was the first soul skill of the 9-colored ring, binding. However, even with two Soul Masters ensnaring the opposing two, the advantage was not as pronounced as before. Yet, Tong understood clearly that if Zhao Shuwen were to single-handedly contain the two mighty Diamond Bear Soul Masters, he would soon be overwhelmed, easily losing Zhao Shuwen's combat effectiveness and failing to restrain the two Diamond Bear Soul Masters, although the advantage was now less evident. The combination of a Soul Ancestor and a Soul Master capturing two Soul Ancestors was indeed a considerable gain. Zhou Jin's combat range encompassed the entire arena. It was undeniable that Zhou Jin's skills were exceptionally suited for area combat. Upon activating his fourth soul skill, several little demon sunflowers materialized on the stage, emerging from behind Zhou Jin, following his commands, and assisting each individual's battle. In addition to Zhao Shuwen's side, Zhou Jin placed a little demon sunflower beside everyone to aid in combat. Even the support-type Soul Master, who had been largely overlooked, received a sunflower that moved toward her. Chapter 105, Battle at the Bear Academy, Part 3, Shaolai, Dach. Mu Gang, currently engaged in combat with Tong, still had the energy to alert the support-type Soul Master at the rear, shouting a warning about the little demon sunflower released by Zhou Jin. The physical resilience of support-type Soul Masters is notably weak, and even the toxin from a single sunflower could incapacitate her. Support-type Soul Masters are crucial to their team. As pure power enhancements can elevate their combat effectiveness to new heights, they are far from being superfluous. Her crimson eyes were downcast, surprisingly not pressing the advantage at this moment. The support-type Soul Master, upon seeing the demon sunflower's attack, dodged nimbly in all directions. The members of Gongxiang Academy were all reluctant to touch that small demon sunflower. Zhou Jin was clearly a poison-based Soul Master, and since their own team also had one, they understood all too well the troublesome nature of such abilities. Without an antidote or similar countermeasure, the opponent's toxins would be virtually unsolvable. Yet, their support-type Soul Master could only enhance soul power, physical strength, and defense, nothing more. Among their ranks, perhaps only the Green Bamboo Viper Soul Master possessed some resistance to poison. But as fate would have it, that very Soul Master was now entangled by Sun Sikai. The support-type Soul Master was no ordinary individual either. Despite his frail physique, he remained agile, deftly evading the demon sunflower while still managing to amplify his teammates' abilities, seemingly unaffected. Seeing this, Mu Gang set his mind at ease and focused entirely on the battle before him. Admittedly, Zhou Jin was not as nimble in this regard. Controlling multiple demon sunflowers simultaneously had already left her somewhat strained, their movements sluggish. Yet, the number of things demanding her attention far exceeded that of the support-type Soul Master. So a slight delay was only natural. Akame's eyes flashed subtly as she inconspicuously shifted towards Zhou Jin, exchanging a covert glance with him. Zhou Jin immediately grasped her intention and nodded imperceptibly, gradually closing the distance between them. Their movements did not escape Mu Gang's notice, prompting him to grow wary of their potential collaboration. Just as Mu Gang remained vigilant against Zhou Jin, Akame abruptly vanished from her position. Mu Gang's pupils constricted in alarm. But before he could scan his surroundings, Zhou Jin swiftly took her place, confronting him directly. Vines laced with neurotoxins erupted around him, instantly disrupting Mu Gang's combat rhythm. Before Mu Gang could recover from the numbing effects of the toxins, a pain cry echoed, originating from their team's support-type Soul Master. Mu Gang turned his gaze just in time to witness Akame delivering a powerful kick, sending the support Soul Master flying off the arena. How did she get there? Then it struck him. This was the spatial ability she had displayed during the first preliminary match. Akame had rarely utilized this skill, causing many to overlook her terrifying capability to teleport instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, the opponent who had stood before him moments ago had traversed the battlefield, eliminating their support with ruthless efficiency. Against Akame, their support Soul Master stood no chance. A chill settled in Mu Gang's heart as he finally understood Akame's true strategy. Akame deliberately refrained from engaging with the support-type Soul Master, merely deploying Zhou Jin for minor harassment. The intention was to lull him into a false sense of security, making him believe Zhou Jin's attacks were manageable, the extent of Starluo Royal Academy's efforts. This ruse allowed Akame to effortlessly eliminate their support-type Soul Master. With the support-type Soul Master gone, the Grizzly Bear Academy's fighters lost a layer of enhancement. Their combat effectiveness noticeably diminished. Inside the Heavenly King Tower, the two Titan Golden Bear Soul Masters sensed the disappearance of their amplified attributes, their offensive power waning. Fortunately, as time passed, the neurotoxic effects within the Heavenly King Tower weakened, now inflicting only minimal damage. Soon, they would be free from its influence, no longer attacking mindlessly. For now, however, Zhao Xuan's burden had lightened. Mu Gang swiftly shifted his focus, disregarding the fallen support-type Soul Master. Instead, he activated his fourth Soul Ring, his previously unremarkable bear claws elongating abruptly, stretching to nearly a meter in length, grotesquely disproportionate to his stature. The claws gleamed with a metallic sheen, their silver radiance flashing before Zhou Jin's eyes. With a single swipe, the air split with a sharp whistle as the razor-sharp claws lashed toward her. Despite the neurotoxin's disorienting effects, Mu Gang's strike remained precise, his gaze unfocused yet unerringly locked onto Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin retreated hastily, but the distance she had previously closed proved her undoing. Unable to evade in time, she was sent sprawling by the force of the fourth soul skill. The sheer power of a level 40 assault-type battle soul ancestor's fourth skill was beyond her endurance. Struggling to rise, she felt warmth seeping from her body, deep gashes stretching from her shoulders down to her waist, blood saturating her robes in crimson. Pale-faced and weakened, she was a prime target for Mu Gang, who had long found her a nuisance. Seizing this opportunity to eliminate her would be ideal. Zhou Jin, from behind. Zhao Xuan's voice rang out in alarm, his gaze locked onto Mu Gang as if ready to fight to the death. Meanwhile, the Heavenly King Tower trembled violently, signaling the imminent escape of the two Titan Golden Bear Soul Masters. Akame swiftly positioned herself in front of Mu Gang, blocking his advance. Her scorpion tail clashed fiercely against the opponent's bear claws, causing her considerable discomfort. After all, this was the opponent's fourth soul skill, while she was merely enhanced by her first soul skill, making the confrontation particularly arduous. Senior, step down from the stage. Akame urgently urged Zhou Jin to leave the stage. Given Zhou Jin's current condition, stepping down to receive immediate treatment would be the most prudent course of action. Yet despite her pallid complexion, Zhou Jin stubbornly rose to her feet. No need. I can still continue, she insisted. If she were to retreat now, her conscience would torment her. Even if she had resorted to neurotoxins to disrupt her opponents, her actions ought to bear significance. Chapter 106, Battle Against Gongsheng Academy, Part 4, Given Zhou Jin's present state, persisting in combat was ill-advised. Forcing herself onward would only exacerbate her injuries and potentially distract Zhao Xuan. Senior, step down. Akame pressed. If they use you as leverage against us, we'll be at an even greater disadvantage. Akame's expression was solemn and grave, startling Zhou Jin. He had intended to stay and contribute his modest efforts, not to become a hindrance. With a sudden realization, Zhou Jin leaped off the platform without hesitation, where he was promptly escorted by Wang Hong for medical attention. On the stage, Mu Gang chuckled mockingly. Captain Akame, was it truly worth it? Sacrificing a control-type battle soul master just to eliminate a support-type soul master? Whether it was worth it remains to be seen. Akame's gaze abruptly sharpened with intensity. marking the moment when he truly began to engage seriously with Mu Gang. Until now, the majority of his attention had been fixated upon that auxiliary-type spirit master. Having already unleashed his fourth spirit ability, Mu Gang found himself at a disadvantage in terms of spirit power, allowing Akame to steadily seize the upper hand. As his fourth spirit ring flickered, Mu Gang's eyes grew wary. Retreating subtly while still clashing with Akame, he maneuvered himself closer to Daimenji's position. Was he attempting to exploit Akame's hesitation by threatening someone dear to him? Tong scoffed as the gray aura behind her surged and coalesced into a sphere. The clash between magical and sinister forces, as well as the tumult of wind and thunder, erupted with undeniable potency upon contact. The dark demonic thunder collided with Mging, sending ripples that reached Diem beside him. Cursing under his breath, Diem swiftly dodged. Although he was affected by the residual force, it was not a direct assault aimed at him, so he suffered minimal harm. Mging, however, was far less fortunate. Initially, he and Tong seemed evenly matched, but as the supportive Soul Master could no longer provide assistance and had exhausted his fourth soul skill, he quickly fell into a disadvantage, with only half of his soul power remaining. Meanwhile, Tong, having utilized only her first soul skill and some spatial attributes, had reserves of soul power brimming with vitality. Mging felt the onslaught of the dark demonic thunder. A large wound opened on his chest, continuously bleeding. The injury even more severe than that of Zhujin. The brash words he had spoken moments ago faded into silence as he collapsed onto the ground. Although he remained conscious, he found himself utterly unable to command his body. The injury to his chest not only strained the muscles in other areas, but also sent jagged bolts of electricity racing through him, rendering him incapable of movement. He could only experience a fleeting tingling sensation, devoid of intense pain, yet at part Akame's soul power was now reduced to less than half. The previous fourth soul skill had indeed consumed a considerable amount of his energy. In his haste to eliminate the support-type soul master and avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Akame had refrained from absorbing the opponent's soul power to replenish himself. Moreover, when defeating Mu Gang, there had been virtually no residual soul power left in his body, leaving Akame's reserves unrefreshed. This was not a situation where a swift resolution was possible. Prolonging the battle would inevitably lead to Akame losing his combat capabilities. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind before he decisively charged toward the Bear Palm Soul Master, immediately activating his second soul skill. Inside the Heavenly King Tower, the mist of mental toxins had nearly dissipated entirely. The two great strength Golden Bear Soul Masters gradually regained clarity, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual understanding. Standing apart, they simultaneously unleashed their first soul skills. Their first, second, and even fourth soul skills were identical, each derived from the same soul beast they had hunted together, a deliberate choice to enhance their synergy. The results were indeed gratifying, as their meticulous cultivation had granted them the ability to perform fusion skills. First soul skill, immovable Vajra body. Their movements were perfectly synchronized as golden light erupted from their bodies. However, instead of enveloping them, the radiance coalesced above their heads, forming a phantom image of a golden bear. The apparition grew increasingly massive, though the golden glow dimmed, its hue shifting toward a coppery tint. The golden bear seemed to let out a silent roar within the Heavenly King Tower. Though no sound was heard, from that moment onward, the tower began trembling violently, its vibrations far more intense than the earlier unconscious attacks. Not only the Heavenly King Tower trembled, the nine-colored ring also quivered uncontrollably, threatening to break free from the tower and return to Sang Kan's body. Damn it! Zhao Shuwen cursed inwardly, exerting all his strength to compress the Heavenly King Tower. Yet the tremors only intensified, becoming nearly impossible to suppress, his wrist shaking violently. Boom! Everything seemed to reach its breaking point. The Heavenly King Tower and the nine-colored ring were simultaneously ejected, returning to their respective masters. In the space where the tower had once stood, only a faint phantom of the Golden Bear remained, its size now surpassing that of the previous Heavenly King Tower. In what felt like an instant, the apparition also began to disperse. The two great strength Golden Bear Soul Masters panted heavily. Breaking free had not been an easy feat for them. Zhao Shuwen and Sang Kan's expressions momentarily betrayed helplessness. Their recovery would take time, yet now the two Golden Bear Soul Masters were unrestrained. This was the worst possible scenario. The combat prowess of two soul ancestors was enough to complicate matters further and potentially disrupt Akame's plans. Meanwhile, Akame had absorbed most of the Bear Palm Soul Master's energy, barely restoring his own soul power to 70%. Go assist Tan Ruoyan, Akame said to Daimenji. I'll handle the Golden Bears. With their team's control-type Soul Master already eliminated, Akame naturally assumed command. Daimenji nodded, glancing at the two Golden Bear Soul Masters before rushing toward Tan Ruoyan's position. If they recklessly intervened to help Sun Sekai deal with the Bamboo Leaf Green Soul Master now, they risked contamination by the toxins, hardly worth the risk. Leaving Sun Sekai to hold his own was already a sound strategy. Sending additional reinforcements was unnecessary. Given Sun Sekai's strength, handling a Soul Elder, though troublesome, should not pose an insurmountable challenge. On the other hand, Tan Ruoyan's side lacked sufficient offensive power. With Daimenji's assistance, the battle could likely be concluded swiftly. Chapter 107 Battle against Steel Bear Academy. End. With a calm gaze, the crimson-eyed figure surveyed the arena, gradually approaching the two formidable bear spirit masters. Waving at Zhao Xuan and Sangkan, the crimson-eyed one conveyed the message, after a brief recovery, go assist the others. I shall handle things here. As Tong's words fell, Zhao Xuan and Sangkan had yet to speak, when the two powerful Golden Bear spirit masters burst into laughter, saying, Captain Tong, are you truly so confident that you can withstand both of us? They had fully regained their combat strength. Albeit their soul power was somewhat diminished, they remained formidable. What are you all contemplating? Akame seemed to be amused by these two individuals, her face filled with incredulity. Didn't your captain ever tell you that you're not suited for this? With a cold expression, the crimson-eyed individual pointed at the two powerful diamond bears, stating, You two have come to obstruct my path. To obstruct me means that the only thing you can achieve together is merely to hinder my progress. Akame's words were exceedingly arrogant, yet Zhao Xuan and Sangkan found them rather reasonable, nodding slightly in agreement. Then we can rest assured. They said in unison as they stepped back, both to give Akame space and to recover their own soul power and condition. Their actions only added fuel to the fire, further enraging the two Titan Bear Soul Masters. However, before they could react, Akame had already dashed forward, launching a sudden kick at the elder of the two. Swift as an assassin, powerful as a warrior, this was Akame. Despite the Titan Bear's formidable physique, the elder bear still felt the sharp sting of swelling on his cheek. His expression darkened as he warned his younger brother, don't underestimate him. He's strong. The elder bear quickly pulled his sibling back, finally grasping the intent behind Mu Gang's earlier plan. The most they could achieve now was perhaps merely stalling Akame. From the very beginning, Akame had them cornered, not out of any sense of inferiority, but to avoid restricting her own combat prowess, allowing Mu Gang, their strongest individual fighter, to eliminate his teammates. The moment Mu Gang was taken down, their defeat was already sealed. While the two brothers were restraining Akame, she had simultaneously pinned them down. Without Mu Gang, the remaining members of Douluo Royal Academy were simply no match for them. Indeed, even as they held Akame at bay, they could sense she still had reserves of strength. Against opponents whose soul power was not at its peak, her combat became all the more effortless. By the time Zhao Xuan and Sangkan joined the fray, the battle on the other side concluded swiftly. Soon, only two members of Gangxiong Academy remained on the field, the two Titan Golden Bear Soul Masters. At this point, the outcome was beyond doubt. Douluo Royal Academy, victorious. On the spectator stands, Dai Tianxing nodded approvingly, seemingly quite satisfied with the result. Even against Gangxiong Academy, another undefeated team, Douluo Royal Academy still emerged victorious. However, compared to previous battles, I noticed more of the other members' capabilities. And yet, these aren't, even the main team members, truly a testament to Douluo Royal Academy's strength. Velis remarked with a smile, his eyes betraying nothing but amusement. Dai Tianxing studied Velis, finding him somewhat peculiar. Unlike the previous platinum bishops sent by the Spirit Hall, this one, Velis, appeared unusually mild-mannered, lacking the aggressive edge of his predecessors. Those before him had practically worn their ambition to dominate Douluo on their foreheads. But this platinum bishop Velis seemed far more composed, as if he had no interest in conflict. Occasionally, he even offered flattery to Dai Tianxing, behavior that only deepened the emperor's suspicion that this man was no simple figure. If the other party had already retreated to such an extent, wouldn't hostility from his side make him seem the aggressor? Bishop Velis, you flatter us. This is merely our reserve team. Compared to the Spirit Hall's forces, we still have much to learn, Dai Tianxing laughed, returning the compliment. I've heard the Spirit Hall has two Soul Kings participating this time. A formidable opponent we must all take seriously, Dai Tianxing probed, his eyes glinting. Yet Velis sidestepped the bait entirely, instead musing, I once spent time in the Heavendo Empire. That region is entirely different from Douluo. Their strongest are concentrated in the main team. Perhaps it's due to differing national conditions that such contrasting outcomes arise? He turned to Dai Tianxing as if seeking his opinion. Is he inciting us to attack Heaven Do? Dai Tianxing shook his head, his expression turning stern. Bishop Velis, it is unwise to casually comment on other nations. This is a grave taboo. Velis feigned realization, lightly tapping his lips in an exaggerated display of regret. How careless of me. I beg your majesty's forgiveness. As if nothing had happened, the two exchanged a smile and moved on. Velis had no intention of fostering goodwill with Dai Tianxing. They were, after all, from opposing factions. No matter how amiable his demeanor, neither would mistake it for genuine friendliness, only a calculated ploy. Velis' goal was merely to maintain surface-level diplomacy, ensuring that, at least outwardly, relations with the Douluo Empire remained cordial. Behind the scenes, however, the struggle would continue unabated. After the battle, Douluo Royal Academy's team left the arena, while the defeated Gangxiong Academy members stood in desolation, their spirits seemingly drained. The two Titan Golden Bear Soul Masters, in particular, sat motionless on the stage until the referee's reminder finally spurred them to rise. Their eyes were hollow, devoid of the vigor they had once radiated. Watching Akame descend from the platform, they felt as though an insurmountable mountain loomed over them, casting an inescapable shadow. Meanwhile, Akame and her team hurried to the rest area, where a healing-type Soul Master was tending to Zhou Jin's wounds, with Wang Heng and Mu Lian keeping watch. Zhou Jin, Zhao Shuwen called out urgently, sprinting toward the rest area. Chapter 108, Jilu Academy. Zhao Shuwen rushed to Zhou Jin's side, his face taut with worry. Even as he saw Zhou Jin's wounds healing rapidly, his expression remained grim. Had Mu Gang not been even more severely injured, Zhao Shuwen might have sought him out for a private brawl. His expression twisted awkwardly, as if he wanted to voice concern but instead blurted out in frustration. How could you be so careless? So clumsy. You couldn't even dodge. Lying on the rest area's cot, Zhou Jin, pale-faced but defiant, rolled her eyes in response. Akame gazed at Zhao Shuwen and Zhou Jin, when suddenly she noticed Sun Sikai also standing beside Zhou Jin. Earlier, Sun Sikai had dashed swiftly, not toward Zhou Jin, but to the neighboring team, borrowing a coat from a female student of another academy. He hurried back and draped the coat over the bloodstained parts of Zhou Jin's attire. Thank you, Zhou Jin whispered softly. It's nothing, Sun Sikai replied with a faint smile before turning his attention to the healing-type Soul Master. Teacher, how is her injury? His question instantly heightened the tension among the group. Everyone fixed their anxious gazes upon the healer, fearing that Zhou Jin's wounds might be severe. Fortunately, it's not too serious. But the healer's pause sent their hearts racing. She won't be able to fight for the next 2 or 3 days. Upon hearing the voice, Tong nodded slightly. Feeling a sense of relief within, she expressed, "It is good to know that you can recover. There is no need to be overly anxious about the competition. We still have Senior Mu Lian who has yet to take the field. Consequently, the issues regarding future battles should not pose significant challenges." Sun Sikai also nodded, acknowledging that the current situation was considerably better than before. With Zhou Jin's recovery, there seemed to be no major problems ahead. Indeed, you need only focus on your recuperation. He reassured the slightly anxious Zhou Jin. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuwen remained silent, struggling to utter a single word. Akame's gaze grew even more peculiar. Yet it wasn't solely her who harbored such sentiments. The others' expressions were equally enigmatic. What a pity, these 3 individuals should have possessed a soul fusion technique. Akame couldn't help but think this way. The next day, Akame and her team encountered their 11th opponent, perhaps because their previous matches had gone too smoothly. The subsequent adversaries proved increasingly formidable. This time, they faced another undefeated team, the Jilu Academy. Jilu Academy specialized in agile attack spirit masters, yet their combat prowess remained exceptional. Though the 5 Beast Academies training emphasized specific directions, it also comprehensively enhanced the students' physical abilities. Just like the support-type spirit masters from the previous Gangxiong Academy. Even those in auxiliary roles displayed remarkable agility. Similarly, other students in their academy rarely suffered from sluggish movements due to heavy builds. Observing the students from Jilu Academy, Akame felt a wave of exhaustion. Continuous battles had taken their toll on everyone, especially after 2 consecutive high-intensity matches. Meanwhile, the Jilu Academy team was also scrutinizing Akame's side. Captain, look, their control-type spirit master isn't on the field today. Someone nudged their leader, grinning with delight. Seems like they suffered losses against Gangxiong Academy. Are we in luck? The captain of Jilu Academy rolled his eyes in exasperation. What good does it do if their control-type spirit master is absent? Akame is still on the stage. What do we rely on? The dual extremes of offense and speed, the member answered. And what about our opponents? The captain pressed. The member's enthusiasm deflated. Also, the dual extremes of speed and offense. Not just that, the captain added, his observations meticulous. He still hasn't used his third spirit skill. I'm extremely curious about what it could be. Logically, it shouldn't be weak. He cast a puzzled glance at Akame, seated in the rest area. Unable to fathom why he was concealing his third spirit skill. Round 11 of the preliminary matches, second bout, prepare. At the referee's announcement, the teams from Douluo Academy and Luo Royal Academy stepped onto the stage. Ding Zichen, level 45 Agile Attack Battle Spirit Master, the captain of Douluo Academy, introduced himself. Spirit, White Deer. In response, Akame summoned her spirit while stating, Akame, level 42 Offense-type Battle Spirit Master. Spirit, Long-tailed Scorpion. Though the opponent appeared amiable, Akame remained vigilant. After all, their team maintained an undefeated record, no easy feat, considering only 3 teams still held such a status. Release spirits. As both teams summoned their spirits, Ding Zichen noticed the substitute member from Luo Royal Academy's reserve team. Is that a kitchen knife spirit? Another offense-type spirit master? Such a spirit was uncommon, especially among powerful spirit masters. A kitchen knife spirit wasn't particularly formidable. Yet Ding Zichen also observed that this member wasn't a 3-ringed spirit elder, but a 4-ringed spirit ancestor. Thus, Luo Royal Academy's current team now boasted 4 spirit ancestors. Including Zhou Jin, who was unable to participate, their full-strength reserve team could field 5. However, Ding Zichen had heard that Luo Royal Academy's main team consisted entirely of spirit ancestors, even among substitutes. They wouldn't underestimate the other members besides Akame, especially after yesterday's match, where they had displayed considerable strength. The spirit master named Zhao Shuwen had also astonished many. No one could define Zhao Shuwen's role. He could adapt to any type. Even as a support-type spirit master, his spirit was uniquely versatile. Witnessing the Heavenly King Pagoda spirit master soaring through the air like a swift swallow and unleashing flames had left them utterly stunned, an incongruous yet awe-inspiring display of power. Among Luo Royal Academy's reserve team, Akame undoubtedly held the highest combat prowess. Yet, compared to the long-tailed scorpion, most would covet the Heavenly King Pagoda spirit instead. Chapter 109. Tactics. Not only was Ding Zichen observing, but Akame was also analyzing Douluo Academy's team. They had 4 spirit ancestors, marking them as a formidable squad. Though no individual stood out exceptionally, their strength was evenly distributed. Tong had also witnessed the matches of the Stag Academy, and in stark contrast to the Academy's self-assessment, his evaluation was entirely different. In his perspective, the Academy's pride and greatest strength did not lie in their duality of fierce attacks and speed, but rather in the seamless collaboration during team battles and the strategic application of tactics. Although Ding Zichen appeared to be devoid of cunning, he was, in fact, a master tactician. This, however, was precisely where Tong found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, before he could ponder further, the match had already commenced. Move. With the start of the competition, Ding Zichen's commanding voice stirred his team into action. Previously, the Stag Academy had boasted a control-type soul master and a support-type soul master. But in this battle, they seemed to have adjusted their strategy in response to Tong and his companions. Remarkably, all 7 members of their team were now agile attack-type soul masters. At Ding Zichen's command, the students of the Stag Academy erupted into action. Empowered by their martial souls, they swiftly maneuvered into Tong's formation, catching everyone by surprise with their astonishing speed. Originally, Tong and her companions maintained the most traditional formation of 2-2-3. However, under the impact of their opponents, the formation was shattered. In contrast, the opposing team swiftly maneuvered through the chaos with remarkable speed. Ding Zichen, positioned beside Tong, engaged in a series of distractions, ultimately unleashing his first soul skill. A flash of azure light emanated from his toes as he deftly aimed a kick at Tong. His movements were astute. After the strike, he swiftly withdrew, embodying the elegance of the white deer. His attack, precise and concentrated, caught Tong off guard, resulting in a sharp pang in her lower abdomen. Just as her focus sharpened on Ding Zichen, a third soul ring flickered, and another kick was launched toward her. Akame frowned, finally realizing that Ding Zichen's assault was merely a feint, not just on his flank. The same scenario unfolded around the other members of the Luo Royal Academy's reserve team. They weaved between their opponents, launching random strikes at adversaries on either side, seemingly scoring several hits in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a sharp command rang out. Gather together, shield each other's backs. The speaker was none other than Sang-Kan, another control-type spirit master from the Douluo Royal Academy's reserve team. Along with her words descended a radiant 9-colored ring. The moment it settled over Akame and his comrades, a repulsive force erupted, flinging the attacking students from Douluo Academy away and abruptly halting their spirit techniques mid-execution. The battlefield fell into a momentary lull, and the team swiftly seized the opportunity to regroup. They formed a tight circle, leaving negligible gaps between them. Even as the Douluo Academy students landed steadily on the arena, penetrating their defenses now seemed nearly impossible. Ding Zichen, having been repelled, landed gracefully and turned his gaze towards Sang-Kan, the previously unremarkable member of the Douluo Royal Academy team. Her earlier performances had been unimpressive, leading Ding Zichen to assume she was an ordinary control-type spirit master, one lacking combat prowess, speed, or supportive abilities, merely relegated to the role out of necessity. But now, it appeared his assessment had been mistaken. The thought prompted Ding Zichen to reassess Akame as well. He had assumed Akame would cling to authority, especially since their primary control-type spirit master was absent, leaving Akame to take command, just as the previous control-type spirit master had deferred to him. Despite the senior-junior dynamic, the true leader had been obvious. Yet, in reality, the moment Akame learned their opponents were from Douluo Academy, he had relinquished full command to Sang-Kan. Their team wasn't limited to just one control-type spirit master. One must confront their shortcomings if they were ill-suited for group battles or leadership. There was no sense in fighting against the current. Assigning the right roles to the right people maximized their strengths. During his time at the Douluo Great Spirit Arena, Akame had learned one crucial lesson: listen to the control-type spirit masters. Now, Sang-Kan's petite frame stood as the core of their formation, her 9-colored ring encircling the team. Ever vigilant of their surroundings, Ding Zichen, too, was a skilled tactician. He swiftly devised his next move. Pincer formation. Leading 3 teammates, he split the remaining 4 into another squad, converging from both flanks to encircle Akame's tightly clustered group. The leader of the 4-member squad also wielded a deer-related spirit, though its form differed slightly, a somber deer. A 4-ring spirit ancestor, he now stood face-to-face with Akame. His second spirit ring ignited, ripples spreading beneath his feet as he tapped the ground lightly, gathering momentum. With crimson eyes poised in anticipation, she suddenly witnessed the Soul Master leap gracefully, soaring to a height exceeding 2 meters. Utilizing the advantage of elevation, he directed a kick toward her. Why does he have such a penchant for kicking? Akame frowned slightly, but remained motionless. Ding Zichen, who had been attacking from the other side in an attempt to stretch the enemy's battle line, was also taken aback. Akame wasn't defending. And the Great Rock Soul Master he was attacking merely stood in place with a simple defensive stance. The formation remained unchanged, and the battle line failed to extend. Just as the Camphor Soul Master's attack was about to land, an iron tower suddenly materialized, enveloping Akame and the others within its protective walls and blocking the Camphor Soul Ancestor's assault. Zhao Shuwen and the Camphor Soul Master were both Soul Ancestors, but the opponent's second soul skill was naturally no match for Zhao Shuwen's third. Everyone was aware of the defensive capabilities of Zhao Shuwen's Heavenly King Tower, yet none could fathom Sang-Kan's reasoning behind such a command. While this soul skill trapped their own team, it also confined the members of the Douluo Royal Academy. If they sought victory, only 2 individuals could emerge from within to attack: Zhao Shuwen, the wielder of the Heavenly King Tower, and Akame, who possessed spatial abilities. What exactly is Sang-Kan planning? Outside the Heavenly King Tower, Ding Zichen racked his brain in confusion. Chapter 110, 11 Consecutive Victories. Not only Ding Zichen, but everyone else stared in bewilderment at the Heavenly King Tower that had now enclosed the combatants. Moreover, even if the tower provided temporary protection, prolonged confinement would inevitably lead to its collapse. Yet Sang-Kan's thoughts ran contrary to theirs. She never considered Zhao Shuwen's third soul skill merely as a defensive or restraining technique. Its most fundamental and essential characteristic was isolation. Ding Zichen's tactics appeared elaborate, but their essence was to stretch their battle line and scatter them. If so, why couldn't they employ the same strategy? On the arena, Ding Zichen suddenly witnessed the Heavenly King Tower spinning at an alarming speed. Alongside it, an unbroken stream of flames erupted, shooting forth in a straight line. As the tower whirled rapidly, the linear flames fanned out into a crescent, then expanded into a full circle, engulfing the entire stage. The members of the Douluo Academy could only react instinctively, dodging the unpredictable onslaught with no room for tactical maneuvering. Undeniably, Zhao Shuwen's third and second soul skills were exceptionally well chosen, proving invaluable in this critical moment. Fire attribute soul skills generally held an advantage over most soul masters, except when facing water attribute opponents. The sudden flames disrupted Douluo Academy's rhythm, yet Ding Zichen remained composed. Simultaneously utilizing two soul skills would drain Zhao Shuwen swiftly, after all. He was merely a soul ancestor. It wouldn't be long before exhaustion overtook him. And here, the effects of their earlier concealment of strength became evident. Ding Zichen had no knowledge of the four-ringed food system soul ancestor within their ranks. From the outset, Sankan had instructed Mu Lian not to produce food, precisely to mislead Ding Zichen's judgment. After Akame briefed her on Ding Zichen's past tactics and combat techniques, Sankan grasped his habitual strategies and fixed mindset. Mu Lian's martial soul was indeed deceptive if you would associate a cleaver with a food system soul master. Yet their food system soul master happened to possess a fourth soul skill exceptionally suited for battle. Now, Mu Lian remained concealed within the Heavenly King Tower, continuously crafting restorative bear paws to replenish Zhao Shuwen's energy. In this battle, Zhao Shuwen, with his bizarre and versatile abilities, had become the dominant force. Despite his fatigue, his spirits lifted, dispelling the gloom from before. Yet even so, sustaining Zhao Shuwen's efforts indefinitely was unrealistic. Though his soul power could be replenished, it wasn't inexhaustible. To secure victory, they had to seize the initiative firmly in their grasp. Watching the relentless flames show no signs of abating, Ding Zichen furrowed his brow, contemplating his next move. However, before he could devise a concrete plan, the Heavenly King Tower vanished into thin air. Akame and her companions were revealed before the students of Douluo Academy, yet only for an instant. In the next moment, they had already engaged their respective opponents, dispersing the Douluo team members before they could regroup. They effectively severed any possibility of the enemy employing tactical formations, since the opposing side excelled in coordinated combat. They forcibly fragmented it into individual duels. Given that their own team still had a food system soul master, Akame even willingly took on two adversaries, Ding Zichen and the previous Camphor soul master. Both were remarkably agile, and compared to Akame, who could originally be considered an agility-type soul master, her movements appeared somewhat cumbersome. Yet Akame possessed attributes that all agility-type soul masters coveted. Among the dark demon evil god tiger's traits, wind, thunder, space, and time, each granted overwhelming advantages in speed. Thus, even if she lacked finesse, she could effortlessly match their pace, even surpassing it. Ding Zichen's earlier emphasis on tactics was not without reason. Under Akame's relentless assault, even their combined efforts resulted in steady retreat. Nevertheless, Ding Zichen still seemed to hold back. Was the captain of Douluo Academy apprehensive about something? Akame, observing his persistent restraint, found it increasingly vexing. Her demonic wing blade shot toward the two, yet her movements never slowed. The moment the blade struck, she lunged at the Camphor soul master with her first soul skill. Her gleaming scorpion tail coiled around his waist, its venomous stinger piercing deep, steadily draining his soul power. This ability was not new. She had employed it before. However, most dismissed it as an innate trait of her martial soul, barely raising an eyebrow. Compared to a 14-year-old with a 10,000-year fourth soul ring, few things could truly shock them anymore. Only when the Camphor soul master experienced the skill firsthand did he understand the helplessness of having his soul power siphoned away, like a fish on a chopping board, utterly at the mercy of the blade. It seemed that Tong merely posed a question to Ding Zichen without anticipation of a response. Witnessing his teammate on the brink of elimination, Ding Zichen hesitated momentarily before speaking. "What is your third soul skill?" Tong, with a bemused smile, kicked the unconscious Camphor soul master off the stage and cast a bewildered glance at Ding Zichen. "Have you truly been preoccupied with this concern all this time?" Ding Zichen, irritated by Hong's mirth, retorted, "Haven't you always been able to conceal your third soul skill? Is it only now, because I've pointed it out, that you find yourself in a state of panic?" Crimson Eye shook her head gently and addressed her opponent. "Unleash your fourth soul skill. That is what true concealment entails. I shall reveal to you the soul skill you wish to see." With these words, her third soul ring illuminated. However, to Ding Zichen's astonishment, there appeared to be no significant transformation surrounding Crimson Eyes. Instead, a layer of gray mist enveloped her. There were no discernible fluctuations in her soul power, and it seemed less like an offensive skill and more akin to a defensive one. Is this truly the opponent's third soul skill? It appeared rather unremarkable. Yet, the more ordinary it seemed, the more cautious Ding Zichen became. As the fourth soul ring glowed, his hand, noticeably swollen to several times its usual size, assumed a gesture reminiscent of a seal, aligning with crimson eyes. Ethereal blue and white light continuously converged, with soul power depleting in a steady flow, coalescing into a radiant orb within his palm. Akame could sense the fusion of wood elemental and attribute-less soul power within. The contained energy already remarkably formidable, so potent that even Ding Zichen's palm was slightly scorched crimson by the searing force. Fourth soul skill, Resonant Stag's blazing light wave. Crimson eyes gradually approached Ding Zichen, testing the waters. At last, a searing white light surged forth from crimson eyes, colliding with the ethereal gray mist enveloping them. The once fierce and blazing white light melted away upon contact with the delicate gray mist, leaving not a single wound on Crimson Eye's form. In terms of scale, the thin gray mist surrounding Crimson Eyes paled in comparison to Ding Zichen's vast and direct assault, which was striking in its intensity. Yet, despite this stark contrast, the clash of their soul abilities culminated in Crimson Eyes effortlessly deflecting Ding Zichen's attack. This astonishing outcome lingered in the minds of all present, leaving Ding Zichen utterly taken aback. Nevertheless, even in the face of this unexpected turn of events, Ding Zichen remained undeterred, continuing his concentrated assault on Crimson Eyes. He refused to believe that Crimson Eye's third soul ability lacked limits. If such limits existed, it meant that once his attacks reached a certain magnitude, Crimson Eye's defenses could indeed be breached. Is this absolute defense? Bishop Wells could not help but inquire. If it were indeed absolute defense, it would be remarkable, elevating Crimson Eye's power to an unparalleled level, nearly devoid of any vulnerabilities. Not quite. Guanhong, standing behind Dai Tianxing, shook his head. Crimson Eye's third soul ability did not possess such a degree of invulnerability. However, it undoubtedly exceeded its own limits. At present, it could defend against soul masters below level 50 without issue. Although Ding Zichen was formidable, he still fell short of the Soul King's caliber. In response to Wells' question, Guanhong did not hold back, generously sharing specific insights. If Wells were to relay this information to the Spirit Hall, it would be absolutely advantageous. Both the third and fourth soul abilities were not Crimson Eye's trump cards, yet these capabilities had been subjects of thorough study. The more opponents focused their attention on Crimson Eye's four soul abilities, the safer his true trump cards remained. The moment they were unveiled would be all the more shocking. As they regarded Crimson Eye's soul abilities as his secret weapons, they would cease their probing into the extent of his powers. This was the advice Guanhong offered after testing Crimson Eyes and his companions at the Firecloud Academy. Seemingly casually, Guanhong remarked, moreover, compared to absolute defense, this approach encounters fewer restrictions and consumes less soul power, making it exceptionally suitable for children of this age. Oh? Wells appeared increasingly intrigued. From which soul beast did you acquire this ability? The soft-boned rabbit, came the reply. However, the soul ability Crimson Eyes gained is not the invincible golden body, but rather the complementary evil goddess guardian. The mention of the soft-boned rabbit sparked contemplation in Wells, who nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, on the arena, Ding Zichen was already sinking into despair. His soul abilities had yet to yield any effect, and his soul power was rapidly dwindling. Tong stepped forward and swiftly employed his first soul skill, sending Ding Zichen tumbling off the stage. It was over. Wang Heng observed the stage, where Tong had unleashed his combat prowess without restraint, and remarked on the situation. Zhou Jin, standing beside Wang Heng, nodded in agreement. Confronting Tong was nearly futile unless one possessed an absolute advantage in soul power. Although she was injured and unable to fight, her presence at the match alongside Wang Heng provided her with a sense of reassurance regarding her team's performance. Goodness, you're quite injured, came a mocking voice. Zhou Jin and Wang Heng turned towards the source of the sound, spotting a substitute from the Gangxiong Academy. The other members of the Gangxiong team seemed intent on silencing him, yet they failed to intervene, lowering their heads in awkward silence as if they were uninvolved in the matter. Not bad, Zhou Jin replied with a radiant smile, retorting, your captain seems to have sustained even worse injuries, considering Tong's rather forceful approach. After delivering her jab, she added, but I suppose you should be pleased. Otherwise, you might not have had a chance to take the stage at all. Zhou Jin's gaze bore a hollow semblance of sympathy towards the agitated player, igniting his fury. Wang Heng then addressed the seething player. What is this? Are you unaware that private disputes are prohibited during the match? His imposing stature loomed large over the members of Gangxiong Academy, reminiscent of a mountain pressing down upon them, instilling a sense of trepidation in their expressions. It was not until the referee's voice rang out that they felt a sense of relief, seizing the excuse to hastily retreat to the waiting area. The Luo Royal Academy prevails. Gangxiong Academy, prepare for the next match. Zhou Jin, witnessing this, turned to Wang Heng with a teasing smile, remarking, Mr. Wang Heng, you appeared more like a coach for Gangxiong Academy just now. Your martial soul and physique are quite fitting. Wang Heng's martial soul resembled that of a diamond bear, bearing some similarities to the mighty diamond bear, yet possessing distinct differences. His prior interaction with the Gangxiong members had an oddly harmonious quality. Suddenly, Wang Heng's expression shifted, and he turned away, lapsing into silence. Had she inadvertently touched upon an old wound? Zhou Jin felt a twinge of guilt and refrained from further remarks, opting instead to applaud the descending Tong and his companions. The members of the Luo Royal Academy gathered excitedly, while Tong, noticing Wang Heng standing alone at a distance, found the scene somewhat peculiar and approached him. What's wrong? Crimson-eyed, she engaged in casual conversation with the dazed Wang Heng. Wang Heng turned his head, yet his finger pointed towards the arena where the Bear Academy stood, inquiring, do you think I resemble them? Similar physiques? Comparable martial souls? Tong smiled lightly and shook her head, saying, not at all. Teacher Wang Heng is, in essence, a very gentle person. He is the kind of excellent educator who awkwardly buys breakfast upon discovering that a student is an orphan. Chapter 111, The Secret Weapon of the Wood Ape Academy. Listening to Tong's praise, Wang Heng could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. He shook his shoulders, his eyes filled with an odd expression. Are you serious? Crimson-eyed individuals are not typically inclined to offer such compliments. Tong nodded, as if she could see through Wang Heng's innermost thoughts, offering her solace. You are independent. Your association is solely with the Starry Luo Royal Academy, and it bears no relevance to any other institution. Should you choose to resign in the future, your ties to the Starry Luo Royal Academy will also be severed. Observing Tong's seemingly feigned maturity, Wang Heng couldn't help but find it amusing. Do you truly understand my situation? It should be rather apparent. Tong nodded slightly. Generally speaking, shouldn't a Diamond Bear Spirit Master be at the Diamond Bear Academy? Although the Starry Luo Royal Academy is indeed more powerful and specialized, if a Spirit Master with a particular expertise were to teach at the Diamond Bear Academy, one would likely gain far more. The more one familiarizes oneself with human society, the more insightful one becomes regarding its interpersonal dynamics. At this moment, Wang Heng was utterly taken aback. He believed he had concealed his intentions exceptionally well, only to be caught off guard by Tong's direct confrontation. Did you see through it? Wang Heng appeared somewhat flustered. Then why didn't you say anything? Isn't it polite not to touch upon matters others wish to avoid? At least, that is my perspective, Tong explained calmly. To him, it seemed that humans generally despise the act of unnecessarily reopening wounds. Hong felt that, in this regard, he had performed rather well. Even when he discovered that Ming Tianlang was concealing something, he refrained from spreading the word. The innate full soul power of the Rui Pan was indeed peculiar. However, Hong had not anticipated that the underlying reason was the existence of a twin martial soul. He had assumed that Ming Tianlang, like himself, was merely hiding his true martial soul. Nevertheless, aside from this, Hong still found some aspects of Ming Tianlang particularly enigmatic. Teacher, Hong comforted Wang Heng. Since you have decided to sever ties, it truly does not matter. There is no need to dwell on it. Wang Heng, however, found this rather amusing and replied meaningfully. You don't even know what it is, yet you tell me not to worry, you rascal. He gave Hong a hearty pat on the head, which nearly caused the taken-aback Hong to stumble. Hurry back to rest. We have matches ahead. Having undergone 2 consecutive high-intensity competitions, Hong and his companions found themselves without a moment's respite. Perhaps all their good fortune had been exhausted. The opponents they faced next were not to be underestimated. In the 14th match, they encountered the Minghu Academy, and in the 23rd match, they faced the Feihe Academy. Yet, unsurprisingly, they emerged victorious each time. However, they had yet to confront the Huiyun Academy. Conversely, the Gangxiong Academy found itself in a more unfortunate position, having suffered a defeat against the Luo Royal Academy. They subsequently faced the Muyu Academy and, without their captain, suffered another loss. Even after the captain's return, the Gangxiong Academy experienced 3 defeats. Meanwhile, the Muyu Academy maintained their 2 losses, now confidently poised to advance. Currently, The leading teams in the preliminary rankings were the Xingluo Royal Academy and Huiyun Academy, both boasting an impeccable record of 25 victories in 25 matches. Following closely behind was the Muyu Academy with 23 wins out of 25 matches, having lost to the Huiyun Academy and the Douluo Academy. The Muyu Academy first fell to the Douluo Academy before succumbing to the Huiyun Academy, and in Qihong's view, they had clearly held back in their battle with the Douluo Academy. The remaining teams, Douluo Academy, Gangxiang Academy, and Minghu Academy, each held 22 victories out of 25 matches. With a total of 27 rounds in the preliminary stages, they were nearing the conclusion, and Qiong and his companions had identified their forthcoming opponents, without a doubt. They were to face the Huiyun Academy and Minghu Academy. The much-anticipated clash between Minghu Academy and Muyu Academy had concluded, with Muyu Academy emerging victorious, to Qihong's surprise. During this period, they had unexpectedly formed a camaraderie with the members of Minghu Academy. One could not deny that the captain of Minghu Academy had set a cordial tone for their friendship, fostering an amicable atmosphere when the two teams met during the preliminaries. Since both academies were located nearby and frequently encountered one another, the two teams, tired of the cafeteria, often gathered for meals after competitions, drawing considerable attention with their lively presence. Gradually, a strong familiarity developed between the two teams. At this moment, within a restaurant, the only remaining concern for them was the Gangxiang Academy. A robust yet youthful-looking boy was chewing on a piece of meat, expressing both worry and relief. This was Jiang Huan, the captain of Minghu Academy. By now, the final opponents for both teams had nearly become clear, leading to discussions about the upcoming matches. The situation of the Minghu Academy's team was in stark contrast to that of Qihong's. After enduring considerable hardship at the beginning, their subsequent matches became significantly more favorable, primarily due to the inherent combat prowess of the Minghu Academy. Notably, during the preliminary match against Douluo Academy, it was Minghu Academy that emerged victorious. While their tactics may have seemed average, they were guided by an exceptionally skilled tactical instructor, and the young Ding Zichen was unable to outmaneuver her, ultimately succumbing to Minghu Academy's aggressive strategies. In terms of brute force, Minghu Academy even surpassed Gangxiang Academy. We still have Muyu Academy and Huiyun Academy to contend with, Zhao Shuwen said with a stiff smile, slightly tipsy. He nudged the nearby Minghu Academy members and inquired, "What is the situation with Muyu Academy? Based on your strength, they shouldn't be a challenge, should they?" The overall strength of Minghu Academy was indeed greater than that of Muyu Academy, and logically, they should have secured victory. "I don't know," the other party responded, appearing quite troubled, their face furrowing in frustration. "Damn it, it feels like being drunk. Although we have strength, we cannot wield it." Upon hearing this, Qihong, who had been somewhat distracted, focused his attention on Jiang Huan, questioning, "What do you mean by unable to exert strength?" "It's as if one is intoxicated, losing control over their abilities," Jiang Huan explained. As they had previously garnered a wealth of information about Muyu Academy from the vice-captain of Xingluo Royal Academy. Currently, we have 3 hypotheses. One is poison. Another is mental interference, and the last is unknown. The primary suspicion leans towards poison, for if it were mental interference, it would necessitate an exceptionally strong mental capacity, one that even 7 individuals using mental attribute soul skills would struggle to achieve. Moreover, there are not many soul masters who cultivate mental power. The conditions are stringent, the training arduous, and the results are not significant. Only those above the 70th rank tend to pursue the cultivation of mental power. As long as there remains a possibility for upward advancement, few will concentrate their attention on such matters. Jiang Huan did not speak ambiguously, but rather elaborated on their analytical process in great detail. "I suspect it might be a fusion technique, akin to the 2 powerful bear soul masters, just with a greater number of participants. This explanation seems far more reasonable." Zhao Shuwen, having directly clashed with those 2 bear soul masters, held a vivid impression of that fusion technique, although it had seemingly made little impact. Sun Sikai considered the possibility, recognizing that Qihong had previously pointed out that nearly all members of Muyu Academy possessed ape-type martial souls. But that doesn't add up. Qihong shook his head, struggling to comprehend the logic. Even if it pertains to a fusion technique, how could 7 ape-type martial souls yield a fusion technique of the mental attribute? Their attributes differ, and there are no mental attribute soul masters among them. Mental interference cannot just manifest out of thin air. Listening to Qihong, the group fell into contemplation. It must be said that Qihong's reasoning held substantial merit. The members of Muyu Academy indeed did not appear to possess the capacity to utilize mental attribute soul skills. Then it must be poison, Zhou Jin speculated, considering that they leaned towards wood attributes, and poison was a versatile element. Most martial souls could harbor poison attribute soul skills. Exactly. Being drunk is akin to being poisoned. The members of the Minghu Academy exclaimed loudly. The sensation of being poisoned feels remarkably akin to that of inebriation. The crowd echoed in unison, swiftly shifting the topic to the rationale behind the poison. In a dim corner, Qihong spoke softly once more. You are unable to control your bodies just like when you are intoxicated, but it is not merely a state of dizziness akin to drunkenness. With a slight headache, Akitomi mused that discussing such matters while consuming alcohol was utterly ill-advised, as the information had become muddled. Among the gathered crowd, perhaps only Akitomi remained lucid, for he was still underage and thus prohibited from drinking. The other minor, Daiminji, had already retreated to his quarters and had not participated in their revelry. What should they do? A few murmured, and Akitomi felt his head throb even more. He decided to retrieve his notebook from his storage ring, flipping through its pages as he spoke. Their battles against the Deer Hunting Academy and the Fire Cloud Academy constituted their only 2 defeats. The first loss likely stemmed from a concealed strength, as they had not revealed any significant differences. However, they regarded the Fire Cloud Academy as a formidable adversary. Their power was not to be underestimated. If they aspired to ultimate victory, they would undoubtedly showcase their full strength to Tez. With her crimson eyes searching intently, they finally rested upon a particular spot. Her smile abruptly faltering, evoking a sense of curiosity in those who beheld her. What could be the matter? Zhang Huan too felt intrigued. Observing the battles of other teams was the duty of their instructors, and they had never engaged in such an activity themselves. It left them genuinely puzzled as to what Red Eye had noted down initially, which now prompted such an expression from her. With a numb expression, Tong raised her notes before Zhang Huan, revealing only a few words, or rather, a single phrase. Release soul technique. Conclude, no skill. Not only Tong, but even Zhang Huan was left in a state of bewilderment after reading it. How exactly did they achieve victory? Zhang Huan's curiosity only deepened. The notes of Qi conveyed an air of bewilderment, leaving all who read them in a state of distraction and filled with confusion. This perplexity persisted until the following day when Qi drew her lot and found herself assigned to the Wood Ape Academy, without any alleviation in sight. The organizers appeared to eagerly anticipate the clash between the Starry Royal Academy and the Fiery Cloud Academy, purposefully scheduling their match for the final day of the preliminaries. Crimson eyes gazed upon the captain of the Wood Ape Academy, a heavy sensation settling in her heart. Never mind. The crimson-eyed individual suddenly appeared somewhat agitated, abruptly rising from their seat as if surrendering to despair. If there were no other options left, one could resort to utilizing the soul fusion technique. Qiang cast a worried glance at Damingi, displaying evident agitation. Although Damingi was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to prove himself through the martial soul fusion technique, he quickly discerned Qihong's unease and hurriedly reassured, "You must remain calm. Have faith." Although Qi had consented, an unsettling air lingered. It seemed that he had been driven to the brink of madness by the enigmatic dilemma that tormented him, his spirit consistently fraught with unease. Yet, beneath this veneer of agitation, Qi maintained a remarkable composure. He detested engaging in battles without preparation, particularly despising the ambiguity that clouded his thoughts. However, he would never resort to making irrational decisions. The soul fusion technique with Daiminji represented the most formidable trump card he could conceive, as it was widely known and devoid of any element of surprise. In the upcoming match, the Xinglua Royal Academy was to face the Muyu Academy, and both sides were poised for action. As the referee's voice resonated, Qi and his companions ascended the arena, while their opponents from Muyu Academy awaited on the opposite side. The latter consisted of 4 Soul Master students. With the most agile among them positioned, the instinct of the crimson-eyed individual informed him that the control-type Soul Master was undoubtedly formidable. Perhaps even the enigmatic source of the peculiar abilities possessed by the Wood Ape Academy, with crimson eyes blazing in vigilance. The members of Starluo Imperial Academy stood poised behind her in wary anticipation. Compared to formidable adversaries, the unknown enemy always proves more dreadful. Let the match begin. As the referee's voice rang out, the crimson-eyed warrior instantly materialized before the control-type Soul Master. Wielding the absolute advantage of spatial attributes, she naturally prioritized neutralizing the most threatening opponent from the very onset of battle. The crimson-eyed scorpion-tailed hook aimed to ensnare the opponent's body. However, the control-type Soul Master across from them suddenly smiled, a smile that was somewhat sinister, sending a shiver down the spine of the crimson-eyed one. Akame's voice abruptly faltered, her limbs instantly stiffening as if bound by invisible chains, paralyzed from within. Witnessing this scene, the distinguished guests in the VIP seats and the spectators in the audience were utterly dumbfounded. This outcome diverged drastically from their expectations. In their eyes, one was a defeated remnant from the Deer Chase Academy, while the other stood as one of the strongest teams with an unbroken winning streak. By all conventional logic, the victory of Luo Royal Academy should have been a foregone conclusion. Yet reality had played a cruel jest upon them all. Crimson Eye was almost instantaneously ensnared. This was in stark contrast to their previous impressions. In their eyes, Crimson Eye ought to be an unparalleled existence, the one with the strongest individual combat capability. Even when facing the members of the Fire Cloud Academy, the strength of the Wood Ape Academy was indeed unexpected. Wells, with a smile, marveled at their methods, questioning why such prowess had not been displayed during the battle with the Deer Academy. He appeared genuinely curious, yet Guanhong sensed a hint of schadenfreude in his demeanor. After all, their strength surpassed that of everyone on the arena by several tiers, allowing them to discern the underlying peculiarities almost at a glance. Perhaps they were concealing their true abilities. However, upon encountering both the Fire Cloud Academy and the Starfall Royal Academy thereafter, it became impossible to hide their strength any longer. The Lord of the Fire Leopard sect speculated, his analysis quite reasonable. Should they suffer another defeat, the chances of the Wood Ape Academy advancing would be in jeopardy. Whereas the Starfall Royal Academy could still progress even with 2 subsequent losses. The Lord of the Fire Leopard sect's insights were particularly astute. Wells playfully winked at him. In the next moment, the Lord of the Fire Leopard sect furrowed his brow, subtly approaching Dai Tianxing. Yet, Dai Tianxing seemed oblivious to this scene, fixated on the competitors in the arena, as if lost in a trance, simply stating, "Let us continue to observe." Akame was instantly restrained before the control-type Soul Master, leaving everyone momentarily dazed. The Soul Masters from the Wood Ape Academy reacted more swiftly, thoroughly familiar with their comrades' abilities, thus avoiding panic. Their coordination was impeccable. From the rear, an agility attack Soul Master and a power attack Soul Master lunged toward Akame almost simultaneously. Though his body was immobilized, Akame remained composed, immediately activating his third soul skill. With the evil god's protection enveloping him, he withstood the 2 strikes head-on, appearing unfazed. "Don't attack him," the control-type Soul Master urgently commanded. "Being forced off the stage counts as elimination. Just throw him out." From previous matches they had observed, few could breach Akame's current defenses. Or, to put it bluntly, no one had ever shattered his divine protective technique. Rather than waste effort, it was far more efficient to simply hurl him off the arena. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the members of the Luo Imperial Academy clashed with those of the Wood Ape Academy, even gaining the upper hand. Yet the Wood Ape team remained unshaken. Once Akame was dealt with, subduing the rest would merely be a matter of time. All they needed was to hold their ground. Chapter 113. The supernatural behind the evil god's hook slammed viciously into Zhu Hongtu's spine. Scorpion tail, dark demon lightning, and Zhu Hongtu's own flesh collided violently in that fleeting instant. Zhu Hongtu's body was far sturdier than Akame had anticipated, through layers of enhancements. This man had forged his physique into something as unyielding as black iron, though the scorpion tail was merely an illusion. Its overwhelming rigidity was unmistakably transmitted to Akame upon impact. The clash erupted, sparks scattering in all directions. Crimson Eye continuously channeled her soul power, finally piercing into Zhu Hongtu's lower spine, causing blood to seep out. Zhu Hongtu's soul power, however, surged forth like a flood, pouring through his scorpion tail and into Crimson Eye's body. After absorbing the soul power of the fierce bear, Crimson Eye's capacity had greatly increased. With a pained howl, Zhu Hongtu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness rising within him, and his vision gradually blurred. The onlookers could only watch helplessly as Zhu Hongtu's soul power was depleted, ultimately being cast off the stage by Crimson Eye. Having dealt with Zhu Hongtu, Crimson Eye still felt her soul power was ample and immediately turned her gaze towards the control-type Soul Master. The practical combat abilities of a control-type Soul Master are generally inferior to those of an assault-type Soul Master, and at present, it seemed that Zhao Shuwen's abilities countered her effectively, alleviating any concerns. With this in mind, Crimson Eye prepared to assist Zhou Jin, who was slightly weaker in offensive capability. However, The control-type soul master named Lulu's expression changed dramatically as she quickly surveyed her surroundings, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Although the Deer Hunting Academy placed great emphasis on strategy, the Wooden Monkey Academy had not been idle either. They had their own plans, originally. Lulu was to restrain Crimson Eye, allowing them to systematically defeat their opponents and leverage their numerical advantage to secure victory. Yet, to their surprise, Crimson Eye had unexpectedly allowed Zhao Shuwen to utilize flames to counter her, ultimately defeating their captain. Now, witnessing Crimson Eye's intent to transform every team battle into a personal contest, relying on her individual combat prowess to achieve victory, Lulu realized the gravity of the situation. They had observed Crimson Eye's tactics before and were quite familiar with her methods. Recognizing that if Crimson Eye continued unimpeded, defeat was all but assured, she steeled herself and unveiled her fourth soul ring. Until now, in her battle against Zhao Shuwen, she had only revealed her first, second, and third soul skills, never showcasing her fourth. According to logic, her fourth soul skill should be her most formidable weapon to date. Upon seeing this, Zhao Shuwen felt a mixture of surprise and curiosity. However, he quickly noticed numerous delicate threads, as fine as spider silk, surging from the control-type soul master. They appeared to be a plant of some color, though he could not ascertain its exact species. The threads spread outward, connecting with several members of the Wooden Monkey Academy. In that moment, the members relinquished their original actions, allowing the slender vines to bind their bodies. All but one agile attack-type soul master, who stood at a distance, were ensnared by the silken threads, surrendering their resistance. Zhao Shuwen observed the shimmering silver threads, pulsating with waves of soul power, surging like tumultuous tides, continuously flooding into the control-type soul master. In Zhao Shuwen's eyes, those threads became increasingly resilient. While he could have burned them away before, now they merely posed an obstacle, proving nearly impossible to sever. Watching as the soul power within the control-type soul master grew ever more robust, Zhao Shuwen's expression shifted to one of shock, prompting him to instinctively take a few steps back. Finally, he unconsciously activated his fourth soul skill, launching a mental attack towards the control-type soul master. Truth be told, he was uncertain of how to proceed but understood the necessity of halting her soul power absorption. If his second soul skill failed to impede her, then he could only rely on his fourth soul skill to exert some influence. In any case, he could not remain idle like a fool. He had to take action. Akame naturally witnessed everything unfold before her eyes. After all, her opponent had practically surrendered by kneeling on the arena floor, catching Zhou Jin completely off guard. Following a mental assault, the control-type soul master seemed momentarily dazed but quickly regained clarity. Having absorbed the soul power of 4 fellow soul masters, her spiritual energy had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Though she had never trained in spiritual techniques nor mastered any soul skills of the mental attribute, she could now barely withstand Zhao Shuwen's psychic onslaught. Do you truly believe I remain the same person you once suppressed? Zhang Lu's gaze sharpened, brimming with ruthless intensity. Her eyes locked onto Zhao Shuwen with a predatory glare, as though ready to devour him whole. Crimson Eyes remained indifferent to Zhang Lu's intentions. For him, the paramount concern was to expel the 4 soul masters who had already lost their combat capabilities from the arena. Who could predict what unforeseen events might follow? Should these individuals regain consciousness, it would undoubtedly create complications for them, since it was a matter that could be effortlessly resolved at present. Crimson Eyes had no qualms about delivering that decisive kick. As he observed Crimson Eyes systematically ejecting the 4 students from the Wooden Ape Academy, Li Lu's expression remained unchanged. She was unfazed by these developments. In her view, as long as she emerged victorious in the end, none of this would matter. Her teammates were well aware of her mindset, which is why they offered no resistance while she absorbed soul power. Only one teammate remained, presumably to facilitate the elimination of the students from the Douluo Royal Academy. After all, Li Lu's individual combat prowess was insufficient, and it would ultimately leave her vulnerable to a reversal of fortunes. At this moment, Tong comprehended why the team from the Wood Ape Academy displayed such remarkable uniformity. They were all akin soul masters. There was no other reason, nor was it merely for the purpose of executing a martial soul fusion technique. It was simply because the soul power of these masters could be more effectively absorbed by a control-type soul master named Li Lu. Li Lu's intricate vines spread outwards, darting towards the crowd like countless slender silver threads. These fine strands were so delicate that they eluded the naked eye, making them easily overlooked even with careful observation. Furthermore, Due to their nature as vines, they refracted light poorly, allowing them to remain concealed with minimal effort and thus evade detection. Previously, this had deceived many, leading them to believe it was some supernatural phenomenon, when in fact, it was simply that the vines had become so slender and resilient that they went unnoticed. The onlookers could hardly discern what she was doing. They merely sensed a sound and found themselves ensnared, as if their bodies had been rendered numb. Even Sun Sekai, soaring in midair, could not escape this fate. Not only was his body immobilized, but he also found himself uncontrollably plummeting toward the ground. Fortunately, thanks to his enormous wings, he managed to descend gently, avoiding significant injury. The entire arena exhibited an extraordinarily eerie state, as everyone stood rigidly like puppets upon the stage. Although the spectators had begun to grasp the underlying principle, the enhanced resilience and intricacy of the fine vine strands, bolstered by several Soul Master's powers, rendered them imperceptible. At that moment, the somewhat disheveled control-type Soul Master standing at the back of the arena radiated an astonishing brilliance. Li Lu, single-handedly, had managed to subdue the entire Luo Royal Academy. Her radiant smile blossomed, demanding attention, yet upon seeing Tong, her expression froze, and her smile abruptly stiffened upon her face. What on earth is Akame doing? Li Lu stared in horror at Akame's movements. Yes, movements. In this environment where everyone else was restrained, Akame was still able to walk toward her with effortless grace. She distinctly remembered directing her soul skill toward Akame, just as she had done at the very start of the match. Yet now, the reality was that Akame remained unshackled and unrestrained. Had she forgotten to cast her soul skill on Akame? For a moment, Li Lu even doubted herself. Her techniques had never failed her before. With the advantage of her spirit with long-armed 8 martial soul, she could use her third soul skill to bind and constrict her opponent's meridians. If faced with a formidable adversary, she could then employ her fourth soul skill to devour soul power of the same attribute, replenishing her own strength. In battle, unless she encountered a soul master who countered her abilities, she had always emerged victorious. But now, she was utterly bewildered, after all. Akame's martial soul was by no means her natural counter. Moreover, her soul skill had clearly worked earlier. So what was happening now? Why? Li Lu gaped at Akame, utterly perplexed. With crimson eyes, she smiled. Have you not witnessed my third spirit ability? It creates a protective membrane externally, rendering your vines incapable of approaching me. If they cannot draw near, how could they possibly bind me with a spirit technique? With a light laugh, Tong exhibited a clear sense of mockery. After activating her third soul skill, she had maintained this layer of defense, eager to see what tricks Li Lu might still possess. Now, she had been deceived. What a windfall. Previously, she had been uncertain of Li Lu's abilities. But now that she had gained clarity, a solution